Chapter 1 2nd Grade. Kanglan Base City. In the central square of Kanglan Martial Arts Academy, tens of thousands of freshmen were sweltering in the sun, yet no one dared to move an inch. Everyone's attention was focused on the giant light screen that was 100 meters high in front of them. On the light screen, a scene of blood and fire is playing. 10,000 years ago, the sky was torn apart, and countless ferocious beasts crawled out from the earth, the deep sea, and the mountains. Humanity's firearms were as fragile as toys in the face of their steel-like scales. The city was reduced to ruins, and cries of agony echoed across the land. Nearly 80% of humanity became food for ferocious beasts during that catastrophe. The scene shifts to the year 65 of the new era, where a ragged man wielding a crude bone knife roars as he slays a first-tier ferocious beast. He was the first martial artist in human history. From then on, the human race sounded the clarion call for a counterattack, ushering in a magnificent era of warriors. The fifth spiritual tide brought forth a multitude of saints who rose to prominence. In the year 6000 of the new era, all races invaded through spatial rifts, reigniting the flames of war. In the year 9000 of the new era, a powerful human being at the Saint Realm sacrificed his own flesh and blood to barely seal the rift leading to another world. The war has never ended. The light screen finally focused on a line of large, scarlet characters. Martial artists are humanity's only hope. The light screen slowly dimmed, and a middle-aged man with a stern face and a tall, upright figure walked onto the platform and took the microphone. He is the test instructor, Zhao Gang. Welcome to Kanglan Martial Arts Middle School, everyone. To make a long story short, the first day of school is also the day of your martial arts aptitude test. Zhao Gang's voice, amplified by loudspeakers, resounded throughout the square, carrying an undeniable air of authority. The test results are divided into 9 grades, with grade 1 being the lowest and grade 9 being the highest. Lower 3 ranks, poor. Middle 3 ranks, passable. Upper 3 ranks, prodigies. Only those whose aptitude reaches the middle 3rd rank will have the opportunity to become a true martial artist. After the test, you have 7 days to master the basic breathing method and successfully draw air into your body. Those who fail to enter the gate after 7 days will be eliminated. Zhao Gang's words were cold and devoid of any emotion. I think you know better than I do what happens when you're eliminated. As soon as he finished speaking, a suppressed commotion arose in the square. On one side of the platform, 10 uniquely shaped metal instruments were activated, emitting a low buzzing sound. The test begins. First row, please come up to the stage in order of your student ID number. At the very front of the line, a pale-faced girl stepped forward. She was the first one. The girl's name was Su Xiaoyu, and she nervously placed her palm on the cold metal instrument. The numbers on the instrument screen began to jump wildly. Finally, the numbers stopped, and a bright red one appeared. Top-tier qualification. The lowest of the low. Su Xiaoyu froze on the spot, the color draining from her face at a visible speed. Her lips trembled, and strange hoarse sounds came from her throat. The next second, a scream of despair ripped through the silence of the square. No! No! She collapsed to the ground, like a lump of mud, and wailed loudly. 2 security personnel who had been waiting nearby stepped forward expressionlessly, one on each side, and dragged her out. Su Xiaoyu's cries grew fainter and fainter until they finally disappeared completely. The square was deathly silent. Everyone was terrified by what they saw. Suppressed murmurs began to spread among the crowd. Top-tier aptitude. It's over, my life is over. I heard that those who are eliminated are assigned to do the hardest and most tiring work in the outer city, working more than 16 hours a day and not even getting enough to eat, worse than cattle and horses. That's considered good. At least she'll live to be in her 40s or 50s. Look at Su Xiaoyu, she's not bad looking, but she'll most likely be forced into a pairing and become a breeding machine. Men suffer the same fate. They are treated as seed progeny, used specifically to provide genes, and live their entire lives in humiliation. These words were like poisonous thorns, piercing the hearts of every trainee awaiting the test. Anxiety and fear spread like a plague. In the class of Class 3, Grade 1, a tall and straight boy unconsciously clenched his fist. His name is Feng Shouhan. 3 years ago, he traveled from a peaceful blue planet to this cruel world. He knew better than anyone what martial artists represented in this world. Power, wealth, status, dignity, and most importantly the right to live. Become a martial artist, a superior person. Reduced to mortals, pigs, dogs, cattle, and horses. To become a martial artist, one must draw in qi within 7 days, which is as difficult as ascending to heaven for someone with low-grade aptitude. Next up, Class 3, Grade 1, Fong Shohan. Zhao Gang's voice came through. Fong Shohan took a deep breath, stepped out of the group, and walked step by step onto the high platform. His heart was pounding, and every step felt like walking on cotton. He placed his palm on the cold instrument. The numbers on the screen began to change rapidly. Fong Shohan's breathing stopped. Please, it has to be a mid-grade rank 3, or even just a rank 4. He transmigrated here not to be a laborer for life, nor to be a bead planter. The numbers started changing at a slower pace. Finally, a bright red number appeared in the center of the screen. 2. Grade 2 qualification. Buzz. Fong Shohan's mind went blank. It's over. GG. The thought popped into my head uncontrollably. Although it's better than Su Xiaoyu's first rank, second rank is still the third lowest rank. According to statistics, the probability of someone with the lowest grade of aptitude successfully drawing qi into their body within 7 days is less than 1%. This means that his hope of becoming a martial artist has almost reached zero. Zhao Gang's cold voice rang in his ears, second grade aptitude, unqualified, next. Fong Shohan walked down from the platform, looking utterly dejected. He seemed to have already seen his future. They were assigned to mines or factories, where they performed heavy physical labor day after day until their bodies were drained, and then they died silently like wild dogs. Or perhaps, because of his decent face and tall, upright figure, he was deemed a high-quality seedling and confined somewhere to become a tool for procreation. No. I'm not reconciled. Why should I? I'm a time traveler. Was I just sent here to experience how messed up this world is? Just when Fong Shohan's mind was about to be completely consumed by despair, a cold, emotionless mechanical voice suddenly rang in his mind. Host's mental fluctuations have reached a critical threshold, meeting the activation conditions. The God-level comprehension evolution system is now officially activated. Core function of this system, the host can obtain evolution points by slaying any living being. Evolution points can be used to infinitely increase the host's comprehension. Host detected first system activation. A newbie gift pack will be issued. Open. Activate. Activate immediately. Chapter 2 Newbie Gift Pack. New player gift pack successfully opened. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 2,000 evolution points. That's all? That's it? Fong Shohan was taken aback. 2,000 evolution points didn't sound like much. With a thought, a semi-transparent panel that only he could see appeared before his eyes. The panel has an extremely minimalist style, which could even be described as rudimentary. Host, Fong Shohan. Comprehension, LV2 plus average level LV1 LV3 for ordinary people. Evolution points, 2,000. 3 lines of text, and that's it. Fong Shohan's attention was focused on the plus sign next to the comprehension column. This is the only thing I can order. Add some points. His thoughts had just touched that plus sign. 30 evolution points. 50 evolution points. 100 evolution points. 150 evolution points. Evolution points are consumed rapidly, like a flood, with the number of points consumed increasing with each level up. In just a few seconds, all 2,000 evolution points were used up. The information on the panel is then refreshed. Host, Fong Shohan. Comprehension, LV10. Evolution points, 0. An indescribable cool sensation shot from my tailbone straight to the top of my head, as if my entire brain was soaking in an ice spring, an indescribable feeling of comfort. The world became different in his perception. The surrounding noise, the sound of security guards dragging Su Xiaoyu with their shoes in the distance, Zhao Gang's impatient breathing on the high platform, everything became incredibly clear, yet it didn't disturb his thoughts. His mind was unusually clear. Apart from that, there were no other physical changes. Hey, you second-rank guy, what are you spacing out for? On the high platform, Zhao Gang's impatient voice rang out. Once you're done testing, hurry up and go to another resource. Don't hold up a spot and delay the people behind you. Fong Shohan was still immersed in the wonderful feeling of improved comprehension when he was pulled back to reality by the reprimand. The crowd below the stage burst into laughter. Hilarious! A second-grade aptitude student, just standing there on the stage without moving, does he think the teacher will praise him? Maybe he's contemplating life, after all, he's already lived a life of fun. I think he's alright looking. He's probably just thinking about which pearl growing base he can go to so he can have a good life, huh? Don't say that. What if he's lucky and manages to draw chi into his body within 7 days? As soon as these words were spoken, someone immediately refuted them. Dream on. For someone with a rank below 3rd grade to try and enter the sect is harder than a sow climbing a tree. The last person to create such a miracle was 100 years ago, and that person was a top-tier 3rd grader. How dare he, a mere 2nd grader, even dream of it? These harsh taunts pierced Fang Shuhan's ears, one by one. If it had been a few minutes earlier, he would probably have been filled with shame and indignation, wishing he could disappear into the ground. But now, he felt no emotion whatsoever. To him, the jeers of these people were no different from the barking of dogs on the street. What's the point of arguing with a bunch of ordinary people he's about to leave behind? He nodded slightly to Zhao Gang on the stage and calmly said, "Thank you, teacher." After speaking, he turned and walked down from the platform, the whole process calm and unhurried. Zhao Gang looked at his retreating figure, somewhat surprised. This kid, with a 2nd grade aptitude, is still so calm. He has a good temperament. It's a pity that the insurmountable barrier of talent cannot be overcome by mere temperament. Ignoring the various gazes around him, Fang Shuhan walked straight to the resources department on one side of the square. There was only one staff member in the resources department, yawning listlessly. Name, class. Fang Shuhan, class 3, grade 11. The staff member swiped a few times on the screen in front of him to confirm the information, then took out a small metal piece that looked like a USB flash drive from the cabinet and casually tossed it on the counter. The basic breathing technique, as well as 3 basic martial arts skills, Blazing Bare Fist, Gale Palm, and Meteor Blade, are all included. Go back and choose one to practice. Remember, you only have 7 days. The opening exam in 7 days will eliminate anyone who fails to successfully guide chi into their body. Next. Fang Shuhan picked up the cold metal chip and clenched it in his palm. He knew that this tiny chip would determine whether he would become a superior person or a beast of burden in the future. 7 days. He didn't linger at the school and turned to walk out of the gate of Kanglin Martial Arts Middle School. Behind him were the ongoing aptitude tests, and the joys and sorrows of countless young men and women, whether in ecstasy or despair, but none of that mattered to him anymore. Fang Shuhan is an orphan and lives in a small, low-rent apartment in the Qingtung district, which is designated for ordinary citizens in the base city. When he got home, he locked the door, shutting out all the noise from the outside world. He dragged an old, second-hand computer out from under the bed. He had spent most of his savings to buy it from a junk market. Insert the chip into the interface. The computer screen flickered and a window popped up. Basic breathing techniques. The window contains dense text annotations, a complex diagram of the human body's meridian system, and a dynamic demonstration video. Fang Shuhan knew very well that the success rate of students with the lowest grade of aptitude in guiding chi into their bodies within 7 days was less than 1 in 10,000. This is not just because of poor aptitude and low affinity with the primordial energy of heaven and earth. Furthermore, because this basic breathing method is itself profound and complex, it is extremely difficult for a 15-year-old boy to fully understand and correctly apply it. Many so-called prodigies actually succeed by chance through repeated attempts, relying on their good physique and high affinity for vital energy, rather than truly understanding the underlying principles. But Fang Shuhan is different now. He cleared his mind of all distractions and focused all his attention on the content on the screen. Text, diagrams, and videos. Those meridian pathways that should have been obscure and difficult to understand, those breathing rhythms that required repeated contemplation, and those mysterious descriptions of guiding intention. It became exceptionally clear in his eyes. Like a complex math problem, it was automatically broken down into the most basic addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division in front of him. He could even spot several subtle errors in the demonstrator's exertion that were imperceptible to the average person from the demonstration video. Time flies. After Fang Shuhan finished reading all the content and mentally rehearsed it, he finally came to his senses. He glanced at the time. 10 minutes. Only 10 minutes have passed since the file was opened. But in his own mind, it felt as if several hours had passed. Without hesitation, he walked to the center of the living room and sat down cross-legged. The apartment was so small that he could touch the walls on both sides when he stretched out his arms. He closed his eyes. Every detail and operational logic of the basic breathing technique was crystal clear in his mind, like the lines on the palm of his hand. He took a slow breath. Sink your chi to your dantian. Introduce chi into the body. The formal process begins. Chapter 3 First Grade Warrior. When he activated the basic breathing method, his entire perception changed. The world around them was no longer cold walls and old furniture. In his mind, countless tiny specks of light floated in the air, like fireflies on a summer night, or like stardust in the deep sky. The primordial energy of heaven and earth. This is the primordial energy of heaven and earth. Feng Shuhan's heart skipped a beat. The book says that only geniuses with a talent level of 6th grade or above can see the existence of primordial energy during their first meditation. And he, a second-rank official, also achieved that. No, it's clearer than theirs. He could even distinguish that the activity level of each light point was slightly different. Is this the effect of enlightenment level 10? An idea arose in his mind. Come in. Before he finished speaking, the floating points of light around him seemed to be drawn by some invisible force, rushing toward his body. They followed his breath, through his mouth and nose, and into his limbs and bones. A warm current rose from the dantian and quickly spread throughout the body. It felt warm and cozy, like taking a hot bath in winter, making every pore open up. Introduce qi into the body. It's done. Feng Shuhan suddenly opened his eyes, still somewhat dazed. That's it? Is that all? Is the qi induction technique, which supposedly stumped countless students with low-grade aptitude and had a success rate of less than 1% within 7 days, really that simple? He glanced subconsciously at the time in the lower right corner of the old computer. Less than 10 seconds have passed since he sat down. Holy crap! Feng Shuhan's mind went blank for a moment, and he was instantly overwhelmed by immense joy. He understood. Comprehension level 10 brings not only superb understanding ability, but also almost instinctive execution ability. For others, reading basic breathing techniques is like reading a book written in a foreign language. They need to ponder it repeatedly and try and fail constantly. When he read basic breathing techniques, it was as if he had installed a fully automatic program on his body. As long as he wanted, his body could perfectly execute every step without the slightest deviation. This isn't just cheating, this is getting hold of the game server's source code. 7-day introductory course? That's the standard for ordinary people. For him, getting started was just the beginning. Feng Shuhan suppressed his excitement and recalled the contents of basic breathing method once again. Both breathing techniques and martial arts skills are divided into 4 levels. Beginner, minor success, major success, and perfection. Guiding qi into the body is only the entry point. Only when the vital energy inhaled into the body circulates completely throughout the body along specific meridian pathways can it be considered a minor achievement. It takes 7 consecutive cycles to achieve great success. After 49 consecutive cycles, it is considered complete. The more cycles of energy circulation there are, the better the body's tempering effect and the higher the efficiency of absorbing vital energy. Feng Shuhan's goal has never been merely to get started. He wanted to see where his limits were. He closed his eyes again, his mind sinking into his body. This time, he did not stop at simply absorbing vital energy, but began to guide the warm airflow to circulate along the meridian routes described in the basic breathing method. It was an extremely complex roadmap that covered the entire body. For ordinary people, just memorizing this route would take several days, let alone using the ethereal thought to guide the airflow. But in Feng Shuhan's perception, the route map was like a highway lit up with neon lights in the dark, with every fork in the road and every turning point clearly visible. His thoughts transformed into a sports car, carrying that vital energy, speeding recklessly along the highway. Unimpeded. There was absolutely no sense of sluggishness. 10 minutes later. That vital energy completed its first full cycle and returned to the dantian. First week complete. Basic breathing techniques, minor success. Feng Shuhan slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, which surprisingly left a faint white trail in the air. He glanced at the time again. 10 minutes. He remembered clearly that the materials issued by the school stated that even a top genius with a 9th grade aptitude would need at least 3 hours of continuous attempts to complete the first cycle of the cycle. He, a second-rank official, only took 10 minutes. This isn't just fast, this is outrageous. Feng Shuhan felt his blood boiling. What talent, what insurmountable barrier, are all bullshit in the face of God-like comprehension. Without pausing for a moment, he immersed himself in cultivation once again. The 2nd Sunday. The 3rd Sunday. The 10th week. His speed increased, and his control over his vital energy became more and more proficient. He could clearly feel that his body was undergoing tremendous changes. Countless points of vital energy were swallowed into his body, washing over his flesh, fascia, and skin again and again. All the cells in my body seemed to come alive, greedily devouring this foreign energy, and then dividing, reorganizing, and becoming stronger at an astonishing speed. The 20th cycle. The 30th cycle. The air outside his apartment was filled with a small vortex from his frantic absorption of vital energy, which swirled up a few fallen leaves on the ground. The 40th cycle. Fang Xiuhan did not feel tired at all, on the contrary, he became even more excited. Get stronger. This visible rate of improvement is more addictive than any narcotic. He could feel his body, like a dried-up sponge, frantically absorbing moisture, constantly filling up and becoming stronger. Again. The 41st cycle. The 45th cycle. The 48th cycle. When he exerted all his strength to guide the primordial energy within his body, which had grown to the size of a river, to complete the final cycle. Boom! A muffled, loud thud came from inside his body. It was as if some invisible shackles had been forcibly broken. Fang Xiuhan suddenly opened his eyes. In that instant, he felt that the whole world had changed. The vital energy within his body no longer needed his deliberate guidance. Instead, it circulated spontaneously and continuously along a perfect path, just like breathing, constantly tempering his physical body. His skin had a barely perceptible, jade-like sheen, full of resilience. He clenched his fist, his knuckles cracking loudly, and an unprecedented sense of power surged through his arm. This is not an illusion. This is real, tangible power. A first-grade warrior. Chapter 4: Fierce Bare Fist. I've become a martial artist? He muttered to himself, his voice carrying a hint of unreality. That's outrageous. This is absolutely outrageous. It's ridiculously absurd. Fang Xiuhan quickly calmed down and began to sort out the information in his mind. The path of martial arts has distinct realms. Introducing qi into the body only makes one a martial arts apprentice, not even reaching the threshold of a martial artist. Only by drawing vital energy into the body and circulating it according to the cultivation method, constantly tempering the skin and flesh, can one truly enter the realm of a martial artist, namely, a first-grade martial artist, once the strength of the skin and flesh reaches a certain standard. The martial realm is divided into 9 grades, primarily focusing on the cultivation of the skin and flesh. After the martial artist, the next realm is the martial master, who focuses on cultivating bones and internal organs. Above that is the great martial master realm, which focuses on cultivating qi and blood. As for the legendary sacred realm, that's beyond his current reach. He had just completed 49 cycles of the basic breathing technique in one go, directly achieving mastery of the technique. His internal energy spontaneously broke through the invisible shackles, and his physical body was tempered to the required standard, allowing him to become a first-grade martial artist in one step. If this gets out, the entire Kanglin base city will be in an uproar. After all, according to common sense, the lower one's aptitude, the slower one's body can accumulate vital energy to temper the flesh and skin after drawing in qi. Even with a second-grade aptitude, if one is lucky enough to enter the sect, it would take at least 1 or 2 months to break through from a martial apprentice to a first-grade martial artist. And for him, 3 hours. Comprehension is the true key to success. Fang Xiuhan felt a surge of excitement. What is aptitude? Aptitude determines the lower limit and upper limit of cultivation speed. But what about enlightenment? Enlightenment flipped the table and showed you what a bug outside the rules really is. He knew, of course, that there were rare and precious materials in this world that could improve one's aptitude, but he wasn't in a hurry at all. With the God-level comprehension evolution system, any shortcomings in aptitude can be overcome sooner or later. Now, all he wants is to become stronger, to become insanely stronger. The fatigue from cultivation surged up, and a layer of sticky black impurities was expelled from my body, emitting a sour and foul smell. He rushed into the cramped bathroom and took a long, refreshing cold shower. The cold water washing over his body did not make him feel cold. Instead, it invigorated him. He could feel that his body was like an activated engine, constantly running, absorbing the free energy in the air to strengthen itself. After taking a shower, he glanced at the time. It had only been a little over 3 hours since he returned from school. It was still early. The basic breathing method has been perfected, and the body's tempering has reached its limit today. Continuing to practice will not be very effective. His gaze fell on the old, second-hand computer. Besides the basic breathing technique, the chip also contained 3 basic martial arts techniques. He sat back down at his computer and opened the folder for martial arts techniques. The three documents are side by side. Fierce Bare Fist, Swift Wind Palm, Meteor Blade. Fang Xiuhan first clicked on Fierce Bare Fist. This is a style of boxing known for its powerful and unrestrained movements. When mastered, it can unleash twice the power of the user. If perfected, the punches can even produce a bear's roar sound, which has a mind-shaking effect. Its advantages are that it's simple, straightforward, and easy to learn. Next up is Swift Wind Palm. This palm technique emphasizes speed, is unpredictable, and swift as the wind. When cultivated to perfection, the palm force can even injure people from a distance and penetrate their bodies. Difficulty level is moderate. Finally, there's Meteor Blade. This sword technique is swift and powerful, combining the characteristics of the previous two martial arts, and is the most powerful of the three. It is said that this sword technique was simplified from an intermediate martial art, and is the most difficult to master. Fang Xiuhan tapped his fingertips lightly on the mouse. At this moment, most of the tens of thousands of freshmen in the school are probably still frowning and struggling to understand the basic breathing method. Those with 4th or 5th grade qualifications may have already begun to try to draw qi into their bodies. The fastest among the geniuses above the 6th rank is probably still working hard to complete their first cycle. And he has already begun to consider which martial art to learn. The difference between people can sometimes be greater than the difference between people and dogs. Without much hesitation, Fang Xiuhan made his decision. Let's start with the simplest one, Fierce Bare Fist. You have to eat one bite at a time, and walk one step at a time. Start with the simplest things to practice your skills. The apartment was too small, I couldn't really unleash my full potential. He thought for a moment, then got up and walked out of the room. The low-rent apartment building he lived in had 7 floors and no elevator. He lived on the 3rd floor, while the rooftop on the 7th floor was open to the public. Because it's on the top floor, it's hot in summer and cold in winter, so the rent is the cheapest, and therefore there are the fewest residents. Over time, the rooftop became a semi-abandoned public area, with a few old sandbags and barbells piled up in the corner, which were used by some poor martial arts apprentices for training. Fang Xiuhan climbed to the 7th floor and pushed open the rusty iron door. The evening breeze carried a hint of coolness. The rooftop was deserted. He walked to the center and stood still. With his eyes closed, the textual annotations of Fierce Bare Fist, the techniques for generating power, the footwork coordination, the dynamic demonstration videos, all the details were instantly disassembled, analyzed, and reassembled in his level 10 comprehension-enhancing brain. The principle behind every movement and the application of every bit of force are as clear as the lines on the palm of your hand. He opened his eyes and assumed the starting stance of the Fierce Bare Fist. On his first attempt, his movements were still quite clumsy, like a beginner imitating. 2 minutes later, he typed it a second time. This time, the movements were much smoother, and when the fist was thrown, it even created a whooshing sound. 5 minutes later, his speed increased and his punches became more and more powerful. Between swings of his fists, afterimages were created, dazzling the eyes. 10 minutes later, Fang Xiuhan's figure moved swiftly and agilely on the rooftop, his fists flying so fast that the trajectory was almost invisible, only a blurry shadow could be seen. He was completely immersed in a wonderful state, and every muscle and tendon in his body seemed to come alive, automatically combining and exerting force in the most efficient way. Suddenly, all his movements came to an abrupt halt. His whole body was like a fully drawn bow, his right fist pulled back to his waist, and all the power in his body was twisted into one in an instant. Drink! He took a sudden step forward and punched the sturdiest sandbag in the corner. Just as the fist was about to make contact with the sandbag. Buzz! A deep, muffled roar, like that of a bear, exploded from his fist. Bear roars tremolo. Bang! The sandbag, made of a mixture of special canvas and ferocious beast hide, was neither opened nor knocked away the moment it came into contact with his fist. Instead, it burst open like an overinflated balloon. The mixture of sand inside burst forth like a shower of flowers, scattering across the ground. Fang Xiuhan stared blankly at his fist, then at the tattered leather on the ground. Hallucination? He bent down and picked up a piece of rag. Its rough texture felt incredibly real. Holy crap! He couldn't help but swear. 10 minutes. Fierce Bare Fist, a perfect ending. An indescribable ecstasy, like a volcanic eruption, instantly overwhelmed all his reason. Ha 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 ha. He tilted his head back and burst into laughter, the sound echoing across the empty rooftop. The pent-up frustration of 3 years, the despair during the qualification test, the resentment when mocked by others, all the negative emotions were completely released and vanished at this moment with this hearty laughter. Screw second grade qualification. Screw this damn life. Lao Tzu is a cheater. He laughed for a long time before he gradually calmed down. He looked down at his hands, the explosive power still lingering. The fierce bare fist has reached its perfect form. He murmured softly, his voice filled with a burning anticipation. How far can one master the Gale palm technique? Chapter 5. Money is a bastard, you can always earn more if you lose it. The setting sun painted the sky orange-red, and its afterglow spilled onto the rooftop of the low-rent apartment building in Qingtung district. Fang Xiuhan was shirtless, his well-proportioned muscles reflecting a bronze sheen under the sweat. He waved his arms, his palms flashing, creating a series of rapid whooshing sounds. The air was sliced by his palm, making a sharp whoosh sound. The palm shadows surrounding him were layered and overlapping, making it difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. Gale palm. He has already grasped most of the essence of this martial art. Suddenly, he stopped, but his brows furrowed. It's still too slow. He muttered to himself. 3 full hours have passed since I started practicing. He had only just mastered the swift wind palm technique. If word got out about this speed, it would be enough to make those so-called prodigies of Kanglan Martial Arts Middle School so ashamed they'd want to crawl into the ground. For ordinary students, even those with a mid to high rank aptitude, mastering a basic martial art requires at least 3 to 5 months of hard work. But Fang Xiuhan was not satisfied. Very dissatisfied. Compared to his previous achievement of mastering the fierce bare fist in 10 minutes, it took him 3 hours to achieve mastery, which is incredibly slow. He knew that this wasn't because his comprehension had declined. However, the difficulty of swift wind palm is indeed much higher than that of fierce bare fist. Gurgle. The protesting sounds coming from his stomach pulled him back to reality. He then realized that he was already starving. He walked down from the rooftop and back to the small apartment. I rummaged through the cabinet and pulled out 2 packets of nutritional paste, squeezed them into my mouth, and swallowed them whole with cold water. It doesn't taste very good, but it's the fastest way to replenish energy. He sat on the edge of the bed, feeling the warmth in his stomach as he sorted out the current situation. Fierce bare fist is the simplest of the beginner martial arts, which is why his level 10 comprehension was able to reach perfection in just 10 minutes. Swift palm is a bit difficult, and it's not so easy to get a perfect score. As for the meteor blade, which is said to be a simplified version of intermediate martial arts, its difficulty is only higher. With my current level of understanding, it's probably a bit risky to expect to achieve the same ease and perfection as before. We still need to work on the evolution points. He opened the system panel. Host, Fang Xiuhan. Comprehension, LV10. Evolution points, 0. It was so clean it was heartbreaking. To gain evolution points, you must kill living beings. But he's just a newly entered first-grade martial artist, and he doesn't even dare to leave the base city. Where can he go to kill living beings? Should we go to the market to have a chicken slaughtered? Stop joking around. Putting aside whether it's even useful, the chances of being arrested as a lunatic are much higher. Go out into the wild to hunt ferocious beasts? That was simply delivering food. In the wild, a first-rank martial artist is like a walking protein source, a delicious appetizer for ferocious beasts. Looks like I'll have to play it safe for now. You have to eat 1 bite at a time, and walk 1 step at a time. Before you have enough strength, recklessness means certain death. He decided to first master all 3 basic martial arts techniques he had on hand. Especially meteor blade. Swordsmanship is essential, you can't do it without a sword. He pulled out his old cell phone, which he had used for 3 years and had several cracks on the screen. I skillfully logged into an app called Martial Arts Mall. This is the official online store of the human race, offering everything from cultivation techniques and secret manuals to elixirs and weapons, as long as you have money. Fang Xiuhan directly typed alloy battle knife into the search bar. A row of products appeared, and the prices on the back made his eyelids twitch. F-grade alloy battle sword, price, 50,000 dragon coins. D-grade alloy battle sword, price, 80,000 dragon coins. Grade C alloy battle blade, price, 100,000 dragon coins. He swiped a few times, silently exited the page, and opened his bank account. Balance, 28650. This was all his savings from the past 3 years of frugal living, plus the little bit of money left by the original owner of the body before he transmigrated. I can't even afford the worst F-grade battle sword. This world truly offers no way out for the poor. Undeterred, he returned to the online store and changed the filter from newest to prices from low to high. Page refreshed. Finally, some products that he could afford appeared. New Recruit Standard Combat Knife, price, 8,000 Dragon Coins. E-Grade Alloy Battle Blade, price, 13,000 Dragon Coins. E-Plus Grade Tempered Battle Blade, price, 19,800 Dragon Coins. Fong Xiuhan's gaze shifted back and forth between the New Recruit Standard Combat Knife and the E-Grade Alloy Combat Knife. Standard combat knives are cheap, but they are made of ordinary high-carbon steel, which has limited strength. They are fine for chopping down a wooden stake, but if they encounter a tough-skinned beast, they will probably be dulled with just one strike. Although it's the lowest grade alloy, the E-grade alloy sword still contains some rare metals, making its strength and toughness far superior to high-carbon steel. It's 5,000 more expensive. He hesitated for less than 3 seconds. With a determined effort, he placed an order for the 13,000 yuan E-grade alloy battle knife. Money is worthless, you can always earn more if you lose it. The equipment must be in place from the very beginning. A payment success notification popped up, and my account balance instantly shrank by more than half. He felt a pang of pain in his heart, but it was quickly replaced by a strange sense of anticipation. The mall claims to deliver within 24 hours to the base city, and he should be able to get his first weapon in 2 or 3 days at most. For the next 3 days, Fong Xiuhan completely entered a period of arduous self-cultivation. He devised a detailed training plan for himself, down to the minute. Every morning, without fail, I first circulate the basic breathing method for 49 times to keep my body in the best state of being full of vital energy. Then, perform the completed fierce bare fist 3 times. The art of boxing is something that will become rusty if you don't practice for a day. Even if you've perfected it, you still need to constantly reinforce it and make it an instinct of your body. He devoted all the remaining time to practicing the swift wind palm. Once, twice, 100 times, 1,000 times. On the rooftop, his figure never stopped. Sweat soaked the ground, then dried in the wind, leaving faint marks. With his level 10 comprehension, he no longer mechanically repeated the moves. With each strike, he made subtle adjustments. Adjust the angle of your wrist, adjust the muscle coordination when exerting force, and adjust the coordination of your breathing in movements. He was searching for a feeling. It's the feeling of concentrating palm force into a single point, penetrating the surface of an object, and then exploding from within. That's the mark of the perfect completion of the gale palm technique. The palm force penetrates the entire body. On the evening of the 3rd day, Fong Xiuhan stood in front of the dilapidated wooden dummy in the corner of the rooftop. The wooden dummy was older than him, and it was covered with dense, hard marks from being struck. He took a deep breath, and his entire demeanor suddenly changed. There are no fancy starting moves, it's just a simple raising of the hand and pushing forward. A palm strike was gently placed on the chest of the wooden dummy. Smack! A soft sound. The wooden dummy only wobbled slightly, without leaving a single mark on its surface. Fong Xiuhan withdrew his hand and stood quietly. 1 second. 2 seconds. Click! An ominous cracking sound came from inside the wooden dummy. Immediately afterwards, as if by a chain reaction, a series of cracking sounds erupted from inside the wooden dummy. Bang! The wooden dummy that had accompanied countless poor apprentices in this building suddenly exploded from the inside without being subjected to any significant external force, shattering into a pile of rotten wood. It's done. Fong Xiuhan exhaled a breath of stale air, a look of joy appearing on his face. Swift wind palm, a perfect ending. Just then, his old cell phone vibrated in his pocket. It's a text message. Kanglin Express, dear Mr. Fong, your package has been delivered. Please use the pickup code to collect it from the parcel locker at the apartment entrance. The knife has arrived. Fong Xiuhan's heart skipped a beat, and he rushed downstairs in 3 quick steps. He entered the pickup code at the smart parcel locker at the entrance of the apartment building. A long, black box popped out. He grabbed the box and ran quickly back to his small apartment, locking the door behind him. He couldn't wait to tear open the packaging. A long, sheathed sword lay quietly in the foam slot inside the box. The scabbard is made of plain black hard plastic, without any decoration. He gripped the hilt and slowly drew the knife. Bass. The blade rubbed against the scabbard, producing a clear, melodious dragon's roar. A cold light illuminated his slightly excited face. This is the design of a Tang Dynasty sword, with a wide blade and a thick back, exuding a sense of power. The handle is wrapped with a non-slip black cord, providing a delicate yet solid grip. He tried waving it. The blade sliced through the air, producing a dull whistling sound. Its weight was just right. Good knife. He sheathed the knife with satisfaction. Then, he picked up his sword, turned around, and headed back towards the stairs leading to the rooftop. Meteor blade, here I come. Chapter 6: The Wasteland of Fallen Wind. The morning glow cast a golden hue over the old buildings in Qingtung district. On the rooftop, Fang Shohan stood motionless, like a statue. As the last rays of dawn were about to fade, he moved. He reached his right hand behind his back and gently pushed it aside. Base. The E-grade alloy battle knife sprang from its sheath and landed in his palm. The next second, a flash of light appeared. A chilling light swirled across the rooftop, weaving into a net that enveloped him entirely. The wind howled, stirring up dust from the ground. A moment later, Fang Shohan suddenly stopped and his wrist jerked in mid-air. The E-grade alloy battle blade seemed to come alive, slashing down from the sky at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. In an instant, 6 clear blade shadows appeared in the air. The 6 sword shadows merged into one, striking the weathered wooden dummy with pinpoint accuracy. There was no loud noise, only a slight hissing sound. Fang Shohan sheathed his sword in one fluid motion. He raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead and looked at the wooden dummy. A straight, thin line extends from the top of the wooden dummy's head to its base. A gentle breeze was blowing. The wooden dummy split in two in the middle, sliding down silently, the cut as smooth as a mirror. It's still not quite there. He muttered to himself, a hint of regret in his voice. After 2 days of relentless practice, he only managed to master the meteor blade technique. 6 swift slashes. There is still a considerable gap between this and the perfect 9 cuts returned to 1. For now, this is the limit. He leaned his sword against the wall and sat down cross-legged. The basic breathing technique operates on its own. He tried to guide the vital energy within his body to challenge the unknown realm beyond the 49th cycle. 1 hour. 2 hours. 3 hours later, Fang Shohan opened his eyes and exhaled a sigh of relief. It failed. That invisible barrier was stronger than anyone could imagine. No matter how he attacked it, it remained completely unmoved. Your comprehension is still not good enough. He was not discouraged. Instead, he calmly accepted the result. His progress in those 5 days was nothing short of miraculous. The fierce bare fist was perfected, the gale palm was perfected, and the meteor blade was perfected. Driven by the repeated completion of the cultivation technique, the vital energy within the body broke through 4 shackles in succession. First rank, second rank, third rank, fourth rank. In just 5 days, he went from a novice martial artist to a 4th-rank martial artist. If word got out about this speed, it would probably make those so-called 6th-rank prodigies question their existence. What would have taken them months to walk, he covered in 5 days. It was all thanks to his level 10 comprehension that he deeply explored and perfectly executed the basic breathing technique. But now, his breathing techniques, strength, and martial arts skills have all reached a bottleneck. Continuing to work in isolation in the apartment is pointless. It's time to go out and see some blood. Fang Shohan stood up and dusted himself off. He slung his E-grade alloy battle knife back over his shoulder, changed into a durable black casual outfit, and walked out of the cramped, low-rent apartment. Target, North Gate of Kanglin Base City, Luofeng Wasteland. That was the least dangerous wilderness area around the base city, where the level and density of ferocious beasts were relatively controllable. He knew very well that although he was a 4th-rank martial artist, he had 0 combat experience. In the dangerous wilderness, any carelessness could cost him his life. Stability is the key to success. The desolate wilderness, swept by the wind. The withered yellow grass grew taller than a person, and when the wind blew, it made a rustling sound. Fang Shohan stepped on a dry blade of grass and snapped it. The soft click sound carried far across the silent wasteland. The next moment, a yellow shadow darted out of the grass to his left, opened its mouth full of fangs, and bit at his calf. A Tier 1 ferocious beast, the wasteland lizard. Less than a meter long, with skin that blends into its environment, it is one of the lowest-level predators in the wilderness, adept at ambushes and surprise attacks. Fang Shohan did not dodge. With a thought, his right fist was already thrown out. The fierce bare fist at its perfect level. Buzz! A deep, muffled roar, like that of a bear, exploded from his fist. The lizard froze abruptly, a hint of confusion flashing in its ferocious compound eyes. Then, Fong Shohan's fist arrived. Bang! There were no screams, no struggles. The wasteland lizard's body exploded into a cloud of blood mist on the spot, like a watermelon struck by a heavy hammer. Evolution points +3. The notification sound in his mind startled Fong Shohan slightly. He looked down at his fist, then at the mangled blood and flesh on the ground. That's it. He felt that his strength was much greater than described in the data. A fully fledged fierce bear fist can unleash twice its own power. His basic strength as a 4th rank martial artist is about 4,000 Jin, so doubling it would be 8,000 Jin. That punching power is almost on par with an 8th rank martial artist. Before he could think further, there was another rustling sound from the surrounding bushes. Several more desert lizards, attracted by the smell of blood, pounced from different directions. Fong Shohan didn't even bother using his full power punch this time. He casually threw a few punches, using the power of a minor mastery level cultivator. Bang! 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 After a few muffled thuds, the wasteland lizards followed in their companions' footsteps, turning into a shower of minced meat. Evolution points +3. Evolution points +4. Evolution point +1. Too weak. Fong Shohan shook his head. A ferocious beast of this level doesn't even qualify him to warm up. He didn't linger there with a degree of vigilance, he began to walk deeper into the wasteland. Before he knew it, he had ventured dozens of miles into the wilderness. At the same time, deep in the wilderness, 3 disheveled figures were fleeing for their lives. Damn it, run! That beast holds a grudge, he'll definitely catch up. A young man with red hair ran while looking back in fear. Shut up, Wu Lai! Save your energy, roared the bald, burly man running at the front. Third brother, we've lost big this time. To kill that tier 1, rank 7 ironback wolf, we bought intelligence, equipment, and even spent a fortune on bone-corroding powder, but that beast actually broke through to rank 8 right before the battle. Another green-haired youth cried. Bald Zhang Kuan's face was so gloomy it could drip water. He knew all too well that they had suffered a huge loss. This operation had almost wiped out the entire savings of the 3 brothers. Just then, Wu Lai, the red-haired man, suddenly stopped and pointed ahead. Third brother, look, there's someone over there. Zhang Kuan and Zhou Tao with green hair looked in the direction he pointed. Not far away, by the grass, a boy dressed in black casual clothes stood with his back to them, seemingly observing something. The long, rectangular scabbard on his back was particularly eye-catching. Alone? Coming to the Fallen Wind Wasteland, still a novice? Zhang Kuan narrowed his eyes. He carefully sensed the energy fluctuations emanating from the other party and determined that they were roughly at the level of a 4th-grade martial artist. How dare a 4th-rank martial artist venture alone into the wilderness? A sinister smile appeared on Zhang Kuan's face. It's like someone just brings you a pillow when you're feeling sleepy. They've just lost so much money they're practically broke, and now a fat sheep has delivered itself to their doorstep. Wu Lai, Zhou Tao, go! Zhang Kuan gave a low shout. Stop him. Don't let him get away. Chapter 7. Is this even human? The sound of the grass being trampled was particularly jarring in this desolate wasteland. Red-haired Wu Lai and green-haired Zhou Tao, positioned on the left and right respectively, formed a pincer movement, blocking all of Fong Shohan's escape routes. Zhang Kuan, the bald man running at the front, drew a standard combat knife with his backhand, pointed the tip of the knife diagonally at the ground, and approached step by step. Hey kid, new here? Zhang Kuan's voice was hoarse, like 2 pieces of sandpaper rubbing together. Hand over all your valuables. Especially that knife on his back, it looks pretty good. He grinned, revealing a set of teeth stained yellow from tobacco. Red-haired Wu Lai seemed a little impatient and urged, Third brother, stop wasting time talking to him, grab the stuff and run for your life. He stopped abruptly halfway through his sentence. Zhang Kuan's face darkened. Zhou Tao muttered under her breath, idiot. Escape? Fong Shohan caught the word. He sized up the 3 people in front of him. The fluctuations in their vital energy were clearly discernible. They were all 6th-rank martial artists. The 3 6th-rank martial artists, on the outskirts of this beginner area, looked like desperate outlaws. That's interesting. Fong Shohan was not nervous at all. On the contrary, the vital energy in his body, which was like a river, began to surge faster. The fierceness of the fierce bear fist, the swiftness of the gale palm, and the domineering power of the meteor blade. The essence of the 3 martial arts techniques flowed through his mind. He was eager to know just how strong he had become. Just then, a whoa! A wolf howl, filled with violence and resentment, came from the depths of the wasteland, with extremely strong penetrating power. Damn it! That beast is catching up. Zheng Kuan no longer cared about the fat sheep or the battle knife, and turned around to shout, "Run!" Wu Lai and Zhou Tao dared not linger any longer and ran off in another direction as fast as they could, wishing their parents had 2 more legs. The trio, who had just been fierce and menacing, instantly became like stray dogs, disappearing into the waist-high grass. Fang Shouhan stood there, somewhat stunned. He looked in the direction from which the wolf howls came. Several kilometers away, a gray shadow was approaching at an alarming speed. It was a giant wolf over 2 meters long, covered in stiff gray fur, with a high bulge on its back. Its limbs are agile, and each leap can cover a distance of more than 10 meters. Its fierce aura can be felt from a great distance. 8th rank iron-backed ferocious wolf. Information about this ferocious beast popped into Fang Shouhan's mind. A top-tier first-tier ferocious beast, with thick hide and a particularly iron back, making it difficult to be harmed by ordinary swords and blades. This was the strongest opponent he had encountered since entering the Fallen Wind Wasteland. An irrepressible excitement rose from the bottom of his heart. Isn't this much more interesting than killing those first and second grade wasteland lizards? Instead of retreating, he advanced, his legs exerting a little force, and he charged towards the iron-backed wolf like an arrow released from a bow. The iron-backed wolf also spotted him. Seeing that the human not only didn't run away but instead charged towards it, it assumed that he was an accomplice of the 3 despicable creatures from before. He became extremely ferocious. With a powerful kick of its hind legs, its massive body leaped high into the air, its gaping maw opening wide as it pounced on Fang Shouhan with a stench. Fang Shouhan neither dodged nor avoided. His internal energy circulated at an unprecedented speed, and all the power in his body was twisted into one, converging on his right fist. The fierce bare fist at its perfect level has been pushed to its limit. Buzz! A deep, muffled roar, like that of a bear, exploded from his fist. Bear roars tremolo. He threw a punch, which landed squarely on the sharp claws of the iron-back wolf. Wu Lai, who was running ahead, subconsciously looked back. Then, he witnessed a scene he would never forget. The boy they had mistaken for a lamb actually punched the ferocious iron-backed wolf, sending it flying backward. Holy crap! Wu Lai's legs gave way, he tripped over a grass root and fell face first into the dirt. What are you yelling about? Zheng Kuan cursed angrily and turned around as well. His and Zhou Tao's movements froze in the next second. They saw that the 8th rank iron-backed ferocious wolf, which had caused the 3 brothers to suffer heavy losses and even been chased for more than 10 miles, was now letting out a painful howl as it lost its balance in mid-air. That boy was merely a 4th rank martial artist. A 4th rank martial artist repelled an 8th rank ferocious beast with a single punch? Is this even reasonable? He's really a 4th rank official? Zhou Tao's voice trembled. Zheng Kuan didn't answer, but stared intently at the distant battlefield, his expression incredibly complex. The iron-back wolf was blasted back by a punch, and rolled several times after landing before regaining its balance. It looked at Fang Shouhan, its scarlet beastly eyes filled with surprise and savagery. It couldn't understand why this seemingly weak human could unleash such terrifying power. Ah! The dignity of a ferocious beast cannot be challenged. It roared and pounced again. Fang Shouhan did not fight head-on this time. He used some kind of mysterious footwork, his figure elusive, dodging the bites and claws of the iron-backed wolves time and time again. The fists and wolf claws collided repeatedly, producing muffled bang-bang-bang sounds. A man and a wolf engaged in a fierce battle on the wasteland. Fang Shouhan became more and more excited as the game progressed. He could feel that his control over power was improving at an astonishing rate in actual combat. Each punch was more precise and more efficient than the last. That's about it. After dodging the wolf's claws once again, Fang Shouhan's figure suddenly changed. The fist transformed into a palm. He slid along the ground, instantly closing in on the side of the iron-back wolf. A flurry of palm shadows appeared before him. Swift wind palm, a perfect ending. In the next instant, all the palm shadows merged into one. He gently placed his palm on the iron-back wolf's back, which was said to be invulnerable to blades and spears. Smack! A soft sound. The iron-back wolf's movements suddenly froze. It let out an extremely shrill scream, and its massive body, as if struck by an invisible hammer, crashed heavily to the ground from mid-air. It twitched a few times, then fell silent. Evolution points plus 35. A system notification sounded in my mind. Jung Koan stood at a distance, his body trembling uncontrollably. He himself had also practiced the fierce bare fist, although he had only reached a minor level of mastery, but he knew it better than anyone else. What did that bare roar just now mean? That's a sign of mastering the art of boxing. And now, what does he see? The palm strike penetrated the entire body. That's the sign that the swift wind palm technique has reached its perfect state. He has mastered both basic martial arts techniques to perfection. Is this something a human being could do? Brother, is this still human? Wu Lai asked, trembling, as he got up from the ground. When did such a monster appear in Kanglan Bay City? Zhou Tao's voice was trembling with tears. Chapter 8 Body Tempering Pill. Jung Koan's Adam's apple bobbed, and he uttered a few words. He's probably not from our Kanglan City. Or, he is a direct descendant of a top martial arts family who came out to train. Or they are exceptional talents who came from other, more advanced base cities. Neither of them are people that these free-spirited martial artists, who live on the edge of death, can afford to offend. Jung Koan suddenly realized a fatal problem. They seem to have been trying to rob this gentleman. A chill ran from his tailbone straight up to the top of his head. Go! Go quickly! Jung Koan let out a low growl and turned to run. The opponent's strength far exceeded their expectations. If they didn't run now, and the opponent reacted, all three brothers would be doomed here today. Wu Lai and Zhou Tao also realized what was happening and scrambled to catch up. However, they had only run a few steps. A figure appeared in front of them like a ghost, blocking their way. Fang Shohan stood with his hands behind his back, tilted his head, and spoke in a flat tone. Did I tell you to leave? Red-haired Wu Lai, though blustering, shouted, Kid, don't be so arrogant. Our third brother is a 6th-rank martial artist. If you know what's good for you, get lost, or you'll regret it. Smack. A crisp slap. Zhen Kun slapped Wu Lai across the face with such force that he spun halfway around on the spot. Shut your stinking mouth. Zhang Kun turned around and forced a smile that looked more like a grimace at Fang Shohan. Young hero, it's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. It was my brother who was blind and didn't recognize your greatness, and offended you. As he spoke, he quickly unfastened his standard issue sword from his waist, held it with both hands, and respectfully placed it on the ground. Then, he took out a black card from his pocket and placed it next to the knife. This is all my possessions, an anonymous bank card with no pin. I apologize for this and beg you, young hero, to spare our lives. Wu Lai and Zhou Tao were both stunned. But seeing Zhang Kuan's murderous expression, the two of them shuddered and hurriedly followed suit, taking out all their valuables and piling them on the ground. A few crumpled banknotes, 2 equally anonymous bank cards, and some odds and ends. In an instant, the ground was covered with their sincerity. Fang Shohan remained silent. He sized up the 3 people, then looked at the things on the ground. The show of weakness by desperate criminals is often a more deadly trap. He knew exactly what was going on. However, he still bent down and reached for the standard combat knife. The moment he bent down, his back was completely exposed to Zheng Kuan and the other 2. Chance! Zheng Kuan's breathing suddenly quickened, and the fawning expression on his face was instantly replaced by a ferocious look. Now! His right hand flashed out to the outside of his calf, where a poisoned military dagger was strapped. A backstab delivered with full force by a 6th-rank martial artist at such close range would be fatal even to a 7th-rank martial artist. He refused to believe that this 4th-rank kid could stop him. Kill him, and that great alloy battle sword, along with all his secrets, will be yours. Wu Lai and Zhou Tao also revealed ferocious expressions at the same time, and the vital energy in their bodies surged wildly. If someone's offering themselves up, why not take them? Zheng Kuan's mouth was stretched from ear to ear. His fingertips touched the cold hilt of the dagger. However, at the very moment he exerted his strength. Bass! A clear and melodious dragon roar suddenly rang out. The sound was so fast it seemed like an illusion. A blade of light, too fast to be seen with the naked eye, shot up from Fang Shohan's back and fell like a meteor. Time seemed to slow down infinitely at that moment. Zheng Kuan felt a chill on his neck. He was still charging forward, the savage grin on his face still lingering. He lowered his head. He saw a straight line of blood running down his body, from his right shoulder to his left ribcage. Then, his upper body began to slowly slide down. Excruciating pain and darkness engulfed him simultaneously. His final thought was that the kid's fist and palm techniques were just a facade. His strongest weapon is his sword. Thump. Zheng Kuan's body was broken in two and fell to the ground. Blood and entrails were spilled all over the ground. Wu Lai and Zhou Tao froze completely. The fierce look on their faces solidified into extreme fear. 1 second, third brother was alive, and while the next, he was a pile of rotten flesh. What happened? They didn't even see how the other person drew their knife. Fang Xiuhan slowly straightened up. A drop of blood slid down the blade of the alloy battle sword and dripped into the dust. He didn't give the two men any time to react. With a flick of the wrist, two more piercing flashes of light disappeared in the air. Put! Put! A single flower of blood bloomed on the necks of both Wu Lai and Zhou Tao. The two men clutched their throats, making hissing sounds as they breathed heavily, their faces filled with disbelief, before collapsing to the ground. Slayed Wu Lai, a 6th-rank martial artist, and gained 57 evolution points. Slayed Zhou Tao, a 6th-rank martial artist, plus 61 evolution points. Slayed Zheng Kuan, a 6th-rank martial artist, plus 55 evolution points. System notifications rang in my mind one after another. The wasteland returned to deathly silence. Only the strong smell of blood remained, permeating the air. Fang Xiuhan looked at the mess on the floor and felt a wave of nausea wash over him. This was his first murder. It feels completely different from killing ferocious beasts. But he forcefully suppressed the discomfort. He knew very well that if he had hesitated even slightly just now, he would be the one lying on the ground now. This world does not tolerate soft-heartedness. To survive, you have to be more ruthless than others. He exhaled a breath of stale air and adjusted his mindset. Killing a Tier 1, Rank 8 Ironback Ferocious Wolf gave 110 points, and these three Rank 6 martial artists together gave 173 points. Indeed, killing people is more profitable than killing beasts. He forced himself to endure the nausea and began to search the bodies of Zheng Kuan and the other two. In addition to the 3 anonymous bank cards they voluntarily handed over, he also found 2 more in Zheng Kuan's inner pocket. There are 5 cards in total, but I don't know how much money is on them. Just as he was about to stop, his fingertips touched a small, cold, hard bottle. He took it out of Zheng Kuan's arms and saw that it was a smooth, white jade medicine bottle. Remove the bottle cork. An intensely rich medicinal aroma wafted towards us. He poured it out and saw 3 pills, each the size of a longan and entirely red, lying quietly in his palm. The surface of the pill also has strange, flowing patterns. This is a body-tempering pill? Fang Xiuhan's heart skipped a beat. He had seen pictures and descriptions of this thing in the martial arts mall. These pills, specially crafted for martial artists, can greatly enhance cultivation speed, cleanse the marrow and remove impurities from the body. Each one is worth over 50,000 dragon dollars, and they are always in short supply, with prices but no market. These 3 poor bastards actually have such a treasure hidden away? A surge of ecstasy welled up inside me. He originally thought that if he could reach the peak of the 4th rank by relying on his comprehension before the entrance examination, that would be the best he could do. But now, with these 3 body-tempering pills, 5th rank martial artist. He was absolutely confident that he could reach the 5th rank within 7 days. When the time comes, the entrance exam for Kanglan Martial Arts Middle School will definitely surprise everyone. Chapter 9 Warriors Guild. Kanglan Base City, Martial Arts Guild. This is the liveliest place in the entire base city, and the heart of all martial artists. Fang Xiuhan dragged the corpse of the Ironback Wolf to the guild entrance. His black casual clothes were already soaked in blood and smelled strongly of blood. The contrast between the human and the wolf, one large and one small, is bizarre. The guild hall was bustling with noise. When Fang Xiuhan dragged the enormous wolf carcass into the hall, the noisy hall fell silent for a moment. Everyone stopped what they were doing and turned to look at him. Holy crap, this is an Ironback Wolf? Judging by his build, he must be at least a 7th rank or higher. Who is this young man? How did he take him down all by himself? Discussions arose, some with amazement, some with doubt, and most with scrutiny. Fang Xiuhan ignored these voices and walked straight to the front desk. A young woman with heavy makeup sat behind the counter, head down, manicuring her nails without looking up. Selling materials for ferocious beasts, queue up. Her voice was cold and devoid of any emotion, as if she were swatting away a fly. Fang Xiuhan frowned. He glanced at the long queue next to him, which had at least 20 or 30 people in it. Just as he was about to walk to the end of the line, a burly man with a scarred face at the front of the line turned around and spat disdainfully. Kid, do you know the rules? Don't think you can cut in line just because you brought a big guy. That's right, here you have to follow the rules. Even if you bring a thorny tiger, you still have to line up obediently. Immediately, someone nearby echoed this, their tone full of mockery. In their eyes, the boy was just lucky he had stumbled upon the corpse of a high-level ferocious beast and wanted to exchange it for money. Fong Shohan stopped moving. He's not someone who likes to cause trouble, but that doesn't mean he doesn't have a temper. Just as the atmosphere in the hall became somewhat tense, a gentle voice came from the side. Young man, may I ask if you personally hunted and killed this iron-backed wolf? Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. A middle-aged man wearing a gray long gown and gold-rimmed glasses was walking slowly towards them. He didn't have the fierce aura of an ordinary martial artist. Instead, he resembled a well-read scholar. Manager Lan. Hello, Supervisor Lan. The martial artists who had just been making a fuss changed their expressions upon seeing the newcomer and greeted him respectfully. The woman at the front desk who was getting her nails done suddenly looked up, a fawning smile plastered on her face. The visitor was Lan Feng, one of the 3 leaders of the martial arts guild. Lan Feng ignored the others and walked up to Fong Shohan, gently repeating the question. Fong Shohan nodded. Lan Feng pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and carefully examined the corpse of the iron-backed wolf. Come with me, I'll handle your order. After saying that, he turned and walked toward a special passage on the side of the hall. The guy who had been the loudest in the commotion earlier sneaked out of the crowd and slipped away. What if this young man is some powerful scion from a prestigious family who's not to be trifled with? He'd have nowhere to turn and complain. Without much thought, Fong Shohan dragged the wolf carcass and followed Lan Feng's footsteps. After entering a clean and tidy room, Lan Feng called over a professional appraiser. After examining the samples, the appraiser reported the results. Manager Lan, this ironback ferocious wolf's fur is over 95% intact, and its claws and fangs are undamaged. According to market prices, it is worth 80,000 dragon coins. However, the appraiser paused for a moment. This beast must have forcibly broken through to the 8th rank before it died, so I suggest adding another 20,000 to the original price. Lan Feng nodded and looked at Fong Shohan. 10,000 dragon coins, what do you think, young brother? Fong Shohan had no objection. The price was higher than he had expected. Can. Lan Feng smiled and gestured to the staff to process the transfer. It seems that you are not wearing a martial arts badge yet, young man? Haven't you had time to take the assessment and certification yet? Fong Shohan did not. According to the procedure, he needs to go to a specialized certification body and pass a series of tests on strength, speed, and energy levels in order to obtain the badge of the corresponding grade. No need for that. Lan Feng took a brand new badge from the drawer and handed it over. I'll register you directly. As a 4th-rank martial artist, you'll receive a monthly subsidy of 10,000 dragon dollars from the guild. The badge is made of bronze and has 4 stars engraved on it. Fong Shohan initially wanted to refuse, but then he thought that it would save him a lot of time, so he accepted it. Thank you. The transaction was completed, and Fong Shohan turned and left. After he left, the staff member asked, puzzled, Manager, he's just a 4th-rank martial artist, why did you? Lan Feng walked to the corpse of the ironback wolf and pointed to its intact back. Look here. This wolf has no visible fatal wounds, but its internal organs, including its strongest spine, have been shattered into dust. This effect can only be achieved when the force penetrates the body and explodes within the body. The staff gasped. This is a perfected version of the Gale Palm? Not bad. Lan Feng's tone was full of admiration. A 4th-rank martial artist can not only hunt down an 8th-rank ferocious wolf on his own, but also master a basic martial skill to perfection. When did such a little monster appear in our Kanglan city? Even after leaving the martial arts guild, Fong Shohan could still feel the intense gazes directed at him from behind. He weighed the warm martial arts badge in his pocket. Lan Feng's kindness came somewhat suddenly, but Fong Shohan understood it perfectly. The opponent saw through his strength, or rather, saw through the level of his martial arts skills. This is investing in advance. He is not averse to this kind of investment. The path of martial arts is too difficult to traverse alone. Having a reliable source of assistance would certainly be a good thing. The premise is that the other party has no other intentions. It's always best to remain vigilant until you understand Lan Feng's background. Back to that familiar low-rent apartment in the Qingtung district. Fong Shohan locked the door from the inside. He spread out all his spoils for the day on that old wooden table. 5 anonymous black bank cards. He checked the terminals of Zheng Coin and the other two, and the total amount was exactly 120,000 dragon dollars. In addition, there was 100,000 from selling the Ironback Ferocious Wolf. There's also the 4th grade martial artist badge, which comes with a subsidy of 10,000 yuan that you can receive this month. In total, 230,000 dragon dollars. A sum of money that could drive any teenager in a poor neighborhood crazy. But Fang Xiuhan's attention quickly shifted from the money to the white jade medicine bottle. 3 body tempering pills. This is the real good stuff. The market price is 50,000 per piece, but there are no buyers. The value of these 3 pills was greater than all the money on his table combined. The total profit from this trip to the Fallen Wind Wasteland exceeded 500,000. As expected, murder and arson bring wealth and honor. Fang Xiuhan sighed softly. Being a martial artist is truly the fastest way to get rich in this world. However, for him, the biggest gain was that glaring number on the system panel. Evolution points, 5770. System, enhance your comprehension. Without hesitation, he gave the instruction in his mind. Consumed 500 evolution points, comprehension increased to level 11. Consumed 600 evolution points, comprehension increased to level 12. Consumed 700 evolution points, comprehension increased to level 13. A series of notification sounds rang in his mind. Evolution points are consumed like water. Finally, when the numbers on the panel were cleared to 0, his comprehension level was fixed at LV17. An indescribable feeling of coolness spread from the depths of his mind, instantly reaching every part of his body. The whole world seemed to have changed in his perception. But he couldn't quite put his finger on what was different. There was no complete transformation, nor was there any dazzling radiance. My mind is much clearer now. Fang Xiuhan took a hot shower, changed into clean clothes, and then wolfed down all the food in the refrigerator. Nothing was said that night. The next morning, before dawn, Fang Xiuhan went to the rooftop of the apartment again. Chapter 10 5th Rank Martial Artist. Fang Xiuhan sat cross-legged, his palms facing upwards. The basic breathing technique operates on its own. After his comprehension level increased to LV17, the whole world changed in his perception. If his previous guidance of vital energy was like trying to pull a wild bull with a rough hemp rope, then now, it's as if he has countless finely crafted nerve tentacles, capable of precisely probing every corner of the river of primordial energy. Every flow of vital energy, every subtle change in the circulation of qi, is under his control. The speed at which vital energy circulates is more than 3 times faster than before. In just 1 hour, the 49th cycle has ended, bringing it to a complete conclusion. This is already the limit recorded in basic breathing techniques. Ordinary martial artists would stop once they reach this level and instead focus on consolidating their realm and refining their qi and blood. But Fang Xiuhan did not stop. His will coalesced into a sharp spike, driving the surging energy within him to crash fiercely against that invisible barrier. The 50th week. Boom! A muffled sound echoed in my mind. That sturdy barrier shattered instantly. It's done. A suction force far exceeding that before erupted from his body. The free-floating energy in the surrounding space seemed to have found an outlet, and it surged wildly into his body. But here's the problem. The vitality of the Qingtang slum was already thin, and it simply couldn't keep up with his current whale-like speed of consumption. Every cell in the body is emitting a desperate cry of hunger. Depleted of vitality. If this continues, his martial arts foundation will be damaged, and it may even affect his future potential. What's even more deadly is that after breaking through the limits, the basic breathing method has entered a mysterious automatic operating state that simply cannot be stopped. In the critical moment, Fang Xiuhan remembered the 3 body tempering pills. He suddenly opened his eyes, and without the slightest hesitation, took out the white jade medicine bottle from his pocket and poured all 3 crimson pills into his mouth. Going all in is a form of wisdom. The elixir melts instantly upon entering the mouth. A surge of intense heat, like a volcanic eruption, exploded instantly in his abdomen, then transformed into a torrent that rushed towards his limbs and bones. The meridians, which were almost dried up, were instantly revived after being replenished by this pure medicinal power. The 50th cycle of operation is now completely stable. Fang Xiuhan focused his mind and, with the help of the powerful medicinal force, continued his assault. The 60th week. The 70th week. The 81st day. when the last trace of medicinal power was completely refined. A crisp click sound came from inside his body. It was as if some invisible shackles had been completely shattered. A new and more powerful force surged from his limbs and bones. 5th rank martial artist. It's done. Fang Xiaohan stood up, a surge of heroic spirit welling up in his chest, and he couldn't help but want to roar to the sky. Those so-called geniuses above the 6th rank at Kanglan Martial Arts Middle School would need at least a year of arduous training to break through from the 4th rank to the 5th rank. He did it in just 7 days. Is this the level 17 comprehension? He didn't linger in the joy of his breakthrough for long. Instead, he struck while the iron was hot and grabbed the E-grade alloy battle knife that was standing against the wall. Meteor blade. He closed his eyes, his mind filled with the essentials of swordsmanship. The next moment, he moved. The flashes of the blades were like mercury spilling onto the ground, weaving a silvery white net of blades on the rooftop before dawn. It was airtight. Drink! Fang Xiaohan gave a low shout. The long sword in his hand trembled slightly. 6 beams of light appeared out of thin air. Next came the 7th and 8th rounds. The moment the 9th blade of light appeared, the 9 blades merged into one, transforming into an extremely dazzling streak of light that slashed down from the sky. Sizzle! The blade energy leaves the body. On the concrete floor of the rooftop, there was a terrifying knife mark that was 2 meters long and several inches deep. Meteor blade, a perfect ending. His previous state was that he had mastered 2 of the 3 basic martial arts techniques and achieved great mastery of the other. Now, all 3 gates are complete. It's finally done, just a bit slow. Fang Xiaohan made a self-deprecating remark. He looked down at the gruesome knife mark on the ground. The rooftop of this low-rent apartment building probably can't withstand a few more of his antics. If the landlord finds out, withholding the deposit is the least of your worries. You might even have to pay a large sum for repairs. It seems like it's time to move to a different place. He sheathed his sword and practiced the fierce bare fist and gale palm techniques again, thoroughly consolidating his newly achieved breakthrough. By the time all this was done, the sky was already beginning to lighten. Fang Xiaohan returned to his room, took a shower, and washed away his fatigue and bloodstains. Tomorrow is the day of the entrance examination for Kanglan Martial Arts Middle School. He had made thorough preparations. Kanglan Martial Arts Middle School, Class 3, Grade 1. The lecture hall, which could hold hundreds of people, was packed to capacity, and the air was filled with a strange smell that was a mixture of sweat, cheap perfume, and tension. Today is a day that will determine your fate. The final stage of the 7-day entrance examination. Standing in front of the podium was a middle-aged woman wearing black-rimmed glasses and a business suit, with an icy demeanor like a block of ancient ice. Her name is Li Ru, and she is the homeroom teacher of Class 3, Grade 11. Li Ru pushed up her glasses, her voice completely calm. The rules are simple. Follow my instructions and practice the basic breathing technique. Successfully drawing qi into the body counts as passing. Those who pass, go to the playground to assemble. You will officially become students of Kanglan Martial Arts Middle School. Those who fail should leave the school on their own. Her voice paused, then swept over every young face in the audience, whether tense or dejected. Of course, if you perform exceptionally well, such as making outstanding progress in the breathing technique, the school will not only pay attention to you, but also provide you with additional teaching stipends. The assessment will now begin. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire classroom fell silent, with only heavy breathing remaining. All the trainees immediately closed their eyes, concentrated their energy, and began to practice the basic breathing method that they had been practicing for 7 days. Li Ru crossed her arms and paced slowly down the corridor, like a female leopard surveying her territory. She walked past each student, and the fluctuations of their vital energy were all palpable to her. This person has a 5th grade aptitude, which is quite impressive. They've already reached the threshold. This won't do. Your vital energy is disordered, and your mind is unsettled. You're ruined. A 4th grade talent, but with a weak foundation, what a pity. Her judgments were cold and precise. She stopped when she reached the back corner of the classroom. Fang Xiaohan was sitting there quietly. Unlike the others, he wasn't covered in sweat, and his breathing rate didn't even change. The person was like a statue, showing no sign of vitality. Li Ru frowned slightly. Another one giving up. Every year there are people like this who, knowing they are not very talented, lose even the courage to try at the last minute. Coward. You can't make a good impression on someone who's already rotten. She mentally labeled Fang Xiuhan and sentenced him to death. Chapter 11: The Newcomer King. A slight fluctuation of energy emanated from the front of the classroom. Zhang Xiaoyong, a robust young man, was the first to successfully activate the primordial energy of heaven and earth. Although it was only the most basic qi induction, and the first cycle of qi circulation was not even completed, it was still considered passing the test. Li Ru nodded at him. Suppressing his excitement, Zhang Xiaoyong stood up, bowed to Li Ru, and quickly walked out of the classroom. Following that, another 7 or 8 people succeeded and left the classroom. The classroom emptied out, and the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. Li Ru's gaze fell on that corner once again. The boy named Fang Xiuhan remained completely still. Are they treating the exam venue like a tourist attraction? Li Ru could no longer resist and walked over in her high heels, making a clack 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 sound. She stopped beside Fang Xiuhan's desk, looking down at him. This is an assessment, not a chance for you to just sit around and do nothing. Fang Xiuhan slowly opened his eyes. Teacher, I'm just thinking about a question. Li Ru's expression remained unchanged as she uttered a single word. Explain. I'm thinking about how many cycles it would be appropriate to run it around later, Fang Xiuhan answered truthfully. Li Ru was stunned at first, then a mocking smile appeared on her lips. Oh. A short, cold laugh. Who do you think you are? Lu Ruyan, a prodigy with 9th grade aptitude? A piece of trash who can't even draw qi into his body dares to talk so presumptuously about the circulation of qi in the body? He's a smooth talker, beyond redemption. She didn't want to waste another second on this useless guy, so she turned around and walked away. Fang Xiuhan did not offer any explanation. He closed his eyes again. 81 days, that's truly astonishing. If exposed, I'm afraid I'll be used as a guinea pig, captured and dissected for research. A tree that stands out in the forest will surely be felled by the wind. He understands this principle. Then, let's make it cycle 49 times. This is the theoretical limit of the basic breathing technique, which can demonstrate unparalleled talent and obtain all the rewards, while remaining within the scope of common sense and not being too outrageous. Perfect. The moment he made up his mind. Holy crap! A deafening shout came from outside the classroom and pierced through the walls. Immediately following was a deafening roar of exclamations. Lu Ruyan! It's Lu Ruyan! She has completed 7 cycles of circulation. She has mastered the basic breathing method. My God, how long has it been? She's a monster. The remaining students in the classroom, including Li Ru, were all stunned by the news. In 7 days, one can master the basic breathing method. What does this mean? Before they could even process the information, an even more frenzied roar erupted from outside. 18 cycles. She's broken through. Lu Ruyan has reached the 18th cycle. This is insane. This is utterly insane. The entire Kanglin Martial Arts Middle School was in an uproar because of this news. Even Li Ru's perpetually icy face showed a rare hint of excitement and shock. Fang Xiuhan also recalled the girl's information. Lu Ruyan. With a 9th grade aptitude, she was voted the #1 beauty of Kanglin Martial Arts Middle School before even enrolling, and was adored by countless people on the martial arts forum, who dubbed her fairy in the painting. A genius with top-notch talent also has excellent comprehension. As for the Rookie of the Year, besides myself, it should be her without a doubt. The noise from the outside world gradually subsided, but the fervent atmosphere lingered for a long time. Fang Xiuhan put aside all his distracting thoughts. No matter how dazzling someone else's light may be, it cannot illuminate your own path. He slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. With a single thought, one instantly enters a meditative state of complete absorption, forgetting both self and external world. It's time to show these people what a true genius is. Li Ru opened her teacher communication bracelet and entered the chat group for the first-year high school students. The group chat is buzzing. Class 5 Teacher Wang, the quality of this year's seedlings is not good. Sister Lu from Class 9, I have 10 left. Zhao Gu from Class 11, I only have 5 left here, and they all look so gloomy. It's annoying to look at them. Teacher Chen from Class 4, stop complaining. This year's newcomer champion is definitely Lu Ruyan from Class 1. We're just there to make up the numbers. Zhang Wei, the homeroom teacher of Class 1, gave a smug look, you're too kind. Ruyan is indeed a promising student. She has just stabilized at the 18th cycle and is still continuing. Holy crap, 18 cycles? Teacher Zhang, Are you trying to reach for the heavens? As expected of a ninth grade aptitude, it's terrifying. Li Ru looked at the screen and pursed her lips. Her slender fingers tapped on the screen. There's still a lump of mud left in my class, just sitting there in a daze. Zhang Wei quickly replied, Teacher Li, don't be discouraged. There are always some who can't be helped. Just let them fend for themselves. Li Ru didn't reply and turned off the screen. She looked up, her gaze sweeping across the mostly empty classroom before finally settling on that corner. That muddy guy named Fang Shohan still had his eyes closed, as if he were lost in thought. Just as Li Ru was about to look away, a faint but extremely pure primordial energy suddenly gathered around Fang Shohan. Guide the qi into the body. The whole process was so fast, it didn't even take the blink of an eye. Instant qi induction. Li Ru suddenly stood up from her chair, the movement so abrupt that it knocked the chair over with a loud crash. She rushed to Fang Shohan's side in a few steps, bent down, and carefully sensed him. That's right. It's not an illusion. This kid really completed the process of drawing qi into his body in just 1 second. Li Ru's chest heaved. Was this guy just putting on an act all along? Deliberately hiding his true abilities just to grab attention at the last minute? Childish. Once the assessment is over, she will definitely give this attention-seeking student a good education. She straightened up, preparing to return to the podium. But the energy within her body told her that the fluctuations in Fang Shohan's body had changed again. First cycle complete. Basic breathing techniques, minor success. Li Ru stood rooted to the spot. She flipped through the student information sheet, found Fang Shohan's page, and pointed to the words qualification, grade 2. Second grade qualification? Can you master the basic breathing technique to a minor level in 10 minutes? This level of comprehension is even a notch above those so-called geniuses with 6th grade aptitude. Did she misjudge the situation? 10 more minutes passed. Li Ru's black-rimmed glasses slipped down to the tip of her nose. She adjusted her glasses, as if she had been frozen in place. The 7th week. The basic breathing technique, mastered. How is that possible? Lu Ruyan, the prodigy hailed as a once-in-a-century talent, only took 7 days to master the breathing technique. And Fang Shohan, who possessed a 2nd grade qualification, only took 20 minutes. Li Ru felt like her worldview was being brutally trampled into the ground. She didn't leave. She stood motionless beside Fang Shohan's desk, like a statue waiting for her husband. Chapter 12 Prodigy. Time passed second by second. The 15th week. The 28th week. Lu Ruyan's proud record of 18 cycles of energy was easily trampled under his feet and crushed to dust. And he's still going. Li Ru's breathing was completely disordered. She stared at the calm profile of the boy before her, her mind completely blank. An hour later. When the fluctuations of vital energy within Fang Shohan's body stabilized at the 49th cycle. The basic breathing technique, complete. Fang Shohan slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a long breath. Li Ru looked at Fang Shohan as if he were a monster that had emerged from the primordial era. Mud? This is a real dragon crossing the river. Li Ru scrambled to her feet, not even bothering to tidy herself up, and frantically turned on her teacher communication bracelet. That student in my class can get into the honors class. After the message was sent, the group was silent for a few seconds. Zhang Wei from class 1 sent a mocking emoji. Teacher Li, didn't you say that all you had left in your class was that lump of mud? He's managed to cultivate qi? Congratulations. Congratulations, Teacher Li. Ha, even a piece of trash can get into the honors class? Teacher Li, are you still asleep? Li Ru was so angry that she trembled all over, her fingers tapping the screen repeatedly. He's not a piece of trash. He's a prodigy. With a 2nd grade aptitude, he mastered the basic rescue breathing method to the 49th cycle in just 1 hour, achieving perfect completion. She was so excited that she even mistyped a word. The group fell silent again. After a long while, Zhao Go from class 11 finally sent a question mark. Teacher Li, are you serious? Zhang Wei sent a voice message, his voice full of sneer. Li Ru, are you crazy? 49 cycles? Do you know what that means? Don't even mention him, a 2nd grade talent. Even Lu Ruyan, a 9th grade talent, has only just reached 20 cycles. Is it meaningful to make up such a lie just to save face? I don't believe it. I don't believe it either, it's too outrageous. There must be a mistake. Li Ru was so angry she was about to explode. She yelled in the group chat, "If you don't believe me, you can check the classroom surveillance footage." Kanglan Martial Arts Middle School, Central Monitoring Room. All the homeroom teachers for the first year of high school were present. Even Principal Zhou Zhan, who is usually elusive, appeared here. Zhou Zhan was a burly middle-aged man dressed in simple training clothes. Just by standing there, he exuded an imposing and majestic aura. Pull up the surveillance footage from Class 3, Grade 1, and rewind the timeline to 1 hour ago. Zhou Zhan's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable authority. Soon, the screen displayed a picture of Class 3 classroom. In the scene, Li Ru is standing in that corner, while Fang Shuhan is sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. Fast forward. The video started to speed up. Everyone held their breath. They saw that the vital energy around Fang Shuhan's body formed instantly from nothing. Then, the cycle of the universe begins. 1 week. 7 cycles. 18 weeks. 28 cycles. When the image finally froze on the moment Fang Shuhan opened his eyes, a bright red number popped up on the vitality analyzer next to the monitoring system. 49. All the teachers, including Zhang Wei who had been the most vocal earlier, were like ducks with their necks choked, mouths agape, unable to utter a sound. This is the qualification test wrong?" someone asked, trembling. The technician next to him immediately replied, "Principal, teachers, the school's qualification testing equipment is the latest model from the military. It's impossible for it to malfunction." That's right. The instrument is correct. That means that a young man with a second-grade aptitude spent an hour practicing a basic skill to the unprecedented level of perfection. We've struck gold. We've struck gold in Kanglan City, an elderly teacher murmured excitedly. An irrepressible look of joy appeared on Zhou Zhan's face. He ordered in a deep voice, "All of Fang Shuhan's performance evaluation rewards are to be doubled. Immediately transfer him to the top class." Fang Shuhan waited in the classroom for almost 2 hours. Just when he thought he had been forgotten, the classroom door was pushed open. Li Ru walked in, her cheeks still flushed with excitement, followed by a tall man with a full beard. "Fang Shuhan," Li Ru's voice was gentler than ever before, "this is Mr. Zhang Tiancheng, the homeroom teacher of the elite class. From now on, you are a member of the elite class." The bearded man named Zhang Tiancheng strode forward and extended his hand. "Hi Fang, this is Lao Zhang. If you need anything in class, feel free to contact me anytime." His voice was loud and his attitude was excessively enthusiastic. Fang Shuhan shook hands with him. Zhang Tiancheng then put his arm around his shoulder, acting as if they were old friends who had known each other for many years. Come on, I'll take you to see our top class. All the students in our class are hoping that a genius like you will join us." Fang Shuhan was somewhat uncomfortable with this sudden physical contact. But he still followed Zhang Tiancheng's footsteps and walked towards the top class classroom at the other end of the corridor. The classroom of the top performing class was much larger than that of Class 3. Zhang Tiancheng put his arm around Fang Shuhan's shoulder, kicked open the classroom door, and shouted so loudly that it could shake the dust off the ceiling. "Quiet down, all of you." The once noisy classroom fell silent instantly. Dozens of curious gazes were cast over at once. Fang Shuhan's senses were incredibly sharp. He immediately detected a chilling, bone-chilling killing intent mixed within it. He followed that feeling and looked over there. A girl wearing a white dress was sitting by the window in the classroom. Her hair was as long as a waterfall, her skin as white as snow, and her features were so exquisite that she seemed otherworldly. She sat there quietly, yet it was as if all the light in the world had gathered upon her. Lu Ruyan. The most beautiful girl in Kanglan Martial Arts Middle School. Fang Shuhan was puzzled. He had never met this young lady before, so this hatred seemed to come out of nowhere. But then again, this girl is so beautiful even when she's angry. God is really unfair. Zhang Tiancheng didn't care about any of that. He patted Fang Shuhan on the shoulder, as if showing off a treasure he had just found. "Let me introduce you to Fang Shuhan. From today onwards, he will be a member of our elite class. At the same time, he is also the undisputed rookie of our year." Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, the entire classroom erupted in chaos. Holy crap, is he the amazing guy who mastered the basic breathing method to the 49th cycle of complete respiration in just 1 hour? Wow, that's awesome. Welcome. From now on, boss, take me with you. Whistles and cheers rose and fell. The students in the top class, though proud and arrogant, admire true strength even more. Fang Xiuhan was able to do things that even Lu Ruyan, who had a 9th grade qualification, could not do, which was enough to earn their respect. However, a cold voice rang out at an inopportune moment. Chapter 13: The Battle for the New King. Teacher Zhang, I think the decision to award the title of Rookie of the Year was too hasty. The cheers of the whole class came to an abrupt halt. Everyone looked at the white figure who had stood up. Lu Ruyan. Zheng Tianchang's smile froze, and he frowned. Student Lu, what do you mean by this? Lu Ruyan ignored the gazes around her and stared directly at Fang Xiuhan on the podium, her voice devoid of any warmth. The school's rule is that we must start practicing the basic breathing method from scratch within 7 days, and the final progress will be used to judge us. None of us can be sure whether he had secretly practiced before the entrance exam. The atmosphere in the classroom changed as soon as he said that. If what Lu Ruyan said is true, then Fang Xiuhan's behavior is tantamount to cheating. Zheng Tiancheng's face darkened. Lu Ruyan, please watch your words. Minors are prohibited from practicing breathing techniques before the time they are allowed to do so. This is federal law. You are questioning the authority of the entire martial arts academy. Lu Ruyan, however, did not back down. I only believe in the strength I see with my own eyes. There are always exceptions to the law. She took a step forward, her gaze falling on Fang Xiuhan. It's simple, accept my challenge. If you can beat me, you deserve the title of Rookie of the Year. If you lose, the Rookie of the Year award is mine. Zheng Tiancheng was so angry that his beard was trembling, but he also knew Lu Ruyan's background and couldn't say anything too harsh. He could only suppress his anger and ask, how do you want to challenge me? This is tantamount to tacit approval. All eyes were focused on Fang Xiuhan. Fang Xiuhan himself didn't care. Rookie of the Year? What is that? Can you even eat it? He didn't care about the title at all. It was just a petty squabble, nothing to do with it. He was just about to say, take it. Zheng Tiancheng, standing nearby, grew anxious and whispered in his ear, are you stupid? The reward for the Rookie of the Year is already generous, and the principal specially approved doubling it for you. If you admit defeat, you'll lose all the rewards. Money? Is this for real? Fang Xiuhan's attitude made a complete 180-degree turn. He took a step forward, met Lu Ruyan's gaze, and uttered a few words crisply and decisively. I accept your challenge. A barely perceptible glint flashed in Lu Ruyan's usually calm and collected eyes. She smiled, like an iceberg thawing and 100 flowers blooming. Good. Zheng Tiancheng looked at these two troublesome ancestors and had a splitting headache, so he could only wave his hand dismissively. Go to the training center. Remember, stop when you've made a move, no hurting anyone. He added, I only use the basic martial arts techniques taught at school. The battle for the title of Rookie of the Year. A bunch of troublemakers all rushed off to the training center. Fortunately, the news didn't get out, otherwise the whole school would have been completely blocked. In the center of the training field, Zheng Tiancheng stood between the two, his expression as serious as if he were about to go to war. Is everything ready? Fang Xiuhan nodded. Lu Ruyan nodded slightly. Start. At Zheng Tiancheng's command, he leaped backward. The moment he finished speaking, Lu Ruyan moved. Bang! Her delicate foot, encased in a white sneaker, stomped heavily on the alloy floor, producing a dull thud. She moved like an arrow released from a bow, or a female leopard hunting its prey, leaving a trail of afterimages as she swiftly charged toward Fang Xiuhan. Zheng Tiancheng's expression changed. The force of this stomp, surging with vital energy, was far beyond what an ordinary martial arts practitioner could possess. A third-rank martial artist. This girl has actually broken through to the third-grade martial artist level. Zheng Tiancheng's heart skipped a beat. A 9th-grade aptitude, truly terrifying. He subconsciously felt a chill for Fang Xiuhan. Fang Xiuhan's aptitude test result was 2nd grade. Even if his comprehension was extraordinary, his foundation was what it was. At most, he was a 1st-grade martial artist. Is a 3rd-rank official fighting a 1st-rank official? What's the point of fighting? That's it, this kid's going to be killed in one move. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ruyan had already rushed in front of Fang Xiuhan. She clenched her right palm, creating a whistling wind. It was the swift wind palm at its peak. Countless palm strikes flew about, some real, some fake, making it impossible to distinguish which strike was real and which was not. Not good. Zheng Tiancheng judged that Fang Xiuhan would definitely not be able to withstand this move. His inner energy erupted instantly, and he prepared to rush forward and forcibly stop the competition. But at the very moment his body leaned forward. An anomaly, a sudden occurrence. Faced with Lu Ruyan's fierce offensive, Fang Xiuhan not only did not retreat, but instead exerted force with his feet and took the initiative to meet her. He didn't make any fancy moves, he simply took a step forward and threw a punch. Fierce bare fist. Roar. A deep roar didn't come from Fang Xiuhan's throat, but rather exploded from the force of his punch. The voice carried a wild and fierce aura, transforming into invisible sound waves that rippled through the air. Lu Ruyan, who was rushing forward at high speed, was hit directly by the roar of the bear. Her body paused slightly and her mind went blank for a moment. In a battle between masters, victory or defeat can be decided by the slightest margin. In that instant of distraction, her countless palm strikes vanished like smoke. Fang Xiuhan's fist had already arrived. He deliberately suppressed his own power, only using the strength of a third-grade martial artist, similar to that of Lu Ruyan. Fist and palm meet. Bang! With a dull thud, Lu Ruyan was jolted back by a tremendous force, taking more than a dozen steps before she could barely regain her balance, her pretty face flushed red. The entire room fell silent. The students watching all gasped in shock. What's going on? Lu Ruyan, a third-rank martial artist, was forced back by a single punch when she used the swift wind palm technique at its peak. That Fang Xiuhan, isn't he a second-rank aptitude candidate? The fierce bare fist. This is the fierce bare fist at its perfect state. The punches are resounding, and the power is concentrated and does not dissipate. 7 days. He mastered a basic martial arts technique to perfection in just 7 days? Zheng Tiancheng also stopped his rescue efforts, completely dumbfounded, his mouth agape as if he could fit an egg in it. He muttered to himself, this kid's comprehension is phenomenal. Lu Ruyan could not accept this outcome. She gritted her teeth, her resentment and anger burning away her reason. She exerted her strength again, her figure as fast as lightning, and rushed towards Fang Xiuhan. This time, she pointed her fingers like knives, and as she swung her arm, a sharp whistling sound filled the air. Zheng Tiancheng's heart jumped again. This girl is serious. However, Fang Xiuhan's response once again surprised everyone. He changed his fist into a palm, and waved his hands in front of his body, creating gusts of wind. Their palms collided in mid-air. Snap! A soft sound. Lu Ruyan let out a suppressed cry of pain, as if she had been electrocuted. Her arm jerked back, and she staggered back dozens of steps, her face pale. The students watching were all dumbfounded. What happened? She only exchanged one palm strike, how come Lu Ruyan looks like she's seriously injured? Only Zheng Tiancheng stared intently at Fang Xiuhan's withdrawn hand, his voice trembling. The force penetrates the body. This is the perfected level of swift wind palm. In 7 days, he mastered both basic martial arts techniques. Chapter 14 Marrow Cleansing Pool. Lu Ruyan completely lost control. She turned and rushed to the weapons rack by the training field, grabbing an alloy longsword. Buzz! With a flash of swordlight, a sharp sword intent far exceeding basic martial arts techniques locked onto Fang Xiuhan. She charged forward like a madwoman, sword in hand. Fang Xiuhan's expression also turned cold. He sensed a real danger in that sword light. No more holding back. The aura of a 5th-grade martial artist erupted from his body. He also formed a sword shape with his fingers, ready to fight to the bitter end with the meteor blade at its perfect level. At this critical moment, a tall figure stood between the two. Enough, Lu Ruyan! With a loud shout, Zheng Tiancheng neither dodged nor evaded, but instead stretched out his right hand to grab the long sword that was thrust at him. Clang! A piercing metallic scraping sound rang out. Zheng Tiancheng's large hand firmly grasped the sword blade. He twisted and pulled his wrist. The alloy longsword let out a mournful cry of being unable to bear the weight, bent into an exaggerated arc, flew out of my hand, and crashed to the ground some distance away. Lu Ruyan was thrown off balance by the force and fell to the ground in a daze. Zheng Tiancheng looked at her coldly. If Fang Xiuhan hadn't shown mercy, your arm would have been crippled long ago. After saying that, he ignored the distraught Lu Ruyan and turned to Fang Xiuhan and the other classmates, saying, let's go back to the classroom. On the way out of the training center, Fang Xiuhan asked the question that had been bothering him, Teacher Zhang, why is Lu Ruyan so obsessed with the title of Rookie King? Zheng Tiancheng sighed. I don't know the specifics of her secrets, but I do know that she comes from Xuanwu City. Xuanwu City? Fang Xiuhan searched his memory for the name. One of the 4 holy cities of the Dragon Kingdom, its strength far surpasses that of an ordinary base city like Kanglin City. Fang Xiuhan understood that Lu Ruyan's persistence was probably related to the powerful family behind her. He silently memorized the name Xuanwu City. Back to the top class. Fang Xiuhan defeated Lu Ruyan with his strength and firmly secured the throne of newcomer king. The expressions on his classmates' faces all changed, from curiosity and scrutiny to pure awe. Several bolder female classmates even started to approach him and offer him words of comfort and concern. Quiet down, all of you. Zheng Tiancheng slapped the podium, breaking the ambiguous atmosphere. He scanned the entire class and solemnly announced the rules. In a month, the school will organize its first field assessment. If you fall behind in the overall rankings for first-year students, even if you're a student in the top class, you'll still be kicked out. The elite class not only means the best teachers, but also means training resources that far exceed those of ordinary classes. The smiles on all the students' faces vanished, replaced by a sense of urgency. Seeing the tense expressions on everyone's faces, Zheng Tiancheng changed the subject. Of course, there is pressure but also motivation. The top 10 trainees in this field assessment will be qualified to enter the marrow cleansing pool. Marrow cleansing pool? Zheng Tiancheng's words were like a depth charge, exploding in the quiet classroom. Holy crap, did I hear that right? It's that marrow cleansing pool that's supposed to transform you completely? The school really went all out this time. I heard that the money burned during one run of that thing could buy half of the Green Vine district. Top 10. I'll give it my all. I'll risk my life to make it into the top 10. The students in the top class all started breathing heavily. They were all chosen ones, from wealthy families, so they naturally understood better than ordinary students what the words marrow cleansing pool meant. That was a treasure that Kanglin Martial Arts Middle School unearthed from an ancient ruin. After being improved by the Federation's top technology, it could cleanse the marrow and improve the physique of martial artists. The less qualified the person is, the more immediate the effect. Fang Xiuhan's heart skipped a beat. Improve physical condition? Isn't this a divine object tailor-made for his second-grade talent? He was almost certain that the time one could spend in the marrow cleansing pool and the treatment one received would be completely different depending on the ranking in the assessment. First place must be mine. Fang Xiuhan secretly made up his mind. Looking at the group of students who were full of energy, Zheng Tiancheng nodded in satisfaction. The motivational effect had been achieved. There will be open classes every Monday. At other times, you are free to practice. You can go to the library or the training center, it's up to you. Dismissed. Fang Xiuhan, come with me. The students scattered like birds and beasts, each one eager to begin their secluded training. Lu Ruyan did not move. She sat quietly in her seat, watching Fang Xiuhan and Zheng Tiancheng leave the classroom. The stinging sensation from the force penetrating my right palm is still vivid. This pain constantly reminded her of just how utterly defeated she had been. Fang Xiuhan, I must surpass you. The field assessment a month from now will be my last chance. Zheng Tiancheng's office was very simple, with only a desk and a few filing cabinets, and nothing else. He poured Fang Xiuhan a glass of water, then sat down in a chair with an air of nonchalance. There wasn't a single wasted word, it got straight to the point. You brat, have you already broken through to the 5th grade martial artist level? Fang Xiuhan, holding his water glass, readily admitted it. Yes. I originally wanted to keep her at the 3rd rank and just play around with her. I didn't expect her to be so ruthless, so I have to be a little more serious. Zheng Tiancheng picked up his large tea mug, blew on the steam, and took a sip to conceal the turmoil in his heart. Damn it. Can you be a little more serious? 7 days. From an ordinary person who couldn't even sense any yuan qi, he soared all the way to a 5th rank martial artist. What kind of amazing move is this? Zheng Tiancheng, a 6th grade talent, is hailed as one of the martial arts geniuses of Kanglin City in the past century. It took him a full 20 years to cultivate from a martial arts apprentice to a grand martial arts master. Compared to this kid in front of him, his own achievements were simply a joke. Zheng Tiancheng's CPU is almost overheated. He put down his teacup, forced a stern face, and adopted the demeanor of a teacher. Not bad. However, you must also remember that in the path of martial arts, the foundation is the most important. You must not be too hasty in pursuit of speed. Fang Xiuhan nodded, indicating that he had learned something. You have extra access to the school's library. You can go in and choose any 2 advanced martial arts techniques. Hiss. 2 advanced martial arts techniques. Advanced martial arts techniques are openly priced in the martial arts shop, with the cheapest costing millions, and some top-tier techniques being rare and priceless. The school has really gone all out this time. Fang Xiuhan immediately understood the key to it. This is an investment. The school was trying to curry favor with him in this way, making him owe a debt of gratitude from Kanglan Martial Arts Middle School and even the entire Kanglan base city. He had no reason to refuse. Firstly, he does need a massive amount of resources to support his subsequent cultivation. Secondly, he is a native of Kanglan City and has a natural sense of belonging to the city that nurtured him. If he has the ability in the future, it would be worthwhile to give back to the city he is able to do. Thank you, school. Thank you, Teacher Zhang. Ah, good lad, that's awesome. Zheng Tiancheng was overjoyed to see that he had accepted it, and he slapped his thigh and stood up. Come on, I'll take you to the library right now. Fang Xiuhan then discovered that the school's library was actually built underground. At the entrance is a giant alloy gate, half a meter thick, covered with intricate energy patterns, exuding a sense of technology and security. This place holds the rich heritage accumulated by Kanglan Martial Arts Middle School over hundreds of years. Zheng Tiancheng had obviously applied for the permissions long ago. He swiped his teacher card on the reader next to the gate. Beep, permissions confirmed. Welcome, Mr. Zheng Tiancheng. With a dull creak, the heavy alloy door slowly slid open to both sides. Go in, pick whatever you like. Zheng Tiancheng patted Fang Xiuhan on the shoulder and thoughtfully reminded him. My personal suggestion is that you choose an advanced breathing technique first, and then choose an advanced martial arts skill. Breathing techniques determine the speed at which you accumulate vital energy. They are the foundation of all cultivation and are of paramount importance. Understood, thank you, teacher. Fang Xiuhan thanked him and stepped into this treasure trove of knowledge. Chapter 15 Void Breathing Technique. Inside the library, there is a hidden world. There are no paper books here. Instead, there are rows of alloy bookshelves gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. Above the bookshelf, 3-dimensional projections floated, displaying the names and descriptions of various martial arts techniques. The entire space was so quiet that you could only hear your own heartbeat, filled with a cold, futuristic feel. Fang Xiuhan did not linger in the beginner and intermediate martial arts areas, but went straight to the advanced area at the deepest part. The number of bookshelves in the advanced area has been drastically reduced, and each projection emits a faint aura of energy, showcasing its extraordinary nature. His goal was clear: to choose a breathing method first. Zheng Tiancheng is right. Breathing techniques are the foundation of everything. Dawn breathing method, a high-grade low-level technique, requires practice every morning when the first wisp of purple qi rises in the east, yielding twice the results with half the effort. Fang Xiuhan shook his head. Too restrictive, not suitable for someone like him, a master of curiosities. Starlight breathing technique, advanced mid-grade, can be practiced on a night of brilliant starlight to draw upon the power of the stars to temper the body. It sounds impressive, but what if it rains? It'll be useless then. Fang Xiuhan continued browsing. His fingers traced the projections one by one, finally settling on a technique with a simple and unadorned name. The empty breathing method. High grade and superior quality. The description is only a few words. It devours all the energy of heaven and earth for its own use, ignores environmental limitations, and also has the effect of body tempering. Below is a line of small red text that reads, "This method requires extremely high comprehension and is very difficult to learn. Please choose carefully." This is it. Fang Xiuhan's comprehension is his greatest asset. This breathing technique was practically tailor-made for him. Having chosen the breathing technique, the next step is martial arts. This is a bit of a problem. The advanced martial arts techniques are dazzling, including swords, spears, halberds, fist techniques, palm techniques, and leg techniques. Should you choose a skill with explosive attack power, or one with unpredictable and elusive movement techniques? Just as Fang Xiuhan was struggling with his decision, a steady voice sounded behind him. Little guy, you have good taste. Fang Xiuhan froze and turned around abruptly. A burly, middle-aged man dressed in simple training clothes was standing less than 3 meters behind him. He didn't even notice. Principal? Fang Xiuhan recognized the person as Zhou Zhan from the monitoring room. Zhou Zhan nodded, stepped forward, and his gaze fell on the projection of the void breathing technique. This breathing technique was brought back from an ancient ruin when I was young. It's very powerful. If you can truly grasp its essence, the speed of accumulating vital energy is secondary. The key is its body refining effect, which can make your physical strength far surpass that of martial artists of the same level. Zhou Zhan's words made Fang Xiuhan even more determined in his choice. Since you've chosen this breathing technique, I'll recommend a martial arts skill to you. Zhou Zhan flicked his finger in the air, bringing up another technique: projection. The art of drawing the sword. High-end and top-notch. This martial art has only one move: drawing the sword. It concentrates all the strength, energy, and spirit of the body into the moment of drawing the sword, pursuing the ultimate burst of power. When cultivated to its peak, it can be comparable to half of an extraordinary cultivation technique. Zhou Zhan's tone carried a hint of admiration. However, two prerequisites are needed to unleash its power. First, powerful control over power. Secondly, a sufficiently strong physical body. Otherwise, before you even draw your sword, your own arm will be crippled. The void breathing technique can perfectly fill this gap. Zhou Zhan looked at Fang Xiuhan. I suggest you wait until you have mastered the breathing technique before you try this sword technique. Fang Xiuhan did not hesitate for a moment. Thank you for your guidance, Principal. I'll choose these two subjects. A look of appreciation appeared on Zhou Zhan's face. He has guts. Take the cultivation manual for now. If you feel it's not suitable within 3 days, you can come back to me anytime to exchange it. There was also a hint of probing in those words. In his view, the threshold for both of these techniques was too high. Ordinary geniuses might not even be able to grasp the basics in 3 days, let alone 3 months. Also, if you have any questions about cultivation, you can ask me anytime. This is blatant favoritism. Thank you, Principal. Fang Xiuhan said sincerely. Zhou Zhan waved his hand, turned and left, disappearing from the library's exit in a few breaths. Fang Xiuhan walked to the workbench in front of the bookshelf and used the black metal card that Zheng Tiancheng had given him to copy the data files of the two cultivation techniques. After doing all this, he turned and walked out of this temple of knowledge. Zheng Tiancheng was pacing anxiously at the door when he saw Fang Xiuhan come out and hurriedly went to greet him. Have you chosen? Which two subjects did you pick? The void breathing method and the sword drawing technique. Zheng Tiancheng paused for a moment, then nodded. The principal's recommendation? That's quite suitable. As if remembering something, he added, with your comprehension, trying these two techniques is indeed the best choice. However, there's something I need to remind you of. Zheng Tiancheng lowered his voice. Although the void breathing technique is powerful, it is best to have external aids in the early stages of its cultivation. What external object? Ferocious Beast Crystal Core. Zheng Tiancheng explained, the energy contained in the Ferocious Beast's crystal core is the most concentrated and violent, but it is also mixed with mixed blood energy and malevolent energy. Ordinary people cannot absorb it directly. At best, they will suffer from chi deviation, and at worst, they will explode and die. But once this breathing technique is mastered, it can refine the impure blood energy within it, transforming it into the purest energy and greatly improving cultivation efficiency. Fang Xiuhan understood. To put it bluntly, it's all about spending money. This card contains a special reward from the principal for you as the Rookie of the Year, 1 million dragon coins. Zheng Tiancheng formally handed the black metal card to Fang Xiuhan. Go to the martial arts mall and buy some first-tier Ferocious Beast cores. That should be enough for your early cultivation. 1 million. Fang Xiuhan felt the card was heavy in his hand as he took it. This amount of money is enough to buy a small apartment in the Green Vine district. Teacher Zhang, there's something else. Fang Xiuhan pressed on while the iron was hot. The place I was staying before wasn't very convenient for cultivation, so I'd like to move. His low-rent apartment had terrible soundproofing. If he made even the slightest noise, the neighbors would call the police. No problem. Zheng Tiancheng waved his hand and dialed the communication bracelet directly. Hey, Principal. Yes, that kid Fang Xiuhan wants to change his accommodation. Okay, I understand. After hanging up the call, Zheng Tiancheng patted Fang Xiuhan on the shoulder, grinning from ear to ear. Nailed it. The principal has specially approved a faculty apartment for you, a detached villa with a private training room. You can stay here until you get into the martial arts university. Fang Xiuhan was utterly shocked. He just wanted to move to a bigger single room, but the school gave him a villa instead? Is this how geniuses are treated? Chapter 16 Money Burning Techniques. Zheng Tiancheng led Fang Shouhan through several tree-lined paths to a quiet area. This is the school's faculty apartment area. The independent two-story houses are nestled among flowers, trees, and shrubs, spaced far apart to ensure absolute privacy. Zheng Tiancheng stopped in front of a small building and pointed to the villa with its own courtyard. "We've arrived. This will be your home from now on." Fang Shouhan looked up, completely bewildered. The courtyard in front of me is probably over 1,000 square meters, with artificial hills and streams, lush green trees, and even a small bamboo grove. This isn't an apartment, it's practically a manor. This is a completely different world from his previous low-rent apartment, which was only a dozen square meters and where you could hear every fart from the neighbor. "Teacher Zhang, isn't this a bit too much? Exaggeration, my ass." Zheng Tiancheng slapped him on the back with such force that he staggered. "You're the school's darling, the hope for the future. What's a little bit of treatment compared to that?" Zheng Tiancheng used his access card to open the courtyard gate and let him inside. Pushing open the villa's gate, you'll find a living room, bedroom, and study, all furnished in a simple yet stylish manner. The real surprise is yet to come. Zheng Tiancheng smiled mysteriously and led him down the stairs to the basement. When the heavy alloy door opened, Fang Shouhan gasped. The basement space is larger than the 2 floors above combined. A huge training room occupied most of the area, with the floor and walls made of a special alloy, strong enough to withstand the impact of high-intensity battles. There are also separate gravity chambers, meditation rooms, and all kinds of professional training equipment. This setup is even more luxurious than those expensive private training facilities outside. Fang Shouhan personally experienced what the privileges of genius are. He turned around, faced Zheng Tiancheng, and bowed deeply. "Teacher Zhang, please thank the principal and the school for me." This bow came from the bottom of my heart. Zheng Tiancheng was very pleased and laughed heartily, patting him hard on the shoulder. All right, stop with the formalities. As long as you can grow up quickly, that's better than anything else. The key and access card are on the table. Familiarize yourself with the environment, and I won't disturb your cultivation." After giving his instructions, Zheng Tiancheng left in a hurry. Fang Shouhan did not visit the upstairs bedroom, nor did he enjoy the birdsong and fragrant flowers in the courtyard. He walked straight into the huge training room and closed the alloy door. He just wants to figure out one thing right now. Just how difficult is that void breathing method? The smart screen in the center of the practice room lit up, and Fang Shouhan opened the copied exercise file. The screen was instantly filled with dense text and complex diagrams of the human body's meridians. It has hundreds of pages. It's worth noting that the previous basic breathing techniques only had a total of a dozen pages. Fang Shouhan stared intently at it. Anyone else would probably feel their scalp tingle just seeing this technique, which is comparable to a celestial book. But in his eyes, those obscure words and complex lines were as if an invisible hand was peeling away the layers, and all the profound logic and operating principles were clearly presented in his mind. Even an average genius would need at least 3 days to read through all these hundreds of pages of the cultivation manual. Fang Shouhan only needed 2 hours to memorize the core essence of the entire technique. He walked to the center of the practice room and sat down cross-legged. Following the route recorded in the cultivation method, I began to guide the faint trace of vital energy within my body. The process went incredibly smoothly. Vital energy, like a gentle stream, flows precisely through specific meridians and acupoints under his guidance. 1 cycle complete. A tingling, slightly itchy sensation spread from his limbs and bones, as if countless tiny ants were gnawing at his bone marrow. Fang Shouhan understood that the body-refining effect inherent in the void breathing technique was beginning to take effect. "It doesn't seem that difficult," he muttered to himself. He didn't know that the reason this technique was labeled extremely difficult to learn was because the first step of guiding vital energy would eliminate 99% of geniuses. Fang Shouhan did not stop and continued to circulate his energy. The 2nd week. The 3rd week. The 10th week. The 30th cycle. When he completed his 49th cycle, a wave of exhaustion washed over him, and every cell in his body screamed in protest. The fight with Lu Ruyan at the training center this morning had already taken a toll on my energy. He had to stop. The great perfection of the void breathing technique. He went from beginner to expert in just 2 hours. This technique improves your skills quickly, but it consumes too much energy. He remembered Zheng Tiancheng's words. The core of a ferocious beast. Fang Xiuhan turned on his bracelet and logged into the martial arts mall. He searched for second-tier Ferocious Beast Crystal Core. A row of products popped up on the screen. Tier 2, Grade 1, Ironback Ferocious Wolf Crystal Core, price, 50,000 Dragon Yuan. Tier 2, Grade 1, Crimson Flame Bird Crystal Core, price, 52,000 Dragon Coins. Fang Xiuhan's eye twitched. The cheapest Tier 2 Grade 1 Crystal Core costs 50,000 Dragon Yuan. It's ridiculously expensive. However, in order to improve their skills as quickly as possible and achieve good results in field assessments, this money must be spent. He gritted his teeth, filled in a 2 on the order form, and clicked to pay. Order confirmed, expected delivery the next day. Looking at the balance of 900,000 displayed on the bracelet, Fang Xiuhan felt anxious about money for the first time. This $1 million scholarship probably won't last long. The next morning, the staff of the martial arts mall delivered an alloy combination lockbox to the villa's door. After Fang Xiuhan signed for the package, he returned to the practice room. Inside the box lay 2 crystal cores, each the size of a longan, blood red in color and emitting a faint halo. He held one in each hand, sat down cross-legged again, and began practicing the void breathing technique. The moment the technique is activated, a surge of violent energy, many times more concentrated than his own vital energy, erupted from the crystal core and rushed into his meridians. The feeling was like a trickle of water suddenly turning into a roaring flood. At the same time, a mixed, bloodthirsty, and malevolent aura surged into his mind along with the energy torrent, attempting to disrupt his consciousness. Fang Xiuhan's mind wavered slightly. At this critical moment, the domineering nature of the void breathing technique was fully demonstrated. The technique operated on its own, like a greedy black hole, swallowing the malevolent energy hole and instantly erasing it completely. With no worries about the future, Fang Xiuhan focused all his energy on absorbing the torrent of pure energy. Time passed second by second. Several hours later. Click. 2 crisp sounds. Fang Xiuhan opened his palm, and the 2 blood-red crystal cores had lost all their luster, turning into a pile of grayish-white powder that slipped through his fingers. The vital energy within his body completed a full 81 cycles. The void breathing method has been perfected. Fang Xiuhan opened his eyes, but there was no joy on his face. Instead, a bitter expression appeared. Chapter 17. Don't be too impatient. 100,000 Dragon Yuan. Just like that, it's gone. He did the math. Even if he didn't eat, drink, or sleep, and cultivated like crazy for 24 hours a day, he would still need 20 second-tier crystal cores. 1 million. The principal special award of 1 million yuan for the newcomer king was only enough for him to cultivate for 10 days. This is a bottomless pit. For the first time, Fang Xiuhan realized what it meant for poverty to limit his imagination. Those with poor aptitude and low energy absorption efficiency must rely on external materials to accumulate energy. Spending money is the only way out. But where will the money come from? We can't keep relying on the school for relief forever. We must find a way to make money. The only way is to go outside the city and hunt down ferocious beasts. To exchange the life of a ferocious beast for one's own. But this requires strength. With his current strength, going into the wild is no different from feeding kills to the enemy. Let's break through to the 6th rank of martial artist first. Fang Xiuhan set a small goal. Only a 6th rank martial artist has a modicum of self-defense capability in the wild. He opened the martial arts shop, found the Tier 2, Rank 1 Beast Core, and entered 8 in the quantity field. Payment successful. 400,000 dragon coins consumed. The balance on the bracelet instantly shrank by more than half. Fang Xiuhan's heart was bleeding, but his face remained completely expressionless. Having done all that, he turned his attention to another technique. The art of drawing the sword. The cultivation method file opened, but only one page of content was displayed on the screen. It's outrageously simple. Beginner's Guide, Breaking Steel. Minor achievement, like fallen leaves. Great achievement is as simple as cutting a feather. Perfection, a deadly strike. A tutorial video was also included, demonstrating the first 3 stages. The figure in the video drew his knife with incredible speed, severing steel, leaves, and feathers with a single blow. As for the final killing strike, it was not shown in the video. Fang Xiuhan drew the alloy battle knife from his waist. He has a solid foundation in meteor blade, and his understanding of swords far surpasses that of ordinary people. But when he tried to imitate the movements in the video, he discovered how perverse this technique was. It requires that all the strength, energy, and spirit of the body be twisted into a single rope and unleashed instantly at the moment of drawing the sword. Even the slightest difference is unacceptable. He tried again and again. In the training room, only the clanging sounds of swords being drawn could be heard. Sweat soaked through his training clothes, and his arms ached so much he could barely lift them. I don't know how many times I swung it. 1,000 times? Or thousands of times? Fang Xiaohan's mind went blank, leaving only the action of drawing his sword. When? A crisp sound. The special steel plate in front of him, used to test strength, was broken in two. The cut is as smooth as a mirror. I've gotten the hang of it. Fang Xiaohan was panting heavily as he looked at the knife in his hand. This martial art has no fancy moves, only the purest and most extreme bursts of power. He discovered another problem. Ordinary scabbards simply cannot withstand such instantaneous explosive force and will break down after only a few uses. Moreover, to unleash the essence of this sword technique, one must keep the sword sheathed, and when drawn, it will surely kill. He spent tens of thousands of dragon coins to customize a special alloy scabbard from the martial arts mall. In the days that followed, Fang Xiaohan lived a life of asceticism. In the early morning, absorb the energy of the crystal core and practice the void breathing method. During the day, solidify basic martial arts skills and hone your physical abilities. I use all my free time to practice the sword drawing technique. 5 days later. When the 10th second order crystal core turned to ashes, the energy barrier within Fang Xiaohan's body shattered. A 6th rank martial artist, accomplished. At the same time, his sword drawing technique naturally reached a high level of mastery. A feather drifted down from the sky, and with a flash of light, the feather was cut in two. It's time to head to the wilderness. Fang Xiaohan slung the newly arrived alloy scabbard over his shoulder and left the villa. The desolate wilderness, swept by the wind. Outside the Kanglan base city, there is an area where low-level ferocious beasts frequently appear. Roar! A ferocious beast of the first rank, 8th grade, whose size was comparable to a small car, a blood-eyed mad bull, charged towards him with its 4 hooves flying and a stench emanating from it. Fang Xiaohan stood still, motionless. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. Just moments before those gleaming bull horns were about to touch his body. He moved. Clang! A blade of light, incredibly fast, flashed by in an instant. The massive body of the blood-eyed mad bull passed by him, charging more than 10 meters before crashing to the ground. A huge bull's head rolled in the dust. One blow kills. Fang Xiaohan sheathed his sword with clean and swift movements. He walked to the carcass of the mad bull, dissected the crystal core, and cut off the most valuable part, the bull's horns. This is the great perfection level of the drawing sword technique? He looked at the knife in his hand, but fell into deep thought. Is the final killer strike simply faster? He always felt that something was missing. In the days that followed, Fang Xiaohan became a frequent visitor to the desolate wilderness. They work at sunrise and rest at sunset. During the day, he hunted ferocious beasts wildly in the wilderness, and at night, he returned to the villa and invested all the money he earned from the spoils into his cultivation. He earned a nickname in the martial arts guild of Kanglan Base City. A workaholic. Because he went on missions so frequently that everyone found it unbelievable. 15 days later. Fang Xiaohan's cultivation level soared to the peak of the 9th grade martial artist, just one step away from becoming a martial master. On the system panel, his comprehension level had also accumulated to LV65. However, his drawing sword technique is still stuck at the great perfection stage, and he is unable to comprehend the so-called killing sword technique. He realized that this was not a matter of comprehension. This thing needs a trigger. Or rather, one needs guidance from an expert. Fang Xiaohan thought of someone. He dialed Zhang Tiancheng's communication bracelet. Hey kid, what's up? Got some trouble with your cultivation? On the other end of the communicator came Zhang Tiancheng's rough voice. Teacher Zhang, I would like to ask you, how exactly does one comprehend the sword stance and the sword drawing technique? There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone. Zhang Tiancheng's voice rang out again, carrying a hint of earnestness. Fang Xiaohan, don't be too anxious. The skill drawing the sword technique has an extremely high entry barrier, so I didn't recommend you choose it in the first place. It's perfectly normal that you haven't even entered the door yet, so don't get stuck on the details. Fang Xiuhan interrupted him somewhat helplessly. Teacher Zhang, I mastered it half a month ago. We're stuck on the final strike of the blade, and we have no clue what to do. There was a deathly silence on the other end of the communicator. After a long while, Zheng Tiancheng's distorted voice finally came through, trembling. What did you say? Completion? Chapter 18, Between Life and Death lies both great terror and great opportunity. Yes, it's perfected. Fang Xiuhan's voice was calm and even. Now we're stuck on the final killing blade stance. I'd like to ask you, teacher, what exactly is this artistic concept? Cough, cough, cough. Zheng Tiancheng choked on his own saliva and coughed violently, his old face turning bright red. Consult? I should be asking you for advice. He had no idea what kind of ridiculous sword stance he was talking about. He hadn't even read the complete sword drawing technique manual. One must not lose the dignity of being a teacher. He cleared his throat, trying to make his voice sound mysterious and enigmatic. The art of swordsmanship is something mysterious and profound. It's not something you can learn just by practicing hard. It requires enlightenment. What we need even more is to experience life and death. Zheng Tiancheng racked his brains and pulled out some pretentious quotes he had read in his youth from some street vendor literature. Between life and death lies great terror, but also great opportunity. When you are only a hair's breadth away from death, your spirit and your potential will be fully unleashed. That slash at that moment, perhaps, was the very essence of your swordsmanship. After Zheng Tiancheng finished speaking, he almost believed it himself. Yeah, that's me for sure, what I said makes perfect sense. Fang Xiuhan remained silent. Zheng Tiancheng's heart skipped a beat. Had this kid discovered that he was just rambling on? I see. Fang Xiuhan's voice rang out again, carrying a sense of sudden enlightenment. Thank you for your guidance, Teacher Zhang. Beep. The communication was disconnected. Zheng Tiancheng stood there, stunned, holding the bracelet, unable to come to his senses for a long time. He really believed it? I just made that up on the spot. Fang Xiuhan put away the bracelet. Between life and death. Teacher Zhang's words opened a new door for him. His previous cultivation was too comfortable. Although he also hunted ferocious beasts in the Fallen Wind Wasteland, those first-tier ferocious beasts posed no threat to him at all, thanks to his mastery of the great perfection of the drawing sword technique. Without pressure, there is no way to break through. But this doesn't mean we should blindly throw our lives away. Going deep into the wilderness to challenge second or even third-tier ferocious beasts that you can't possibly fight is not training, it's suicide. The best approach is to find a well-supported team to carry out high-risk missions. You can experience the pressure of being on the brink of life and death, but you won't actually lose your life. Kanglan Base City, Martial Arts Guild. As soon as Fang Xiuhan stepped through the door, many people in the noisy hall noticed him. Hey, here comes the daredevil. Brother Han, are you going out of town today? Can you take one of my brothers with you? I'm a 7th rank martial artist, I definitely won't hold you back. Brother Han, look here. Our team is going to Blackwind Pass today to hunt down Tier 1, rank 9 Windblade wolves. Want to come along? We'll split the loot 30-70, you get 70% and I get 30%. One after another, enthusiastic faces crowded around. Fang Xiuhan has already made quite a name for himself in the martial arts circle in the past 2 weeks. They are highly active in missions, possess strong capabilities, are ruthless, and have a good reputation. Many martial arts teams want to recruit him, as having such a powerful ally greatly increases the success rate and safety of missions. Fang Xiuhan politely declined everyone's invitations and went straight to the electronic screen in the mission hall. Mission: clean the eastern sewers of the Greenvine District. Target: Tier 1, Rank 3, Rotten Skin Crocodile. Reward: 5,000 guild points. Mission: hunt down 20 Tier 1, Rank 5 groundhogs at the West City Farm. Reward: 8,000 guild points. The scrolling screen mostly showed low-risk hunting or clearing missions, which posed no challenge to him. Just as he was about to leave and think of another way, a cheerful voice came from behind him. Young Master Fang, why didn't you leave the city directly today? Fang Xiuhan turned around and saw a slightly chubby middle-aged man dressed in the uniform of a guild leader. Blue Maple. One of the leaders of the martial arts guild, whom I had met a few times before, was quite polite to him. Manager Lan, Fang Xiuhan nodded, I'd like to take on a slightly dangerous group mission, but I haven't found a suitable one yet. A little dangerous? Lan Feng said with a smile. Come with me. He led Fang Shouhan through the lobby and into a manager's office. Closing the door shut out the noise from outside. Lan Feng poured Fang Shouhan a glass of water and got straight to the point. Perfect timing, I have an official task here that we're short-handed for. 100 kilometers north of Kanglan City, there is a large metal mine. In the past month, miners have been going missing one after another. We sent people to investigate and confirmed that it was a second-tier ferocious beast, the golden money python, that was causing the trouble. A money python? Fang Shouhan had an impression of this kind of ferocious beast. It is a ferocious snake that likes to inhabit areas rich in metal minerals. Its skin is covered with patterns that look like gold coins, hence its name. Their strength ranges from second tier first grade to third grade, and they are extremely aggressive. Yes. Lan Feng's expression became more serious. That mine is very important to our Kanglan city, so the authorities have decided to organize a team of martial arts masters to protect and clear out the mine. The minimum requirement for the team is a limb refinement martial master, and the team leader, Li Zhang, is an expert in the body refinement realm. I can use my authority to add an extra spot for you. Fang Shouhan's heart skipped a beat. A second-tier ferocious beast, its strength is comparable to that of a martial arts master. With his current cultivation level as a 9th-grade martial artist, coupled with the completion of the drawing sword technique, he would have the strength to fight against second-tier, first or second-grade ferocious beasts head-on. More importantly, with the entire martial arts team as a backup, safety is guaranteed. This is a life-or-death experience package tailor-made for him. I'll participate. Fang Shouhan agreed without the slightest hesitation. Okay. Lan Feng smiled with satisfaction. The mission starts early tomorrow morning. Just meet at the north gate. Give your name and someone will meet you. Thank you, Supervisor Lan. Fang Shouhan thanked him and turned to leave. Wait a moment. Lan Feng called out to him. A silver ring traced an arc through the air before being tossed over with pinpoint accuracy. Fang Shouhan caught it instinctively. The ring felt cool to the touch and was engraved with intricate patterns. This is a spatial ring? Fang Shouhan was somewhat taken aback. This thing is incredibly expensive in the martial arts mall. Even the cheapest one, with a capacity of only 1 cubic meter, starts at 2 million dragon coins. The mission location is in the wilderness, and it will probably take several days. Here's a spatial ring that will make it easier for you to carry supplies, Lan Feng explained casually. This is too valuable, Fang Shouhan said, wanting to return it. One should not accept rewards without merit. Take it. Lan Feng waved his hand, his expression frank. I might as well be frank, this is an investment in you in advance. I value your talent. I'll make a gentleman's agreement with you. If you can reach the strength of an 8 desolate warrior before you turn 20, I'd like to ask you for a small favor. Chapter 19 Martial Arts Master. Before the age of 20, he was a warrior of the 8 desolations. Fang Shouhan squeezed the ring on his hand. This request is not unreasonable. Okay, I agree to Manager Lan's request. A gentleman's agreement. Lan Feng smiled, not with the bold and unrestrained smile of Zheng Tiancheng, but with the amiable demeanor typical of a businessman. Fang Shouhan accepted the ring, thanked him, and turned to leave. Lan Feng walked to the office window and watched that tall, upright figure merge into the crowd and eventually disappear. The amiable look on his face vanished, replaced by a deep weariness. He pulled a badly worn holographic photo frame from his pocket. In the photo frame, a little girl with pigtails is smiling carefree at the camera. Ruor, Dad will definitely cure you. Early the next morning, at the north gate of Kanglan Base City. Nearly 100 fierce-looking martial artists gathered next to a row of military green off-road vehicles. The man in the lead was named Li Zhang. He was in his 30s, with a square face and a serious expression. He was the leader of this cleanup mission, a martial artist at the body refinement realm. He glanced at the time on his bracelet and frowned. Captain Li, what kind of person did they send over here? Why is our whole team waiting for him? A martial artist with a scorpion tattoo on his arm complained. Exactly, we are all at least limb refining martial masters. Sending in a 9th-rank martial artist would just be adding to the chaos. Is he some kind of nepotism hire who's just here to get some experience? If a fight breaks out, we'll have to split up the manpower to protect him. What a damn bad omen. The team members were discussing amongst themselves, their words filled with anger. The mission was already dangerous, and manpower was tight. Bringing along a burden would make anyone uncomfortable. Li Jiang was also unhappy, but there was nothing he could do. This was an order directly issued by the city sanitation department's top brass. "Shut up, all of you," Li Jiang snapped. "We just need to take good care of the people above. As long as he doesn't run around during the mission, we don't need to worry about him. If anything happens, he'll be responsible for it himself." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a figure approached from a distance. It was Fang Xiuhan. Li Jiang looked him up and down. Despite his youth, he possessed a calm and composed demeanor, a peak 9th rank martial artist. "You're Fang Xiuhan?" "Yes." "Get in the car." Li Jiang pointed to the last SUV, not bothering to say another word. Fang Xiuhan didn't say anything, opened the car door and got in. There were already 7 or 8 people in the car. As soon as he got in, the people who were talking fell silent. Undisguised scrutiny fell upon him, filled with rejection and wariness. Fang Xiuhan leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and ignored him. He didn't come here to make friends. Money python. Second tier ferocious beast. That's his goal. The convoy started up, drove out of the heavy city gate, and sped into the depths of the wilderness. Fang Xiuhan was organizing the knowledge of the martial arts system in his mind. Martial artist, martial master, and grand martial master are collectively known as the 3 realms of body refinement. In the warrior realm, skin and flesh refining is divided into 9 levels. The martial master realm is the most crucial transition in the entire body refinement stage. It is no longer divided into grades, but rather into 5 refinements. The first stage of training, limb training. This involves tempering the bones of the limbs to make them stronger than steel. This is the least risky stage, and most martial artists remain at this level. The second stage, body refinement. This involves tempering the sternum, spine, and other skeletal structures of the torso. The third stage, refining the skull. This process of refining the skull is extremely risky. The slightest mistake can result in brain death. The fourth stage, refining the internal organs. This involves refining the stomach, gallbladder, small intestine, large intestine, bladder, and triple burner. The fifth stage, refining the internal organs. This involves tempering the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, with the heart being the most important. Only by completing all 5 refinements can one have the opportunity to unify qi and blood and break through to the realm of Grand Martial Master. The team leader this time, Li Jiang, is a body refining martial master whose strength is enough to directly confront 2nd tier, 3rd grade, or even 4th grade ferocious beasts. The rest of the team members were all limb training martial arts masters. As a 9th rank martial artist, I certainly felt out of place among them. However, he possesses the sword drawing technique and the void breathing method, so his actual combat strength may not be inferior to that of a limb refining martial artist. 2 hours later, the convoy stopped in front of a hollowed out mountain range. This is a metal mine located 100 kilometers north of Kanglan City. The massive mountain was covered with countless mine shafts, and mine carts moved in and out of the tracks, making a rumbling sound. Li Jiang had everyone get out of the car and rest in a temporary camp built with steel. The money python is nocturnal, so we will act at night. Everyone, replenish food and water, check equipment. After dark, patrol in groups. Night falls. Li Jiang began assigning tasks. Zhao Gang, Li Lu, you take 3 people and be responsible for patrolling the number 3, number 4, and number 5 mine shafts on the east side. Yes, a burly man replied. Fang Xiuhan, you'll be in the same group as Zhao Gang and the others. Li Jiang called out his name last. Li Lu, whose name was mentioned, was the man with the scorpion tattoo who had complained in the car earlier, and his face immediately fell. Zhao Gang didn't say anything, but he instructed Fang Xiuhan, there are many forks in the road in the mine, and the situation is complicated. Stay close to us and don't wander off. Clear. The group of 6 turned on their tactical flashlights and entered one of the dark mine tunnels. The sound of clanging and banging echoed inside the cave, indicating that the miners were still working. Fang Xiuhan was puzzled. Why don't you use large machinery to mine this kind of mine? Zhao Gang, who was walking in front, turned around and explained, we're not mining ordinary iron ore, but energy ore, the core material for manufacturing weapons and equipment. That stuff is extremely precious. If we use machines, it's easy to damage the energy structure of the ore itself, causing waste. We can only rely on manual labor to chip away at it bit by bit. He changed the subject and lowered his voice. Golden pythons prefer to nest in places rich in energy minerals, so everyone should be on high alert. Zhao Gang had barely finished speaking. Deep inside the mine, a sudden whoosh sound of rolling gravel could be heard. His entire body tensed up instantly. Watch out, it's a money python. He held his sword horizontally in front of him, the cold gleam of the alloy blade reflecting on his solemn face. The other team members immediately assumed combat stances, turning their backs to their teammates and cautiously scanning the dark depths of the mine. The atmosphere instantly became extremely tense. Splash! The sound of rolling gravel grew closer. A dark figure suddenly darted out from around the corner of the rock wall. Squeak! A scream. The dark figure revealed its true form under the beams of the group's flashlights. A black rat that was at least half a meter long and incredibly fat. Blinded by the bright light, it panicked and turned around, disappearing into another side road in a flash. A deathly silence fell over the mine. Puff! Li Lu, the man with the scorpion tattoo, was the first to break down and burst out laughing. Hey gang, you're way too tense. A mouse has scared you like this? Haha, a limb-refining martial artist, actually startled by a giant rat? That'll be a laughing stock if word gets out. Another team member chimed in with a joke. Zhao Gang blushed, put away his sword, and scratched his head somewhat awkwardly. It's always better to be safe than sorry. Everyone burst into laughter, and the tense atmosphere vanished instantly. Chapter 20. Its life is mine. Fang Xiuhan did not laugh. He could see it clearly. Just as Zhao Gang shouted watch out, the burly man subconsciously took an extra half step in his direction. That half step conveniently blocked him from behind. This guy is trying to protect himself. Even in such tense moments, he could still subconsciously consider his teammates who were considered a burden. This guy named Zhao Gang is a pretty good person. Just as everyone relaxed completely and prepared to move on, no one noticed that behind the rock wall from which the black rat darted out, a pair of cold, vertical, deep yellow snake eyes silently appeared. The next second, a golden afterimage, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind that tore through the air, suddenly shot out from the darkness. The target was Zhao Gang, who was closest to them and had just put away his sword. Second tier, second grade, golden python. Quick! That's too fast. Zhao Gang's pupils suddenly contracted. He didn't even have time to raise his sword again. His body froze on the spot due to the sudden and fatal crisis. The shadow of death completely enveloped him. Careful! Li Lu, standing nearby, roared in horror and drew his sword, but before the sword was even halfway out of its sheath, the gaping maw of the golden python was already inches away. It's too late. When? A deafening, metallic clang rang out. A gleaming silver blade flashed and, in the blink of an eye, precisely struck the side of the money python. Hiss! The golden python let out a sharp hiss, its massive body was flung away by a tremendous force, crashing heavily into the rock wall beside it and scattering countless pieces of rock. Everyone was stunned. They mechanically turned their heads to look at the spot where the blade had flashed. Fang Xiuhan had somehow appeared in front of Zhao Gang, his ally battle sword still in a horizontal slashing stance. Was it him? That 9th-rank martial artist who was considered a burden by everyone? How could he possibly react so quickly? Zhao Gang was panting heavily, his back soaked with cold sweat. He stared at the not-so-tall figure in front of him, his mind blank. Survived a disaster. Hiss. The python shook its head and crawled out of the pile of rubble, a deep, bone-revealing knife wound on its body, from which dark red blood was flowing. Instead of fleeing, it became even more ferocious, its snake-like eyes locking onto Fang Xiuhan. I'll help you. Zhao Gang snapped out of his daze, raised his sword, and was about to step forward. Stand still. Fang Xiuhan's voice was very calm. It may have companions keep watch around. Its life is now mine. After he finished speaking, he made a move that baffled everyone. He slowly sheathed the alloy battle sword in his hand at his waist. Click. A soft sound. What are you doing? Li Lu and the others couldn't understand it at all. Faced with a second-tier, second-grade ferocious beast, instead of pressing his advantage, he sheathed his sword. Are you looking for death? The python is not very intelligent, but it can sense the disdain of the human in front of it. It let out an angry roar, and its massive body transformed into a golden lightning bolt once again, lunging towards Fang Xiuhan. This time, it's even faster. Fang Xiuhan stood there motionless, as if he were terrified. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. Just a moment before those venomous fangs touched his neck. He moved. His right hand landed on the hilt of the knife with lightning speed. There were no unnecessary movements. Draw your sword. Unsheathed. A sharp, invisible blade of light flashed and disappeared in the dim mine. Clang. The sound of a sword being sheathed was crisp and pleasant. Fang Shohan remained standing in the same spot, his posture unchanged. The menacing monstrous python froze in mid-air. The next moment. Put. A huge snake head, accompanied by a spurt of foul-smelling blood, shot into the sky. Immediately afterwards, its body, which was as thick as a water bucket, broke in two at the 7-inch mark. Splash! The two halves of the body fell heavily to the ground, still twitching nervously. Sold out instantly. With a single strike, he instantly killed a second-tier, second-grade ferocious beast. In the mine, you could hear a pin drop. Li Lu and the other team members stared wide-eyed, as if they had witnessed some kind of miracle. This is a 9th-rank martial artist? What a joke! These limb-training martial artists, when faced with this thing one-on-one, would fight for at least 10 minutes without a clear winner, and one wrong move could cost them their lives. But this young man in front of me only used one strike. Decisive and efficient. They had been secretly mocking him for being a burden. Now it seems that we are the real burden. Thump. Zhao Gang's legs went weak, and he knelt on one knee, his voice trembling as he looked at Fang Shohan's back. Thank you so much, Brother Han, for saving my life. Fang Shohan turned around and quickly helped him up. Brother Zhao Gang, there's no need for that. We're teammates in the same group. No. Zhao Gang stubbornly shook his head. This towering man's eyes were now red with tears. From today onwards, my life, Zhao Gang's life, belongs to you. Fang Shohan was somewhat helpless, but he didn't say anything more. He glanced down at the corpse of the money python, dissected out the valuable second-tier crystal core, and stored it in his spatial ring. But I felt a little regretful. He still couldn't grasp the so-called killer sword technique. Is this snake not strong enough? After the patrol ended, the group returned to their temporary camp. On the way, no one dared to look down on Fang Shohan in the slightest. Li Lu followed him closely, calling him Brother Han repeatedly, his attitude so respectful that he seemed like a completely different person. The atmosphere at the camp was unusually heavy. Team leader Li Zhang's face was so gloomy it could drip water. What's wrong, Captain Li? Zhao Gang asked as he stepped forward. Li Zhang didn't speak, but pointed to several corpses covered with white sheets in the corner of the camp. Just now, several other patrol teams were also attacked. Overnight, a total of 20 golden pythons appeared in the mine. We only killed 5 and seriously injured 15, and they got away. In addition, there were 5 miners who could not be saved. Everyone's heart sank. 20. This number far exceeded everyone's expectations. They initially thought it was just a routine clearing operation, but now it seems they've stirred up a hornet's nest. The miners were filled with fear, and even the seasoned martial arts team members showed signs of dread. The survey results are in. Li Zhang's voice rang in everyone's ears. No trace of any nests was found outside the mine. The only possibility is that their source lies in the deepest part of the vein. Chapter 21, Stirred Up a Snake's Nest. At the camp. Team Leader Li, there are too many branching paths deep in the mine, and the area is too large. If we send in about 100 people, it will be like scattering sesame seeds. A martial arts master with a missing arm asked in a hoarse voice what everyone was thinking. Li Zhang didn't speak, but walked to the makeshift command platform and unfolded a huge diagram of the mine structure. We don't need to explore every mine. His finger traced a clear path across the map. According to the mine manager's records, the money pythons only started appearing frequently in the last month. In other words, we only need to investigate the mines that were newly mined in the past month. There are 30 in total. The martial artists, who had been in despair, had a glimmer of hope rekindled in their hearts. 30, though still dangerous, is at least an achievable goal. Basic reward for the mission, 200,000 dragon coins. Slay a money python and receive an extra reward of 200,000. Li Zhang scanned the entire room. Now, I'll add one more. All team members who participate in the in-depth exploration will receive double all of the above rewards, regardless of whether they ultimately eliminate the ferocious beast. Those who do not wish to go can remain on the perimeter for guard duty and will receive the original reward. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire camp erupted in chaos. Double. The base reward is 400,000. Killing a single golden python grants you 400,000. If you're lucky, you can kill 2 or 3, and that's $1 million income. This money is enough for them to get a better set of equipment or buy several months' worth of cultivation resources. Risk and reward are locked in a fierce battle in everyone's mind. After nearly 10 minutes of noisy discussion, no one chose to leave. People die for wealth, birds die for food. Martial arts are a profession where people risk their lives to make a living. Zhao Gang and Li Lu came over, their faces showing concern. You're so talented and you're not short of money, there is no need for you to take this risk with us. Fang Xiuhan shook his head. He looked into the depths of the mine, into a bottomless darkness. I need this fight. In order to break through the ultimate killing strike that has been elusive for so long, and also for the monthly assessment of new students a month later. He was determined to get that spot in the marrow cleansing pool. Looking at his resolute profile, Zhao Gang stopped trying to persuade him and simply nodded heavily. I understand, I will protect you. Li Lu and another martial arts master named Wang Dahai exchanged a glance, their minds filled with only one thought. People who are more talented than you work even harder than you. It would be against the natural order if such a person did not become a strongman. 10 minutes later, the rest was over. Nearly 100 martial arts masters each received an electronic map, divided into 30 groups, and each chose a newly mined tunnel and filed in. Fang Xiuhan, Zhao Gang, Li Lu, and Wang Dahai formed a group of 4. Inside the mine, it was cold and damp. Hiss! A golden python suddenly darted out from a crevice in the rock wall and pounced straight at Wang Dahai, who was walking at the front. Wang Dahai hadn't reacted yet. Clang! A flash of light appeared. The head of the golden python had already flown off. Fang Xiuhan sheathed his sword with fluid, effortless movements, as if he were merely dusting it off. He remained completely calm and composed throughout the entire process, without even breaking a sweat. The team continued deeper into the area. Along the way, money pythons launched sneak attacks from all sorts of unexpected corners. Without exception, they were all cut in two by a blade of light when they came within 3 meters of the group. 2 hours later. Fang Xiuhan alone has killed no fewer than 10 golden pythons. Zhao Gang and his 2 companions, who hadn't even had a chance to draw their knives many times, were now panting heavily from their intense concentration. Something's not right. Zhao Gang, a veteran of countless battles, keenly sensed the problem. These money pythons are attacking more and more fiercely, showing no fear of death, as if they are deliberately preventing us from going deeper. Isn't that a good thing? Li Lu wiped his sweat and made an optimistic guess. This means we're close to finding their lair. At this moment, Fang Xiuhan suddenly stopped. Brother Han, what's wrong? Zhao Gang immediately became alert. Fang Xiuhan did not answer, but listened attentively. It's too quiet. It's been 5 minutes since we last encountered a single python. His voice was very soft, but it sent chills down the spines of Zhao Gang and the other 2. This completely contradicts the previous pattern that the deeper the attack, the more concentrated the attack. Something unusual must be going on. The moment Fang Xiuhan finished speaking. Hiss hiss hiss. A dense, teeth-grinding scraping sound came from behind them. Not from deep within the mine, but from the entrance they came in through. The 3 of them turned around abruptly. When the beam of the flashlight shone on him, Li Lu's face turned deathly pale in an instant. The narrow passage they had come through was now completely blocked by countless golden snake bodies. No fewer than 100 golden pythons formed a writhing, nauseating wall of snakes, completely blocking their escape route. We've been ambushed. Run! Zhao Gang let out a hoarse roar, was the first to react, and turned to run desperately deeper into the mine. Ah, help! Snakes! A snake swarm! Almost simultaneously, screams and cries of terror also erupted from other connected mine shafts. All the squads were subjected to the same surprise attack. This is a trap. Fang Xiuhan and his 3 companions fled frantically, pursued relentlessly by the swarm of snakes. After running for an unknown amount of time, the view suddenly opened up ahead. They stumbled into an enormous underground cavern. This cavern resembles an underground plaza that has been hollowed out, with a dome so high that it seems to have no end, and 30 dark mine entrances connected to it. One after another, disheveled and exhausted martial arts squads were scrambling and crawling out of those cave entrances. When the last team rushed into the cave, everyone discovered in despair. All 30 entrances were completely blocked by a dense swarm of golden pythons after they rushed out. They were surrounded. Charge with me. Fight your way out from one side, and you'll have a chance once you're inside the mine. In the face of desperation, Li Zhang unleashed an astonishing will. He raised his alloy battle blade and was the first to charge towards the swarm of snakes on his left. Kill! 100 martial arts masters, their eyes red, followed behind him, engaging the swarm of snakes in close combat. The flashes of swords and the shadows of snakes intertwined wildly. The sounds of clashing metal, hissing snakes, and screams of warriors filled the air. A martial arts master was accidentally cut on the calf by the venomous fangs of a money python, and the poison spread instantly. His body stiffened, and his movements faltered for a fraction of a second. In those fractions of a second, several golden pythons coiled around his body, dragging him alive into the depths of the snake swarm, without even being able to utter a scream. The bloody battle lasted for half an hour. Despite everyone's best efforts, they still paid a heavy price, with more than a dozen people sacrificing their lives. Charge back. Retreat to the deepest point. Li Zhang forced back several golden pythons with a single strike, and he discovered that the number of snakes deeper in the cave was relatively small. Gritting their teeth, the group unleashed their power once more, tearing a gap in the snake swarm and retreating in a sorry state to the deepest part of the cave, temporarily escaping the snake siege. The surviving martial artists were all wounded, leaning against the rock wall, panting heavily. They stopped? One of the martial arts masters suddenly noticed that the pursuing golden pythons had stopped a few dozen meters away from them, flicking their tongues and hissing threateningly, but daring not to take another step forward. Everyone felt confused and uneasy. Just then, a martial artist seemed to see something extremely terrifying. His fingers trembled as he raised his tactical flashlight and shone it into the deeper darkness behind them. A beam of light pierced the darkness. The first thing that catches the eye is a series of huge scales, each the size of a gold coin. The beam of light moved upwards, revealing a terrifying snake body, as thick as a bucket and covered with golden patterns. The beam of light continued to move upwards, and then upwards still. Finally, the image settled on a ferocious snakehead that was comparable in size to a small car. The unimaginably enormous python was coiled up in the deepest part of the cave, its cold, emotionless vertical pupils silently watching them. It was as if they were watching a group of prey that had already fallen into a net. Chapter 22. If you want to live, come with me. The snake's head, as large as a small car, looked down at the crowd. A third-tier ferocious beast, the money python king. Third tier, this is a third-tier beast. A martial artist's voice trembled, and the alloy battle sword in his hand shook. This thing is powerful enough to rival a grand martial master. And among them, the strongest leader, Li Zhang, is only a body refinement martial master. What can we use to fight? Are you going to use your head to hit someone? The money python king moved. It didn't roar, it simply opened its enormous mouth, big enough to swallow a cow whole. Call. A foul-smelling gust of wind swept over us. The martial artist standing at the very front didn't even have time to react before his upper body was bitten. Click. The crisp sound of bones cracking was particularly jarring in the deathly silent cave. The martial artist's lower body fell limply to the ground, blood and internal organs splattered everywhere. The golden python king swallowed the half-corpse with a gulp. Its cold, vertical pupils swept over the remaining food. Ah! A martial artist whose mental defenses had crumbled screamed and turned to rush toward a mine shaft blocked by a swarm of snakes. Don't go! Come back! Li Zhang roared. It's too late. As soon as the man rushed to the cave entrance, he was swarmed by dozens of golden pythons and instantly overwhelmed. The piercing scream lasted for less than 2 seconds before abruptly stopping. Despair, like a plague, spread among the survivors. Fight it! Charge out! There might still be a chance of survival. That's right. We'd rather die on the front lines. Several bloodthirsty martial artists roared, preparing to launch a suicidal charge. Stop the fucking ring! Li Zhang roared, his square face filled with determination. He stood with his sword drawn, blocking the crowd, facing the enormous beast alone. I'll cover the rear. All of you, charge in one direction. Every one of you who survives is a life saved. Zhao Gang, Li Lu, and the others were all stunned. They understood that Li Zhang was willing to risk his life for a slim chance. Captain Li. Zhao Gang's eyes were red. If you want to live, come with me. A steady voice broke the somber atmosphere. Fang Shouhan stepped out from the back of the crowd. Charge out, and none of them will survive. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at the 9th-rank martial artist. Li Zhang frowned, What do you mean? If we don't charge, are we just waiting to die? Fang Xiuhan ignored him. With his perfected void breathing technique, he could clearly sense a special energy fluctuation permeating the air at the deepest part of the cave. There, he could find an opportunity to break through. I'll say it again. Fang Xiuhan turned around and ran towards the deeper part of the cave, into that endless darkness. If you want to live, come with me. As Zhao Gang watched Fang Xiuhan's retreating figure, the image of the blade that had slain the second-tier golden coin python flashed through his mind. He did not hesitate at all. I believe him. He roared, took off, and followed closely behind. Li Lu and Wang Dahai exchanged a glance, then gritted their teeth and followed. Damn it, I'm betting. Li Zhang looked at the backs of those few figures who did not hesitate, and then at the Python King in front of him, which was beginning to get impatient. He made a decision. Everyone, follow Fang Xiuhan. The remaining dozens of martial artists, though full of doubts, had no choice but to follow under the leader's orders and the threat of death. The main force fled desperately into the depths of the cave. A hint of human-like astonishment flashed in the golden Python King's vertical pupils. Instead of scattering and fleeing, the prey ran deeper into their own den. It let out a low growl, as if mocking the fools for walking into their trap. It swallowed the half-corpse in its mouth, its massive body slithering across the ground with a rustling sound as it slowly chased after the carcass. In its view, these people were already trapped. Fang Xiuhan and his group fled frantically, running an unknown distance. On the rock face ahead, faint blue fluorescence began to appear. The further in you go, the denser the fluorescence becomes. Finally, they stopped in front of a huge rock wall. The entire rock wall was inlaid with those minerals that emitted a blue fluorescence, making this underground space look like a dream. This is an energy elemental stone ore. Li Zheng gasped in shock. Yuan stone is a product of the combination of the primordial energy of heaven and earth with special mineral veins. The ultimate auxiliary resource for martial arts training. He understood everything in an instant. No wonder there's a tier 3 golden python king here. Living in a place like this for a long time, even a pig could evolve into martial Tianpeng. Over here. Fang Xiuhan stopped at a corner of a rock wall, where there was an extremely narrow crevice. The gap was very narrow, just enough for an adult to squeeze in sideways. Quickly! Get inside! Fang Xiuhan was the first to crawl inside. Seeing this, everyone rushed in without thinking. A third-tier golden python king, with its enormous body, absolutely cannot get in. When the last person squeezed into the gap, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But when they shone their flashlights inside, their hearts, which had just settled down, sank to the bottom again. Deep within the crevice lies a dead end. This is a dead end. This is the way out you were talking about? One of the martial arts instructors broke down. He grabbed Fang Xiuhan by the collar, his eyes bloodshot. We're trapped here and we'll die. You've killed us all. Let go. Li Zhang shoved the martial arts master aside and coldly shouted, Shut up, all of you. He turned to Fang Xiuhan, his expression serious. How long will it take you? Fang Xiuhan uttered 3 words, 3 hours. Li Zhang gave him a deep look. He chose to believe in this young man who had repeatedly created miracles. Good. Li Jing turned around and gave orders to all the surviving martial artists. Everyone, follow me and guard the gap. Even if it means death, we must hold him off for these 3 hours. He took the lead, using his imposing physique to block the outside. The group looked at each other, puzzled, but their leader's determination inspired them. They all picked up their weapons and formed a fragile human wall behind Li Zhang. Deep in the crevice, Fang Xiuhan said to Zhao Gang and the others, Do me a favor and cut down all the yuan stones on the cliff and pile them up next to me. Without saying a word, Zhao Gang and Li Lu picked up their swords and started fighting. Soon, a pile of elemental stones emitting blue fluorescence appeared around Fang Xiuhan. He sat cross-legged and began practicing the perfected version of the void breathing technique. Thump! A loud bang. The entire mountain was shaking violently. It's the golden python king. It's caught up and is frantically ramming against the outer rock wall. The martial artists inside the crevice were all deathly pale. Li Lu watched as Fang Xiuhan picked up a piece of raw yuan stone ore, seemingly preparing to absorb it, and he looked worried. The energy in this raw ore is violent, and it also contains impurities. Directly absorbing it will cause your body to explode. He wanted to step forward and stop him. Zhao Gang grabbed him. Don't worry about it, trust him. Zhao Gang's voice wasn't loud, but it carried a blind trust. He must have his reasons for doing this. Chapter 23. Is he a monster? Fang Xiuhan remained oblivious to everything happening around him. He guided the immense energy within the Yuan stone, channeling it into his limbs and bones. Boom! That energy was so violent, it felt like it was about to detonate a bomb in his meridians. The intense pain caused his body to convulse involuntarily. But he forced himself to hold back. He guided that violent energy, directing it all towards his left little finger. Tempering. The first training for a martial arts master, limb training. Puff. A fine mist of blood seeped out from under the skin of his little finger. The bones are being forcibly crushed and then reassembled. With his terrifying comprehension at level 65, his control over energy reached an unbelievable level of precision. 1 minute. It only took 1 minute. The energy that was enough to kill an ordinary martial artist was perfectly absorbed by him, and the bone in his left little finger was fully tempered. A powerful aura, far surpassing that of a 9th-rank martial artist, suddenly erupted from his body. Martial arts master. He made a breakthrough. Zhao Gang and Li Lu were stunned by what they saw. I've lost all sense of right and wrong. Li Lu's lips trembled, and he could barely hold onto his battle sword. Wang Dehai swallowed hard, his voice hoarse. When I broke through from a 9th-grade martial artist to a limb refiner, I spent a whole day in the secret room and almost ruined myself. He looked at Fang Xiuhan as if he were looking at a monster in human skin. This kid absorbs the mixed and violent energy from the Yuan stone or as easily as drinking water. Is this reasonable? This is unreasonable. Don't fucking stand there. Zhao Gang was the first to react, and swung his knife at the rock wall. Chop! Chop the rock for Brother Han. The two snapped out of their daze and, without further thought, began to frantically hack at the rock wall with their swords. The clanging and jingling sounds echoed in the narrow crevice. One by one, the Yuan stones emitting blue fluorescence were cut off and piled up around Fang Xiuhan. Deep within the crevice, Fang Xiuhan was quite dissatisfied with his speed. Too slow. If you temper them one by one, when will you ever finish training your limbs? He made an even more outrageous decision. Multitasking. He forcibly split the violent energy within his body into two, like two surging rivers, which flowed simultaneously into his left and right hands. Puff! Puff! Two fine streams of blood mist simultaneously seeped from under the skin of his palm and finger bones. The excruciating pain was more than twice as intense as before. But he gritted his teeth and, with his level 65 comprehension, precisely controlled the two energies, washing over, crushing, and reconstructing every inch of his bones. Zhao Gang and his two companions, who were frantically chopping or, glanced at it and stopped what they were doing. They saw that Fang Xiuhan's left and right hands were shrouded in a bloody mist. Ambidextrous? Simultaneous tempering? Li Lu's sword fell to the ground with a clang. He was already numb. I'm completely numb. No amount of genius or prodigy can adequately describe the man before us. This isn't even human. 5 minutes later, Fang Xiuhan simultaneously completed the tempering of the bones in 2 fingers with both hands. An hour later, he successfully tempered all the bones in his arms and legs. Limb training martial artist, achieved. Zhao Gang and the other two were speechless with amazement. They simply and mechanically piled one Yuan stone after another around him. At that very moment, thump! A deafening roar came from outside the crack. The entire mountain was shaking violently, and loose rocks were falling down. It's that 3rd-tier golden python king. It's crashing into the mountain. Withstand! Li Zhang, who was blocking the outermost part of the gap, roared angrily, using his body and battle sword to desperately block the only entrance. Bang! A massive serpent tail covered in golden scales lashed against the rock wall with tremendous force. The rock face was instantly covered with spiderweb-like cracks. Li Zhang groaned as a tremendous force traveled through the rock, leaving a bloody gash on his lower abdomen. Hiss hiss hiss. When the golden python king couldn't break through, it let out a sharp hiss. The next second, countless ordinary golden pythons surged over like a tide, opening their mouths and using their venomous fangs to frantically gnaw at the rocks at the edge of the crevice. Click, click. The teeth-grinding cracking sound was incessant. That narrow gap is widening at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ah! A martial arts master was bitten on the ankle by a money python that crawled in through a crack. He screamed in agony as he was dragged out. A chilling tearing sound came from outside, then silence. Push forward. We can't let them widen the gap. Li Zhang's eyes were bloodshot. But there were too many snakes. In half an hour, they paid the price of 3 more deaths and 12 serious injuries. The surviving martial artists, all wounded, watched in despair as the crack continued to widen. They're about to reach their breaking point. The deepest part of the crevice. Fang Shouhan also encountered a bottleneck. After training his limbs, he began to work on the bones of his torso, thoracic vertebrae and cervical vertebrae. However, the operation of the void breathing technique is about to reach the perfect limit of 81 cycles. A deep sense of exhaustion welled up from the depths of my body. He felt like he was being drained dry. If you stop, all your previous efforts will be wasted. However, with the strength of a limb refining martial artist alone, it is impossible to contend with that third-tier Python King. He must be a martial arts master who refines heads. Without hesitation, Fang Shouhan opened the system panel with a thought. Evolution points, 94891. System, allocate all evolution points to comprehension. Improving comprehension. Comprehension, LV65 LV99. Boom! An indescribable feeling exploded in his mind. The whole world, in his perception, became completely different. Observe the small to understand the big, and draw inferences from one instance to another. It was as if the underlying logic of everything was clearly laid out before him. The bottleneck in the operation of the void breathing technique was instantly broken. The 80-second cycle. Start. The pile of primordial stones around him seemed to be swept up by an invisible whirlwind. A surge of immense energy rushed into his body at a speed 10 times faster than before. He was tempering his body and bones at an alarming speed. Half an hour later. 12 thoracic vertebrae and 7 cervical vertebrae, tempered and refined. A powerful aura, far surpassing that of a limb refining martial artist, erupted from his body. A martial arts master who refines his head. It's done! Boom! At that very moment, the rock fissure that had been gnawed at for nearly an hour collapsed with a deafening roar. Countless golden pythons surged in. The leading third-tier golden python king opened its blood-red maw and lunged at a martial artist whose face had turned ashen. At the critical moment, Fang Shouhan appeared before the golden python king. He swung his alloy longsword down fiercely at the grotesque snake head, which was as big as a car. When a sharp, metallic clang rang out. That terrifying head, capable of crushing steel, was actually blocked by his blade. Chapter 24: The Ultimate Killing Technique. Fang Shouhan was still surrounded by lingering blood mist, which was the essence blood forced out from his pores when he forcibly broke through. He held his sword horizontally in front of him, his arm muscles bulging, preventing the gaping maw from advancing even an inch. For the first time, surprise and doubt appeared in the golden python king's cold, vertical pupils. How could such terrifying power erupt from the body of this tiny human being before me? Back off. Fang Shouhan's voice was hoarse, like sandpaper being rubbed. As if waking from a dream, Li Zhang and the others instinctively retreated, moving away from this terrifying standoff area. After everyone had moved some distance away, Fang Shouhan suddenly exerted force with his wrist. Roll! With a roar, he forcefully pushed the enormous snake head back. The golden python king took a half-step back to steady itself and let out a furious roar of provocation. Fang Shouhan took the initiative to retreat abruptly, creating distance between them. He slowly sheathed the alloy battle sword at his waist. Click! The crisp sound echoed through the cave. Fang Shouhan took a deep breath, his perfect-grade meteor blade poised to strike. He wanted to provoke the beast. Completely enrage it. When the golden python king saw him sheath his sword, it thought he was showing weakness. Its massive body transformed into a golden lightning bolt and pounced again. Just as they were about to reach Shiko, Fang Shouhan made a move. Draw your sword. In an instant, 9 sword lights overlapped in the air and merged into one. Sizzle! A deep, bone-revealing wound stretched from the monstrous python's jaw all the way to its neck. The golden scales were torn open, and dark red blood gushed out. The excruciating pain drove the money python king completely insane. It abandoned its prey and instead let out a sharp hiss, commanding the snake swarm to launch a full-scale attack. This was the opportunity Fang Shouhan wanted. He turned around, without the slightest hesitation, and charged toward the weakest side of the snake swarm. With a flash of light, several ordinary money pythons blocking the way were instantly killed. He tore open a gap and ran desperately toward the open area on the other side of the cave. The Golden Python King was thoroughly enraged by that flash of light, and it became convinced that humanity was the greatest threat. It abandoned Li Jiang and the others, its massive body slithering across the ground, emitting a terrifying rustling sound, as it frantically chased after the direction Fang Xiuhan had fled. As Li Jiang and the others watched the man and the python disappear into the darkness, the pressure on them eased dramatically. Without the Python King's suppression, the remaining ordinary money pythons, though numerous, were no longer a threat. Hold the formation. Kill! Li Jiang roared and led everyone in a desperate counterattack. On the other side of the cave, there is a relatively open underground plaza. Fang Xiuhan stopped, breathing heavily. The aftereffects of the forced breakthrough began to appear, with needle-like stinging pains emanating from the bones of every part of the body. Rustling sound. The Golden Python King caught up and coiled at the other end of the square, its huge snake head raised high, its vertical pupils fixed on Fang Xiuhan. The pain from the wound made it even more violent. Despite the excruciating pain in his bones, Fang Xiuhan once again slowly sheathed the Hejin battle blade in his hand. He wanted to comprehend the so-called killer sword technique here. Zheng Tiancheng once said that between life and death, there is great terror as well as great opportunity. Today, it's either it dies or I perish. The Golden Python King let out a low roar, its massive body suddenly leaping out, its huge mouth opening wide to bite down on Fang Xiuhan's head. A foul stench filled the air. Fang Xiuhan remained motionless. Just as the fangs were about to touch his scalp. Clang! Draw your sword and parry. The blade clashed with the venomous fangs, sending sparks flying. He was jolted back 3 steps by the immense force, and his arm went numb. When the Golden Python King's first attack failed, it swept its tail across the ground with a whooshing sound as it tore through the air. Clang! Another crisp sound of a sword being drawn and parried. Fang Xiuhan was sent flying, crashing into the rock wall and creating a shallow crater. A mouthful of blood welled up in his throat, but he forced it back down. He steadied himself, still in the same stance as when he drew his sword. Once. Twice. More than 10 times. Fang Xiuhan completely abandoned the offensive, relying solely on the drawing sword technique to repeatedly parry the Golden Python King's frenzied attacks. He gradually entered a state of complete absorption. I won't look at it, I won't think about it. He relied solely on his body's instincts to sense and wield the knife. Each time he drew his sword, it was faster and more precise than the last. The Money Python King grew increasingly agitated. It couldn't understand why this tiny human being before it seemed like an unkillable cockroach. It let out a piercingly sharp screech. It will use its strongest killing move. The Golden Python King suddenly opened its huge mouth, and the venom sac deep in its throat contracted violently. Put! Put! 2 streams of highly concentrated, dark green venom, like 2 poison arrows released from a bow, pierced the air and headed straight for Fang Xiuhan's face. This is the essence of its venom sac. Accumulated over decades. Contact with it is fatal, and it turns to water upon touch. A terrifying life or death crisis instantly enveloped Fang Xiuhan. His mind went blank. Born? Die? Countless images of drawing the sword flashed through my mind. That untouchable bottleneck shattered at that moment. An invisible aura suddenly erupted from Fang Xiuhan. The ultimate killing strike. The 2 streams of venom that shot towards him slowed down noticeably when they were within 3 meters of his body. He understood. The power of a sword is not something that only arises after the sword is drawn. Rather, before drawing their swords, they must first have the determination to kill. When the mind is focused and the intention is clear, the momentum is already established even before the blade arrives. Fang Xiuhan's right hand rested on the hilt of the knife. This time, he did not hesitate at all. Draw your sword. An indescribable, dazzling blade of light shot into the sky. As the blade flashed, the 2 slowed streams of venom were precisely cleaved in 2. The venom, once cut open, lost all kinetic energy under the pressure of the blade's force, scattering helplessly on the ground without even a single drop splashing onto Fang Xiuhan. Having mastered the ultimate killing technique, his combat power soared to a whole new level. He did not sheath his knife. He dragged his knife, taking 1 step at a time, and deliberately approached the Golden Python King. The strategies for offense and defense are different. The Golden Python King sensed an unprecedented and deadly threat from this human. It roared and charged forward with its massive body. Fang Xiuhan neither dodged nor evaded, and slashed straight at the snake's head with his alloy battle blade. When? The blade was once again blocked by the tough snakeskin, leaving only a shallow white mark. Upon seeing this, the golden python king's eyes flashed with contempt, and it opened its mouth to bite. Now, Fang Shohan's action of striking the snake's head was just a pretense. The moment the golden python king opened its mouth to defend itself, he twisted his wrist, and the blade suddenly dipped downwards. Put. The E-grade alloy battle blade pierced its weakest point 7 inches below its core at an incredibly tricky angle. The blade disappeared completely at the root. Fang Shohan didn't stop. He roared, gripped the hilt of his knife, and slashed down the snake's body with a fierce motion. Tear. A huge wound, several meters long, was forcibly torn open. The scalding hot snake blood gushed out like a fountain, turning Fang Shohan into a blood-soaked figure. Hiss. The golden python king let out the most shrill scream in its history, its massive body twisting and rolling wildly on the ground. But it was all too late. Its vitality was rapidly slipping away along with that huge wound. Finally, its struggles grew weaker and weaker, and its massive body crashed to the ground, never to be heard again. Defeat the Tier 3, Rank 2 ferocious beast, the Golden Python King, and gain 2,186 evolution points. Chapter 25. This kid really deserves to die. Fang Shohan, dragging a knife and covered in blood, emerged from the darkness. The blood on his body was partly his own, but mostly it belonged to the Python King. Li Zhang and the others were besieging the remaining snakes when they saw him, and everyone slowed down their movements. Li Lu's voice trembled. Where is that beast? Fang Shohan didn't speak, but simply stuck the alloy battle knife upside down in the ground, leaning against the hilt and panting heavily. It's all resolved. His voice was hoarse, but it was like a reassuring pill, striking the hearts of every survivor. Holy crap! One of the martial arts practitioners couldn't hold back and swore. He single-handedly killed a third-tier ferocious beast? Is this even human? The martial arts masters who had survived the ordeal gathered around, their expressions towards Fang Shohan filled with awe and gratitude. Li Zhang, with thick bandages wrapped around his waist, walked up to Fang Shohan and bowed deeply. Thank you very much this time. Without you, we would all die here. Fang Shohan waved his hand, which aggravated his injury, causing him to wince in pain. We're all on the same team. Li Lu and Wang Dahai, one on each side, lifted him up. Brother Han, from now on you're my real brother. Yes, I'll face any danger, it's just a matter of a word from you. The martial arts instructor who had grabbed Fang Shohan by the collar earlier also came over, his face turning a deep purplish red, and bowed deeply to Fang Shohan. Brother, I was a jerk before. I shouldn't have questioned you. I apologize. Fang Shohan was too tired to exchange pleasantries with them, so he simply nodded. In the dead of night, under the command of the martial arts master, the miners began to move the mountain of golden python corpses in the mine. Li Zheng gathered all the surviving martial arts masters together. I decided to give all the prize money from this mission to Fang Shohan. He looked around. Does anyone have a problem with this? Everyone fell silent. No one had any objections. This was something Fang Shohan had risked his life for. I disagree. Fang Shohan's voice wasn't loud, but everyone could hear it clearly. He leaned against Zhao Gang, barely managing to stand up straight. I killed the Python King, but we all held off the swarm of snakes together. Without you guys holding me back, I wouldn't have had a chance to break through. This achievement belongs to everyone. He paused for a moment, then explained his allocation plan. I'll take half of the Python King's corpse in the mission reward, and the other half will be split equally among all the surviving brothers. Li Zheng wanted to say something more. Fang Shohan interrupted him. Captain Li, it's settled then. Otherwise, I won't accept a single penny of this reward. His attitude was very firm. Li Zheng looked at him and finally nodded heavily. Good. This decision further increased the respect that all the martial arts masters present had for Fang Shohan. He is capable, responsible, and doesn't seek personal credit. This kind of person is worth getting to know better. Despite the excruciating pain in his bones, Fang Shohan chose not to rest. He was thinking about the mission reward. Cultivation is too expensive, he's penniless now. Brother Zhao, take me to the martial arts guild. Without saying a word, Zhao Gang got into the car and drove Fang Shohan towards Kanglan City. It was already past midnight when we arrived at the martial artists guild. The guild hall was still brightly lit. Fang Shohan limped to the mission handover window and handed over his martial arts badge and mission certificate. The staff member took a look and his hand trembled. Clearing out the golden python tide. Completion. Perfect? The third-tier golden python king, has it been killed? He looked up at Fang Shohan with an expression as if he were looking at an alien. Just as he was about to go through the formalities, a gloomy voice came from behind him. Come here. Fang Shohan turned around and saw Lan Feng with a dark expression. Without saying a word, Lan Feng grabbed his wrist with astonishing force. Come to my office. Fang Shohan was dragged along by him, staggering behind, and began to have doubts. This manager Lan's reaction is strange. Could it be that he stole his niece's Rookie of the Year award, and now he's taking revenge? The office door slammed shut. Lan Feng shoved Fang Shohan into a chair, his face so dark it could drip water. Are you out of your mind? A 9th-rank martial artist forcibly broke through to the level of a head-refining martial artist in a single day? Do you know that doing this will completely destroy the foundation of your martial arts? His voice was filled with barely suppressed anger. Before Fang Shohan could speak, Lan Feng had already grabbed his wrist, and a surge of pure vital energy flowed into his body. This is to check his physical condition. Lan Feng's expression was very serious. He had already foreseen the worst possible outcome. Forcing a breakthrough will inevitably leave cracks all over the bones, and may even damage the bone marrow, beyond the help of even a god. But after the vital energy circulated through his body, the seriousness on Lan Feng's face slowly turned into doubt. Wrong. The bones are very active, and the tremors from the tempering haven't completely subsided yet. But, there are no cracks? There isn't a single crack. Lan Feng refused to believe it and intensified his probe of vital energy, scanning Fang Shohan's limbs and bones inch by inch. The result was the same. Its bones are as smooth as jade, incredibly tough, and its foundation is unbelievably stable. Just how terrifying is this kid's control over energy? The doubt on Lan Feng's face turned into astonishment, and finally into a bottomless shock. He abruptly shook off Fang Shohan's hand, as if he had touched a hot potato. Cough. Lan Feng coughed lightly, and to cover up his lapse in composure, he pretended to be stern as he reprimanded him. Just because things are fine now doesn't mean they'll be fine in the future. Young people don't always think about taking shortcuts. As he spoke, he took an exquisite glass bottle from the drawer and tossed it into Fang Shohan's arms. This is chalcedony juice, take it. Fang Shohan caught the bottle, its surface smooth and warm to the touch. This stuff is a rare commodity sold by the drop in the martial arts mall. Lan Feng's tone softened a bit. After you get back, add a few drops to your bath every time you take a bath for 7 days in a row. It can help repair the hidden dangers left by this forced breakthrough. Fang Shohan opened the bottle and took a sniff. A refreshing fragrance wafted out. Nice one. He accepted it without hesitation. Thank you, Manager Lan. I do need this. Lan Feng's lips twitched as he looked at his matter-of-fact attitude. This kid really doesn't hold back when he talks to me. He suddenly changed the subject. With you doing this, it will be even harder for Lu Ruyan to catch up with you. Fang Shohan was taken aback. A strange smile appeared on Lan Feng's face. She is my own niece. Boom. Fang Shohan's mind went blank. Holy crap? The icy beauty who competed with him for the Rookie of the Year award and was so angry with him was actually Lan Feng's niece. He subconsciously looked down at the chalcedony juice in his arms. This thing, could it be poisonous? Chapter 26 The Billionaire. Lan Feng seemed to have read his mind and said in an annoyed tone. Don't worry, I'm not that petty. I admire your strength and talent, and I won't target you over such a small matter. Consider this chalcedony juice my personal investment in a rising star. He paused, a hint of pleading in his voice. If you run into her outside in the future, please go easy on her for my sake and take good care of her. After all, that girl is too arrogant. Fang Shohan understood. This is a request from an elder. He readily agreed, don't worry, Manager Lan. As long as she doesn't provoke me, I will definitely treat her like a younger sister. Lan Feng nodded in satisfaction. Fang Shohan took the chalcedony juice and returned to the detached villa at the school. He immediately filled the bathtub with hot water, and then carefully dripped in 3 drops of milky white chalcedony juice. The medicine dissolves instantly in water, turning the entire tank of water a warm, milky color. He lay down inside. A gentle yet powerful energy flowed through every pore of his body, permeating his limbs and bones. The excruciating, bone-deep pain from the needle pricks subsided rapidly, at a speed visible to the naked eye. Instead, there is an indescribable feeling of comfort. It feels so good. Before Fang Xiuhan could even think much, he fell into a deep sleep enveloped in this warm, gentle energy. The next morning, he was awakened by the vibration of his communicator. The call was from Li Zhang. Brother Fang, the mission reward has been settled, and the money has been deposited into your account. Please check it. Fang Xiuhan hung up the phone and opened his bank account. When he saw that long string of numbers, even though he was mentally prepared, his breath still caught in his throat for a moment. 307.6 million dragon dollars. Fang Xiuhan stared at the long string of zeros on the communicator screen and counted them 3 times. That's right, it's 8 zeros. I've become a billionaire? He leaned against the edge of the bathtub, forcing himself to calm down and analyze the source of this huge sum of money. This mission was far more dangerous than expected. Nearly 1,000 golden pythons, including a 3rd-tier, 2nd-grade python king. This scale is simply unacceptable in the secondary safe zone within 300 miles of Kanglan City. This is no longer a simple clearing mission, but a battle comparable to the extermination of a small beast tide. The mine has probably emptied its coffers of reserves, hoping to settle things peacefully. He killed the Python King himself and then voluntarily shared half of the spoils with his teammates, earning everyone's respect. This also led Li Zhang and the others to pile all the credits on themselves when reporting their achievements. Most importantly, it was the corpse of that 3rd-tier Python King. A 3rd-tier ferocious beast, its entire body is a treasure. Scales can be used to make armor, venomous fangs and venom sacs are top-quality materials for brewing potions, and flesh and blood are highly nutritious. All things considered, 300 million is a reasonable amount. Having figured this out, Fang Xiuhan's initial sense of unreality was replaced by a tremendous sense of satisfaction. Money gives heroes courage. It is also the foundation for cultivation. He is now penniless, and the aftereffects of his forced breakthrough still linger deep within his bones. He urgently needs resources to consolidate his foundation and enhance his strength. Without hesitation, Fang Xiuhan opened the martial arts shop. First thing, change weapons. His E-grade ally battle knife was chipped more than a dozen times during his fight with the Python King and was now useless. D-grade alloy battle sword, priced at 450,000 dragon coins, capable of penetrating the defenses of a 4th-tier ferocious beast. C-grade alloy battle blade, priced at 3 million dragon coins, capable of penetrating the defenses of a tier 6 ferocious beast. Grade B alloy battle blade, priced at 8.96 million dragon coins, capable of penetrating the defenses of a 7th-tier ferocious beast. Grade A alloy battle blade, priced at 21.8 million dragon yuan, capable of breaking through the defenses of an 8th-tier ferocious beast. Forged from deep-sea cold iron mixed with memory metal, it cuts through iron like mud. S-grade alloy battle blade, priced at 130 million dragon yuan, capable of breaking through the defenses of a 9th-tier ferocious beast, exclusive to Grandmaster-level experts. Fang Xiuhan's gaze lingered between Grade A and Grade B. Grade B offers good value for money. But level A is enough for him to reach the king level in one go. I only thought about it for 3 seconds. Purchase an A-grade alloy battle knife. Ding! Your order for 21.8 million dragon coins has been placed and is expected to arrive within 1 hour. Next up are the combat uniforms. The clothes he was wearing were already soaked with snake blood and sweat, and had several holes in them, making them no different from tattered strips of cloth. National Special Generation 3rd Generation Combat Suit, priced at 2.88 million dragon yuan, it uses spider silk protein fiber mixed with nanomaterials, offering excellent breathability, superior toughness, and basic built-in defensive capabilities. Purchase. Nearly 3 million more has been spent. Fang Xiuhan didn't feel sorry for him at all. Life-saving equipment is worth any price. Next up is the main event: martial arts techniques and skills. Both Meteor Blade and Drawing Sword technique are melee combat techniques, which put them at a disadvantage when facing ranged attacks or fast-moving enemies. He searched for remote in the martial arts area. A dazzling array of martial arts techniques appeared. The Soaring Finger, a transcendent-level martial art, priced at 8.8 million dragon coins. Shattering Star Fist, a transcendent-level martial art, priced at 9.5 million dragon coins. His attention was drawn to a martial arts manual priced at 10.8 million. Flick of the Finger and Dragon's Fury, a transcendent-level martial art, priced at 10.8 million dragon coins. Description: this technique concentrates all the body's strength into a single finger, which can then be projected outwards with immense power. Note, this skill requires the master level of cultivation, enabling the external projection of internal energy. Those with meridians far wider and stronger than ordinary people may attempt it earlier. This is it. His meridians, refined by the void breathing method, are far stronger and wider than those of others of the same level, perfectly meeting this special condition. Buy. With over 200 million yuan still remaining, Fang Xiuhan did not stop. This battle with the Golden Python King made him realize that attack power alone is not enough. That beast's physical defenses are too strong. One must also improve one's physical strength. He found his target in the body refining techniques area. The Dragon Tiger Purgatory Scripture, a transcendent level body refining technique, priced at 36 million dragon coins. Description: this technique simulates the power of dragons and tigers, tempering muscles, bones, and flesh. Those who master it possess a physical body comparable to a ferocious beast of the same level. This cultivation method requires no vital energy, only a massive amount of blood and qi, and an overwhelming will. Fang Xiuhan's eyes lit up. Not relying on vital energy means he can stagger his practice of the void breathing technique, greatly improving efficiency. Buy. Ding. You have spent 36 million dragon coins. The cultivation technique manual has been sent to your encrypted email address. After a series of purchases, there were still about 230 million left in the account. Fang Xiuhan spent another 100 million yuan to order a large number of second and third tier ferocious beast crystal cores, as well as various high-grade potions for strengthening the body and nourishing the vital energy. These are the ammunition he will use for his next training. He finally breathed a sigh of relief after doing all this. Spending money feels great. He glanced at the calendar. There were only 7 days left until the new student assessment at the end of the month. The reward for this assessment is a spot in the marrow cleansing pool. He has to get his hands on it. A clear training plan took shape in his mind. Morning, practice flick of the finger and collapse of the dragon force to make up for the weakness in ranged attacks. Afternoon, cultivate the Dragon and Tiger Purgatory Scripture and push your physical strength to the limit. Evening, take a bath with chalcedony juice and medicine to repair any hidden health problems, while continuing to use the void breathing method to temper the skull. He wants to take his strength to the next level within these 7 days. Chapter 27: 6 times Gravity. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. The gravity-controlled interior of a detached villa. Fang Xiuhan was shirtless, and beneath his bronze skin, his muscles were sculpted like the most perfect sculpture. 3 times the gravity felt like a gentle breeze to him. He slowly raised his right hand, pointed his index finger at a special steel target 10 meters away, and flicked it lightly. Buzz! A muffled sound came from the air. The steel target, which was half a meter thick, suddenly had a deep indentation the size of a fist in its center. Flick of the finger and the dragon's strength, a perfect ending. It can injure people from a distance, its force is concentrated and does not disperse, and it never misses its mark. Fang Xiuhan felt the surging power within him and gently stomped his feet on the alloy floor. Boom! The entire gravity chamber trembled. The Dragon and Tiger Purgatory Scripture, 3rd level. The strength of 9 tigers, 45,000 gene of pure physical strength. With the added bone enhancement from his mastery of head refinement, his punch now carries a force exceeding 150,000 gene. This number already approaches the threshold of a Grand Martial Master. The only difference is that a Grand Martial Master has incredibly strong blood and vitality, which is frighteningly abundant, while he is still lacking in this aspect. But the strength is real. The only problem is that 3 times the gravity is no longer enough. It's like putting a thin veil over a strong man, without any pressure. He glanced at the date on the communicator. Tomorrow is the monthly freshman assessment. I need to go to a good place to practice more. Fang Xiuhan muttered to himself, put on his clothes, and headed straight for the school's comprehensive training center. Rumor has it that there is a gravity chamber there with a gravity of up to 10 times the normal level. Training center front desk. Teacher, I would like to request a gravity chamber. The teacher in charge of registration didn't even look up. 10,000 dragon coins per hour, pay first. Fang Xiuhan's lips twitched slightly. It's really dark. He had only been a billionaire for a few days, and before he could even enjoy the newfound wealth, he was already spending money like water. 3 hours first. He reluctantly paid 30,000 dragon coins. Gravity chamber 06, go up to the 3rd floor and turn left. The teacher tossed a number plate to us. Fang Xiuhan took the sign and went upstairs to find room 06. The door was closed, and the indicator light above showed in use. He leaned against the wall, waiting patiently. About 10 minutes later, the door opened. A young man, nearly 2 meters tall and with a muscular build like a bear, walked out from inside. He was drenched in sweat, as if he had just been pulled out of the water. Fang Xiuhan recognized him. He was Lu Dachui, a senior who was about to graduate. "Hello, senior." Fang Xiuhan greeted him politely. Lu Dachui, panting heavily, glanced at him and saw that it was a new face. "First grade?" Lu Dachui grinned, revealing a set of white teeth, and kindly reminded him, "Junior, use this thing carefully. Don't push yourself too hard and turn the gravity up too high, or you'll easily get injured." After saying that, he dragged his tired steps and staggered away. He just left in such a hurry that he completely forgot the rule that the gravity chamber values need to be reset to 0 after use. Fang Xiuhan entered gravity chamber number 06 and casually closed the door. He glanced at the control panel. Initial gravity, 3 times. It seems to be the value that senior student used just now. Fang Xiuhan didn't pay much attention and went straight to the center of the gravity chamber. Under 3 times the force of gravity, he moved his hands and feet and felt no different from being in his own villa. It's still too light. He walked to the console and pressed the plus button. 4 times. My body sank slightly, and my bones made a faint crackling sound as I began to adjust. That's not enough. 5 times. The pressure increased sharply, my breathing became heavy, and all the muscles in my body began to work together to fight against the force. That's about enough, but we can add more. A hint of excitement flashed in Fang Xiuhan's eyes as he pressed the plus sign again. 6 times. Boom! A terrifying pressure, as heavy as a mountain, pressed in from all directions. His legs bent slightly, then snapped straight again. Every bone in his body was groaning, and every muscle was being squeezed to its limit. The dragon and tiger purgatory scripture started operating automatically, and the qi and blood began to surge rapidly. Cool. Fang Xiuhan felt completely relaxed. This was the kind of pressure he wanted. Under the 6 times gravity, he began to practice punching and kicking. On the other side, Lu Dachui, who had just reached the bottom of the training center, suddenly slapped his forehead. Holy crap! His expression changed drastically. Damn it, I forgot to adjust the gravity back. 3 times the gravity. For a freshman who has only been enrolled for a short time, that would be absolutely terrifying pressure that could cause serious injury. If that kid goes in unprepared and gets crushed instantly, he'll break a few bones. Thinking of this, Lu Dachui broke out in a cold sweat and ran upstairs as fast as he could. He ran up to the 3rd floor and saw a middle-aged man in a faculty uniform strolling down the corridor with his hands behind his back. It's Zheng Tiancheng. Zheng Tiancheng was on duty today, responsible for inspecting the safety of the training center. He was actually keeping an eye on Fang Xiuhan, and was wondering if the kid would be surpassed by Lu Ruyan during his 7-day seclusion. Teacher Zhang. Lu Dachui ran over, panting. What's the matter that you're in such a panic? Zheng Tiancheng frowned. I used gravity chamber 06 just now, and I forgot to reset the gravity to 0 when I came out. Lu Dachui was so anxious he was almost crying. The gravity inside is 3 times the normal level right now, and the person who just went in was a first-year student. Upon hearing this, Zheng Tiancheng's expression changed. Which freshman? I think his name is Fang Xiuhan? Lu Dachui tried hard to recall. Fang Xiuhan. Zheng Tiancheng's heart skipped a beat. The assessment was tomorrow, and he absolutely couldn't afford for anything to go wrong. Nonsense. He let out a low shout, no longer caring about his image, pulled out the emergency key from his waist, shoved Lu Dachui aside, and rushed towards gravity chamber 06. Quick! Open the door. The two rushed to the door in a great hurry. Zheng Tiancheng used the key to unlock the door, and together with Lu Dachui, they smashed the door open and rushed inside. Then, the two of them were slammed to the ground as if by an invisible giant hand. Caught off guard, Lu Dachui fell flat on his face with a thud, landing hard on the ground. His face was contorted, and he didn't even have the strength to get up. Zheng Tiancheng, being a grand martial master, reacted quickly, but the terrifying pressure still caused his body to slump, and he knelt heavily on one knee, making a dull thud as he hit the ground. He struggled to lift his head and saw the glaring red number on the control panel. 6. 6 times the force of gravity. Zheng Tiancheng's mind went blank. At this moment, Fang Xiuhan stopped what he was doing and looked at the two people at the door with a surprised expression. He looked at Zhang Tiancheng kneeling on one knee and Lu Dachui lying on the ground, his face full of innocent confusion. "Teacher Zhang, it's not a holiday yet, what are you doing?" Chapter 28. The entire school was in an uproar. Fang Xiuhan's innocent question was like a slap in the face, making Zhang Tiancheng's old face sting. "What do you mean it's not a holiday yet? What are you doing? Is this kid genuinely clueless or just pretending?" Zhang Tiancheng gritted his teeth, his qi and blood burst forth, and he stood up inch by inch against the mountain-like pressure. Lu Dachui, who was behind him, wasn't so lucky. He was lying on the ground convulsing, feeling like his back was probably ruined. Zhang Tiancheng didn't have time to pay attention to him. He rushed to the control panel and slammed the main switch down. Buzz. The terrifying pressure vanished instantly. Lu Dachui collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, looking like he had just survived a disaster. Zhang Tiancheng turned around and stared intently at Fang Xiuhan, his expression as if he wanted to devour him. "Who told you to use 6 times the speed?" Fang Xiuhan scratched his head, looking completely innocent. "I didn't feel the effect of triple, so I added a little more." "You don't feel anything?" Zhang Tiancheng was so angry he almost couldn't breathe. He pointed at Lu Dachui, who was lying paralyzed on the ground. "Look at him. A third-year student, he's been training for 3 years and only dares to use 3 times the normal speed. And you, who's only been in school for a month, think you can fly to the sky?" Fang Xiuhan glanced at Lu Dachui but didn't say anything. Zhang Tiancheng took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. He had to find out what this kid was all about. "What level have you reached now?" "Head refining martial artist." Fang Xiuhan answered honestly. "Oh, a head refining martial artist. What?" Zhang Tiancheng didn't react at first, then his voice suddenly rose 8 octaves. He rushed up to Fang Xiuhan and grabbed his shoulder. "Say that again." "A martial arts master who refines heads." Fang Xiuhan added, "The limbs and torso are all finished, and the skull is almost done too. There are only 6 small bones left to listen to, which are a bit difficult to deal with. 3-stage martial arts master. Just one last step away from becoming a grand martial master." Zhang Tiancheng's mind completely went blank. 1 month. How did he rise from a 9th-rank martial artist to a near grand martial master? He turned his head and glanced at Lu Dachui, who was still groaning on the ground. This kid has been cultivating for 3 years and is still stuck at the bottleneck of the 2nd-level martial arts master. He's so worried about breaking through that he's almost lost all his hair. Comparing yourself to others will only make you miserable. No, this is no longer human, this is a monster, a demon. Zhang Tiancheng released his grip, his expression shifting repeatedly before finally settling into a complex mix. He had prepared a whole host of reprimands, but he couldn't utter a single word. How to train? Should we say, "You're cultivating too fast, that's not right"? He couldn't bring himself to say it. He remained silent for a long time before finally uttering a few dry words. "Don't forget the assessment tomorrow." After saying that, he stopped looking at Fang Xiuhan, turned around, picked up the half-dead Lu Dachui from the ground, and left the gravity chamber as if he were fleeing for his life. Fang Xiuhan stared at the 2 men's disheveled figures, utterly bewildered. What's wrong with this teacher? Outside the training center, Lu Dachui leaned against the wall, grimacing and rubbing his lower back. Zhang Tiancheng solemnly instructed him, "You are not allowed to utter a single word about what happened today, do you hear me? Especially not about Fang Xiuhan." "Don't worry, Teacher Zhang, I understand." Lu Dachui patted his chest and guaranteed, "My mouth is very tight." Zhang Tiancheng then left with peace of mind. Lu Dachui watched the teacher leave, then immediately took out his communicator. He quickly opened a large group chat with several hundred people. The 3 fools of Kenglin lead the charge. Lu Dachui, at all members, shocking news. Unbelievable scoop. Everyone, get out here. A second later, the group chat exploded. Holy crap, what inside information does Big Hammer Bro have this time? You said last time the braised pork in the cafeteria was going to go up in price, but it went down in the end. My heart aches. Stop talking nonsense and get to the point, or the brothers will come down the internet cable and beat you up. Lu Dachui cleared his throat and typed out a line of text. I swear on my reputation as the king of gossips, this time it's absolutely true. A prodigy has emerged in the 1st grade of our school. 1 month after enrollment, 3 levels of martial arts master. The group chat fell silent for 3 seconds the moment the message was sent. Then, messages started flooding the screen. Big hammer bro, have you gone mad from practicing so much? A month, 3 levels of martial master? Do you think this is as easy as eating and drinking? Exactly. I've been cultivating for 2.5 years and I've only just barely reached the threshold of the second stage, and he's cultivating 3 times a month? What a joke. Fake news, confirmed. Big hammer bro was just trying to grab attention again. Lu Dachui got anxious. I swear on my happiness for the rest of my life. It's absolutely true. I saw it with my own eyes, and teacher Zhang was there too. That kid was playing around in the 6 times gravity chamber, but when I went in, I was completely crushed by the pressure, my back almost broke. Upon seeing details such as 6 times the gravity and teacher Zhang was also present, the tone of the group changed. Holy crap! 6 times the gravity? Really? Hiss. If it's true, that's terrifying. 1 month, 3 levels of martial master. Is this even human? Junior sister Lu Ruyan is already monstrous enough, but compared to this guy, she seems. The news spread like wildfire. It started as a large group for 3rd graders, quickly spread to 2nd graders, and then to 1st graders. In less than half an hour, the entire student forum and chat groups of Kanglan Martial Arts Middle School were all ignited by the same topic. Shocking. A peerless prodigy has emerged at our school, ascending to the 3rd level of martial master in just 1 month. In-depth analysis, who exactly is this mysterious new student? Is Lu Ruyan's status as a prodigy in jeopardy? The landscape of Kanglan Middle School is about to change. Finally, even the faculty and staff groups started discussing it. As Zheng Tianchang watched the messages popping up on his communicator, his blood pressure soared. He was just about to issue a statement to refute the rumors when a phone call came in. Caller ID, Principal Zhou. Zheng Tianchang was startled and quickly answered the call. Old Zheng. Principal Zhou's unhurried voice came from the other end of the phone. Did you leak Feng Shouhan's information? Principal, I'm innocent. Zheng Tianchang hurriedly explained, I told that kid Lu Dachui to keep it a secret, but who knew he couldn't keep his mouth shut? I'll go and cover it up right away. Etc. Principal Zhou's voice carried a hint of a smile. Don't block it, let them spread it. Ah. Zheng Tianchang was stunned. Principal, isn't this a bit too high profile? The tallest tree in the forest is bound to be felled by the wind. High profile? Principal Zhou chuckled lightly, I just want to be high profile. He then changed the subject. Do you know who will be coming to observe and assess tomorrow? Weren't you saying it was some company representatives? People from Xuanwu City and the military have arrived. Principal Zhou said slowly, they came here for Lu Ruyan. That girl has a powerful background, she's from the Lu family of Xuanwu City. Zheng Tianchang understood. Are they here to recruit Lu Ruyan in advance? That's right. Principal Zhou's voice carried a hint of amusement. In other people's eyes, our Kanglan Middle School seems to only have Lu Ruyan to hold its own. I'm going to show them that even though my school is small, there are more than one true master. Let them see what a real surprise is, and see what their expressions will be like. Zheng Tianchang was deeply moved. He understood the principal was using Feng Shouhan as a trump card to slap those who looked down on Kanglan Middle School in the face. Chapter 29 Assessment. Gravity Chamber. Feng Shouhan finished his 3-hour training session. He gained a deeper understanding of the Dragon and Tiger Purgatory scripture, but he just couldn't get past the threshold of the 4th level, Dragon and Tiger transformation. He knew it wasn't a lack of understanding, but rather a lack of fuel. This technique is extremely resource-intensive. It seems we can only wait until the assessment is over before trying to find a way to raise money and resources. He was completely unaware of the turbulent events happening outside. The next morning. Kanglan Martial Arts Middle School, Central Square. All the new students lined up by class, a dense, dark mass, creating a serious atmosphere. On the high platform, Principal Zhou Zhan stood upright, his voice amplified and carried throughout the entire square. Dear students, the monthly assessment is both a test and an opportunity. Today, we are honored to have several distinguished guests here to observe this examination. Zhou Zhan turned to the side and introduced the people around him. This is Grandmaster Lan Tianyu from Xuanwu Academy. This is Grandmaster Lan Wuji, who also comes from Xuanwu Academy. And there's Major Wu Qingkong from our Kanglan City Defense Army, he's also a Grandmaster level expert. A suppressed gasp rose from below the square. 3 Grandmasters. 2 of them even have the prestigious Xuanwu Academy brand. That is the holy land that all martial arts students in the entire eastern region dream of. Standing in the line, Fang Xiuhan heard the words Grandmaster of the Lan clan and a thought crossed his mind. The Lan family, Lu Ruyan's maternal grandfather's family. They came to Kanglan Middle School to observe a regular freshman assessment. What's the point? He then recalled the request Lan Feng's uncle had made when he gave him the jade marrow juice, and he felt that things were not so simple. Looking at the several distinguished masters on the high platform, Fang Xiuhan thought of himself again. Lu Ruyan had family members supporting her, but she didn't even know who her biological parents were. He shook his head, banishing these distracting thoughts from his mind. Thinking about these things is useless. Strength is the only true measure of success. On the high platform, several guests gave a few words of encouragement, and the assessment officially entered the preparation stage. Zhou Zhan's voice rang out again. The location for this assessment is the illusionary sword forest. Located 700 kilometers west of Kanglan City, covering an area of nearly 100 li, the assessment will last for 2 days. Your goal is to hunt ferocious beasts and earn points. The top 10 will be ranked by points and will qualify to enter the marrow cleansing pool. As soon as he finished speaking, Zheng Tianchang, the head teacher of the top class, stepped forward and added with a serious expression. I must remind everyone that in the central area of the illusion sword forest, there is a sword intent boulder. That rock will continuously release indiscriminate, high-intensity hallucinogenic sword intent. Everything within a kilometer is a forbidden zone. A grandmaster once tried to explore this place, but lost his composure and died on the spot. None of you are allowed to approach the core area, or you will bear the consequences. The students erupted in an uproar. They can even kill a grandmaster? What kind of hellish place is that? Fang Xiuhan had no interest in that so-called sword intent boulder. No matter how strong the sword intent is, can it be as appealing as having your own system? He hasn't used the evolution points he accumulated yet, and his comprehension has been stuck at level 99 for a long time, so it's more than enough for now. His goal was clear: hunt ferocious beasts, collect points, and enter the marrow cleansing pool. Just then, a figure walked up to him. It was Lu Ruyan. She wore a smart black outfit today, which made her figure look even more upright. Fang Xiuhan. Her voice was cold and aloof. This time, I will surpass you. After she finished speaking, she just looked at him, as if trying to see a hint of pressure or some other emotion on his face. Fang Xiuhan simply replied calmly. Good luck. This nonchalant attitude left Lu Ruyan speechless, unable to utter a single word she had prepared. She felt like she had punched cotton, her strength was useless. Snort! Lu Ruyan turned and left angrily. Fang Xiuhan was a little confused. Why does this girl always seem to be making things difficult for herself? Could it be that Supervisor Lan Feng said something to her? As he was thinking, Wang Hao, the chubby boy in his class, came over and winked at him. Brother Han, you're awesome. You're that prodigy freshman who's been all over the forums? Fang Xiuhan was completely bewildered. What kind of monstrous freshman? For the past 7 days, he has done nothing but cultivate and take baths, completely isolated from the world, and has no idea what is happening outside. Seeing his expression, the chubby boy assumed he was deliberately keeping a low profile and gave him a lewd smile. I understand. Brother Han, you're living a life of quiet seclusion. I won't ask any more questions. After saying that, he shrank back, leaving Fang Xiuhan even more confused. Soon, dozens of large transport ships landed on the square. The students boarded the ship in an orderly fashion according to their classes and headed to the illusion sword forest. The assessment is an individual battle. Upon arrival, participants will be deployed in different areas of the forest by class to avoid large-scale conflicts from the outset. Inside the spacecraft's command center, a huge circular screen displays hundreds of real-time images, each corresponding to a student. Lan Wuji, the white-haired grandmaster from Xuanwu Academy, watched the screen with great interest, his fingers tapping lightly on the armrest. He turned to look at Zhou Zhan. Principal Zhou, who do you think will come out on top this time? Wu Qingkong, a major in the Kanglan City Defense Army, who was standing to the side, was straightforward and said directly, Is there any suspense? With the Lu family prodigy from Xuanwu City here, this first place is a sure thing. After he finished speaking, he realized that the atmosphere was a bit strange. Both Lan Wuji and another middle-aged grandmaster, Lan Tianyu, had expressions that betrayed a hint of unease. Wu Qingkong's heart skipped a beat, realizing he might have said something wrong, and he quickly tried to correct himself. Of course, I meant that Ruyan is talented, but she's too arrogant and needs to be disciplined. Lan Tianyu, the middle-aged master who looked younger, walked down the steps. Major Wu was right. Young man, a few setbacks are a good thing. He then brought up another name. I heard that there is a freshman at your school named Fang Shohan? He has mastered the basic breathing technique and has amazing comprehension. Lan Tianyu changed the subject. However, I've looked at his information, and his aptitude is only at the second rank, so his foundation is probably unstable. Our Xuanwu Academy's special admissions program values comprehensive potential more, and someone like him who specializes in only one subject might not be suitable. The implication was clear, they didn't think highly of Fang Shohan. Zhou Zhan understood the Lan family's attitude, his face remained expressionless, but he was secretly sneering. Just wait and see. I'll show you what it means to be slapped in the face in a moment, and at the speed of light. He didn't refute, but simply picked up his teacup and took a leisurely sip. Young people have a long road ahead of them, and it's too early to draw conclusions now. Chapter 30, Trying to Poach People. On Fang Shohan's camera. He was strolling leisurely through the woods with his hands in his pockets, looking more like he was on a picnic than someone who was there to participate in a life or death test. Lan Tianyu frowned. Nothing special, I can't see what makes him capable of defeating Lu Ruyan. Lan Wuji also commented, excessive self-confidence is arrogance, and such a mindset makes it difficult to achieve great things. Zhou Zhan remained silent, but the curve of his lips widened. Wu Qingkong defended Fang Shohan, saying, he may seem carefree, but he might have absolute confidence in his abilities. Before he could finish speaking, the situation on the screen suddenly changed. A green-scaled python, as thick as a water bucket, silently swooped down from the treetop above Fang Shohan's head, its gaping maw aimed at his back. Second rank, 9th grade. Wu Qingkong exclaimed in surprise. This strength is comparable to the peak of a martial arts master. Lan Tianyu immediately asserted, we should prepare to rescue them. Lan Wuji also concluded, the newborns have absolutely no power to resist. Wu Qingkong had even picked up the communicator, preparing to contact the City Defense Army's emergency support team. Just when everyone thought Fang Shohan was about to be severely injured, at the critical moment. He barely even turned around. But his right hand, which was tucked into his pocket, came out and flicked his finger behind him. A semi-transparent burst of energy shot through the air. Puff! The ferocious blue-scaled python had a gaping hole in the center of its massive head. Its enormous body crashed to the ground, twitched twice, and then died. Sold out instantly. The communicator in Wu Qingkong's hand fell to the ground with a thud. He blurted out, extending internal energy, he's a grandmaster? Lan Tianyu stared in disbelief, his mouth agape, but he couldn't utter a single word. 1 second he was saying he was going to save people, and the next second he killed a ferocious beast comparable to a peak martial arts master. The slap in the face was burning hot. Lan Wuji, feeling somewhat embarrassed, forced himself to save face, judging from the technique, it might be some kind of special martial art. Zhou Zhan finally got his chance, slowly put down his teacup, and delivered the finishing blow. This is the finger-flick dragon shattering force, an extraordinary martial art. Theoretically, it requires the Grandmaster realm and the ability to project internal energy outwards to cultivate it. I didn't expect this kid to be so quick to grasp things. He actually managed to understand a little bit of it. These words sounded humble, but every single one felt like a slap in the face to the two grandmasters of the Lan family. If you can kill a second-tier, 9th grade ferocious beast by grasping just a little bit of the basics, what would happen if you mastered it completely? Wu Qingkong picked up the communicator and excitedly asked, Principal Zhou, is Fang Shohan a martial artist or a martial arts master now? Lan Tianyu and Lan Wuji also perked up their ears. They had to reassess this student. Lan Tianyu speculated, to be able to use such a martial skill, one must be at most a first-level martial artist. It would require a massive amount of resources to achieve that, so our Xuanwu Academy could consider recruiting one. He reverted to his old posture, as if giving Fang Shohan a chance was an immense favor. Zhou Zhan smiled. He looked at the carefree young man on the screen and dropped a bombshell. He is already a third-level martial artist, and he is not far from the fourth level. Wu Qingkong's buzz cut was standing on end, and he completely lost his composure. Lan Tianyu's brain completely shut down, and he kept muttering, 3 refinements, 3 refinements. Lan Wuji's calm and composed demeanor as a grandmaster vanished. He abruptly stood up, staring intently at Zhou Zhan, his tone more serious than ever before. Principal Zhou, this kind of joke is not allowed. In just 1 month, he went from a 9th-rank martial artist to a 3rd-level martial master? This is no longer a monster, this is a god descending to earth. Their understanding of new strength was completely overturned, and they were slapped in the face for the second time, losing all face. After the initial shock, Lan Wuji's attitude underwent a complete 180-degree turn. He quickly composed himself and immediately stated, if the title of 3rd-level martial master is true, the Xuanwu Sacred Academy can directly recruit him through a special appointment. He emphasized, the Holy Academy's resources and platform are the best choice for him. The implication was that they wanted to poach Fang Xiuhan directly from his position in Xuanwu City. Zhou Zhan's expression changed. The smug feeling I had just experienced from watching the big shots get their comeuppance has vanished, replaced by deep concern. Brain drain. This is a top talent that Kanglan City has been hoping for a long time. If it is poached by Xuanwu Sacred Academy, it will be an immeasurable loss. But he couldn't refuse directly. The allure of the Xuanwu Sacred Academy was fatal to any martial arts student. He was caught in a dilemma. Wu Qingkong was also very interested. The city defense army also needed such a genius, but due to the status of Xuanwu City, he could only hold back and not speak. Meanwhile, in the illusionary sword forest, Lu Ruyan killed a 2nd-tier ferocious beast with a single sword strike. She wiped the sweat from her brow and turned on the assessment terminal on her wrist. On the leaderboard, a name stood high above, stinging her eyes. First place, Fang Xiuhan, 572 points. Second place, Lu Ruyan, 391 points. The gap is close to 200 points. She panicked completely. To prepare for this assessment, she used her family's resources and trained desperately, pushing herself to the limit of a 9th-grade martial artist. She had thought that this time she would be able to catch up with or even surpass Fang Xiuhan and wipe away her previous humiliation. Unexpectedly, the gap widened even further. After a brief period of anxiety, she forced herself to calm down. Conventional hunting methods are no longer sufficient to catch up. The only way is to hunt down 2nd-tier, 9th-grade ferocious beasts. One of those ferocious beasts could provide hundreds of points, enough for her to turn the tide in one fell swoop. Having made up her mind, Lu Ruyan no longer hesitated and sped into the depths of the forest, following the area marked on the map where the rare and ferocious beasts were active. Luckily, half an hour later, she spotted a silvery white afterimage amidst a pile of rocks. Twin-tailed lightning sable. Lu Ruyan held her breath and quietly approached, launching a sudden attack when she was 30 meters away. The longsword was drawn, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, and pierced straight at the silver figure. Squeak! The twin-tailed lightning sable let out a sharp cry, its body swayed, leaving an afterimage in place, and its true form appeared 50 meters away. Instead of running away, it turned back, its large, black eyes filled with anthropomorphic provocation. Enraged, Lu Ruyan drew her sword and gave chase. A man and a beast engaged in a high-speed chase through the forest. The twin-tailed lightning sable was too fast several times. Lu Ruyan's sword only grazed its fur, failing to cause any real damage. During the chase, Lu Ruyan noticed that the trees ahead were becoming increasingly sparse. A vast, flat area appeared at the edge of the field of vision, and in the center of the flat area stood a black boulder hundreds of meters high. Chapter 31: Stepping into the Forbidden Zone. Sword Intent Boulder. That cunning beast actually tried to lure her into the Forbidden Zone. The two-tailed lightning weasel seemed to know the human's fear of that place. It didn't go any deeper, but stopped a dozen meters from the edge of the restricted area. It turned back again, squeaking at Lu Ruyan, its two tails swishing back and forth triumphantly. A blatant mockery. Lu Ruyan's temper flared up instantly. Just as she was about to draw her sword and charge forward, a voice came from her side and behind. "Don't go over there." Fang Xiuhan emerged from behind the tree. "That's a restricted area, going in is suicide," he warned. When Lu Ruyan saw him, her pent-up anger found an outlet. It's him again. It's that condescending tone again. What she disliked most was Fang Xiuhan's attitude of wanting to interfere in everything she did. "My affairs are none of your business." Lu Ruyan snorted coldly, her mind clouded by anxiety about points and that beast's provocation. She ignored Fang Xiuhan, picked up her sword, and stepped into the open space. "Are you crazy?" Fang Xiuhan's shout was left behind. Just as Lu Ruyan's foot touched the ground. Buzz. 1,000 meters away, a black boulder suddenly erupted with an overwhelming and terrifying sword intent. That oppressive force was like the sky collapsing. Lu Ruyan's body froze on the spot, like a wooden sculpture. She couldn't even breathe. The next second, she let out a scream of extreme pain. Ah! An invisible sword intent was frantically eroding her mind, threatening to tear her consciousness apart completely. Fang Shahan's expression changed, and without the slightest hesitation, he pressed the red button on the assessment terminal on his wrist. Trainee emergency distress alarm. After doing all this, he looked at Lu Ruyan, who was struggling painfully in the sword intent, and felt a surge of irritation. That woman is such a troublemaker. I only gave her a warning, but she rushed in like a madwoman. Now look what's happened. Although she brought this upon herself, she still bears some indirect responsibility. Fang Shahan dared not enter rashly. Zheng Tiancheng's words were still ringing in his ears. If he went into a place where even a grandmaster could be killed, he would only be a fool. Inside the spacecraft's command center, everyone's screens switched to show Lu Ruyan. Oh no! She's broken into the forbidden area of the Sword Stone. Wu Qingkong was the first to stand up. For the first time, Lan Wuji's usually placid face showed a mixture of shock and anger. Nonsense! He roared, and his figure vanished from the command room, transforming into a streak of light as he flew towards the illusion sword forest. Zhou Zhan and Wu Qingkong exchanged a glance and followed suit. In just over 10 seconds, the three Grandmaster-level experts traversed a distance of tens of kilometers and arrived outside the restricted area. They happened to see Lu Ruyan convulsing under the pressure of the sword intent, blood seeping from all 7 orifices. Like smoke. Lan Wuji was extremely anxious and raised his hand, intending to use his yuan power to pull her out of the water. Master Lan, you mustn't. Zhou Zhan hurriedly stopped him. The sword stone will fiercely retaliate against any force that interferes with it. 10 years ago, a grandmaster tried to forcibly move the sword stone, but was pierced through the heart by a sword aura and died on the spot. Lan Wuji's outstretched hand froze in mid-air. He, a grandmaster, could only watch helplessly as his junior struggled on the brink of death. If he were to intervene, not only would he fail to save anyone, but he himself might also be killed. Where's the rescue team? Wu Qingkong yelled into the communicator, speed. How much longer? Reporting, Major. We've been blocked by a pack of beasts and are expected to arrive in another 15 minutes. 15 minutes? The daylily buds are all cold. Seeing Lu Ruyan's breath growing weaker and weaker, and her screams becoming intermittent, Zhou Zhan gritted his teeth, seemingly prepared to risk everything and make a move. Just then, Fang Shahan, who had been standing to the side, sighed softly. I'll go instead. What are you doing? Zhou Zhan turned around and shouted sharply, don't go and get yourself killed. Fang Shahan glanced at the pained Lu Ruyan, then at the 3 powerful figures who were hesitant to act, and calmly explained. She'll go and it has something to do with me. Furthermore, I promised Supervisor Lan Feng that I would take good care of her. He didn't want to stand by and watch someone die. Hopefully the system will cooperate, Fang Shahan muttered to himself. Without further hesitation, he stepped into the forbidden area of the sword stone under the astonished gazes of Zhou Zhan, Lan Wuji, and the others. In an instant, the wave of sword intent that could tear even a grandmaster apart completely engulfed his figure. In an instant, it was as if 10,000 megaphones had been shoved into his mind, and countless sharp, frantic screams exploded at the same time. Kill! 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 A pure, cold, and unadulterated killing intent raged through his mind, threatening to tear his soul to shreds. However, LV-99's comprehension endowed him with more than just the ability to learn. It is also a mind as firm as a rock and a will as strong as steel. That roar, powerful enough to cause a martial artist to instantly break down, merely stirred a ripple in his mind before being instantly suppressed. Fang Shahan cleared his mind of distractions and looked at the black boulder that was hundreds of meters high. In a daze, he saw a blurry figure dancing with a sword on the boulder. Every movement of that figure contained an extreme intent to kill. Meanwhile, outside the restricted area, Lan Wuji and Lan Tianyu watched as Lu Ruyan bled from all 7 orifices and her breath grew weaker and weaker, and they were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. We can't wait any longer. Lan Tianyu's voice trembled. Ruyan is a child whose future is tied to the Lan and Wang families. She absolutely cannot be harmed. The Wang family is a family of the Heavenly Emperor. Lan Wuji gritted his teeth and made a decision, Principal Zhou, Major Wu. The three of us will join forces, activate our supernatural powers, and forcibly pull her out of there. Even if I suffer the backlash of the sword intent, I can't care about that now. Zhou Zhan's expression was solemn. He knew this was the only way, and also the most dangerous way. He nodded helplessly. A surge of immense yuan energy began to flow from the three of them, preparing to join forces. At that moment, a sudden change occurred. Buzz. The black boulder that had stood for countless years suddenly began to tremble violently. The sword intent, which was originally overwhelming and indiscriminate, seemed to receive some kind of command, instantly contracting and transforming into an extremely condensed torrent, all of which surged towards Fang Xiuhan. Not good. Zhou Zhan exclaimed in surprise. This is the second stage of the sword intent test. It's 100 times more dangerous than the first stage. A grandmaster once died at this stage, his soul torn apart by the sword intent. Lan Tianyu and Lan Wuji were also dumbfounded. How is this possible? He's only been inside for a short time. How could he have triggered the second stage so quickly? This speed exceeded everyone's expectations. Chapter 32. You're a swordsman, aren't you? Amidst the torrent of sword intent, Fang Xiuhan felt unprecedented pressure. He knew he was a swordsman, and trying to understand the true meaning of swordsmanship with his existing comprehension was like crossing a mountain between different fields. Time waits for no one. System, give me some points. Without the slightest hesitation, he used his accumulated 100,000 evolution points. Comprehension, upgrade. Ding. Consumed 100,000 evolution points, comprehension level increased to LV 100. Comprehension level has reached its maximum. Soul is undergoing transformation. Boom. The moment Fang Xiuhan broke through to level 100 in comprehension, he felt as if his soul had broken free from the shackles of his body and soared upwards. The whole world became incredibly clear in his perception. He looked at the boulder again from an unprecedented god's eye view. The previously blurry figure wielding a sword is now clearly visible in his vision, with every movement, every detail, and every muscle tremor clearly displayed. That was no longer just a simple sword move. That is the trajectory of the Tao, the manifestation of the law. The sword is the master of killing and the controller of life and death. A sudden realization dawned on me. This sword intent should be named 7 Kills. The moment the words fell. Click. A clear crack appeared on the black boulder. Ding. Host has successfully comprehended the extraordinary sword intent 7 Kills, rewarding 50,000 evolution points. Ding. The atmosphere panel is now open. Before Fang Xiuhan could even check the system panel, a sword intent 10 times more terrifying than before erupted from the boulder. This time, its scope is no longer limited to the kilometer-wide restricted area. Instead, it instantly enveloped an area of several thousand meters in radius. The three grandmasters, including Zhou Zhan, Lan Wuji, and Lan Tianyu, were all included. Puff! Wu Qingkong, whose cultivation was the weakest, immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and was forced to kneel on one knee by the pressure. Although Zhou Zhan and the two grandmasters from the Lan family weren't in such a sorry state, they still felt as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on them, causing their bodies to involuntarily sink downwards, and their faces turned extremely ugly. They were horrified to discover that they couldn't even circulate their yuan qi smoothly in the face of this sword intent. However, Fang Xiuhan, who was at the center of the storm, acted as if nothing had happened. The sword intent that was enough to make even a grandmaster breathless was like a gentle spring breeze to him. He withstood the terrifying pressure that made the heavens and earth pale in comparison, and walked step by step to Lu Ruyan, who was already standing frozen in place, unconscious. Then, he bent down, stretched out his arms, and lifted her up in his arms. In a daze, Lu Ruyan felt herself fall into a warm embrace. The feeling was very familiar, just like the embrace of her long-deceased father. My nerves, which had been taut all along, strangely relaxed at that moment. Click. Click. The cracks on the boulder spread rapidly throughout his body like a spider web. Boom! A deafening roar. The giant rock, which had stood for thousands of years, brimming with sword intent, collapsed completely under everyone's gaze, turning into ruins. All the sword intent vanished at that moment. Outside the restricted area, Zhou Zhan, Lan Tianyu, and Lan Wuji, the three grandmasters, fell into complete silence as they watched the young man carrying Lu Ruyan walk out of the forbidden area step by step. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. Lan Tianyu's lips trembled as he murmured in a daze, he actually comprehended sword intent. Lan Wuji glanced at the time subconsciously. From the moment Fang Xiuhan stepped into the restricted area to the collapse of the sword stone. Less than a minute? Zhou Zhan was completely numb. He was screaming inwardly. "You're a swordsman, aren't you? This broken stone has been here for hundreds of years. Countless sword geniuses have come to see it, but none of them have been able to comprehend even a hair's breadth of its meaning. You, a mere swordsman, went in for a stroll, and in less than a minute, you dug up someone's ancestral grave? Is this reasonable? This doesn't make sense." Zhou Zhan felt that his martial arts philosophy, which he had built up over decades, had been shattered in that 1 minute. Fang Xiuhan carried Lu Ruyan to them. He handed the unconscious girl in his arms to Zhou Zhan. "She needs emergency medical attention." "Huh? Oh. Right. Zhou Zhan suddenly realized what was happening and quickly took Lu Ruyan from him, shouting, "Medical staff! Where are the medical staff on the spaceship? Where the hell are they? Come here right now." While he frantically arranged for people to treat Lu Ruyan, he looked at Fang Xiuhan with an expression as if he were looking at a monster. Medical staff rushed over with a stretcher and hurriedly began to conduct a preliminary examination on Lu Ruyan. Grandmasters Lan Tianyu and Lan Wuji completely ignored the situation on the other side. All their attention was focused on Fang Xiuhan. Lan Tianyu was the first to rush forward. His face was no longer arrogant as before, his expression was as warm as if he had seen his long-lost son. "Student Fang. I am Lan Tianyu from Xuanwu Academy. I had some misunderstandings about you before, and I apologize for that." He was a grandmaster, and he apologized without hesitation or fuss. "Your talent is unparalleled in my life. As a specially recruited teacher of Xuanwu Academy, I assure you that as long as you are willing to come, the gates of Xuanwu Sacred Academy will be open for you." The Holy Academy. Wu Qingkong and Zhou Zhan, who were standing nearby, both heard those two words. Xuanwu Academy and Xuanwu Holy Academy are worlds apart despite only a one-word difference in their names. The academy recruits students from the entire eastern region, while the Holy Academy only admits the most exceptional geniuses. Lan Wuji also stepped forward, his white beard trembling, his tone even more urgent than his younger brother's. "Student Fang, I am Lan Wuji. The resources of the Holy Academy are absolutely the best in the entire eastern region. If you come, I can personally take you as my disciple and teach you everything I know." A grandmaster has taken the initiative to accept a disciple. These conditions, if spread, would shake the entire Kanglan city. Don't listen to their empty promises. Wu Qingkong, a former soldier, was straightforward and forceful, simply squeezing his way through. "Who are the people in the Xuanwu Sacred Academy? They're all scions of powerful families with influential backgrounds. If you, a commoner, go in, you'll be ostracized to death. Come join our Sky Cloud Legion. I'll arrange the highest level of genius treatment for you. Resources, cultivation techniques, combat experience, you name it, we'll have it. Anyone who dares to touch you will have to ask our legion's artillery for permission first." Wu Qingkong's words directly struck a nerve with the two Lan brothers. Lan Tianyu's face flushed red. "Major Wu, this is slander." "Whether I'm slandering you or not, you know the answer in your hearts," Wu Qingkong said without backing down. The three bigwigs were arguing fiercely right outside this recently calmed down restricted area, in front of everyone. Chapter 33, First Place. Zhou Zhan felt both pleased and anxious as he watched the scene unfold. What's great is that Kanglan Middle School produced such a remarkable person, giving those who look down on others a resounding slap in the face. What's worrying is that these people are fighting over cabbages like it's a vegetable market. I don't want to scare the child." He coughed, stepped forward, and pulled Fang Xiuhan behind him. Gentlemen, please listen to me." Zhou Zhan adopted a peacemaker's stance. The child just came out of the restricted area and is mentally and physically exhausted. Could you let him rest for a while? The assessment isn't over yet, and the rankings aren't finalized. Let's discuss everything further after the assessment is complete, okay? Lan Wuji wanted to say something, but seeing Fang Xiuhan's calm face, he swallowed his words. That makes sense. If you push someone too far, you'll end up breaking up and nobody will benefit. Principal Zhou is right. Wu Qingkong was the first to offer a way out. I was too hasty. Fang, you should rest first, we'll wait for you. Lan Tianyu was anxious. He was afraid that if the news got out, the people from the other three holy academies would be on the move, and then it wouldn't just be three families fighting over it, but the whole world fighting over it. But since Zhou Zhan had put it that way, he couldn't press the matter any further and could only nod in agreement. On the emergency stretcher, Lu Ruyan, who had just regained a sliver of consciousness, overheard their conversation. Xuanwu Sacred Academy Special Recruitment. Grandmaster takes on disciples. She turned her head with difficulty and looked at the figure surrounded by three big shots. A huge sense of powerlessness welled up in her heart. The goal I've been striving so hard to catch up with has already reached a height I can only look up to. After a period of chaos, the assessment continued. To everyone's surprise, after receiving emergency treatment and her condition stabilized slightly, Lu Ruyan struggled to get off the stretcher and asked to continue participating in the assessment. I can still fight. Her face was pale, but her words revealed a stubborn refusal to admit defeat. Fang Shuhan glanced at her. Although this woman was arrogant, her fighting spirit was something that ordinary people could not possess. As the daughter of the Lan family, she went to such lengths for a mere middle school exam. He said nothing, turned around and walked back into the forest. The collapse of the giant stone of sword intent was like opening Pandora's box. The powerful ferocious beasts that had been suppressed in the core area by the sword intent and dared not come out now all surged out. Among them are many powerful beings of the second rank, 8th grade, and even the second rank, 9th grade. This would be a devastating blow to other students, but for Fang Shuhan, it was a windfall of points. He was too lazy to even use a knife. He used both index fingers to flick them out repeatedly. Whoosh! 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 One after another, invisible finger flick dragon collapse force burst forth from the sky. A newly emerged Tier 2, Rank 8 armored rhinoceros had a bloody hole explode between its eyebrows and collapsed to the ground with a thud. The 3 second tier, 7th grade windwolves, who were traveling together, lay flat on their backs before they even had a chance to howl. On the screen controlling the spaceship, Fang Shuhan's personal score began to jump wildly at an unbelievable speed. First place, Fang Shuhan, points, 1102. First place, Fang Shuhan, points, 1955. First place, Fang Shuhan, points, 3471. First place, Fang Shuhan, points, 5218. Behind him, Lu Ruyan, who was in second place, had only managed to climb to 870 points despite her best efforts. This is no longer a gap. This is an insurmountable barrier. The rampage of ferocious beasts in the forest intensified, and students kept pressing the emergency distress button. Zhou Zhan made a decisive decision and announced it via radio. Urgent notice: due to uncontrollable risks at the assessment venue, this monthly assessment is being terminated ahead of schedule. All participants, immediately evacuate to the designated assembly point. To compensate all students, all participants, regardless of their score, will receive a consolation prize. Upon hearing this, the students with the lowest scores cheered. Getting a free reward is a huge win. Only Lu Ruyan stood there, staring at the glaring 5218 score on the terminal, biting her lip tightly. After the assessment, everyone returned to school. The atmosphere in Fang Shuhan's elite class was extremely enthusiastic. Brother Han is awesome. Brother Han, you are my god. Wang Hao, the chubby boy who had spoken to Fang Shuhan earlier, came over with a look of admiration on his face. Brother Han, to celebrate the emergence of such a genius as you in our class, I'm hosting a banquet at Zuiyunju. Let's all have a good time and it'll be a welcome back dinner for you. Good. The fat guy is so generous. Everyone responded enthusiastically, creating a lively atmosphere. Wang Hao blushed and rubbed his hands together. Brother Han, you absolutely have to come. We all want to toast you. Fang Shuhan smiled. It was a class reunion, and he had no reason to refuse. Okay. Upon receiving an affirmative answer, Wang Hao became even more enthusiastic. He patted his chest, scanned the classroom, and finally fixed his gaze on the lonely figure in the corner. Everyone fell silent. Lu Ruyan. Since she came back, she has been sitting there alone, without saying a word. Wang Hao mustered his courage and walked over, his voice trembling slightly. Lu, we're having dinner at Zuiyunju tonight, why don't you come along? After he asked the question, the whole class held their breath. Everyone knows that Lu Ruyan is a proud and aloof woman who never participates in such group activities. Everyone assumed she would coldly refuse, as she always did. Lu Ruyan raised her head, her pale face expressionless. She didn't look at Wang Hao, but instead looked past him at Fang Shuhan, who was talking to someone else. After a moment, she looked away and nodded slightly to Wang Hao. I will go. Boom! The entire classroom erupted in chaos. Holy crap! did I hear that right? The school beauty agreed. Fatty, your ancestors' graves must be emitting auspicious smoke today. The dinner was a complete success. A perfect success. Fang Xiuhan was also somewhat surprised he hadn't expected Lu Ruyan to agree. Just as he was about to get up, Zhou Zhan appeared at the classroom door and waved to him. In the principal's office, Zhou Zhan personally poured Fang Xiuhan a glass of water, his attitude more like that of a neighbor than a principal. What are your thoughts on the proposals made by those companies today? Fang Xiuhan, holding his water glass, did not answer immediately. Zhou Zhan didn't rush him and started analyzing the situation himself. The Xuanwu Sacred Academy has the deepest foundation, but as Wu Qingkong said, the water is too deep. If you, a child without a background, enter, even a dragon will have to coil up. The Tianyun Legion grants great power and receives substantial resources, but it is also the most dangerous. Once on the battlefield, life and death are unpredictable. He paused, then added, actually, our own Tianyun Academy in Kanglan City is quite good. Although it can't compare to the Holy Academy, it's safer. I can secure the maximum resources for you and protect you completely. Zhou Zhan laid out all the pros and cons on the table. After listening, Fang Xiuhan calmly said, Principal, I would like to make a decision after using the marrow cleansing pool. He hadn't forgotten that the reward for being number one in the assessment was what he valued most right now. As for where to go, there's no rush. Let them pack up first, then we can wait for the right price. Zhou Zhan immediately understood his subtext, and instead of getting angry, he burst into laughter. Good lad, you've got brains. Okay. I support you. I'll arrange the marrow cleansing pool right away. I guarantee you'll have the best one in 3 days. Go ahead, get ready, and have some fun with your classmates tonight. Chapter 34. Are you impotent? Zuiyunju is one of the most prestigious restaurants in Kanglan City, featuring the top-floor VIP private room. On the huge round table, before all the dishes were served, several bottles of wine had already been opened. Brother Han, let me toast you. Brother Han, from now on you're like my own brother. I'll drink it, you can do whatever you want. Brother Han, you were really awesome in this assessment, you really made our top-class leader proud. More than a dozen students took turns, each holding a wine glass, their faces full of admiration and enthusiasm. Fang Xiuhan became the absolute focus of the entire event. He welcomed everyone and drank every cup of wine in one gulp. After downing several bottles of red wine, his face didn't flush at all, it was as red as if he'd just drunk water. The physique modified by the Dragon and Tiger Purgatory scripture allows you to drink not only red wine, but even industrial alcohol as a beverage. Holy crap, Brother Han's alcohol tolerance is terrifying. Comparison is the thief of joy. I'm outmatched in both ability and drinking capacity. I can't live like this anymore. I feel like I'm drinking alcohol, while Brother Han is drinking loneliness. Amidst the wailing, the chubby Wang Hao was the most dramatic, grabbing Fang Xiuhan's leg. Brother Han, from today onwards, you are my half-brother. The atmosphere in the private room reached its peak. In the corner, a figure stood out from the hustle and bustle. Lu Ruyan changed out of her usual school uniform and put on a black tight leather outfit, which perfectly accentuated her well-toned figure. She just sat there, drinking her juice without saying a word. Just as everyone was egging Wang Hao on to perform another crying while clinging to someone's leg act, Lu Ruyan stood up. She picked up an unopened bottle of red wine from the table and walked over to Fang Xiuhan. Dare you drink wolf blood wine? Her voice was cold and clear, carrying an undisguised provocation. Wolf blood wine. This is a beast wine brewed using the essence and blood of the second-tier ferocious beast, the Howling Moon Demon Wolf, as a base, mixed with dozens of potent medicinal herbs. It has an extremely strong aftereffect, and the vital energy it contains is incredibly violent. Even an ordinary martial artist would need to circulate their internal energy for half a day to neutralize it after just one sip. Hiss. Some knowledgeable students gasped in surprise. Playing this high? Wang Hao was also stunned and whispered, Ruyan, everyone's just having fun. A little red wine is fine, but that stuff is bad for your health. Lu Ruyan ignored him and just stared at Fang Xiuhan. Fang Xiuhan put down his wine glass and looked at her. The red wine is fine, there's no need to be so serious about it. He didn't want to waste time on such boring things. Lu Ruyan's lips twitched slightly, the curve of which was full of mockery. Are you afraid, or are you incapable? Wang Hao and his classmates tried to smooth things over, but they couldn't utter a single word. Good. Fang Xiuhan uttered a single word. He snapped his fingers at the waiter outside the door. Waiter, bring the wolf blood wine, 2 cases to start. Wow! Brother Han is awesome. Let's give it our all. Today we'll see how Brother Han wins over the school beauty. Soon, 2 cases, totaling 24 1-liter bottles of wolf blood wine, were brought in. The deep red liquid sloshed in the bottle, resembling viscous blood. Fang Xiuhan picked up a bottle and bit the cap open with his teeth. You go first. Lu Ruyan didn't hesitate either. She picked up another bottle, bit off the cap, and tilted her head back to drink it. Glug, glug. The spicy liquor, mixed with violent energy, burned down my throat and into my stomach, like a ball of fire. The students present were all dumbfounded. That's wolf blood wine. A 1-liter bottle. You're just going to drink it straight from the bottle? Lu Ruyan drank almost half a bottle in one go, and a charming blush rose on her fair cheeks. She put down the wine bottle and looked at Fang Xiuhan defiantly. Fang Xiuhan remained expressionless, picked up his bottle, tilted his head back, and chugged it down. The bottle was empty. He turned the empty bottle upside down, leaving not a single drop. The entire room fell silent. Lu Ruyan's expression froze for a moment. She gritted her teeth, picked up her own bottle, and drank the remaining half bottle in one gulp. Again! She put down the empty bottle and picked up a new one. The two of them were like sulking children, drinking one bottle after another. When the 5th empty bottle was slammed onto the table, Lu Ruyan's steps began to falter. She could see double images when she looked at things. Fang Xiuhan was also a bit tipsy. The beast wine was too potent, and even with the dragon and tiger purgatory scripture, he needed time to digest it. Shall we continue? He asked. Enough with the nonsense. Lu Ruyan opened her 6th bottle. The 7th bottle. The 8th bottle. When the 8th empty bottle slipped from Lu Ruyan's hand and fell onto the thick carpet, she went limp and collapsed onto the table, completely unconscious. Fang Xiuhan shook his head, feeling as if the whole world was spinning. The aftereffects of this wolf blood wine were even stronger than he had imagined. The dinner party ended in a strange yet exhilarating atmosphere. Most of the students were staggering, while those who were more conscious helped each other and left one after another. In the end, only Wang Hao, who was still relatively sober, Fang Xiuhan, who was completely drunk, and Lu Ruyan, who had already fallen into a deep sleep, remained in the private room. Wang Hao leaned against the wall, looking at Lu Ruyan slumped over the table, and was at a loss. Brother Han, what should we do? He suggested, why don't you take Ruyan home? I'm dizzy too. Fang Xiuhan rubbed his temples, wanting to find a place to lie down. Have the people at Zuiyunju arrange a driver, or have a waitress take her. He had no desire to get involved in this mess. Just as Wang Hao was about to call for help, Lu Ruyan, who was lying down, suddenly moved. She groggily raised her head, her eyes blurry with drunkenness, and pointed her finger precisely at Fang Xiuhan. He'll send it. He got me drunk, he has to take responsibility. Fang Xiuhan was in a real bind. Whether you're being reasonable or not, it's your own choice to drink it. Lu Ruyan snorted, in a voice only the two of them could hear. Are you impotent? Fang Xiuhan's blood pressure spiked. He grabbed Lu Ruyan's arm and put it on his shoulder. Walk. He practically dragged Lu Ruyan away from the hotel. The evening breeze intensified the effects of the wine. Fang Xiuhan hailed a taxi on the roadside and shoved Lu Ruyan into the back seat. Where to, sir? The driver asked. Fang Xiuhan turned to the completely drunk Lu Ruyan and asked, where do you live? Lu Ruyan closed her eyes and pointed randomly ahead. Front. Helpless, Fang Xiuhan could only say to the driver, sir, please continue driving forward. The car started and merged into the traffic. After driving for about 10 minutes, Fang Xiuhan realized something was wrong. This road leads out of the city. Stop for a second, he patted Lu Ruyan's face, where are we going? If you don't tell me, I'll dump you on the side of the road. Lu Ruyan then opened her eyes, looked out the window, and mumbled something indistinctly. That's it, stop. The car stopped in front of a budget hotel. Fang Xiuhan paid the fare, dragged her out of the car, and looked completely bewildered. I'm taking you home. Why are you at a hotel? I'll stay here, Lu Ruyan mumbled, leaning against him. Before the taxi had gone far, the driver rolled down the window, winked at Fang Xiuhan, and shouted, Hey buddy, you're something else. Such a good cabbage, take it easy. After saying that, he stepped on the gas and sped away. Fong Shohan's face darkened. I'm so handsome, I'm at most a tiger, how did I become a pig? He dragged Lu Ruyan into the hotel in a huff. Lu Ruyan seemed to know the place very well and led him directly to the top floor. She took a room key out of her leather jacket pocket and swiped it to open a room. Fong Shohan helped her inside, only to discover that it wasn't a standard room at all, but a luxuriously decorated presidential suite. As soon as Lu Ruyan entered the house, she shook him off and collapsed onto the living room sofa like a dead fish. Fong Shohan finally breathed a sigh of relief. The person was delivered, and his mission was complete. He turned to leave. Pour me a glass of water. Lu Ruyan's weak voice came from the sofa. Fong Shohan sighed, walked to the bar, poured a glass of warm water, and handed it over. Lu Ruyan did not collect the water. She looked up, and her pretty face, flushed with a rosy hue, showed no signs of drunkenness. I want you to stay. Sleep with me. Snap. Fong Shohan's hand trembled, and the water glass fell onto the soft carpet, spilling water all over the floor. He was completely stunned. I kindly brought you back, and you actually wanted to sleep with me? Wrong. This is not a simple matter. There's definitely something wrong with Lu Ruyan. Chapter 35 Simply Sleeping. The blush on Lu Ruyan's delicate face hadn't faded, but her originally hazy eyes were now frighteningly clear, showing no trace of drunkenness. You. Fong Shohan had barely uttered a single word when Lu Ruyan's eyes suddenly reddened. Large teardrops, like pearls from a broken string, fell down in a steady, dripping sound. Wah! She didn't wail loudly, but only sobbed softly, her shoulders shaking with each sob. Her aggrieved appearance was heartbreaking to hear and brought tears to the eyes of anyone who saw it. How dare you treat me like this? Her voice was thick with nasal tone and full of accusation. You stole the Rookie of the Year award. You injured me in the training room. During the assessment, you completely crushed me. I almost died in the Swordstone Forbidden Zone because of you. She counted Fong Shohan's crimes on her fingers, becoming more and more heartbroken as she spoke. I lost everything to you, I have nothing left. She looked up, her face streaked with tears, with an expression of utter despair. Right now, all I want is for you to sleep with me, and you won't even do that? Fong Shohan, are you even a man? This combination of logical punches left Fong Shohan feeling terrified. What is moral blackmail? This is a textbook example of moral blackmail. He can't stand seeing women cry, especially beautiful women. It's a weakness etched into his DNA from a past life. Fong Shohan let out a long breath, feeling as if he had fought a battle even more exhausting than facing the beast tide. Okay, I'll stay. He compromised, but still struggled to hold on to his last line of defense. But we agreed that it would just be sleeping, chatting under the covers. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Ruyan's crying stopped abruptly. She quickly wiped away her tears with the back of her hand, sniffed, and apart from her still flushed cheeks, the sadness seemed to have been wiped away with a single click. She looked at Fong Shohan and softly hummed in agreement. A feeling of being tricked instantly welled up in Fong Shohan's heart. This woman is truly wasting her talent by not becoming an actress. Lu Ruyan stood up and walked straight to the bathroom. Soon, the sound of rushing water came from inside. Fong Shohan sat on the sofa, still feeling somewhat confused. A few minutes later, the sound of water stopped, and the bathroom door was opened. Lu Ruyan came out, now wearing a black silk nightgown. The delicate straps hung on her rounded shoulders, outlining her breathtaking curves. Fong Shohan's breath hitched for a moment. He immediately looked away, muttering to himself, form is emptiness, emptiness is form a beautiful but empty skeleton, nothing but a stinking carcass. Have you seen enough? Lu Ruyan's voice was cold and aloof. She walked to the large bed that could fit 7 or 8 people, lifted the covers, and lay down on one side. Then, she patted the empty space next to her. Fong Shohan was torn between his inner thoughts and his own, but in the end he gritted his teeth and went over to lie down on the other side of the bed, his body as taut as a steel plate. To distract himself, Fong Shohan had an idea. System, open the panel. A pale blue virtual screen unfolds in your field of vision. He immediately noticed the newly added tag, Artistic Conception. Click to open. 7 Killing Sword Intent, LV10 10,000 Transcendent Level. Effect, Sword Attack Power increased by 10%, with an additional killing and intimidating effect. I haven't used the 50,000 evolution points I received as a reward for comprehending sword intent. Fang Shohan did not hesitate at all. Consume 10,000 evolution points to enhance 7 kill sword intent. Ding! Consume 10,000 evolution points, 7 kill sword intent level increased to LV2. 7 killing sword intent, LV2 20,000 transcendent level. Effect, sword attack power plus 20%, enhanced killing and intimidation effect, with a very low probability of severing the enemy's soul. A massive flow of information instantly flooded his mind, as if a grandmaster of swordsmanship was giving him one-on-one instruction, breaking down and dissecting the mysteries of the 7 kills path and feeding them to him. His understanding of swordsmanship deepened at this moment. An idea popped into his mind. I specialize in the knife, not the sword. However, there are 3,000 great paths, but they all lead to the same destination. If one comprehends the sword intent to its fullest extent, one may be able to draw inferences from other sources and deduce my own unique sword intent. He began to calm down and carefully study the pure killing essence of the 7 kills sword intent, thinking about how to integrate it into his own swordsmanship. He was so engrossed in his thoughts that he didn't notice Lu Ruyan had quietly moved closer to him. Suddenly, a pair of soft arms wrapped around his neck from behind. Her warm, soft body pressed tightly against his back. Lu Ruyan's warm breath brushed against his ear. "Hey, what are you thinking about? You seem so engrossed." Her voice was languidly hoarse, full of playfulness. "If you're just for sleeping, who needs you?" Fang Shohan's body went limp and he collapsed. Further on, he felt a strange energy continuously flowing into his body from the point of contact between them. That energy was different from Yuan power, carrying an ancient and scorching aura. His head, already foggy from the wolf blood wine, became even more confused. The dragon and tiger purgatory scripture within his body began to operate uncontrollably, frantically devouring that strange energy. "You." He wanted to say something, but his consciousness was rapidly sinking. Before he completely lost consciousness, he vaguely heard Lu Ruyan chuckle softly in his ear, full of a triumphant air. "You can't do it, can't you? I'll help you do it once." The next morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a dappled pattern of light into the room. Fang Shohan sat up with a splitting headache and shook his dizzy head. He was the only one in the bed. The room was empty. Lu Ruyan was nowhere to be seen. But the next second, he sensed that something was wrong. 4th level martial arts master. Fang Shohan was completely dumbfounded. His gaze swept across the room, finally settling on a sticky note on the bedside table. He picked it up. Above is a line of elegant yet powerful handwriting. "I lost to you, but I conquered you. You are not allowed to mention what happened last night to anyone, including your principal and those people who recruited you. Otherwise, the consequences could be life-threatening. From now on, we owe each other nothing, and we will never meet again." The text is filled with contradictions, pride, warning, and resolve. No debts owed? She helped herself break through a small realm, and that's what you call no debts owed? She probably misunderstands the word owe. Fang Shohan was filled with questions. He took out his phone and dialed Lu Ruyan's number. A cold, mechanical voice came through the receiver. "The number you dialed is not in service." She even cancelled her phone number. He got dressed and left the presidential suite. As he stepped out of the hotel, the glaring sunlight made him squint. Across the street, in a black sedan, a man in a suit wearing sunglasses put down his newspaper. He picked up an encrypted phone. "Young master, the target has been identified." A young but indifferent voice came from the other end of the phone. "How is the situation?" "Miss Lu spent the night here with the target last night and left alone this morning. She seemed to be doing nothing wrong." There was a long silence on the other end of the phone. The man in the suit held the phone, barely daring to breathe. After a long while, that cold voice rang out again, carrying a chilling aura. "Make that kid disappear. Make it clean, don't leave any clues pointing to the Wang family." "Yes, young master." Chapter 36 Wang Tang. Fang Shohan searched the school. The cultivation room that Lu Ruyan frequented was empty. Her seat in class was also empty. He asked several girls who had spoken to Lu Ruyan, and they all shook their heads in response. The person just vanished into thin air. Fang Shohan stood in the corridor of the teaching building, looking at the students coming and going downstairs, his brows furrowed. A living, breathing person, especially the daughter of the Lan family, can't just disappear like that. Those two old men, Lan Wuji and Lan Tianyu, are still in Kanglan City. This matter is most likely related to the Lan family. He needs someone who can access the core of the Lan family, someone who is willing to tell him the truth. Lan Feng, Lu Ruyan's uncle. Fang Xiuhan made up his mind, turned around, walked down the teaching building, and headed straight for the martial arts guild. The martial arts guild hall was bustling with activity, and various mission information scrolled across a huge electronic screen. Fang Xiuhan walked to the front desk and spoke to a staff member. "Hello, I'm looking for Director Lan Feng." The staff member looked up at him, her tone formulaic. "Do you have an appointment?" "No, tell him that Fang Xiuhan is looking for him." "Fang Xiuhan?" The staff member repeated the name. "Please wait a moment." A few minutes later, a staff member wearing a guild uniform walked over quickly. "Mr. Fang, please come with me. Director Lan is waiting for you in her office." In the boardroom on the top floor, a middle-aged man dressed casually, whose face bore a resemblance to Lan Wuji but whose demeanor was much more amiable, was sizing him up. "A fourth-level martial arts master?" Lan Feng's tone revealed a hint of surprise. "Kid, is your cultivation speed some kind of rocket-like speed?" Fang Xiuhan didn't pick up on that topic. He went straight to the point. "Uncle Lan, I've come to ask about Lu Ruyan." Lan Feng's smile turned playful. He leaned back in his large executive chair and crossed his arms over his stomach. "What, kid, you've taken a fancy to our Ruyan?" Fang Xiuhan was just wondering how to start the conversation when Lan Feng's words directly presented him with a ladder to speak. He lowered his head, his hands unconsciously clenching into fists, his knuckles turning white. "Uncle Lan, His voice was a little hoarse. "I've liked her since the first day of school. I know I'm not good enough for her. She comes from such a good family, she's beautiful, and she's so talented. I'm just an orphan." As he spoke, he wore a bitter expression, perfectly portraying the image of a young man experiencing his first love and feeling insecure. "But I just couldn't control myself. I just wanted to win this assessment, to prove myself, and to get her to look at me more. I didn't expect it to turn out that way." He looked up, his nose tingling, and his voice trembling. Why was she so desperate to win that Rookie of the Year award? And why has she suddenly disappeared? "I tried calling her, but the number is cancelled." "Did something happen to her?" "Uncle Lan, please tell me where she went. I just want to know if she's alright." Looking at his sincere appearance, Lan Feng's teasing expression faded, replaced by a complex feeling. This kid's really hooked. He let out a long sigh. "Sigh, have a seat." Lan Feng pointed to the sofa opposite him. "This is a long story. Ruyan is such a pitiful child." Lan Feng's voice lowered. Her father was once a renowned prodigy in Xuanwu City, having reached the king realm at a young age. Unfortunately, he was ambushed and killed in the Battle of 10,000 Races. Her mother took her back to our Lan family. Everything was fine until she was 10 years old, when a special constitution was detected during a family aptitude test. Fang Xiuhan pricked up his ears. "Taiyin Shencha Body." Lan Feng uttered these 5 words. 1 in a million women is hard to find. She is a natural-born cultivation furnace. To put it bluntly, a woman with this physique is like a living, top-grade elixir for male martial artists who cultivate masculine techniques. Through dual cultivation, she can help them harmonize yin and yang, solidify their foundation, and even help them break through bottlenecks at crucial moments. Fang Xiuhan paused for a moment. "So that's how it is." The strange energy that surged into my body last night was the so-called original power of the Taiyin Shencha body. This physique is both a blessing and a curse. The blessing is that her cultivation speed far exceeds that of ordinary people, but the curse is, she has been targeted. Lan Feng's expression turned serious. "You must have heard of the 4 great heavenly sovereign families of the Dragon Kingdom, right?" Fang Xiuhan nodded. "One of the families that has its eye on her is the Wang family. The Wang family sent someone to propose marriage, specifically asking Ruyan to marry their family's current prodigy. Although our Lan family is considered one of the most powerful in Kanglan City, in the entire eastern region, compared to a behemoth like the Wang family, we are nothing. No one in the family dares to refuse, nor can they refuse. But Ruyan is a strong-willed girl. She doesn't want her fate to be traded like a commodity, and she doesn't want to become a stepping stone on someone else's path to martial arts. She threatened suicide to get a chance from the Wang family and our family. A chance to take control of her own destiny." Fang Xiuhan's heart skipped a beat. "What opportunity?" "The Wang family has given us a way out," Lan Feng explained. They said that as long as Ruyan can win the title of Rookie King in the high school league in any base city, it will prove that she has her own future in martial arts and is not just a pretty face who depends on men. At that time, this marriage can be called off. Therefore, this title of Rookie of the Year in Kanglan City is her last chance to escape the fate of an arranged marriage. Boom! Fang Shohan felt like something had exploded in his head. He thought it was just an ordinary test, a battle of wits between young people. He never imagined that behind that first place was a girl's entire hope and rebellion. And he himself shattered that hope. An indescribable emotion welled up in his chest, guilt, surprise, and a sense of heaviness. So now. Fang Shohan's voice was hoarse. Has she already been taken back? No, not at all. Lan Feng shook his head, which made Fang Shohan breathe a sigh of relief. The boy she's engaged to is the undisputed #1 prodigy of the Xuanwu Sacred Academy this year, and he's incredibly arrogant. Wang Dadian said that he should focus on his studies now, and that romantic feelings would interfere with his cultivation. He and Ruyan agreed that they would return to get married after they graduated from the Holy Academy in 3 years. A 3-year agreement? Fang Shohan was completely stunned. I just saw an old man on the subway looking at his phone. This script is all wrong. Shouldn't the protagonist be saying things like 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, and don't underestimate a young man's potential? How come here, the fiancé is making a 3-year agreement with the woman? He suddenly remembered the note Lu Ruyan had left behind. You are not allowed to mention what happened last night to anyone, including your principal and those people who recruited you. Otherwise, the consequences could be life-threatening. He didn't understand at the time, but now, a chill runs from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. That Wang family prodigy regarded Lu Ruyan as his own possession, a top-grade divine medicine prepared for him. If he found out that the miracle drug he ordered had been opened before the wedding, the consequences would likely be far more serious than simply endangering one's life. Lu Ruyan's warning wasn't out of spite, it was to save his life. A layer of cold sweat seeped out from Fang Shohan's back. He forced himself to calm down and asked curiously, Uncle Lan, what's the name of that Wang family prodigy? He sounds so impressive. I'd like to remember it so I don't accidentally offend this important person when I'm out and about. Without giving it much thought, Lan Feng casually replied, his name is Wang Teng. Wang Teng, who has the bearing of an emperor. Chapter 37 My Knife is Fast. As Fang Shohan walked out of the martial arts guild building, the glaring sunlight made him feel somewhat dazed. He originally thought that he had only ruined Lu Ruyan's opportunity to escape an arranged marriage. Only now did he realize that what he had smashed was a girl's only hope, which she had bought with her life and dignity. The guilt that had been weighing on his chest intensified. He took out his phone, tapped the screen a few times, and typed in the name Wang Teng. The moment the search results popped up, Fang Shohan's breath caught in his throat. Wang Teng, the #1 prodigy of the Xuanwu Sacred Academy, has already reached the level of a grand martial master at the young age of 18. The prodigy of the Wang family, hailed as a once-in-a-century genius in the eastern region, possesses the bearing of an emperor. He single-handedly ventured into the A-level restricted area Black Wind Ridge, slaying the 5th-tier ferocious beast, the Black Wind Demon Ape, and escaped unscathed. An 18-year-old master martial artist. Fang Shohan is currently only a 4th-level martial arts master. Fang Shohan subconsciously turned around and glanced at the crowd behind him. Traffic flowed smoothly, people came and went, everything seemed normal. But he always felt that there was a pair of eyes watching him intently from some corner. A sense of urgency overwhelmed him like a tidal wave. I must become stronger immediately. Fang Shohan quickly returned to his villa and locked the door. He took stock of his current situation. The cultivation of the 3rd level of the Dragon and Tiger Purgatory scripture requires a massive amount of spirit stones or the essence blood of high-level ferocious beasts, neither of which he currently possesses. To advance to the 5th level of martial arts master, one needs ferocious beast crystal cores. Those rewards won't arrive until tomorrow. I can't wait. He opened the system panel and his gaze fell on the newly appeared tab. Artistic Conception. 7 Killing Sword Intent, LV 4040,000 Transcendent Level. Sword Intent. Fang Shohan muttered to himself. My main skill is the sword, but the way of killing is the same. Zheng Tiansheng's words echoed in his ears. It is in the face of life and death that one can most easily comprehend the essence of swordsmanship. Now, he truly felt the pressure of being on the brink of life and death. A crazy idea took shape in his mind. Use sword intent to generate saber intent. System, consume 10,000 evolution points to enhance 7 kill sword intent. Ding. Consume 10,000 evolution points, 7 kill sword intent level increased to LV5. 7 killing sword intent, LV50 80,000 transcendent level. Effect, sword attack power increased by 50%, extremely powerful killing and intimidating effect, with a certain probability of severing the enemy's soul. A torrent of information flooded my mind. Fang Xiuhan closed his eyes, and his entire demeanor changed. He clearly didn't draw his sword or dagger, but the air in the entire training room seemed to be shattered into pieces by an invisible blade. Not far away, a special steel plate used for testing hardness suddenly developed fine white scratches on its surface. This is the sword intent at level 5. Intention precedes movement. Fang Xiuhan opened his eyes, walked to the weapon rack, and took down his alloy battle sword. He did not practice any sword techniques. He simply stood there, immersing his entire mind in the pure and ultimate killing essence of the 7 killing sword intent. Then, he moved. The first strike is delivered. It is unremarkable, yet it possesses an indomitable and fierce spirit. The second strike was delivered. A soft popping sound rang out in the air, and a faint white mark was left where the blade had passed. The third strike was unleashed. Buzz. The battle blade emitted a clear, resonant hum, and an overwhelmingly domineering aura erupted from its blade. It's done. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully comprehending the ultimate killing blade intent. Reward, 50,000 evolution points. The system notification sound was like heavenly music. On Fang Xiuhan's panel, a new line of text appeared under the Artistic Conception label. Ultimate Killing Blade Intent, LV10 10,000 Transcendent Level. Effect, increases sword attack power by 10%, and adds armor penetration and severe injury effects. An unprecedentedly powerful feeling filled my limbs and bones. Fang Xiuhan let out a long breath. Just then, his phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Fang Xiuhan answered the phone. Hello, is this Fang Xiuhan? A familiar voice came from the other end of the phone. It was Zheng Tiancheng. Teacher Zhang, it's me. Come to the courtyard off campus right now. I'll send you the address to your phone later. Zheng Tiancheng's voice sounded somewhat hurried. There are some important points to note regarding the use of the marrow cleansing pool the day after tomorrow, which I must explain to you in person. A question mark popped into Fang Xiuhan's mind. Why did teacher Zhang change her phone number? Furthermore, why arrange to meet off campus instead of at school to discuss matters? But then I thought, the marrow cleansing pool is the highest reward for the top scorer in the assessment. It's a matter of great importance, and there might be something that needs to be kept secret. Since the voice on the other end was indeed Zheng Tiancheng's, he dispelled his doubts. Okay, teacher Zhang, I'll be right there. After hanging up the phone, he received an address message. It wasn't far from the school. Without giving it much thought, Fang Xiuhan changed his clothes and left the villa. A dozen minutes later, he found the place based on the address. It was a secluded, detached courtyard with few other houses around. The gate was ajar and unlocked. Fang Xiuhan pushed open the door and went inside. The courtyard was deserted and quiet. Teacher Zhang? He shouted into the house. No one responded. He went into the living room, which was also empty. Is the teacher busy in the backyard? Fang Xiuhan relaxed his body and was about to turn around and go to the backyard to take a look. Right at this moment, a dark figure appeared silently behind him. A chilling glint flashed by in the dim light of the living room. A cold, alloy battle blade was raised high and slashed down fiercely at the back of his neck. A mocking, cold laugh rang in his ears. My knife is very fast, it won't hurt, just bear with it and it will pass. Fang Xiuhan's body moved faster than his thoughts. Instead of retreating, he twisted his body suddenly, using his waist and abdomen to generate power, making him spin like a wound-up top. Clang! The ear-piercing sound of metal scraping against metal exploded in the quiet living room. With his alloy sword, he precisely parried the fatal blow that came from the back of his neck at a tricky angle. Sparks flew everywhere. The attacker let out a soft exclamation, clearly not expecting a surefire strike to be blocked. He flicked his wrist, and the blade pressed down, intending to use the momentum to slash at Fang Xiuhan's waist and ribs. But Fang Xiuhan didn't give him that chance. The killing intent. An overwhelmingly domineering aura suddenly erupted from Fang Xiuhan. The sword in his hand was no longer ordinary iron, but a deadly weapon. Meteor blade. There were no 9 sword flashes. There is only one. A blade of light so fast it combined all power and killing intent into one. Click. The alloy sword in the attacker's hand snapped in two. Chapter 38 Palace of Rebirth. The condensed blade light continued without pause, following the severed edge down from the attacker's brow. A line of blood appeared on his face, then on his neck, chest, and abdomen. His body, like a garment with its zipper pulled open, parted to the sides. Splash! Internal organs and blood were spilled all over the ground. Ding! Defeat a level 4 martial master, gain 608 evolution points. Fang Xiuhan gripped the knife, his chest rising and falling slightly. Without even glancing at the 2 pieces of corpse on the ground, he turned to face the seemingly ordinary wardrobe in the living room. You've been watching for so long, aren't you going to come out and chat? The closet was deathly silent. Fang Xiuhan didn't urge him, but simply used the tip of his sword to lightly scrape across the wooden floor, making a grating squeak sound. Squeak! The cabinet door was pushed open a crack from the inside. A figure emerged from inside. He was a dwarf, only reaching Fang Xiuhan's waist in height, but with an unusually large head. He raised his hands, a fawning smile plastered on his face. Fang Xiuhan looked at him and asked, "Who are you people, and why are you trying to kill me?" "Hero, spare our lives. We are assassins from the Hall of Rebirth, and we know nothing else about them." Fang Xiuhan, carrying a knife, walked over step by step. "How much money did you receive?" The dwarf's smile froze, and large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. 10 million. 10 million for my life." Fang Xiuhan pressed the tip of his knife against the dwarf's throat. "Your organization is quite powerful, but the assassin you hired isn't very good." The cold touch sent a shiver down the dwarf's spine. He knew he had met his match today. "Brother, let's talk this out, the dwarf quickly said. "It's all a misunderstanding. We're just doing this for money. We don't know who the employer is. We only know that the bounty is posted on the intranet. I called you just now using the sound imitation and shape transformation technique. This technique can simulate other people's voices. I wanted to lure you here so that Ghost Hand, the one on the ground, could make a move." The dwarf spilled everything out like beans from a bamboo tube. "Brother, look, Ghost Hand is dead, the mission failed. We don't need the bounty anymore. You're so generous, just treat me like a fart and let me go, okay?" As he spoke, he took out a small porcelain bottle from his pocket and quietly held it in his hand. "I'm still useful." Fang Xiuhan's answer made the dwarf's heart skip a beat. "Brother, what do you mean by this?" Fang Xiuhan didn't say anything more. A ruthless glint flashed in the dwarf's eyes. He suddenly crushed the porcelain bottle in his hand. Puff! A colorless and odorless cloud of smoke instantly spread out. 5 absolute chi breaking powder. It's specifically designed to destroy a martial artist's vital energy. Kid, you'd better fall down. The dwarf let out a sinister laugh, withdrew, and waited for Fang Xiuhan's vital energy to dissipate and he to collapse to the ground. Fang Xiuhan inhaled the smoke. A numbing sensation attempted to invade his limbs and bones, blocking the flow of his vital energy. However, the dragon and tiger purgatory scripture operated on its own, and with the surge of that domineering dragon and tiger power, the so-called 5 absolute chi breaking powder vanished without a trace, like snowflakes encountering a hot iron. Good heavens, he's a 6th brother who uses poison. Fang Xiuhan played along, swaying slightly as his sword clattered to the ground. He clutched his chest, looking as if his energy had been depleted and he was having difficulty breathing. You poisoned me." The dwarf laughed even more smugly when he saw this. "Fool! If you don't keep your guard up when you're out in the world, you won't even know how you died." He pulled a short blade from his lower back and walked step by step toward Fang Xiuhan. 10 million, it's all mine." He raised the short blade and aimed it at Fang Xiuhan's heart. Just as he was about to stab him, Fang Xiuhan, who was originally paralyzed and powerless, started to move. His movements were slow. He simply raised his hand and clenched his fist. Then, he threw a punch. A faint, almost invisible layer of blood-red aura clung to his fist. 7 killing sword intent. Use your fists as swords. The smug look on the dwarf's face froze. He felt an intense killing aura envelop him, his body seemingly frozen, unable to move. He could only watch helplessly as the fist grew larger and larger in his pupils. Put. The fist pierced his chest without resistance, crushing his heart. Ding! Defeat a Grand Martial Master and gain 1860 evolution points. The dwarf looked down at the bloody hole in his chest, his face filled with disbelief. You're not poisoned. Your poison is terrible. Fang Shuhan withdrew his hand, letting the dwarf's corpse slump to the ground. He quickly began to search the dwarf's body. Soon, he found 3 things. A small bottle containing blue pills, with the words antidote labeled on it. A worn-out, yellowed, thread-bound book, looking like it might fall apart at any moment, with the title The Secret of Onomatopoeia and Shape Representation on its cover. There is also a USB flash drive. Fang Shuhan then walked over to the assassin Ghost Hand who had been split in 2 and took a cell phone out of his pocket. The phone screen lights up, requiring fingerprint unlocking. Fang Shuhan picked up a section of the Ghost Hand's finger and pressed it onto the finger. Unlocked successfully. The phone interface is very simple, with only one black app icon featuring an ancient-style gate. Fang Shuhan opened the app. Inside is the task information, the reward amount, and a report task button. A bold, even insane, idea took shape in his mind. 10 million. He wanted the money. He killed the man. He also wants the money. He glanced at the 2 corpses on the ground, then opened the book The Art of Onomatopoeia and Metamorphosis. The technique is not difficult, it mainly involves mobilizing vital energy to subtly adjust facial muscles and bones, thereby achieving a disguise effect. After reaching the highest level, it can even completely change one's appearance and physique. Fang Shuhan sat down cross-legged and began to try the method described in the book. He could feel the muscles in his face undergoing subtle changes under the influence of vital energy. A dozen minutes later, he took out his phone and turned on the front-facing camera. The person in the mirror still had his own facial features, but his eyebrows and eyes already bore a 3 or 4 point resemblance to the ghostly hand on the ground. That's enough. He dragged the dwarf's body to a corner and hid it. Then, he pieced the 2 pieces of the ghost hand together, positioned it in a prone position, and tore a piece of cloth from his own body to cover the corpse's fatal wound. After doing all this, he took a deep breath and picked up Ghost Hand's phone. He clicked the report task button. A prompt appears on the screen. Video call connection established, please prepare. Chapter 39 My People. The screen lit up, and a man wearing a bronze mask, with only his eyes showing, appeared in the video. The background is completely black, and no environmental information can be discerned. Ghost Hand, target eliminated? The masked man's voice was altered, making his age impossible to discern, and it was as cold as metal. Fang Shuhan did not answer immediately. He adjusted the muscles in his throat, using his vital energy to mimic the somewhat mocking tone of the attacker from before. It's solved. He pointed his phone camera at the corpse on the ground. To achieve a realistic effect, he deliberately moved the camera slowly upwards from the corpse's feet, eventually stopping at the wound on the back of the neck, which was covered by cloth. The masked man on the other side of the screen remained silent for a few seconds. Bioinformatics scan in progress. A line of small text popped up on Fang Shuhan's phone screen. Scanning in progress? Facial contour matching 78%. Skeletal structure matching 81%. Vital signs. None. Overall match rate 95%, confirmed target, Fang Shuhan. Fang Shuhan's heart was in his throat. It's done. Very good. The masked man's voice rang out again. Mission complete. The 10 million bounty will be deposited into your account within 5 minutes. The employer is very satisfied, and we can explain things to Xuanwu City much better now. Xuanwu City. Really? Understood, Fang Shuhan replied briefly in his ghost hand voice. Clean up the body thoroughly, leave no trace pointing to us, the masked man instructed before unilaterally hanging up the phone. The video call has ended. Fang Shuhan breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly picked up Ghost Hand's phone, found the bank's app, and transferred the 10 million that had just arrived into his account into an anonymous bank card. Getting 10 million for free, how wonderful! He did not leave immediately. Instead, he put the book The Art of Onomatopoeia and Metamorphosis and the USB drive into his pocket, dragged the 2 corpses together, and then found several buckets of cooking oil in the kitchen and poured them on top of each other. A fire burned the entire courtyard, along with all the evil, to ashes. The towering flames illuminated his departing figure. Back at his villa, Fang Shuhan dialed Lan Feng's number. Hello, Uncle Lan, it's me. Kid, what's up calling so late? Lan Feng's voice sounded a little tired. Uncle Lan, I'm just a little worried. Fang Shohan organized his thoughts. That Wang Tong, he sounds so domineering. Will he send someone to keep an eye on Ruyan? I'm afraid she'll be mistreated when she goes back. There was silence on the other end of the phone. After a long while, Lan Feng finally sighed. It's more than just sending people to keep an eye on things. The Wang family knows everything about Ruyan's every move in Kanglan City, even who she talks to and who she meets. She went back this time, saying she would wait for 3 years, but it's really no different from being under house arrest. Fang Shohan hung up the phone. The employer of Xuanwu City. A reward of 10 million. Ubiquitous surveillance. All the clues point to the same answer. The Wang family. Or rather, it's Wang Tong, who has the bearing of an emperor. Because he and Lu Ruyan spent the night at the hotel, he had offended him, so he did not hesitate to send people to take his life. What a distinguished family of celestial rulers. What a remarkable Wang Daishiangio. A surge of anger rose in Fang Shohan's heart. But he forced himself to calm down. Anger solves nothing, it will only hasten his death. The Heavenly Lord family is a colossal force standing at the pinnacle of the Dragon Kingdom. Even if he were to become a martial saint, let alone a mere 4th-level martial master, he would still be no match for the Wang family. A head-on confrontation is suicidal. Are we just going to let it go like this? He can't do it. The note Lu Ruyan wrote that read "We owe each other nothing, and will never meet again" floated into his mind. That woman, proud and resolute, severed ties in this way, actually to protect him. Even though she was in trouble herself, she was still thinking of him. Since you've already become entangled with me, then you're mine. Fang Shohan muttered to himself. My people cannot be bullied like this. A thought became clearer in his mind than ever before. The only way to fight against the Heavenly Monarch clan is to make yourself have the power to overturn the chessboard. 3 years. Wang Tang gave Lu Ruyan a 3-year promise. I will use these 3 years to catch up and surpass them. The Heavenly Emperor. A crazy smile curled at the corners of Fang Shohan's mouth. A living Heavenly Emperor is more valuable than a noble family that has sacrificed its prodigy. His goal was no longer to become the new king of Kanglan City, nor was it to get into any holy academy. Rather, it is the position of Heavenly Sovereign, which hangs high above the martial arts world. Meanwhile, in Xuanwu City, at the Xuanwu Sacred Academy. Inside a cultivation palace suspended in mid-air. A handsome young man, dressed in a gold martial arts uniform, with an extremely aloof demeanor, put down the encrypted phone in his hand. Is the mission complete? Asked a young man with an equally powerful aura standing nearby. Wang Tang nodded, his face expressionless, as if he had merely crushed an ant. A piece of trash who isn't even a martial arts master dares to lay a finger on my things. He deserves to die. What about Lu Ruyan? A cruel smile curled at the corners of Wang Tang's mouth. Find an opportunity to tell her about that kid's death. I want her to understand that anyone who tries to defy my will not have a good ending. I want her to endure these 3 years in despair and fear. The next day, early morning. Fang Shohan received a call from Zheng Tiancheng, asking him to assemble at the school's central training center. The marrow cleansing pool is about to open. When he arrived, there were already many people standing at the entrance of the training center. They were all students who ranked at the top in this assessment, and their faces were filled with excitement and anticipation. Zheng Tiancheng saw him and walked over. Fang Shohan, there's something I need to tell you. Before leaving the school, Lu Ruyan submitted an application to the school authorities. Zheng Tiancheng's expression was somewhat complicated. She transferred the reward she received for coming in second place in this assessment, a day of cultivation in the marrow cleansing pool, to you. Fang Shohan was stunned. So, your reward as the first place winner is 2 days, plus the day she transferred, so you can stay in the marrow cleansing pool for a total of 3 days. The students around them looked on with envy and jealousy upon hearing this. What benefits could one gain from spending an extra day in the marrow cleansing pool? It's immeasurable. Fang Shohan felt a mix of emotions. That woman said they were even, yet she still gave such a generous gift. All right, everyone, follow me. Zheng Tiancheng called out to everyone and walked into the training center. The marrow cleansing pool is located on the 3rd basement level of the training center. Following Zheng Tiancheng, the group passed through layers of checkpoints and finally arrived at a heavy alloy gate. The gate opened, revealing a huge underground space. In the center of the space is a pool made of an unknown black stone, about 10 meters in diameter, with dense metal pipes connecting the pool walls, giving it a high-tech feel. The pool was filled with pale blue karmic substances, emitting a strange and refreshing fragrance. Just one whiff of it made one feel relaxed and comfortable throughout their body. This is the marrow cleansing pool. Zheng Tiancheng explained, it can not only cleanse your marrow and improve your physical attributes, but more importantly, the energy in the pool can deeply stimulate your flesh and bones, making it an excellent cultivation ground for martial artists in the body refinement realm. Fang Shuhan's heart skipped a beat. Deeply stimulate flesh and blood? Isn't this exactly what he needs to break through the third level of the dragon and tiger purgatory scripture? Alright, time is precious, let's all go in. The students couldn't wait to jump into the pool. Fang Shuhan found a corner spot and sat down cross-legged. As the last person entered, the heavy alloy door slowly closed. Buzz. A deep rumble echoed throughout the underground space, and the pipes connecting to the pool lit up one by one. The pool water began to churn. An incredibly pure and powerful strange force flowed wildly into Fang Shuhan's body through every pore. Chapter 40 I Want Them All. Countless tiny energies, like billions of tiny ants, shuttle through his flesh, bones, and even the deeper intercellular spaces. They take away those impurities hidden deep within the body, impurities that are impossible to reach during normal cultivation. This is called washing the hair and marrow. He turned his head and saw a palm-sized metal plate embedded in the edge of the pool, with clear patterns and indicator lights on it. Qualification testing instruments. Kanglan Martial Arts Middle School has taken everything into consideration, allowing students to keep track of their own progress in real time. Outside the marrow cleansing pool, in a spacious control room, Principal Zhou Zhan sat upright, surrounded by several distinguished figures. A middle-aged man in military uniform, with a general star on his shoulder and a resolute face, is Brigadier General Wu Tianqing, one of the 8 desolate generals sent by the Iron-Blooded Military Academy. The remaining individuals represent the 4 most prestigious academies in the Dragon Kingdom: Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise. They all came for Fang Shuhan. Principal Zhou, this young fellow has grasped the essence of swordsmanship. Our Azure Dragon Sacred Academy can make an exception and admit him. The representative of the Azure Dragon Sacred Academy, a refined middle-aged man, spoke first. His sword intent is strong, but his aptitude is only second grade, so his future achievements are limited. A beautiful woman from the Vermilion Bird Sacred Academy snorted. Our Vermilion Bird Sacred Academy values overall potential more, so we need to observe him further. A second grade aptitude is indeed a major weakness. The representative of the White Tiger Holy Academy was a burly man with a loud voice. Brigadier General Wu Tianqing remained silent, staring intently at the figure sitting cross-legged on the screen. Fang Shuhan felt rather bored in the pool. This passive process of cleansing the hair and marrow was too inefficient, so he simply started practicing the void breathing method. 1 week. 2 weeks. He noticed that as he practiced the breathing technique, the movements of the tiny energy ants quickened. It works. He held nothing back and unleashed his full power to activate his cultivation technique. 36 cycles. 72 cycles. 81 days. The practice has reached the great perfection in the conventional sense. Inside the control room, the beautiful woman from the Vermilion Bird Holy Academy nodded. To be able to push an advanced breathing technique to its peak in such a short time, your comprehension is quite good. The representative from the Azure Dragon Holy Academy shook his head. Compared to his extraordinary sword intent, this is nothing. At that moment, Brigadier General Wu Tianqing, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke. He's not done yet. His finger tapped the screen. Everyone stared intently at it. On the screen, Fang Shuhan's breathing rate did not slow down. Instead, it entered an even more mysterious rhythm. 82 cycles. 90 cycles. 99 cycles. The air inside the control room froze. Ultimately, that number settled at 108 days. A perfection that transcends perfection, a perfection beyond the limit. The entire room fell silent. Advanced cultivation technique, breaking through the great perfection limit. The representative of Xuanwu Sacred Academy, an old man named Lan Wuji, said in a hoarse voice, This is something that even a grandmaster cannot do. This kid is a monster. Grab it. We have to get it. The bigwigs who were just moments ago holding back and considering things have completely changed their attitude. Even Wu Tianqing's perpetually icy face revealed a rare smile. After 108 cycles, Fang Xiuhan felt a lightness in his body. The tingling, itchy sensation disappeared, replaced by an unprecedented sense of clarity and lightness. The process of cleansing the hair and marrow is complete. He reached out and placed his hand on the qualification testing instrument next to him. Buzz. The instrument emitted a soft beep, and the indicator lights on the metal plate flashed wildly. The numbers representing the qualification level start from grade 2 and then skyrocket. 3rd rank. 4th rank. 5th rank. Rank 6. Ultimately, it stopped at the 7th rank position. Rank 7. Fang Xiuhan was overjoyed. Although he hadn't reached the legendary 9th rank in one step, the 7th rank was already the threshold of becoming a prodigy, enough to support his subsequent cultivation. He glanced at the pool. Most of the students inside had reached their limit and were leaving one after another. He has 2.5 days left. Perfect opportunity. I'll take this chance to break through the bottleneck in body refinement. He calmed his mind and began to practice the methods of the Dragon and Tiger Purgatory scripture. His body, like a desert that had been parched for countless years, was now blessed with timely rain. The pale blue liquid essence in the pool transformed into a visible flow of energy, surging wildly into his body. Inside the control room, a piercing alarm suddenly sounded. Report. The number 1 marrow cleansing pool is experiencing a power shortage, and the energy index is dropping rapidly. A staff member rushed in to report. Zhou Zhan frowned. Didn't we check the equipment before turning it on? Before he could finish speaking, Wu Tianqing interrupted him. Look at the screen. As everyone looked over, they saw that Fang Xiuhan on the screen had formed a huge energy vortex around him, and the energy of the entire pool was converging on him. This is someone practicing some kind of body refining martial art, and it's of a high grade, Wu Tianqing concluded. Nonsense. The beautiful woman from the Vermilion Bird Sacred Academy was the first to shake her head. The most precious thing about the marrow cleansing pool is the cleansing of the marrow and the removal of hair, which improves aptitude and affinity with primordial energy. Instead of seizing the time to consolidate his realm, he's going to do some kind of body refinement. It's putting the cart before the horse. They're just young people, they don't know how to make choices, the representative from the Azure Dragon Holy Academy chimed in. They've wasted such a great opportunity. They had barely finished speaking. Roar. A clear, domineering dragon roar emanated from the loudspeaker, making the entire control room vibrate. Lan Wuji of the Xuanwu Sacred Academy suddenly trembled and exclaimed in shock, "That voice, it's the Dragon Tiger Purgatory scripture. A dragon's roar signifies the attainment of dragon power. He has actually mastered the legendary body refining technique to the 4th level." All doubts and regrets vanished at that moment. In the control room, everyone held their breath, staring intently at the screen, eager to see what kind of miracle this young man could create. A miracle soon followed. 3 hours later. Roar. The second dragon roar rang out, even more resonant and powerful than the first. The power of 2 dragons, the 4th level of perfection. 5 hours later. Roar. The third dragon roar. 7 hours later. Roar. The 4th dragon roar. 10 hours later. Roar. The 5th dragon roar. 1 night passed. Report. The 12th emergency energy recharge has been completed. The staff member's voice trembled. Zhou Zhan and the other bigwigs had completely ignored his report. They didn't sleep all night, just stared at the screen all night. At that very moment, the direction of the marrow cleansing pool suddenly changed. Roar. 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 A series of dense and violent dragon roars, like a series of thunderclaps, erupted one after another. In the control room, all the bigwigs, including Wu Tianqing, froze at the same time. Chapter 41, Don't Waste. The dragon roared 9 times, each one more violent and higher pitched than the last. The entire underground space trembled violently amidst the continuous roars of the dragon. Inside the control room, the expressions of the bigwigs could no longer be described as shock, they were expressions of utter bewilderment, as if their worldviews had been turned upside down. Principal Zhou Zhan's mouth remained open for a long time, oblivious to the fact that his thermos had fallen to the ground. The beautiful woman from the Vermilion Bird Sacred Academy murmured to herself, "One day, in just one day, she mastered the Dragon Tiger Purgatory scripture?" The power of the 9 dragons, the power of 1 dragon is 50,000 gene, and the power of the 9 dragons is 450,000 gene of immense strength. The burly grandmaster of the White Tiger Sacred Academy spoke with a sense of unreality. Even the body refining geniuses of my White Tiger Sacred Academy need 3 years to master the next level of the Overlord body technique. How is that possible? This is not scientific. Lan Wuji of the Xuanwu Sacred Academy turned to Wu Tianqing, who had remained silent from beginning to end. General Wu, you are a man of great experience and knowledge, but what exactly is going on? Wu Tianqing's gaze never left the figure on the screen. The reason is simple. His voice made everyone prick up their ears. His control over his own power has reached an unbelievable level. Every piece of flesh, every inch of bone, and even every cell is under his perfect control. Therefore, the energy from the marrow cleansing pool entered his body without any wasted, was absorbed and transformed by him 100%. What you are seeing is not a miracle, but extreme efficiency. A deathly silence fell over the control room. Ultimate efficiency? These 4 words have an impact many times greater than the word genius. That means that this boy's control over his body has surpassed that of everyone present, and even surpassed all the strong people they knew. This is no longer a monster. This is a monster. In the pool water, Fang Shouhan slowly opened his eyes, feeling the explosive power within his body. A force of 450,000 jin. He felt like he could kill a cow with one punch. No, an elephant. With body refinement complete, it's time to break through to a higher realm. He is now a 4th-level martial artist, having completed the tempering of his 6 internal organs, but not yet his 5 internal organs. Perfect timing. Let's take advantage of the pure energy of the marrow cleansing pool and go all out. He closed his eyes, focused his mind on his body, and guided the surging energy toward his first target, the spleen. Inside the control room, the beautiful woman from the Vermilion Bird Holy Academy looked at the screen and finally regained some of the composure befitting a powerful figure. His body refinement is complete, and his foundation is in place. Next, he should consolidate his realm and then slowly try to break through to the 5th level of martial arts master. Yes, tempering the 5 internal organs is no small matter. It must be done step by step. It can take as little as 3 to 5 days or as long as 10 days to half a month. It cannot be rushed. The representative of the Azure Dragon Holy Academy nodded in agreement. They had barely finished speaking. Fang Shouhan on the screen shuddered slightly. A mysterious aura emanated from him. 10 minutes later, the spleen has been refined. 1 hour later, the liver has been refined. 3 hours later, the lungs and kidneys have been refined. In the control room, the teacups that the bigwigs had just picked up were now suspended in mid-air. Only the last one, the most important and the most vulnerable, remains the heart. Tempering the heart is extremely dangerous. Shouldn't he stop and prepare for a day or 2, someone muttered. Fang Shouhan did not stop. 2 hours later. Buzz. The 5 internal organs resonate, and the qi and blood surge like mercury syrup. 5th level martial arts master, accomplished. Good. Fang Shouhan exhaled a breath of stale air, feeling that he had become much stronger again. Next, I need to break through to the great martial master realm. Martial arts masters refine their bones and internal organs. Great martial arts masters refine their qi and blood. The mark of progressing from a martial arts master to a grand martial arts master is the tempering of the bone marrow, enabling it to produce blood and thus ensuring the continuous generation of vital energy. This step is a major hurdle on the path of martial arts, blocking countless geniuses. This step will take at least 3 to 5 days, the burly man from the White Tiger Holy Academy said confidently. Fang Shouhan made only slight adjustments before guiding the energy to attempt to impact the bone marrow. Then, that's it. A powerful aura, far exceeding that of a martial arts master, suddenly erupted from his body. Ha! He broke through already? Fang Shouhan himself was taken aback. Breaking through to the great martial master level isn't that difficult. His unintentional mutterings were clearly transmitted to the ears of everyone in the control room through the highly sensitive recording equipment. Puff. The representative from the Azure Dragon Holy Academy spat out a mouthful of tea. Clang. The burly man from the White Tiger Holy Academy crushed the stainless steel teacup in his hand. The beautiful woman from the Vermilion Bird Holy Academy could no longer maintain her elegant expression. Her blood pressure soared. Principal Zhou covered his face, feeling he couldn't bear to look. This kid is killing me by destroying my spirit. You call this not difficult? Do you know how many martial artists in the Dragon Kingdom are stuck at this stage, unable to make any progress in their entire lives? Versailles. This is a blatant Versailles. On the screen, Fang Xiuhan ignored all of this. He felt he was in better shape than ever before. Then, let's continue. An hour later, the bone marrow tempering in the left arm was completed. Another hour passed, and the bone marrow tempering in the right arm was completed. Another hour later, the bone marrow in both legs was fully tempered. Only the last remaining torso bones and skull were left. Fang Xiuhan then stopped on his own. It's too fast. Let's play it safe to avoid any lingering problems. He opened his eyes and glanced at the time. There are 4 hours left. There isn't enough time to continue tempering the bone marrow. It's a bit wasteful to just leave it soaking like that. What should we do? Fang Xiuhan recalled the idea that had flashed into his mind when he had instantly killed the dwarf assassin. 7 killing sword intent, inevitable killing blade intent. One is purely ruthless, the other is incomparably domineering. What kind of changes would occur if the two could be combined? Could you create a unique and stronger martial art of your own? Once the thought popped into my head, I couldn't suppress it anymore. Dry. A thought suddenly occurred to him. A sharp, ruthless, and pure killing intent erupted from his body. On the control room screen, the curve representing energy fluctuations suddenly spiked with a glaring peak. Wu Tianqing's usually expressionless face finally showed a change. This is the second level of sword intent. He's more than 1 level stronger than when he first entered the illusion sword forest. Zhou Zhan quickly explained, reporting to the general, his sword intent was comprehended from the sword stone in the illusionary sword forest 3 days ago. He didn't just learn it. It would have been better if he hadn't said anything. Upon hearing this, the bigwigs present gasped in shock. 3 days? In just 3 days, he progressed from the initial stage of sword intent to the second level. Is this something a human being could do? However, what shocked them was not yet over. The sharp sword intent had not completely dissipated. Another domineering, fierce, and unstoppable aura surged from Fang Xiuhan. The ultimate killing intent. He can actually use sword intent? Zhou Zhan's voice was trembling. The representatives of the 4 holy academies were completely numb. 15 years old. Grandmaster of martial arts. The body refining technique has been perfected. It possesses 2 extraordinary realms of artistic conception. This is no longer a prodigy, this is a monster descended to earth. Then, something even more shocking happened that caused their hearts to stop. On the screen, 2 completely different auras appeared on either side of Fang Xiuhan's body. On one side was a blood-red, sword-shaped phantom, brimming with murderous intent. On the other side was a golden, domineering, blade-shaped phantom. Under Fang Xiuhan's control, these 2 distinct and diametrically opposed artistic conceptions are slowly, little by little, converging towards the center. They repel each other, yet attract each other. The energy of the entire space became disordered as a result. Wu Tianqing, who had been sitting as still as a mountain, suddenly stood up and exclaimed in surprise. A fusion of artistic conception. He wants to create his own martial arts technique. Chapter 42 7 Deadly Slashes. Killing and tyranny, 2 extreme forces, are like 2 venomous dragons intertwined, eventually twisting into one. A brand new artistic conception, which contains both the fierceness of the 7 killing sword intent and the unwavering determination of the killing blade intent, was born. Fang Xiuhan chose a name for it. 7 Deadly Slashes, Life and Death. He had an urge to stand up immediately, to unleash this move, and to see its power. But he held back. The underground space wasn't big enough. He was afraid that if he made a move, he would destroy the entire training center. The energy in the pool water has become scarce. The 3-day training period has come to an end. He slowly stood up, stretched his limbs, and felt the surging power within him, like a mighty river. The power of the 9 dragons has been fully realized. Newly promoted Grandmaster of Martial Arts. He created the prototype of his own martial arts. The results far exceeded expectations. He stepped out of the marrow cleansing pool. A row of people stood outside the heavy alloy gate. The one leading the group was Principal Zhou Zhan. Behind him followed several elderly men with profound and imposing presence, as well as a beautiful woman who still retained her charm. The most eye-catching figure was a middle-aged man in a crisp military uniform. Just by standing there, he exuded a sense of oppression, as if he were facing a majestic mountain range. This is quite a spectacle. Fang Xiaohan's heart skipped a beat. He had only just broken through to the great martial master level, so why was it acting like he was returning home in glory? Zhou Zhan stepped forward, patted him on the shoulder, and lowered his voice. Kid, be smart later and choose carefully. This is Brigadier General Wu Tianqing, one of the 8 desolate warriors of the Iron-Blooded Military Academy. These individuals are the admissions officers for the 4 great academies: Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. Every time Zhou Zhan introduced someone, the other person would look at him with scrutiny, a complex mix of amazement and fervor. These people are all here for him. Fang Xiaohan understood. A spacious meeting room. Fang Xiaohan sat on one side of the long table, opposite 5 big shots representing the pinnacle of martial arts education in the Dragon Kingdom. The atmosphere was somewhat heavy. The refined middle-aged man from the Azure Dragon Sacred Academy was the first to speak, breaking the silence. Fang Xiaohan, I am Li Qingyun from Qinglong Sacred Academy. We have seen your situation. On behalf of the Azure Dragon Holy Academy, I formally extend an invitation to you. You can make any request, as long as we can do it, we can meet it. What a boastful tone. Fang Xiaohan hadn't had time to process those words. The burly man from the White Tiger Holy Academy slammed his hand on the table, making a dull thud. Li Qingyun, stop with your empty promises. He looked at Fang Xiaohan and spoke in a loud voice. My name is Bai Shan, from the White Tiger Holy Academy. We're not going to play games, let's get down to business. 100 million Dragon Kingdom currency, as your entrance scholarship. As long as you nod, the transfer can be made right now. Even Zhou Zhan gasped in shock in the conference room. 100 million to buy a student? This is outrageous. Fang Xiaohan's heart skipped a beat. He worked incredibly hard, risking his life to stage a charade, just to get 10 million from the assassin organization. They can just casually ask for 100 million now. Is this the treatment top geniuses receive? Hee, Bai Shan, you're still as vulgar as ever, reeking of money. Lan Wuji of Xuanwu Sacred Academy spoke slowly. He was the old man in the control room who recognized the Dragon and Tiger Purgatory scripture. Young friend Fang Xiaohan, a mere 100 million is not worthy of your talent. My Xuanwu Sacred Academy will offer 200 million in scholarships. Furthermore, I will personally grant you another opportunity to enter our Yin Yang Pavilion and choose a Yin Yang level cultivation technique. Upon hearing this, both Bai Shan and Li Qingyun's expressions changed. Yin Yang level cultivation techniques are supreme secret manuals that only grandmasters are qualified to comprehend. Their value cannot be measured in money. Fang Xiaohan understood. This is no longer about money, it's about having a strong foundation. Giggle. A burst of clear laughter rang out. The beautiful woman from the Vermilion Bird Holy Academy covered her mouth and chuckled softly, exuding charm. Old man Lan, you've brought out your life savings, haven't you? Little brother, don't listen to them. Her voice has a unique charm. Come to our Vermilion Bird Holy Academy, and I'll give you a scholarship of 300 million. Plus, there are 2 more opportunities to choose an 8 Desolations level cultivation technique. Most importantly, she winked at Fang Xiaohan, our Vermilion Bird Holy Academy has the most beautiful female students among the 4 holy academies. I promise to introduce you to the prettiest ones. You. Nonsense. Bai Shan and Lan Wuji slammed their fists on the table and stood up simultaneously. The 8 Desolations level cultivation technique is a supernatural power, a priceless treasure of the academy, yet she actually used it as a bargaining chip. Using beautiful women as bait is simply outrageous. The conference room instantly transformed into a bustling market. Fang Xiaohan looked at these important figures who could shake the entire region with a stomp of their feet, arguing heatedly over him, and felt a little unreal. With hundreds of millions of dollars at every turn, you can choose any legendary top-tier martial arts technique. For the first time, he realized with such clarity just how valuable his potential truly was. Just when the situation was about to get out of control. That's enough. A cold voice rang out. Wu Tianqing, who had been silent all along, finally spoke. He only said 2 words, and the argument in the entire conference room stopped abruptly. Everyone stopped moving. Wu Tianqing didn't look at anyone else, his gaze was fixed on Fang Xiaohan. What they're saying, even the Iron-Blooded Military Academy can't provide. His words were direct and frank. We don't have that many scholarships, nor that many rare books and secret collections. We only have the battlefield. The 4 great academies are schools they train students. Iron-blooded military academy is not a school. We have no students, only soldiers. On your first day of joining, you will be on the battlefield, facing the most ferocious beasts. Our mortality rate is dozens of times higher than that of the 4 holy temples combined. Wu Tianqing's words made the temperature in the conference room drop a few degrees. However, the battlefield is also the best whetstone. Especially for someone with your exceptional comprehension, life or death struggles are the best way for you to grow rapidly. You can grasp the true essence of martial arts between life and death. What I can promise you is that as long as you come, I will grant you the rank of major, and you will enjoy all the logistical benefits of a master. The choice is yours. If you're afraid of dying, don't come. After Wu Tianqing finished speaking, he remained silent and waited quietly. General Wu, you are misleading the youth. The beautiful woman from the Vermilion Bird Holy Academy was the first to retort. Fang Shouhan is a prodigy, not cannon fodder. His growth requires top-tier resources and the safest protection, not meaningless risks. That's right. Our Holy Academy also has the opportunity to enter the extraterritorial battlefield, but that is a planned and protected training program after the students have grown strong enough. Throwing him straight into a meat grinder is murder. Representatives from the Azure Dragon Holy Academy and the White Tiger Holy Academy echoed this sentiment. On one hand, there's a broad road to success with abundant resources and nanny-style training. On the other side is a bloody shortcut where one has to risk their life to survive. 2 completely different paths lay before Fang Shouhan. Seeing this, Principal Zhou Zhan spoke up at the opportune moment. Fang Shouhan, if you have any questions, you can ask directly. Fang Shouhan raised his head. He did not go to see the 3 Holy See representatives arguing heatedly. He only looked at Wu Tianqing. General Wu, I have only one question. If I join the Iron Blood Military Academy, will I really be able to go to the battlefield immediately? Wu Tianqing answered without the slightest hesitation. The moment you sign your name, your file will be added to the combat sequence. Ready to go into battle at any time. Everyone held their breath, waiting for his decision. A moment later, a smile appeared on Fang Shouhan's face. I've made my choice. Chapter 43, The Scope is Too Small. I choose Iron-Blooded Military Academy. Li Qingyun of the Azure Dragon Holy Academy froze with a refined smile. Bai Shan of the White Tiger Holy Academy, who was just about to raise the price again, also stopped in mid-air. Lan Wuji of the Xuanwu Holy Academy almost pulled his beard off while stroking it. The beautiful woman from the Vermilion Bird Temple had eyes that seemed to speak volumes, filled with disbelief. What did you say? The beautiful woman was the first to break the silence. She wondered if she had misheard. Fang Shouhan, you need to think this through. Li Qingyun's tone became urgent. 100 million isn't enough, our White Tiger Sacred Academy will offer 300 million. Bai Shan slammed his hand on the table, snatching the Vermilion Bird Sacred Academy's offer. Plus, we'll include the complete Overlord body technique from our academy. This is the most top-tier body refining technique. Lan Wuji couldn't sit still any longer. Young friend, don't act impulsively. My Xuanwu Sacred Academy's Yin Yang Pavilion can be opened for you 3 times. They were really in a hurry. Why would someone choose to jump into the cesspool with the highest mortality rate instead of taking the glittering, broad road to success? Has this kid's brain been ruined by being soaked in the marrow cleansing pool? Fang Shouhan ignored their advice. He simply stood up and bowed solemnly to the representatives of the Holy Academy. Thank you all for your kindness. However, I was born in Kanglin and grew up here. The rise and fall of the nation is the responsibility of every citizen. How can one study with peace of mind when the country's borders are not at peace? He raised his head and looked at Wu Tianqing, who had remained silent. I am willing to guard the borders of the Dragon Kingdom. Even if I die 9 times, I will not regret it. His words were delivered with conviction and force. Silence fell over the meeting room once again. Li Qingyun and the others opened their mouths, but couldn't utter a single word. What can they say? To call him naive? To call him foolish? Faced with such a noble cause, their bargaining chips, built up with money and resources, seem rather insignificant. Good. A rare smile appeared on Wu Tianqing's usually icy face. He stood up, walked up to Fang Shouhan, and patted him hard on the shoulder. Well said. Our iron-blooded military academy needs soldiers like you. Night. Fang Shouhan threw himself into the soft sofa and let out a long sigh. Defend the country? Even at the cost of my life? He chuckled, took out a bottle of chilled soda from his spatial ring, and chugged down half of it. You've narrowed your perspective. He let out a comfortable burp. To be a precious darling at the Holy Academy, surrounded by a group of teachers, and showered with compliments from a bunch of classmates? How slow would that cultivation speed be? What does his extraordinary comprehension evolution system rely on to upgrade? Evolution value. Where do evolution values come from? Hunt down ferocious beasts, hunt down alien races. Where are the most ferocious beasts? Battlefield. Only on the battlefield of blood and fire can he grow stronger as rapidly as a rocket. Besides, Xuanwu Sacred Academy? Wang Tang's grandson is in the Xuanwu Sacred Academy. If I go there now, wouldn't I be just offering myself up as a sacrifice? Hiding in the school might be safe for a while, but Lu Ruyan's 3-year agreement and his own ambition to challenge the Tianjun family meant he couldn't wait that long. The iron-blooded military academy is different. With the emperor far away and the royal family's influence so great, they can't reach into the violent machinery of the Dragon Kingdom. The most important point: military achievements. No matter how much resources the Holy Temple provides, it's still charity from others. What you earn through military merit is what truly belongs to you. Military rank, status, and real power. When he one day wears a military uniform gleaming with stars and is followed by thousands of troops, what does a mere eldest son of a noble family like the Heavenly Emperor count for? Short-term hedging, long-term investment, rapid development. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone. This is the real reason he chose the iron-blooded military academy. As for what he said during the day, it was just nice words for those big shots to hear. He was fiddling with a simple, antique-looking stone, which Wu Tianqing had left for him that afternoon. Military academies are short of resources, so you have to earn everything yourself. This dragon chi stone was something I obtained by chance on the battlefield many years ago. When infused with vital energy, it can generate a special flow of energy that has a slight benefit to body tempering. It's better than nothing, so I'll give it to you. Tomorrow, Wu Qingkong will come to pick you up and take you directly to the military academy to report for duty. Fang Shuhan recalled Wu Tianqing's words and injected a wisp of yuan qi into the dragon qi stone in his hand. Buzz. The stone trembled slightly, and sure enough, a wisp of air escaped from it, drilling into his palm with a low, dragon-like roar. The airflow was very weak, but pure enough. For ordinary martial artists, wearing it year-round can indeed subtly improve their physical condition. That's it? Fang Shuhan curled his lip, feeling that this thing was not worthy of Brigadier General Wu Tianqing's status. He was about to throw the stone back into his spatial ring when he stopped. Wrong. His comprehension far surpasses that of ordinary people, and his perception is extremely sharp. He discovered that the seemingly naturally formed textures on the surface of the stone seemed to come alive the moment the vital energy was activated. A bold idea popped into my head. Even a powerful figure like Wu Tianqing couldn't discover the true secret of this stone? System, give me some points. A thought suddenly occurred to him. Raise my comprehension from LV 100 to LV 105. Consuming 50,000 evolution points, your comprehension level has been increased to LV 105. A cool breeze rushed into my mind. The world before my eyes instantly changed. He looked at the dragon energy stone in his hand again. Those originally blurry lines became incredibly clear in his vision. That's not a natural texture at all. Instead, they are runes of extreme complexity, imbued with an ancient and desolate aura. These runes are combined and arranged in a mysterious way to form a complete diagram. The moment he saw all the runes clearly. Boom! His consciousness was suddenly pulled away by an irresistible force and plunged into an endless dark spacetime. When he regained his senses, he found himself standing on a desolate ancient battlefield. The sky was dark red, and the earth was piled high with the bones of alien races, like mountains. Before him stood a towering figure, majestic as a god or demon, seated upon a throne forged from the bones of countless dragons. The figure spoke, its voice like an eternal thunderclap, echoing through time and space. I am the true Dragon King. In this life, I have killed 36 great lords of alien races, 72 kings, and slaughtered millions of alien races. My time has come, and I will soon pass away peacefully. Unwilling to let the great sun true dragon body, which I have learned all my life, be lost, I have engraved it on my knee bone and thrown it into the turbulent flow of time and space, waiting for a destined person of my human race. As soon as he finished speaking, the tall figure began to disintegrate, turning into specks of golden light. Roar! A dragon's roar that shook the universe resounded, and all the golden light converged into a majestic phantom of a true dragon, roaring as it crashed into Fang Shohan's body. Ah! Fang Shohan suddenly woke up and found himself still sitting on the sofa in the villa, his whole body soaked in cold sweat. In his mind, a grand, profound, and domineering martial arts technique appeared. The Great Sun True Dragon Body. Technique grade, Blazing Sun level. Fang Shohan's heart began to pound wildly. Sun class. That's a legendary supreme cultivation technique that only a King Realm expert can fully comprehend. It's many levels higher than the 8 Desolations level cultivation techniques that the 4 great sacred academies use as a gimmick. He looked down at the stone in his hand, which had become ordinary. This was no dragon stone at all, it was clearly the kneecap of the true Dragon King. General Wu Tianqing, he gave himself an immense opportunity as if it were just an ordinary body refining aid. Fang Shohan took a deep breath. He understood that it wasn't that Wu Tianqing didn't recognize its value, but rather that his own understanding was the only key to unlocking this inheritance. Chapter 44: A perfect match for my major. Fang Shohan carefully studied the extra information in his mind. This skill is divided into 5 levels. The forms are Serpent Body, Python Body, Flood Dragon Body, True Dragon Body, and finally, Great Sun True Dragon Body. With each breakthrough, the physical strength undergoes a tremendous transformation. The entry requirements for cultivation are also extremely stringent. One must use the blood of a creature containing dragon blood as a catalyst to temper oneself. Dragon blood? Where can you find dragons these days? Fortunately, the cultivation method includes a note that the blood of snake-like ferocious beasts can be used as a lower-grade substitute. The more ancient and powerful the bloodline of the snake, the better the effect. Fang Shohan's thoughts raced. What he has obtained so far is only the first 3 levels of the cultivation technique. A serpent, a python, a dragon. The True Dragon Body and Great Sun True Dragon Body techniques that followed have disappeared without a trace. Wu Tianqing said that he obtained this dragon chi stone by chance on the battlefield. The other half of the legacy is most likely also on the battlefield. Battlefield of myriad races. It seems that this trip to the Iron-Blooded Military Academy was the right one. Fang Shohan opened his bank account and looked at the long string of zeros on it. 11 million Dragon Kingdom coins. This was all the stuff he had taken from that unfortunate dwarf killer. System: purchase the highest grade blood of any snake-like ferocious beasts available on the market. Money is not a problem. He needs to master the Great Sun True Dragon Body as soon as possible and transform it into real-time combat power. The next morning. As agreed, Fang Shohan arrived at the eastern port of Kanglan Base City. He imagined the vehicle that would pick him up. It could be a stylish private fighter jet, or it could be a futuristic hover car. But to his utter surprise, what was docked at the port berth was a massive cargo ship, so huge it blotted out the sky. The ship's hull was covered with mottled scratches and scorch marks from cannon fire, like a steel behemoth that had returned from an ancient battlefield, exuding a rugged and bloody aura. Fang Shohan? A young officer in camouflage combat uniform walked down the gangway. He was tall and had a resolute face, but a faint scar on his left eyebrow bone marred his overall handsomeness and added a touch of menace. I am Wu Qingkong, and I have come to pick you up on the orders of General Wu. Greetings, Commander Wu. Fang Shohan nodded in greeting. Wu Qingkong looked him up and down a few times, then didn't say anything more. Get on the ship, the journey will take 10 days by plane. Fang Shohan followed him up the gangway and couldn't help but ask a question. Why not use a manned spacecraft? Wouldn't that be faster? Quick! Wu Qingkong turned around, revealing a strange smile. Kid, once you leave the base city, the skies outside are no safe haven. Small spaceships are fast, but in the eyes of those flying beasts, they're no different from a skewer of flying roasted meat. Once targeted by a beast horde, there's no way to escape. We big guys may be slow, but our size is a deterrent. Most ferocious beasts don't dare to come near us. Fang Shohan understood. This is trading weight for a sense of security. The spaceship had a large interior, but there were few passengers, totaling less than 200. Most of them were martial artists dressed in various combat uniforms, all exuding a fierce aura. Wu Qingkong led him to a separate rest cabin. This is your first time going to a battlefield outside the region. There are some things I need to make clear to you beforehand. He handed me a bottle of water. The battlefield of 10,000 races that we talk about is not actually a single place. Rather, it is a collective term for the hundreds of spatial rifts that have appeared on Earth in the last 100 years. Every crack connects to a different world. The Iron-Blooded Military Academy is located in the 7th War Zone, codenamed Sky Serpent. Heavenly Serpent? Fang Xiuhan paused almost imperceptibly in the water glass he was holding. He feigned curiosity and asked, "Are there a lot of snakes in this war zone?" "It's more than just a lot." Wu Qingkong's expression turned serious. The 7th War Zone is facing the Celestial Serpent Clan, a powerful alien race that uses the serpent as its totem and whose blood flows with the blood of the ancient serpents of the starry sky. Their warriors are born with the ability to control serpentine beasts, making them extremely difficult to deal with. Fang Xiuhan was overjoyed. "That's a perfect match for your major, bro. This isn't going to the battlefield, this is clearly coming home." If the blood of the Heavenly Serpent Clan were used to cultivate the Great Sun True Dragon body, wouldn't the effect be heaven-defying? He remained expressionless, continuing to play the role of a curious child. "What's a military academy like? Is it the same as our Wudao Middle School?" "Same." Wu Qingkong was amused by him and shook his head. The Iron-Blooded Military Academy is not a school, it is a giant military camp, a border town built on the front lines of the battlefield. There are no teachers there, only instructors. There are no classes, only combat teams. Once you arrive, you will be assigned to an existing group as supplementary combat force. In Military Academy, everything depends on military merit. Wu Qingkong took out a rugged, all-black military-grade cell phone from his pocket and handed it over. "This is your identity terminal, unlocked with fingerprint and iris scan. All your information, including rank, missions, and resource exchange, is inside. Most importantly, it's the list of military merits. The military merit list is categorized according to the level of merit. You are a major, which corresponds to the Grandmaster level military merit list. You can earn military merit points by slaying alien races and ferocious beasts and completing missions issued by the Warzone. Settlement is on the 1st of each month. The higher your ranking, the more resources you will receive the following month." Wu Qingkong patted him on the shoulder, his tone carrying a hint of warning. "You have great talent, but don't underestimate those on the list. The top 100 on the Grandmaster ranking are all seasoned veterans who have crawled out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. It's difficult for you to compete with them." Fang Xiuhan took the phone, it felt cold and heavy to the touch. He unlocked it with his fingerprint. The screen lights up, and a simple app interface pops up. At the very top is his personal information. Name, Fang Xiuhan. Meritorious service, Major. Military merit points, 0. Rank, 58132 Grandmaster ranking. 58,132? Fang Xiuhan was a little confused. Does the Dragon Kingdom have so many Grandmaster level experts? Don't be surprised. Wu Qingkong guessed what he was thinking. This number includes disciples sent to the battlefield for training by the 4 great academies and major martial arts families. They account for nearly half. The number of Grandmasters who are truly under the command of our military is probably around 30,000. Wu Qingkong sighed. It looks like there are a lot of people, but once you get to the battlefield, you'll realize that the number is decreasing every moment. He had barely finished speaking. Buzz. Fang Xiuhan's military cell phone vibrated slightly. A blood-red system message popped up. Obituary: Grandmaster Li Jin, formerly ranked first among Grandmasters, after slaying 3 Grandmasters of the Heavenly Serpent Clan at the Fulong Mountain defense line, succumbed to exhaustion. He is posthumously awarded the rank of Lieutenant Colonel and his family's pension will be doubled. Li Jin. Originally ranked first on the Grandmaster list. Fang Xiuhan subconsciously opened the list of military merits. He swiped the screen to the very top. The first place has been taken by another unfamiliar name. The name of the powerful figure named Li Jin, his achievements, everything about him, has completely disappeared from this list. Chapter 45: Spirit Snake Body. A living, breathing person, a powerful figure standing at the pinnacle of the Dragon Kingdom's Grandmaster realm, had his existence completely erased by a cold, hard message. This is the battlefield. There is no halo of immortal heroes, only a cold list of the dead. Fang Xiuhan turned off the screen of his military cell phone. He looked up and met Wu Qingkong's gaze. Commander Wu. When I got to Military Academy, I wanted to apply to join the frontline squad. Wu Qingkong's somewhat gloomy expression froze for a moment because of his words. He scrutinized the 15-year-old boy before him. There was no impulsive rush of passion, nor any affected enthusiasm. The boy's words were calm, a decision made after careful consideration. Do you know what the front lines mean? I know. The place with the highest mortality rate. Wu Qingkong remained silent. He wanted to offer some advice, such as that geniuses should be given special protection in the rear to allow them to grow steadily. But he swallowed the words back down his throat. What's the point of saying all this to someone who just witnessed the death of the top-ranked player, yet still chose to rush into the most dangerous place? I see. Wu Qingkong nodded and turned to leave the rest cabin. Watching Fang Xiuhan's retreating figure, he felt a mix of emotions. It's a good thing to have such determination. But how long can this passion burn in the cruel meat grinder? Fang Xiuhan returned to his room and locked the hatch. He had no time to indulge in sentimentalism or lamentation. Li Jin's death was more like a catalyst, causing his thirst for power to swell to its extreme. He took out several huge metal cans from his spatial ring. It was filled with thick, fishy-smelling dark blood. 30 million Dragon Kingdom coins were exchanged for the highest quality blood of a ferocious snake beast. He took off his shirt, poured all the blood from one of the vials into the bathtub in the room, and then sat down inside. Following the incantation of the Great Sun True Dragon Body, he began to guide this power containing a faint ancient bloodline to temper his body. Hiss hiss hiss. The moment the skin comes into contact with the blood, it makes a sound like boiling oil being poured onto a branding iron. Intense pain was coming from every inch of my body. Fang Xiuhan gritted his teeth and silently circulated his internal energy. The perfect physical foundation of the Nine Dragons' power came into play at this moment. He can handle it. The blood in the bathtub became clear at a visible speed. Beneath his skin, it seemed as if countless tiny snakes were wriggling, reshaping his muscles, bones, and even meridians. 1 can. 2 cans. 10 cans. When the last can of ferocious beast blood was used up, Fang Xiuhan's body had undergone a qualitative change. He clenched his fist, the air bursting with a muffled thud. The first level of the Great Sun True Dragon Body is the Spirit Serpent Body. It's done. He didn't stop. During the 10 days of the spaceship's journey, in addition to cultivating the Spirit Serpent Body, he also completed the tempering of the marrow from his torso and skull, which he had not had time to finish before. Intermediate level Grand Martial Master. Things will fall into place naturally. The amount of energy consumed left him speechless. The blood of the ferocious beast he bought for 30 million was only enough for him to get the basics of the martial arts technique. To break through to the second level of the Python Body, the resources required would likely be astronomical. The battlefield of the Heavenly Serpent Clan. Fang Xiuhan muttered to himself. He became even more certain that he had come to the right place. Meanwhile, at the Xuanwu Sacred Academy, Wang Tang listened to his subordinate's report with a gloomy expression. What did you say? Fang Xiuhan didn't die, and he even joined the Iron-Blooded Military Academy? Yes, young master. The mission to the Hall of Rebirth has failed, and that dwarf assassin has also gone missing. I'm afraid he has already. Waste. Wang Tang kicked over the table in front of him. Young master, should we offer more money to have the Hall of Rebirth send out even stronger assassins? No need. Wang Tang waved his hand, a cold smile curving his lips. He went to that place himself, which saved me a lot of trouble. It's perfectly normal for someone to die on the battlefield. He spoke softly to a shadowy spot in the room where no one was. You handle this matter. Make it cleaner. There was no response from the shadows. It was as if he was just talking to himself. 10 days later. Boom. The spaceship lurched violently, accompanied by a piercing alarm, and slowly came to a stop on a huge steel platform suspended in the air. Wu Qingkong found Fang Xiuhan. We've arrived. This is the transit station for War Zone 7. I've completed your registration procedures. Now I'll take you to the frontline squad to report for duty. Fang Xiuhan followed him out of the rest cabin, but suddenly stopped. Commander Wu. Before we set off, I'd like to have a friendly spar with you. Wu Qingkong was stunned for a moment, then looked at him with an incredulous expression. He could sense that Fang Xiuhan's aura was more than twice as powerful as it had been 10 days ago. Has this kid made another breakthrough on the spaceship? You want to spar with me? Wu Qingkong checked it again. Right. Fang Shuhan nodded. He wanted to know how much weaker he was compared to a true grandmaster. Wu Qingkong was so angry he laughed. A young man who has just reached the intermediate level of Grand Martial Master wants to challenge him, a veteran Grandmaster who has been fighting on the battlefield for nearly 10 years? They were ignorant of their own limitations. So be it. Let him face reality, lest he lose his life on the battlefield because of his arrogance. Can. Wu Qingkong agreed. Let's go to the training room. I'll give you a handicap, so people won't say I'm bullying a newbie. He decided to only use his elemental energy to envelop his fist, without releasing it to harm others. This way, the kid can experience the power of a grandmaster without actually hurting him. Today, I'll teach him a lesson. In the training room, Wu Qingkong took off his coat, revealing a well-defined physique. Are you ready? He asked. Fang Shuhan stretched his limbs and assumed the starting stance of the fierce tiger fist. Bring it on. The moment the words fell, Wu Qingkong made a move. A grandmaster-level aura erupted, leaving an afterimage in his wake. His fist, enveloped in solid yuan energy, aimed straight for Fang Shuhan's face. That punch was fast, accurate, and ruthless. He wanted to defeat his opponent in one move, to make this genius kid understand that the gap in skill level cannot be bridged by talent alone. However, Fang Shuhan did not dodge. He also threw a punch. The fierce tiger fist was nothing special, but when propelled by the yuan qi of a mid-level Grand Martial Master, the fist wind howled. Furthermore, a gentle yet violent power originating from deep within the body is attached to it. Bang! The fists are crossed. The scene that was expected, Fang Shuhan being punched and sent flying, did not occur. After a dull, loud bang, a figure was sent flying backward, crashing heavily into the alloy wall more than 10 meters away with a thud and a muffled groan. It's Wu Qingkong. He slid to the ground, his entire right arm trembling uncontrollably, his hand split open and bleeding profusely. His face was filled with incomprehensible horror. Chapter 46. Are all grandmasters this week? In that instant, he felt as if he had not struck a person's fist, but an awakened ancient ferocious beast. That power was immense, domineering, and carried a strange penetrating force, directly shattering his yuan power defense. Fang Shuhan stood still and withdrew his fist. He looked down at his hands and found them completely unharmed. Then, he raised his head, looked at Wu Qingkong in the corner, and muttered something to himself in confusion. Are all grandmasters this week? Fart. Wu Qingkong broke free from the wall, his handsome face turning a deep purplish red. Kid, don't be so arrogant. I only used half my strength just now, afraid of hurting a genius like you. He roared as he flexed his still numb arm. Again. This time I won't hold back. Fang Shuhan thought for a moment and nodded. Good. He also wanted to know where his current limits were. Wu Qingkong took a deep breath, and his joints crackled and popped. A powerful surge of energy erupted from his body, forming a visible layer of protective energy on his skin. Mighty Bull Demon Fist. He let out a low roar, his whole being seemingly transforming into a wild bull charging out of the ancient wilderness, with an unparalleled momentum, and charged towards Fang Shuhan once again. This time, even the air in the training room felt thick and sticky. Before the punch even landed, the wind from it already stung the person's cheek. Fang Shuhan no longer dared to be presumptuous. He also circulated his vital energy, but he subtly mixed in a trace of the yin-yang power from the Great Sun True Dragon body. Bang! 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 Inside the training room, two figures moved with lightning speed, the sounds of fists and feet clashing filling the air. 10 minutes later, Wu Qing was panting heavily, his whole body soaked in sweat. He was supporting himself on his knees, and his right fist was red and swollen. In contrast, Fang Shuhan's breathing was slightly rapid, and there was a little sweat on his forehead. He actually only used half of his strength and less than 30% of the power of the Great Sun True Dragon body. This feeling is like warming up by running an 800-meter race. I'm not fighting anymore, I'm not fighting anymore. Wu Qingkong waved his hands repeatedly, then plopped down on the ground, looking at Fang Shuhan with an expression as if he had seen a ghost. I concede. He readily admitted it. You little rascal, you're a monster. With your cultivation at the mid-stage of the Great Martial Master realm, you can only fight me, a veteran Grandmaster, to a draw. What will you be like when you reach the Grandmaster realm? Fang Shuhan smiled but didn't reply. Wu Qingkong got up from the ground and dusted himself off. Get ready, the spaceship is about to arrive at the transfer station. I'll take you to report to your squad. His tone no longer carried the previous disdain, but instead held a sense of equal solemnity, and even a hint of barely perceptible reverence. Boom! The spaceship was docked on a huge aerial steel platform. Stepping out of the cabin, a hot wind mixed with the smell of gunpowder and blood hit me. As far as the eye could see, there was a desolate and ruined land, with huge bomb craters and charred marks on the ground. Arrive! Wu Qingkong's voice was somewhat low. He looked at Fang Shohan, then suddenly stood at attention and gave a standard military salute. Take care of yourself. He emphasized those two words. He knew that, given Fang Shohan's personality, he would definitely be at the forefront once he got to the front lines. In the very front areas, the mortality rate is frighteningly high. Fang Shohan returned the greeting without saying anything more. He lightly touched the edge of the platform with his toes, and like a nimble swallow, he sped towards the crimson land below. His back turned resolutely, without a trace of lingering affection. Although the battlefield was dangerous, it was the best breeding ground for him. Evolutionary value, the blood of the celestial serpent clan, all await him. On the road. A bluish shadow suddenly sprang out from the sand beneath the ground, opening its blood-red maw to bite at Fang Shohan's neck. A third-tier ferocious beast, the azure-scaled purple-eyed python. Without turning his head, Fang Shohan threw a punch. Bang! The snake's head burst open like a watermelon, and red and white matter flew everywhere. He skillfully pulled out a large metal bucket, about half the height of a person, from his spatial ring, grabbed the snake's carcass, and began to bleed it. The cultivation of the Great Sun True Dragon body cannot be stopped. A moment later, he put away the bucket full of snake blood, took out the military cell phone, and confirmed the location. Shura Squad, near Red Rock Village. He checked the direction and sped up. First, we'll meet up with the team, resolve their issues, and then find a place to properly nourish ourselves. In the cellar of a dilapidated bungalow in Qiyin village. The air was so oppressive you could wring water out of it. The distress signal was sent out 3 hours ago, why hasn't the new captain arrived yet? A burly man, about 1.9 meters tall, with a scarred face and a face full of fat, paced back and forth anxiously. He is Ma Chao, and his temper is as volatile as his name. The new captain's rank is major. Damn, could he be some young master from a powerful family sent here to get some experience? In the corner, Lu Daxiang, a thin young man in charge of communications, muttered to himself. Shut up! Another man, Zhu Jiangping, who was holding a long sword and had a cold demeanor, shouted. General Li Jin, who is ranked first on the Grandmaster list, has died in battle. Do you really expect a newly arrived major to save us from the beast tide? Don't dream about it. His words made the atmosphere in the cellar even colder. Stop talking. A cool, clear female voice rang out. Zhuang Ziwei held a 5 or 6-year-old girl and gently comforted her. The little girl's name is Xiao Lingling. She is the survivor whom Lu Chang, their captain who has already sacrificed his life, saved from the jaws of a beast. The captain told us to hold on and wait for rescue before he died. So we had to wait. Zhuang Ziwei's words silenced both Ma Chao and Zhu Jiangping. Hiss. A palm-sized green-striped venomous snake crawled through the cellar's ventilation opening. The group tensed up instantly, but breathed a sigh of relief after realizing it was just an ordinary small snake. However, the very next second they let their guard down. Outside the cellar, a chilling laugh echoed. Hee hee, found you, you little lice, die. Boom. The stone door to the cellar was shattered by a tremendous force. A creature with a snake's head and a human body, wielding 2 poison-curved blades, appeared at the doorway. It's the Celestial Serpent Clan. Ma Chao, watch out. Zhuang Ziwei screamed. Ma Chao roared and raised his machete to meet the attack, but he was still a step too slow. Put. The curved blade slashed across, leaving a deep, bone-revealing wound on Ma Chao's shoulder, from which blood gushed out. Immediately afterwards, more Sky Serpent Clan warriors poured in through the broken doorway. Withdraw. Zhu Jiangping drew his longsword, a cold glint flashing within it, forcing back the Heavenly Serpent Clan members at the entrance. Let's go through the tunnel. Holding the little girl who was so frightened she couldn't speak, Zhuang Ziwei was the first to crawl into a hole in the corner of the cellar that was covered by clutter. The group trudged through the narrow, dark tunnel in a disheveled state, with the mocking pursuit and eerie laughter of the Heavenly Serpent Clan behind them. They eventually emerged from a ravine 15 kilometers west of Qiyin village. Chapter 47 Recruit Egg. The area is characterized by jagged rocks and complex terrain. Thump. Shu Daxian, who was in charge of communications, collapsed to the ground as soon as he emerged from the tunnel. His back was covered in blood and gore from the bone spurs of the Heavenly Serpent clan. Ma Chao was bleeding black blood from his left shoulder and right leg. He leaned against a rock, panting heavily. Chu Jiangping had a broken arrow stuck in his abdomen, and blood came out with every breath. Zhuang Ziwei also had 5 wounds of varying depths on her body. She held Xiao Lingling tightly, using her own body to shield her from the cold wind. 15 Sky Serpent clan warriors fought tooth and nail to kill 5 of them. But now, the remaining 10 have completely surrounded this small mountain valley. A desperate situation. Damn it! Ma Chao spat out a mouthful of blood. My legs are ruined, I can't run anymore. He leaned on his machete, trying to stand up, but slumped back down. I'll stay behind to cover the rear. Chu Jiangping, you take Zhuang Ziwei and Xiao Lingling and charge out. Bullshit. Shu Daxian propped himself up and roared, if we're going to live, we'll all live together. We'll drag a few of them down with us even if we die. Chu Jiangping remained silent. He simply pulled the broken arrow from his abdomen, blood gushing out, but he didn't even flinch. Carrying his long sword, he walked straight to one side of the encirclement. Actions speak for themselves. We will definitely bring Xiaolingling back to Ironblood City. Zhuang Ziwei's eyes were brimming with tears as she drew her short sword, her voice filled with unwavering determination. Giggle. Outside the encirclement, the leader of the Heavenly Serpent clan let out a piercing laugh. Its face was full of mockery. It's really touching. You elites are actually willing to die for an ordinary human cub. Hand over that little baby and give him to us as a snack, and I might take pity on you and spare your lives. Little Lingling in Zhuang Ziwei's arms was trembling with fear. For nearly 10,000 years, countless races have invaded us. Our human race has relied on unity and the passing down of this torch. Zhuang Ziwei's voice suddenly rose, clear and resolute. I will die today, but the soul of humanity will never perish. One day, the strong of my human race will surely annihilate you villains. Well said. Ma Chao roared, using his sword to brace himself as he staggered to his feet. What does it matter if I die? I'll take one of my own down with me today. I'll pull too. Shu Daxiang also stood up. Chu Jiangping turned around and coldly uttered 3 words. Me, 3. The smile on the face of the Celestial Serpent clan leader vanished. It hates the stubbornness of humans even when they are about to die. Kill them. Take their heads back and claim the reward from Lord Longza. It issued the final order. Just as all the Celestial Serpents raised their weapons, preparing to launch the final attack, a somewhat lazy voice suddenly came from the entrance of the mountain pass. Excuse me, excuse me. Everyone, including the members of the Shura squad, was stunned. A boy dressed in a black combat uniform was standing there. He was tall and slender, his clothes spotless, a stark contrast to the bloody and desolate battlefield. He looked more like a traveler who had gone on a picnic and accidentally gotten lost. Excuse me, how do I get to Qiyan village? Fang Shouhan asked very politely. The Celestial Serpent clan looked at each other in bewilderment, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, where did this idiot come from? The food was delivered to my door. Don't break it. Eat it, and you can get a reward for its head. The members of the Shura squad were also stunned. Where did this hothead come from? Fang Shouhan looked at the group of snake men who were laughing strangely, and then at the bewildered Shura squad. No one answered his question. The smile on his face slowly disappeared. Nobody knows. He muttered to himself. Then you can all die. The moment the words fell, his men vanished from the spot. The next second, bang! A Celestial Serpent warrior who was laughing loudly had his serpent head explode as if struck by an invisible hammer. Red and white brain matter mixed with black blood splattered all over the ground. All sound abruptly ceased. Fang Shouhan appeared beside the headless corpse. Without pausing, he lifted the still convulsing corpse with one hand and took out a large metal bucket, about half the height of a person, from his spatial ring with the other. He skillfully inserted the body upside down into the bucket. After doing all this, he finally raised his head and looked at the other stunned Celestial Serpent clan members. The whole process was so smooth and fast that it was impossible to react. Who are you? The leader of the Celestial Serpent clan let out a terrified scream. In response, Fang Shohan disappeared once again. Bang! 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 A series of muffled explosions echoed through the mountain valley. Each sound represented the shattering of a celestial serpent warrior's head. Fang Shohan is like a highly efficient butcher, reaping lives. With each kill, he would repeat that bizarre action, lifting the corpse upside down and plunging it into a bucket to bleed it. Less than 10 breaths. All 6 sky serpent warriors were turned into corpses, stuck upside down in metal barrels. The leader of the Heavenly Serpent clan was utterly terrified. Lord Lonzo will not let you off. It made a harsh statement and then ran away. Fang Shohan did not pursue him. He simply pointed his fingers into a knife shape and slashed it in the air in the direction the leader had fled. An invisible burst of energy shot out from his hand. Puff! It pierced through the back of the Heavenly Serpent clan leader, who staggered a few steps before collapsing to the ground in despair. Fang Shohan walked over slowly. He picked up the corpse of the Heavenly Serpent clan leader and skillfully inserted it upside down into the large metal barrel that was half a person's height. Glug glug. Warm blood flowed down the walls of the tub. After doing all this, he put the lid on and stored the metal bucket in his spatial ring. The entire valley was deathly silent. The remaining 4 members of the Shura squad, plus a child, all looked at him with expressions as if he were a prehistoric creature. This guy, not only did he kill someone, but he also packed the body away. Ma Chao was the first to react. He hopped over on one leg, leaning on his sword, his face a mixture of excitement at surviving the ordeal and heartfelt admiration. Bro! You're awesome! Thanks to you today. My name is Ma Chao, from the Shura squad. Which unit are you in? You're so strong, I've never seen you in Warzone 7 before. Fang Shohan patted the dust off his hands, as if he had just dealt with a few annoying flies. I just arrived and came to report for duty. He looked at Ma Chao, who was beaming with enthusiasm, and asked again. How do I get to Chi Yen village? Ma Chao slapped his thigh, almost knocking himself over. Hey! You're going to Crimson Rock village too? We're the Azura squad stationed there. He then waved his hand dismissively with a look of displeasure. Don't even mention it. Our new captain, who's only a major, has been dragging his feet and we haven't even seen a shadow of him yet. If you hadn't happened to be passing by, we would all be dead here today. Ma Chaoyue said, getting increasingly angry, and pointed in one direction. It's over there. Just follow this dry riverbed for about 10 kilometers and you'll get there. Fang Shohan's expression became somewhat subtle upon hearing the rank of major. He feigned curiosity and asked, Oh? What's your new captain's name? How would I know his name? Ma Chao scoffed. The communications just said he was a greenhorn parachuted in from above, here to get some experience. Fang Shohan took out the black military cell phone, tapped a few times on the screen, and handed it to Ma Chao. Take a look, isn't this the green recruit? Chapter 48 is all? Ma Chao leaned over, and Chu Jiangping, Zhuang Ziwei, and Zhu Daxiang, who were standing nearby, also curiously peeked over. On the screen was Fang Shohan's personal information. Name, Fang Shohan. Meritorious service, Major. Military merit points, 0. The enthusiasm on Ma Chao's face instantly froze. Captain. Captain? Ma Chao's voice trembled like fallen leaves in the autumn wind. Fang Shohan put his phone away, tucked it into his pocket, and wore a kind smile. That slow-moving green recruit you mentioned must be me. Thump. Ma Chao's legs buckled, and he lost his balance, collapsing to his knees. He didn't do it on purpose, he was genuinely exhausted. He wished he could disappear into a crack in the ground. He had just been complaining about the person in question. Captain, I was wrong. I didn't recognize your greatness. All right, Fang Shohan waved his hand, ignorance is no excuse. He took out a small porcelain bottle from his spatial ring and tossed it to Ma Chao. For healing, applied externally. Ma Chao hurriedly caught the medicine bottle, lowered his head, and dared not utter another word. Chu Jiangping and Zhuang Ziwei were also filled with disbelief. They checked the team information on the terminal and confirmed that the new captain's name was indeed Fang Shohan. A young man at the mid-level of a Grand Martial Master, holding the rank of Major, became their captain. But this combat power instantly killed 10 Heavenly Serpent clan warriors, one of whom was a late-stage Great Martial Master. Is this reasonable? This is very unreasonable. Fang Shohan ignored the petrified team members and focused his attention on the little girl peeking out from behind Zhuang Ziwei. Who is this child? Zhuang Ziwei snapped out of her daze, hugged the little girl in her arms tightly, and her voice choked with emotion. Her name is Xiao Lingling. She is a survivor from Qi Yan village. The Tianxi clan massacred the village, and our former captain sacrificed himself to save her. Little Lingling hid behind Zhuang Ziwei, her big, dark eyes filled with fear, but when she looked at Fang Xiuhan, there was a hint of curiosity mixed with her fear. She whispered, in a voice barely above a whisper, "Big brother, you look just like my brother." When the village was massacred, her brother stood in front of her like this, and was then cut down by the scimitars of the Heavenly Serpent clan. Fang Xiuhan felt as if something had gently bumped into his heart. He crouched down so that he and the little girl were at eye level. "From now on, I will be your elder brother." He reached out and gently patted Xiaolingling's head. These words were like a key, unlocking the tightly locked gates in the little girl's heart. Wow! Xiao Lingling could no longer hold back and threw herself into Fang Xiuhan's arms, bursting into tears. She cried her heart out, releasing all the fear, sadness, and helplessness she had felt over the past few days. The members of the Azura squad had tears welling up in their eyes as they watched this scene. Just then, Zhu Jiangping, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke. "Team leader." His cold voice shattered the brief moment of tenderness. The leader of the Heavenly Serpent clan just mentioned a name, Lord Longze. If the intelligence is correct, Longze is a Grandmaster level expert of the Heavenly Serpent clan who resides in the Crimson Rock Mountains area. His patrol was wiped out, and he hasn't returned to report for so long. He himself will definitely come to check on it. Zhu Jiangping's words made the atmosphere tense again. Grandmaster. These two words weigh heavily on everyone's heart like a mountain. "Captain, take Xiaolingling away quickly." Ma Chao, disregarding his embarrassment, said urgently, "Your talent is 1 in a million, you absolutely cannot die here. Grandmasters are monsters we can't handle." "That's right, Captain, we'll stay behind to cover the rear." Zhu Daqiang shouted. They were all prepared to sacrifice themselves. In their view, no matter how extraordinary Fang Xiuhan was, he was only a Grand Martial Master, and he had no chance of survival against a true Grandmaster. "Walk." Fang Xiuhan patted Xiao Lingling's back reassuringly, then looked up with a strange expression on his face. "Why are you leaving? Another blood donor has arrived, isn't that perfect?" The words had barely left his mouth. An incredibly terrifying aura swept in from the entrance of the mountain pass like a tsunami. The pressure made it difficult for Ma Chao and the others to even breathe. Their bodies felt like they were filled with lead, and they couldn't move. A black afterimage appeared almost instantly in the center of the mountain valley. It was a strange race that was a size taller than the ordinary Heavenly Serpent clan. Its snake scales had a dark metallic sheen, and its vertical pupils were filled with a violent and bloodthirsty desire. Longze, the Grandmaster of the Heavenly Serpent clan. "Who killed my people?" His voice was hoarse, like two rusty iron plates rubbing against each other. Zhu Jiangping used all his strength to squeeze out two words through gritted teeth. "Quickly, go." Fang Xiuhan, however, seemed not to hear. He carefully handed the little Lingling, who had cried herself to sleep, to Zhuang Ziwei, who was standing next to him. Then, he stood up and went to meet the Grandmaster of the Heavenly Serpent clan. "Humans who are courting death." Longze roared, his figure flashed, and a sharp claw covered in black qi, accompanied by a shrill whistling sound that tore through the air, reached for Fang Xiuhan's heart. Everyone in the Shura squad closed their eyes in despair. It's over. However, Fang Xiuhan did not retreat but advanced. He stomped his right foot heavily on the ground. Boom! The rocks beneath his feet cracked instantly, and he charged towards Longze's claws like a cannonball. Fierce bare fist. An unremarkable starting stance. But the moment he threw his punch, the power of the Great Sun True Dragon body quietly circulated within his body, and a gentle yet violent force mixed into his vital energy. Bang! A muffled thud. There was neither a spectacular explosion nor a dazzling display of light. Fang Xiuhan's fist and Longze's claws collided solidly. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. The arrogant Heavenly Serpent clan Grandmaster Longze's sinister smile froze. He looked down at his claw that was being held down by a fist, and then his entire body, starting from the claw, broke apart inch by inch, finally exploding into a cloud of blood mist with a bang. He couldn't even let out a scream. Silence returned to the mountain valley. The lingering echo of Zhu Jiangping's "hurry up" still resonated in the air. Ma Chao's mouth was wide enough to fit an egg. Zhuang Ziwei held Xiao Lingling, staring blankly at the slowly descending crimson mist. Fang Xiuhan stood in the blood mist and slowly withdrew his fist. He looked at his unharmed hand, then at the dissipating blood mist, and clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction. That's it? Captain, awesome. After holding it in for a long time, Ma Chao finally roared out the sentence, breaking the eerie silence. Who cares if he's a grandmaster? I'll crush him with one punch. Fang Xiuhan shook his head, his face full of pain. What a waste. A grandmaster-level corpse, the blood hadn't even been drained yet. His heartfelt regret made Ma Chao's roar catch in his throat. Chapter 49. The main battlefield is my nourishment ground. The remaining 3 members of the Shura squad looked at him with a completely new, as if he were a madman. Chu Jiangping took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down and analyze the situation. Long Zhe is considered a leader of the Heavenly Serpent clan in the Crimson Rock Mountains area. His death will bring even greater trouble, perhaps even a grandmaster. He paused, then continued, we are only on the edge of the 7th war zone. The real main battlefield is in the Fulong Mountains to the northeast, where the meat grinder between alien races and human powerhouses is. Main battlefield? Fang Xiuhan's ears twitched. Fulong Mountain Range? Are there many celestial serpents there? Upon hearing this, Ma Chao instinctively replied, many? More than many. It's practically a snake pit. But that place is too dangerous, even a grandmaster might not come out alive. Captain, let's go back to Ironblood City to rest and regroup, and then discuss this further? Fang Xiuhan completely ignored the subsequent advice. Only 3 words were on his mind. Snake Den. The second level of the Great Sun True Dragon Body, the Mad Python Body, requires a massive amount of snake blood. Here it is. Let's go there. He made a decision. Captain, think it over. Xu Daxiang said anxiously. That's not a place we can go. Fang Xiuhan ignored them. He looked at the half-person high metal bucket in his hand, and then weighed his space ring, which was only 1 cubic meter in size. It's a pity, the place is too small, it can't hold much stuff. He muttered to himself, then turned his head toward Chu Jiangping. Chu Jiangping, your family must be quite wealthy, right? Do you have a larger spatial ring that I can borrow? All attention was focused on Chu Jiangping. This swordsman, who had always been aloof, did not hesitate for a moment and directly took off a seemingly simple black ring from his finger. 10 cubic meters. I have a spare one, you can have this one. Ma Chao and Xu Daqiang's eyes widened in disbelief. 10 cubic meters. Those are only redeemable with merits earned at the quartermaster's office, which require risking one's life, and they are always in short supply. Their captain just asked for it, and the other party actually gave it to him? Fang Xiuhan took the ring and probed it with his spiritual power. Inside was a vast, empty space. He deftly moved his belongings and the metal buckets filled with blood inside, a satisfied look on his face. Thanks. The biggest logistical problem has been solved. He clapped his hands and turned to leave. I'll go ahead to the Fulong Mountains. You guys take care of your injuries, take Xiaolingling back to Ironblood City to rest, and wait for my news. Captain. We'll go with you. Zhuang Ziwei said anxiously, holding her child. Fang Xiuhan stopped and looked back at them. You are too weak. Going there would be a burden. The words were blunt and hurtful, but they were the truth. Deliver Xiaolingling safely, that's an order. His tone left no room for argument. He walked up to Zhuang Ziwei, looked at the little girl who was still frowning in her sleep, reached out and gently tidied her messy hair. Brother has gone to kill the bad guys and will be back soon. After saying that, he didn't linger. He transformed into a black straight line, speeding towards the northeast and disappearing behind the jagged rocks in the blink of an eye. On the desolate red earth, a figure moved with the speed of a ghost. As Fang Xiuhan sprinted at high speed, he took out a jar of viscous snake blood from his spatial ring, took off his shirt, and poured it directly over his head. Hiss! The foul-smelling blood covered his entire body, and his skin felt a burning pain. He didn't care at all, and even had the leisure to practice the Great Sun True Dragon Body technique to accelerate the absorption of energy from his blood. At the same time, the vital energy within his body was washing over his bones and marrow in a specific breathing rhythm. Doing 3 things at once. For him, whose comprehension level is as high as LV 105, it's as simple as eating and drinking. 3 days later. Fang Xiuhan, who was running wildly, suddenly stopped. He stopped on a hill, his blood and qi surging within him, and a power several times stronger than before surged from his limbs and bones. The bone marrow and trunk have been replaced with blood. Late stage of Grand Martial Master. It's done. He clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him, and at the same time, he felt that the power of his self-created move, 7 Deadly Slashes, had reached a new level. He brought up his attribute panel and went through it in his mind. Name, Fong Shuhan. Comprehension, LV 105+. Realm level, late stage of Great Martial Master. Martial arts, 7 Kill Sword Intent LV 5+, Deadly Kill Blade Intent LV 5+. Evolution points, 42150. His brow furrowed slightly. The Great Sun True Dragon body is still stuck at the first level of the Spirit Serpent body, showing no signs of breaking through. This little bit of blood is really not even enough to fill a tooth gap. He consumed most of the ferocious beast blood and celestial serpent blood he had collected, and hadn't even reached the threshold of the second level of the Mad Python body. He took out a military map from his ring and checked his location. He is now in the outer area of the Fulong Mountains. His finger traced an area on the map marked with a blood-red skull. The battlefield of the Abyss. One of the 3 main battlefields of the Fulong Mountains, and also the closest one to him. I hope the alien races and ferocious beasts inside won't disappoint me. He put away the map, and with a swift movement, he transformed into a blur, charging straight towards the battlefield that represented both death and opportunity. The battlefield of the Abyss. The canyon walls and land are a deep brown color. That was the color that settled after being repeatedly soaked in blood and dried in the wind. Broken weapons, shattered armor, and countless human and alien skeletons were scattered haphazardly everywhere, creating a hellish scene. Hundreds of kilometers away from the battlefield, a sharp alarm suddenly sounded inside a massive airborne command ship. Alert! A massive beast tide has been detected on the Fulong battlefield. Requesting emergency reinforcements. In the center of the command hall, a middle-aged man in general's armor, with a resolute face, frowned as he looked at the red warning on the sand table. Wu Tianxing, a general of the 8 Desolations. Pass on my order, draw 100,000 troops from each of the 2 main battlefields, Tianshan and Diyuan, to reinforce the Fulong Mountains. General, you mustn't, and aide immediately objected. The 2 battlefields are already short of troops. If another 200,000 are transferred, the defense line will likely be in serious trouble. Wu Tianxing raised his hand to stop him. Ironblood City headquarters only has 300,000 garrison troops left, and Colonels Qin and Zhao are not here. If the alien race sends out general-level experts, I alone will be overwhelmed. If Ironblood City falls, the entire eastern war zone of the Dragon Kingdom will be in turmoil. This is in order. Chapter 50: The Engine of Team Annihilation. A corner of the Abyss battlefield. Put. A bone spear pierced the heart of a human warrior. The soldier was a young man in his early 20s. He looked down at the bloody hole in his chest, his eyes filled with madness, not fear. I'll fight you to the death. With his last ounce of strength, he clung tightly to the waist of the Celestial Serpent Clan Grandmaster, attempting to unleash the vital energy within his body. But another powerful member of the Heavenly Serpent Clan suddenly appeared from the side and brought down his blade. The young man's arm was severed at the shoulder. He hugged the enemy's body and slid down softly. I can't accept this. The powerful Serpent Clan member who pierced his heart cruelly crushed it, his face filled with the pleasure of torture. Just at the very last moment when youth consciousness was about to dissipate, a dark figure appeared without warning behind the powerful Heavenly Serpent Clan member. The hand rises, like a knife, and falls. Puff! The head of the Heavenly Serpent Clan expert flew high into the air, his face still frozen with that cruel pleasure. The headless corpse, spitting blood, swayed twice and collapsed to the ground. The dark figure was Fong Shuhan. Without even glancing at the head that had rolled to the ground, he bent down, picked up the still warm corpse with one hand, and expertly tossed it into his spatial ring. The entire movement was completed in one smooth motion. The humans and aliens fighting around them paused for a second. The Celestial Serpent Clan was shocked by the sudden demise of a Grand Martial Master. The human warriors were taken aback by this sudden and powerful support. Kill him. He killed Lord Ucha. After a brief silence, the Celestial Serpent Clan erupted in furious roars. Hiss. Accompanied by eerie sounds, hundreds of highly venomous pythons, each as thick as a water bucket, emerged from cracks in the ground and behind rocks, flicking their tongues and surrounding Fong Shuhan. Using swarms of beasts to wear down powerful humans is a common tactic they employ. Many human warriors were on tenterhooks. Fong Shuhan laughed. Good timing. He stood still, neither dodging nor avoiding, but simply extended his right hand and gently flicked his fingers towards the swarm of snakes. Flick of the finger collapses dragon force. Call out. An invisible burst of energy shot out like a bullet. The venomous python charging at the front had its enormous head explode into a cloud of blood mist with a bang. Whoosh! 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 Bang! 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 Fang Shouhan's finger snapping speed increased faster and faster, and the air explosions became a continuous series. In just a few breaths, hundreds of ferocious venomous pythons were all turned into headless corpses, their foul-smelling blood staining the earth red. Fang Shouhan moved swiftly across the battlefield, collecting snake corpses into his spatial ring. While he was at it, he also smashed the heads of several Sky Serpent clan aliens who were trying to escape. Evolution value plus 568. Evolution value plus 1891. Evolution value plus 977. Is this some kind of cheat? A human warrior muttered to himself. Brothers! Reinforcements have arrived. Charge! Follow this, sir. Charge out. The previously low morale was instantly ignited. Everyone subconsciously centered around Fang Shouhan, converging into a torrent of sharp blades that fiercely pierced through the alien race's lines. The battle situation has seen a partial reversal. Fang Shouhan's impressive performance also attracted the attention of the truly powerful figures on the opposing side. 3 terrifying auras rose from behind the Heavenly Serpent clan army. Those were 3 alien races whose figures were much taller than those of ordinary Heavenly Serpent clan members. Their snake scales were dark gold, and they exuded the pressure of a grandmaster. 2 masters of the Tripitaka. They opened up 2 great Yuan treasuries, and their total Yuan power and physical strength far surpassed those of a single grandmaster. This child must die. He seriously affected the morale of our troops. Join forces and kill him. The leader, Master Erzang, didn't waste any words and immediately took action. Heavenly Serpent wine-tearing hand. He swung his claw out from 100 meters away. A powerful surge of Yuan energy burst forth, transforming into a black claw several meters long. It tore through the air with a piercing shriek, descending upon Fang Shouhan. The claws covered a very wide area, including the dozen or so human warriors around Fang Shouhan. The power of a grandmaster is terrifying. The immense pressure caused many soldiers to lose even the courage to raise their weapons. It's over. It's a grandmaster level expert who has made a move. My lord, run. We'll cover your retreat. Several veterans roared, wanting to rush forward and use their flesh and blood to buy Fang Shouhan a chance to survive. Under that oppressive aura, their movements were as slow as snails. At a critical moment, Fang Shouhan made a move. He simply extended his right hand and grasped the hilt of the Grade A alloy battle knife behind him. Then, he drew his sword. There was no earth-shattering flash of swords. Only a single, extremely black line flashed through the air. The art of drawing the sword. And, the ultimate killing strike. Sizzle! The black claw, several meters long and made of elemental energy, was neatly sliced in half, turning into 2 scattered streams of air that whistled past Fang Shouhan's sides. 100 meters away, the leader of the 2 masters shuddered. He looked at his hand, where a thin bloodstain had appeared. A grand martial arts master broke his grandmaster's ultimate technique? How is that possible? Before he could recover from his shock, Fang Shouhan made a move. He exerted force with his feet, blasting a shallow crater in the ground, and instead of retreating, he advanced, transforming into a blur as he rushed towards the 3 second masters. Court death. Form ranks. The 3 grandmasters reacted extremely quickly. The snake tails behind them, harder than steel, lashed out at Fang Shouhan from 3 different angles in a triangular formation, accompanied by a whooshing sound. This is the strongest physical weapon of the Heavenly Serpent clan, containing the bloodline power of ancient demonic beasts. If an ordinary grandmaster takes a hit from it, he will be seriously injured even if he doesn't die. However, what awaited them was yet another blade of light that was incredibly fast. Puff! 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 3 muffled thuds of sharp blades piercing flesh rang out almost simultaneously. The 3 powerful snake tails were cleanly severed at the base and fell to the ground, still twitching nervously. Ah! The excruciating pain caused the 3 masters to let out piercing screams. But their screams lasted only half a second. Because Fang Shouhan's knife had already grazed their necks. 3 enormous snake heads, with expressions of disbelief, shot into the sky. The three headless corpses of grandmasters, gushing blood, collapsed to the ground with a thud. Fang Xiuhan twirled his sword and sheathed it. He walked over to the three corpses and skillfully put them all into his spatial ring. Then, he picked up the three heads, took out his military cell phone, and scanned the alien insignia on each head one by one. The entire process was completed without a single unnecessary movement. On the battlefield, all the human warriors who witnessed this scene were petrified. Those were three masters of the second collection. Just like that, he was defeated in a single exchange? Chapter 51: Slaughtering the Ranking. A wave of wild joy erupted from the human camp. Holy crap! Awesome! Your Excellency is mighty! Brothers, counterattack! Kill these snake bastards! Morale instantly soared to its peak. After the battle, a group of human warriors who had survived the ordeal surrounded them. The leader, a one-armed veteran, saluted with his remaining left hand. Thank you so much for saving our lives, sir. May I ask your honorable name? Even if we brothers die, we will know who our benefactor is. Fang Xiuhan waved his hand. My name is Fang Xiuhan. We're all brothers, no need to be so polite. His answer was direct, which won the favor of these tough men. Then, Fang Xiuhan changed the subject, pointing to the corpses of the venomous pythons and celestial serpents on the battlefield, a hint of embarrassment on his face. Hey guys, can you do me a favor? I have a little hobby, I need to collect snake blood, the more the better. Sir, you're joking. What kind of hobby is this? But no problem. We've got your back. The veteran paused for a moment, then waved his hand dismissively. Brothers, get moving. Let's bleed Lord Fang dry. A group of soldiers who had just crawled back from the brink of death were now in high spirits. They found all sorts of containers, even using their helmets, to collect every last drop of blood from all the serpentine beasts and the alien races of the Heavenly Serpent clan on the battlefield. 10 minutes later. Fang Xiuhan looked at his oversized wooden barrel, which was now completely full, with several more barrels crammed into his spatial ring, and a satisfied expression appeared on his face. Thank you all. He clasped his hands in a fist salute to the crowd. I have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. Having said that, he didn't linger. He set his sights on the deeper part of the battlefield, transformed into a black shadow once more, and sped away. Just who is this Lord Fang? A young soldier murmured to himself, watching his departing figure. The one-armed veteran spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva and grinned. Who cares about his background? He's a man of our human race, and that's enough. Fang Xiuhan's figure had become a mobile harvester. He ventured deep into the underground battlefield, unleashing his full combat power. An hour later, he killed a Tripitaka master who had opened up the 3 great treasuries, 2 second Tripitaka masters, and 13 first Tripitaka masters. As for the Grand Martial Masters and Martial Masters level alien races, the number of those who died at his hands is countless. According to the military merit rules of the Iron Blood Military Academy, an ordinary martial artist has 10 military merits, a martial arts master has 100 points, a grand martial arts master has 1,000 points, and a grandmaster starts at 10,000 points. His military merit points are increasing at an exponential rate. Iron Blood City, Logistics and Medical Department. Li Dazue, his body wrapped in bandages, was idly scrolling through the military merit list. For a veteran, this was his only source of joy. Suddenly, he spotted a name that was both familiar and unfamiliar in a corner. Fang Xiuhan. Isn't this the rookie who jumped from the bottom of the rankings to over 10,000 places just 3 days ago? Li Dazue remembered clearly that 3 days ago, this guy named Fang Xiuhan jumped from over 58,000 to around 45,000. He must have gotten incredibly lucky and managed to kill a seriously injured Mastery Zhang. For the next 2 days, there was no further news about the name, so Li Dazue stopped paying attention to it. But now. He rubbed his eyes hard. Rank 25190, Fang Xiuhan, military merit points, 21,500. Holy crap! Another one killed? And it was Master Erzang? Li Dazue suddenly sat up in bed, aggravating his wound and causing him to grimace in pain. He stared intently at the name and refreshed the page. Rank 11203, Fang Xiuhan, military merit points, 43,800. Li Dazue stopped breathing. He refreshed the page again. Rank 8101, Fang Xiuhan, military merit points, 64,600. Refresh. Rank 5397, Fang Shohan, military merit points, 8xxxx. Refresh. Rank 1261, Fang Shohan, military merit points, 1x times x times x. Refresh. Rank 924, Fang Shohan, military merit points, 1x times x times x. The military terminal in Li Dazue's hand fell to the ground with a thud. His mouth was agape, big enough to fit a fist. He was completely dumbfounded. A few minutes later, a post on Ironblood City's internal forum went viral. Insane. A monstrous martial arts master has swept the rankings, climbing 50,000 places in just 3 days. Pictures and proof included. The person who posted the message was none other than Li Dazue. He posted screenshots of his military achievements record. Are you crazy, OP? Grand Martial Master? Rising 50,000 ranks in 3 days? Do you think military merits are as easy as picking up cabbages? It must be photoshopped. With those battle records, I'd believe you if you told me he was a general. Wait, I checked, holy crap, it's true. This guy named Fang Shohan is indeed ranked 924th. Hiss, what kind of monster is this? The ceiling of a Grand Martial Master's combat power is only barely enough to contend with a first Grandmaster, right? But he's killing second Grandmasters. That's not all. Look at the points details, there's even a record of killing Master Sanzang. The forum exploded. The name Fang Shohan spread throughout the entire Ironblood City in just half an hour, becoming a battlefield legend that boosted morale. At the same time, inside the Air Command spaceship at the front line of the Fulong Mountains, an officer was excitedly reporting to Wu Tianqing. General! What great news! That Fang Shohan you specially recruited, he's gone berserk. In just 1 hour, he killed more than a dozen Grandmasters, and his ranking on the military merit list has already entered the top 1,000. He is now number 924. In the command center, everyone gasped. My God, a Grand Martial Master. This is simply a monstrous genius. General, you have a discerning eye. Where did you find this precious gem? At this rate, it's not impossible for them to surpass the 4 great holy academies in the future. Everyone was amazed and delighted. Only Wu Tianqing, the 8 desolate generals, remained calm. He watched as the dot of light representing Fang Shohan on the sand table moved at an alarming speed toward the core area of the Abyss battlefield. He killed too many people, too quickly. Wu Tianqing's voice quieted the excited crowd down. The alien races aren't stupid. With such a prodigy emerging, their higher-ups will definitely take notice. Next, he will face a targeted encirclement and suppression. Before the words were finished, a piercing alarm suddenly tore through the heavy atmosphere. Warning! 2 extremely high-level energy reactions detected. A technician responsible for monitoring the battle situation jumped up from his seat, his voice trembling. General! 2 energy signals are approaching Fang Shohan's location at supersonic speed from the outer perimeter of the core area of the Abyss battlefield. Energy rating it's the 4 treasuries. 2 4 treasury masters. What? 2 Shizo. The entire command center erupted in chaos, everyone's face filled with shock. One of the staff officers was ashen-faced. With the 4 great masters joining forces, even 10 Tripitaka masters would only be slaughtered. Quickly! Send a Grandmaster to provide support. It's too late. Wu Tianqing slammed his palm on the sand table, producing a dull, loud thud. He stared at the 2 rapidly moving red dots on the sand table and made the quickest decision. The terrain of the Abyss battlefield is complex, with nowhere to escape, so early warning is a priority. Immediately connect Fang Shohan's communications and tell him to hold out for 15 minutes, no matter the cost. I have already dispatched the 2 nearest 4 treasures masters to provide support. 15 minutes is the limit. Wu Tianqing grabbed the dedicated communicator on the table and personally dialed the number. Chapter 52 let him hold on for 15 minutes. Near the entrance to the Abyss battlefield. This place has been turned into a slaughterhouse for snakes. Fang Shohan leaned against a blood-stained boulder, counting his spoils. 3 spatial rings seized from the Grandmaster. The Yuan stones piled up inside are roughly estimated to be worth several hundred million. It's a steal, this is a huge profit. He was in a good mood, and even took the time to sense the location of the true Dragon King's other kneecap. Unfortunately, there was no clue. Around him, more than 500 human warriors were working enthusiastically. They formed a makeshift bloodletting squad, dragging over the corpses of the celestial serpents and venomous pythons, and skillfully severing their arteries. The foul-smelling blood flowed into streams and was poured into huge wooden barrels. This was Fang Shohan's special request. The soldiers had no complaints. This man was their savior. They would do anything, even swallow the snake carcasses alive, let alone bleed them. Lord Fang, do you think this blood is enough? The one-armed veteran ran over, grinning as he carried a helmet filled with blood. Just as Fang Shohan was about to speak, his military cell phone, which was in his pocket, vibrated. He took it out and saw that it was an encrypted number. Hello? On the other end of the phone came Wu Tianqing's unusually solemn voice. Fang Shohan, listen up, this is the highest order from the frontline command. The alien race's high command has taken notice of you, and 2 grandmasters of the 4 realms are currently surrounding and killing you. Your mission is to hold out for 15 minutes at all costs. Our reinforcements will arrive in 15 minutes. Fang Shohan blinked after hearing this. He wasn't surprised that the command center could locate him. What surprised him was the content. Oh. He wasn't nervous at all, in fact, he almost laughed. Is it now fashionable to feed kills in groups? Wu Tianqing, on the other end of the phone, was speechless for a long time after being choked by his question. Fang Shohan hung up the phone without waiting for his response. He stood up and dusted himself off. He shouted at the group of soldiers who were still busy working. Brothers, step back a few hundred meters. It might be a bit noisy later, so we don't want blood to splatter on you. Although the soldiers were puzzled, they obediently stopped what they were doing and began to retreat. Just then, 2 powerful forces, like a landslide or a tsunami, pressed down from the distant horizon. The sky seemed to have darkened a bit. 2 black dots approached from afar, landing in the center of the battlefield at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Those were 2 alien races whose appearances were completely different from those of ordinary celestial serpents. One of them, with purple vertical pupils full of mockery, held a blood-stained human head in his hand. The head had its eyes wide open, and the face still showed traces of the terror it had felt before death. The other one, with a strange head of long green hair, was slowly munching on something. Upon seeing it clearly, all the retreating human warriors felt a wave of nausea wash over them. That was half a human heart that was still beating. The green-haired celestial serpent clan grandmaster took a bite, then spat it out on the ground in disgust. Human internal organs still taste so bad, the meat is too coarse. The purple-eyed celestial serpent clan grandmaster casually tossed the head in his hand away, as if it were trash. Stop playing around, let's take care of that kid first. That good-for-nothing Long Zai died at his hands. Fang Shohan's face turned cold. He killed alien races before for military merit, for resources, and for cultivating the Great Sun True Dragon body. That was the nourishment that made him stronger. But now, for the first time, an emotion called anger has taken over his body. He wasn't some saint, but he couldn't bear to see his fellow human beings being tortured and eaten like livestock. Boom! The ground beneath his feet suddenly exploded, creating a deep crater. The power of the Great Sun True Dragon body erupted without reservation. 1 dragon's strength is worth 50,000 Jin. The combined power of the 24 dragons is a terrifying force of 1.2 million Jin. His figure shot out like a cannonball, tearing through the air and creating a series of sonic booms as he hurtled towards the 2 masters of the 4 treasures sect. Grade A alloy battle sword, drawn from its sheath. The art of drawing the sword. A black blade of light, condensed to its fullest extent, cleaved through the dim battlefield. Good timing. The purple-eyed grandmaster and the green-haired grandmaster were not surprised but delighted, their faces revealing cruel grins. They simultaneously drew their weapons from behind their backs. It wasn't metal, but a bone knife crafted from the bones of some kind of behemoth. The blade was covered with mysterious patterns and exuded a ferocious aura. Snake King Bone Knife. Forged from the remains of a 5th-order Serpent King, its sturdiness is comparable to that of a B-grade alloy. Clang! A deafening metallic clang. Fang Shohan's Grade A alloy battle knife collided solidly with the 2 Serpent King bone knives. A shockwave, visible to the naked eye, spread out from the 3 people. The ground was plowed with deep furrows. Fang Shohan's figure was abruptly brought to a stop for the first time in a head-on collision. A tremendous force emanated from the blade, causing his arm to go numb. His strength was only slightly greater than that of a single grandmaster of the 4 treasures, yet he was at a disadvantage when faced with the combined power of the 2. Boy, your power ends here. The green-haired master let out a wild laugh, and his snake tail, like a black iron whip, lashed out at Feng Shuhan's waist and ribs with a shrill sound that tore through the air. At the same time, the purple-eyed grandmaster changed his bone knife technique, transforming it into a sky full of blade shadows, sealing off all of Feng Shuhan's escape routes. The coordination was seamless. The soldiers in the distance had their hearts in their throats. However, faced with this seemingly inescapable predicament, Feng Shuhan neither retreated nor flinched. He held his sword horizontally in front of him. A completely different aura rose from his body. It was a mixture of the 7 killing sword intent and the inevitable killing blade intent, a will born purely for slaughter. His self-created martial arts. 7 deadly slashes. Buzz. The grade A alloy battle blade emitted a soft hum. The blade's light surged, no longer the restrained black line it had been before, but transformed into a gray ribbon stretching across the heavens and earth. Within that bolt of silk, it seemed as if mountains of corpses and seas of blood were rising and falling. Sizzle. The Snake King Bone Blade's parry was as fragile as rotten wood in the face of this gray streak. 2 murder weapons, comparable to Class B alloy, were severed in two. The gray blade of light continued its undiminished momentum, slicing past the bodies of the 2 grandmasters of the 4 treasures. Puff. 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 4 dull thuds as sharp blades pierced flesh. The 2 arrogant masters of the 4 treasures had their limbs and joints precisely severed by the blade's edge. All the power was released at this moment. The sneers on their faces froze, replaced by endless terror and pain. Ah! A piercing scream echoed across the battlefield. 2 enormous bodies crashed heavily to the ground, like 2 dead snakes whose tendons and bones had been pulled out. The tide of battle has turned. The 500 soldiers watching from afar remained completely silent. Everyone seemed frozen in place, staring blankly at the scene. Instant kill? No, this is an even more impactful, crushing defeat than a mere instant kill. Feng Shuhan did not immediately kill them. He walked up to the 2 men, and like dragging dead dogs, grabbed them by the hair in each hand and pulled them to the front of the human warriors' formation. He threw the 2 grandmasters, who were still screaming in agony, to the ground, his voice icy. To avenge our fallen brothers. Let them watch their blood flow away, drop by drop. The soldiers snapped out of their shock, and the hatred and anger that had been building up inside them erupted completely at that moment. Roar! Kill! Kill these beasts! The one-armed veteran was the first to rush forward. With his remaining left hand, he picked up a broken blade and stabbed it viciously into the thigh of the purple-eyed grandmaster. You dared to eat our brothers. I'll make you taste the agony of being slowly sliced to death. The flames of revenge have been ignited. The soldiers rushed forward. In the distance, the desperate and painful screams of the alien masters could be heard. Feng Shuhan did not look at it again. He turned around, took out his military cell phone, and proactively called the command center back. At this moment, it had been a while since Wu Tianqing hung up the phone. Just 5 minutes have passed. Wu Tianqing clenched his fist, staring at the sand table without saying a word. It's been 5 minutes. Is he still alive? A staff officer's voice trembled. Just then, Wu Tianqing's private communicator rang. It's Feng Shuhan's number. Chapter 53 resolved the bloodletting issue. Wu Tianqing connected the call. Everyone's heart was in their throat. Feng Shuhan, how is the situation? On the other end of the phone, there was a cacophony of wind and some indistinct roars. Then came Feng Shuhan's calm and unwavering response. You mean those 2 masters of the 4 treasuries? Oh, it's already resolved. I asked my brothers to help bleed him out, so as not to waste it. The technician in charge of communications nearly dropped the communicator on the ground because his hand trembled. What is that? Is it resolved? They're still bleeding him out? Wu Tianqing felt his brain freeze for 3 seconds. What did you say? Say it again. I said, those 2 masters of the 4 treasuries are already dead. Feng Shuhan's voice carried a hint of impatience. Wait, I have another call coming in. Beep. The call was disconnected. General, am I hallucinating? A young technician asked, his face pale. Wu Tianqing did not answer. He suddenly stood up, placed his hands on the sand table, and stared intently at the light spot representing Feng Shuhan. The spot of light is unharmed. The red lights representing the 2 masters of the 4 treasuries have been completely extinguished. Facts speak louder than words. A prodigy, this is a truly heaven-defying prodigy. A grandmaster slaying two masters of the four realms. This feat is worthy of being recorded in the martial arts history of the Dragon Kingdom. Quickly! Spread this message quickly. Boost morale. Everyone was so excited that their faces turned red, as if they themselves had won the battle. Wu Tianqing took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the turmoil in his heart. He picked up the communicator again and dialed Fang Xiuhan's number once more. Fang Xiuhan, heed my order, withdraw from the Abyss battlefield immediately. His tone was more solemn than ever before. Your value isn't in fighting one grandmaster after another on the battlefield. Once you return to Ironblood City, we'll dedicate all our resources to nurturing you. It won't be too late for you to go back to the battlefield after you break through to Grandmaster. Such a prodigy cannot afford any mistakes. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. When a general is in the field, he may disobey the emperor's orders. Fang Xiuhan's voice came through the electricity, carrying an undeniable firmness. How can I have a home when the foreign race has not been destroyed? If the mountains and rivers are gone, what use is my broken body? The officers who had been excitedly making noise just moments before all fell silent, their faces showing a mixture of shame and admiration. Wu Tianqing was also stunned by these words. He seemed to see a young war god with an indomitable spirit standing tall amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood. What a fitting phrase, the mountains and rivers are gone, what use am I to them? This is the true spirit that soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom should possess. Fang Xiuhan had no idea how much trouble his words had caused. He just wanted an excuse to stay and grind monsters. After all, these celestial serpents scattered all over the ground are nourishment for his cultivation of the great sun true dragon body. Good. Wu Tianqing uttered a single word heavily. Since you insist on fighting, I will grant your wish. What kind of support do you need? I'll give you whatever I can, without hesitation. I need the real-time locations of all the alien grandmasters in the Abyss battlefield. Fang Xiuhan directly stated his requirements. No problem. Wu Tianqing readily agreed. I will set up a separate communication channel for you, dedicated to providing intelligence services. A drone will deliver a miniature earpiece to you later for easy communication. Also, you need to be careful. Wu Tianqing's tone turned heavy again. The Abyss battlefield has withdrawn 100,000 troops, leaving the defenses vulnerable. The Heavenly Serpent clan will not let this opportunity pass. They are likely to send Grandmaster-level experts, or even war generals. Clear. Fang Xiuhan responded and hung up the phone. Deep within the battlefield of the Abyss, inside a fortress built of black boulders, a member of the Celestial Serpent clan responsible for guarding the soul lamp scrambled into the main hall. Reporting to General Tianmu. The soul lamps of Lord Purple Eyes and Lord Green Demon have been extinguished. On the throne, a creature of a different race, much larger than the average celestial serpent, with a single eye on its forehead, was toying with a human skull. He was the supreme commander of the Heavenly Serpent clan in the Abyss battlefield, the Heavenly Eye Warrior. Upon hearing the report, he paused for a moment. Oh? Two useless people. Tianmu Zhanjiang snorted coldly and casually crushed the skull into powder. They couldn't even handle a minor Grand Martial Master, so they deserve to die. My lord, that human youth is too strange. Should we send a few more Grandmasters over to completely annihilate him? His subordinate offered his advice tremblingly. No need. The single eye of the Heavenly Eye Warrior was filled with contempt. It's just a stronger ant, it can't affect the overall situation. Pass on my order, the entire army will advance and, taking advantage of the human force's weakness, seize the outer defenses of the Fulong war zone. Once we take that place, I'll send over 100 Grandmasters to crush it like a bug. In his view, even the strongest martial arts master is nothing more than a brute. War depends on the overall situation. Half an hour later, a miniature drone silently flew over Fang Xiuhan and dropped a small metal box. Fang Xiuhan put on his headphones, and a clear, calm female voice rang in his ears. Hello, I am your personal communicator. I am now reporting the first target to you. Target, Master Erzang, leader of the Bloodsight Squad. Coordinates, G7 area, northeast, 4.7 kilometers away from you. He is besieging our Falcon Squad. The Falcon Squad requests emergency support. Fang Xiuhan's figure vanished from the spot. A few minutes later. G7 area. Captain. You go first. We'll cover your retreat. A human warrior with a severed arm clung tightly to the leg of a Celestial Serpent clan grandmaster, roaring at a middle-aged grandmaster behind him. The middle-aged master known as the captain was covered in blood. His Falcon squad now consisted of only 3 members. They were surrounded by an entire squad of the Heavenly Serpent clan, along with the Grandmaster Urzang, and were at their wits' end. Leave? None of you are leaving today. The Heavenly Serpent clan's second master, Bloodscythe, grinned maliciously as he reached out a claw to grab the crown of the middle-aged master's head. At this critical moment, a black blade of light slashed in from the side without warning. Put! Bloodscythe's movements froze. He looked down at the deep, bone-revealing knife wound on his chest, his single eye filled with disbelief. His head shot skyward. Fang Shohan appeared behind him, sheathing his sword. He didn't even glance at the fallen body, but simply spoke into his headset. Target cleared, report next. The surviving members of the Falcon team were all dumbfounded. The middle-aged captain realized what was happening, knelt on one knee facing Fang Shohan's retreating figure, and burst into tears. Thank you, sir. You have avenged my fallen brother. Fang Shohan did not turn around, but simply waved his hand, and his figure once again turned into a blur and disappeared into the depths of the battlefield. Chapter 54 Heavenly Serpent's Annihilation Order. With the real-time positioning from the command center, Fang Shohan completely transformed into a Grim Reaper on the battlefield. Target, Master Izang, coordinates. Cut. Target, Master Sanzang, coordinates. Cut. Target, Grandmaster Saizang, currently engaged in battle with our Grandmaster Zhang. Grandmaster Zhang is outmatched and requests reinforcements. When Fang Shohan arrived, Master Zhang was being beaten and was in grave danger. Without saying a word, he immediately joined the battle. The 7 deadly slashes of life and death were unleashed. After 3 moves, the arrogant Master Saizang was beheaded by him with a single blow. Before he could even express his gratitude, Master Zhang, who had been rescued, was immediately transferred by the command center to another precarious battlefield. A snowball effect began to appear on the battlefield of the Abyss. The human defenses, which had been retreating due to the redeployment of troops, miraculously stabilized as grandmasters were freed up one by one. In some local battles, a counter-offensive even began. All of this points to the same person. Fang Shohan. The Ironblood City Internal Forum has gone completely mad. On the list of military merit masters, a dazzling name rose from obscurity to the top in just 3 days, eventually reaching the number 1 spot with a terrifyingly high score. Rank 1 on the Grandmaster list, Fang Shohan, military merit points. The Ironblood City military used sporadic combat footage captured by high-altitude drones to edit together a 3-minute video, which was then displayed on screens throughout the city. In the video, the black figure, like a ghost, beheaded any master with a flash of blade. 1 man, 1 sword, pierced through the entire alien army's lines. At the end of the video, there are 5 large, gold-plated characters. The martial arts master who defies fate. Throughout Ironblood City, everyone who witnessed this scene, whether martial artists or ordinary citizens, was filled with excitement. Morale was at an all-time high. Meanwhile, inside the Blackstone Fortress of the Celestial Serpent clan. Report. Sir. The G7 defense zone has fallen. Report. Our forces in Area F3 have been routed, and 3 Grandmasters have been killed in action. Report. Our surprise attack plan has failed. The human defenses have held firm across the board. One bad news after another came flying in like snowflakes. The Heavenly Eye General sat on the throne, his face so gloomy it could drip water. He looked at the extinguished points of light representing his own Grandmasters on the sand table, and the white point of light that was spreading wildly across the entire battlefield like a virus. He finally realized how terribly wrong he had been. That was not an ant. That was a prehistoric beast capable of turning the tide of the entire battle. A Grand Martial Master. Just because of a Grand Martial Master, my century-long plan has been ruined. Boom! He shattered the throne beneath him with a single palm strike, and a terrifying aura swept through the entire hall. Pass on my orders. From the single eye of the Heavenly Eye Warrior, an intensely venomous light shone. Issue the highest level order to all celestial serpents in the Abyss battlefield. Heavenly Serpent Annihilation Order. Kill that human named Fang Shohan at all costs. Inside the Terran command ship, an intelligence officer burst into the command center. General. We have intercepted and deciphered the highest-level coded message from the Celestial Serpent Clan. He projected a document onto the central screen, and everyone's breath caught in their throats at that moment. Heavenly Serpent's Decree of Annihilation. This is the highest-level kill order from the Heavenly Serpent Clan. A senior military officer, his face ashen. The last time it was activated was 70 years ago, in order to hunt down Colonel Wu Tuo, who was then a general of the Eight Desolations. In that battle, Colonel Wu Tuo was besieged by 3 Heavenly Serpent Clan generals and more than 20 Grandmasters. He fought for 3 days and 3 nights before finally dying in the sky. To kill a Grand Martial Master, he used a kill order specifically for hunting down war generals. What an incredible honor that is! The reward is the qualification to undergo baptism in the Heavenly Serpent blood pool. The intelligence officer's voice was extremely hoarse. This reward is enough to drive any Grandmaster or even a war general of the Celestial Serpent Clan crazy. Now, all the powerful members of the Heavenly Serpent Clan in the entire Abyss battlefield and even the surrounding war zones will pounce on Fong Shohan like sharks smelling blood. Wu Tianqing remained silent. He simply stepped forward and turned off the glaring projection. He turned around and looked at an old general with gray hair beside him. Oldly, the command of the front line is temporarily transferred to you. Oldly was taken aback. Tianqing, you. I'm going to the Abyss. That old bastard Tianmu Zhanjiang will likely take action personally. I have to get that kid out before it does. This madman's value goes far beyond that of a mere genius. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Tianqing's figure disappeared from the command hall. A streak of light tore through the clouds, heading straight for the Abyss battlefield at a speed several times faster than that of a fighter jet. The battlefield of the Abyss was filled with the stench of blood. Fong Shohan had just dealt with a foolish Sanzang master and was preparing to send the bloodletting team to dispose of the body. The miniature earpiece in his ear transmitted an urgent message from his personal communicator, Echo. The woman's voice was no longer calm, carrying a hint of undisguised tremor. Fong Shohan, listen carefully, this is not a drill. The Heavenly Serpent Clan's Supreme Commander, Heavenly Eye Warrior, has issued a Heavenly Serpent kill order to you personally. All the powerful members of the Heavenly Serpent Clan will hunt you down. The reward is the baptism of the Heavenly Serpent blood pool, which is enough to make a Grandmaster disregard the cost. The command's order is to survive at all costs. General Wu is already on his way to support you. After listening, Fong Shohan stopped wiping the blade. A clan-wide manhunt? What's the point of even trying? Run? Where to run? The entire Abyss is full of snakes. Can he, alone, outrun hundreds or thousands of Grandmasters who are chasing and intercepting him? For the first time, he felt a sense of unease. A head-on confrontation is a dead end. A secret manual he had seized from some unlucky assassin flashed through his mind, the art of onomatopoeia and metamorphosis. This technique can simulate aura, change appearance, and disguise oneself as another person. The problem is, it can only disguise itself as a human. The Heavenly Serpent Clan's monstrous appearance with snake heads and human bodies means they can't use this technique. A disguise with flaws is a joke in front of a Grandmaster. Fong Shohan's mind was working at an unprecedented speed. Since the current cultivation method isn't working, then, upgrade the cultivation method. System! He called out in his heart. A panel that only he could see unfolded before his eyes. Evolution points, 1,030,000. This is the wealth he accumulated through his killing spree. Consume 1,010,000 evolution points to raise your comprehension from LV-158 to LV-201. Confirmed consumption of 1.01 million evolution points? Confirm. Boom. An indescribable, mysterious feeling exploded in his mind. Chapter 55: A Makeover. His spirit and his thinking were elevated and sublimated at this moment. The world, in his perception, became different. The free-floating energy particles in the air, the subtle patterns deep within the stone, and the sound of blood flowing in the veins of soldiers in the distance. Everything became incredibly clear, as if one could see through its most fundamental structure and essence at a glance. The techniques, formulas, and rune structures of the art of onomatopoeia and shape-changing automatically disassembled in his mind, transforming into the most basic energy units. I see, this rune represents simulation, this one represents bones, and this one represents flesh and blood. The structure is too rudimentary. As long as we add the runes representing alien energy and reconstruct the operational path of the form. Countless thoughts and inspirations surged forth like a geyser. In just over 10 seconds, a completely new technique, 100 times more complex than the onomatopoeia and shape-changing technique, took shape in his mind. Extraordinary level skill technique, the great technique of changing one's appearance. It's done. Just then, several powerful auras swept in from the distant horizon. Leading them were 3 masters of the 5 collections and 5 masters of the 4 collections. Even further behind them, a faint yet unsettling aura locked onto the area. Grandmaster. They're here. Without hesitation, Fang Shuhan immediately activated the transformation technique that he had just deduced. His bones emitted a sickening crackling sound, and his body began to twist and change. Dark green scales quickly appeared on his skin. Its face elongated, transforming into a ferocious snake face, and its pupils became a pair of cold, golden vertical pupils. In just 3 seconds, he has transformed from a human into a powerful and imposing Grand Martial Master of the Celestial Serpent Clan. Even the unique, fishy smell that belonged to the Heavenly Serpent Clan was imitated perfectly. Fang Shuhan mingled with the chaotic ranks of the Heavenly Serpent Clan warriors and ran headlong in the opposite direction from the main force. He broke away from the main group and ran wildly along the rugged and difficult mountain roads. Finally, on a steep cliff face, he discovered an inconspicuous crack. He crawled inside and began frantically chiseling with his sword. A few minutes later, a small cave, just big enough for one person to hide in, appeared inside the rock wall. He sealed the entrance, leaving only a tiny vent. After doing all this, he finally breathed a long sigh of relief. No matter how strong a master's perception is, it is impossible to scan the entire mountain range inch by inch. This kind of physically isolated hiding place is actually the safest. Inside the cave, he took out the several huge wooden barrels filled with snake blood from his spatial ring. Gulp! He jumped directly into one of the wooden barrels, and the foul-smelling blood instantly submerged up to his neck. He circulated the Great Sun True Dragon body, frantically absorbing energy from his blood. While practicing basic breathing techniques, he attempted to break through the next bottleneck of the Grand Martial Master level. At the same time, his brain was working at high speed, deducing another technique, the void breathing method. He plans to develop this breathing technique to an extraordinary level. He spoke one last sentence into his headset to the communications officer. I need to go into seclusion for cultivation. Don't contact me for now. I'll reach out if I need anything. Over. In the command center, Oldley and a group of staff officers were dumbfounded as they listened to the message relayed by the echo. What? He's going into seclusion to cultivate at this critical moment of life and death? Has he gone mad? Only Wu Tianxing, who had just arrived at the edge of the battlefield and was flying at high speed, replied in the communication channel. Don't bother him. Intelligence Department, do everything in your power to disrupt the Heavenly Serpent Clan's search. Spare no expense to buy him time. The Serpent Clan, Blackrock Fortress. Tianmu Zhanjiang listened to the reports of defeats from his subordinates one after another, his face grim. Useless. A bunch of useless trash. With so many people, we can't even find a single Grand Martial Master. Just then, another guard rushed in. Report. My lord, Wu Tianxing, one of the 8 desolate warriors of the human race, has single-handedly entered the Abyss battlefield. A cold glint flashed in the single eye of the Heavenly Eye warrior. Wu Tianxing. It understood. That human boy was more valuable than it had imagined, so valuable that even a powerhouse like Wu Tianxing would risk his life for him. Broken Mountain, Savage River. Tianmu General spoke coldly. From the shadows of the main hall emerged 2 enormous figures whose auras were in no way inferior to its own. Both are generals of the 8 desolations. Go, stop Wu Tianxing. Yes, sir. 100 kilometers away from the cave where Fang Shuhan was hiding, above the boundless void. Wu Tianxing's figure suddenly stopped. He spoke coldly, staring at a seemingly ordinary floating boulder in front of him. Sneaking around like that, come out here. The boulder began to twist. The figures of 2 Heavenly Serpent Clan warriors appeared from within. One of them was the mountain-breaking warrior, who grinned, revealing a cruel smile. Wu Tianxing, you seem to be in a hurry. Another warrior from the Barbarian River had a hoarse voice. You shouldn't have come here alone. Are you trying to start a war across the 8 wastelands by making this move without authorization? Wu Tianxing's response was a simple and direct punch. Boom! He swayed and launched an attack, his golden blood energy surging as he punched the mountain-breaking warrior. The warrior who broke through the mountain grinned and raised his arms to block. The next second, its smile froze. An unparalleled force surged forth, causing the bones in its arms to groan in agony as it was forced back hundreds of meters by the punch, shattering a massive floating meteorite. Martial God Body, you really are a top monster among the 8 desolate generals. The mountain-breaking general shook his numb arm, his expression solemn. Wu Tianqing fought 2 opponents alone and actually gained the upper hand. Instead of pressing his advantage, he fought and retreated, consciously dragging the entire battlefield away from Fang Xiuhan's hiding place. That kid needs time. We must wait until he completes his breakthrough. The battle lasted for more than 10 minutes before Pasan and Manha finally realized that something was wrong. No! The barbarian river warrior forced Wu Tianqing back with a claw and shouted sharply. He had several chances to escape, but he kept pestering us. General Pasan realized what was happening. He's stalling for time. For that kid named Fang Xiuhan. I'll go kill him. The barbarian general made a move to leave the battle. Are you able to leave? Wu Tianqing sneered and suddenly clasped his hands together. Divine power, martial god's light prison. Buzz. A towering golden phantom appeared behind him, and countless thick golden chains shot out from the phantom, instantly covering the void within a radius of 10,000 meters, forming a huge cage. Until this prison of light is broken, this battle will never end. Wu Tianqing's voice echoed in the void. This supernatural power was extremely taxing, but he had no other choice. Chapter 56, The Tripitaka Master. Inside the narrow cave, Fang Xiuhan was soaking in a wooden tub filled with the stench of snake blood, circulating the Great Sun True Dragon Body technique. A layer of old skin peeled off his body, dissolved in his blood, and the new skin shone with a metallic luster. The second level of Great Sun True Dragon Body is the Mad Python Body. It's done. The process was so smooth it was almost boring, no different from eating or drinking. The next step is to break through to the Grandmaster realm. In martial arts common sense, this step requires unlocking the body's spiritual treasures, which is an insurmountable barrier. Fang Xiuhan mobilized all his qi and blood, transforming it into a torrent that rushed towards the gate of the spleen's spiritual repository. He was prepared for a fierce battle that would last for several days. Then, kiss. A soft sound. That door was broken. Fang Xiuhan, ? That's it? What happened to the supposed near-death experience? There was absolutely no sense of ceremony. An hour later. The spirit of the kidneys is stored away, it is broken. 2 more hours passed. The liver is the repository of spirit, broken. If he hadn't used up all the spirit stones he had seized from his spatial ring, he felt he could have pierced through the 5 great divine treasures in one go. Fang Xiuhan stopped his charge, feeling somewhat frustrated. It feels like preparing for an epic boss battle, only to have the boss disappear after a single basic attack upon entering. It was utterly tasteless. Upon breaking through to the level of Grandmaster Sanzang, he mobilized his Yuan power to assist in absorption, making the refining speed of the snake blood dozens of times faster. Since that's the case, let's press our advantage and directly attack the 3rd level of the Great Sun True Dragon Body, the Flood Dragon Body. This layer can give rise to Dragon's Might, which has a bloodline suppression effect on lower-level creatures. Black Rock Fortress. The warriors Pashan and Man He had not returned for a long time, and the warrior Tian Mu confirmed that they had been held up by Wu Tianqing. Pass on my orders. The furious voice of the Heavenly Eye warrior was transmitted back through a secret technique. The Heavenly Serpent clan is to conduct a thorough search within a 300-mile radius of the battlefield center. Dig 3 feet into the ground and find that human. Execution order, raised to highest priority. The order has been issued. The entire Heavenly Serpent clan army on the Abyss battlefield was completely mobilized. 100 Grandmasters, 5,000 martial artists, 300 Grandmasters, plus 19 Grandmasters who are on their way from various war zones. A vast net slowly closed in on the approximate location where Fang Xiuhan was hiding. The human race commands the spaceship. Report. Unusual movements detected in the Heavenly Serpent clan army. 300 Grandmasters and 19 Great Grandmasters are gathering in the G8 area. That's the place where Fang Xiuhan last lost contact. Oldly stood up, his face ashen. Order. The 12 nearest Grandmaster squads rushed to our aid at full speed. They must arrive within 1 hour. Order the Grandmaster Reserve team to enter the battlefield within 40 minutes at all costs. Yes. Inside the command center. A high-altitude drone transmits the images back in real time. On the screen, more than 50 grandmasters of the Celestial Serpent clan were climbing a steep rock wall like geckos. That was the cliff where Feng Shuhan was hiding. Everyone held their breath. A Celestial Serpent master stopped less than a meter from the crack where Feng Shuhan was hiding, probing something. Inside the command center, a young staff officer's fist was clenched so tightly it turned white, and his knuckles had lost their color from excessive force. A few seconds later, the Celestial Serpent master shook his head and continued climbing upwards. Call. In the command center, a collective gasp of relief filled the air. The search has not stopped, the crisis continues. Inside the cave, Feng Shuhan was completely unaware of everything happening outside. He is currently focusing all his efforts on breaking through to the third level of the Great Sun True Dragon Body. The absorption efficiency aided by Yuan energy was too high, and a massive amount of blood energy surged into his limbs and bones, transforming his physical body. The energy fluctuations within his body were becoming increasingly intense. Like a balloon that's been inflated, it's reached its breaking point. Boom! A loud bang. The rock wall that Feng Shuhan used to hide in exploded under his violent energy impact. Countless pebbles flew down the cliff. The enormous commotion, like a torch in the night, shattered all concealment. More than 50 grandmasters of the Celestial Serpent clan surged from all directions, surrounding Feng Shuhan, who had just broken through his cultivation. A Celestial Serpent master at the forefront grinned maliciously, his serpent bone scimitar slicing a tricky arc as it slashed towards Feng Shuhan's neck. When sparks flew everywhere. The snake-bone scimitar failed to pierce Feng Shuhan's skin. The Heavenly Serpent master's smile froze on his face. Feng Shuhan grabbed his arm with his other hand. Snap! His arm was crushed. No! The Heavenly Serpent master let out a miserable scream. Feng Shuhan ignored him, grabbed his body with both hands, and tore him apart forcefully. Put! Blood and entrails were spilled all over the ground. The complete body of the Grandmaster was torn in two by his bare hands. The bloody scene caused the surrounding Heavenly Serpent clan masters to pause in their movements. He's broken through. He's the Tripitaka master. Run! This guy is a monster. The remaining Heavenly Serpent clan masters, realizing what was happening, lost all will to fight and turned to flee. Feng Shuhan, however, made a move. He transformed into a black afterimage, like a humanoid beast, and charged into the swarm of snakes. He didn't even draw his sword. One punch. The chest of a Celestial Serpent master collapsed completely, his body was folded in half, and he was sent flying backward. One kick. The head of another Celestial Serpent master exploded like a watermelon. The power of 100 true dragons, a force of about 5 million caddies. His physical strength alone was enough to crush these ordinary grandmasters. In just a few breaths, he slaughtered all 50-odd grandmasters who had surrounded him. Just then, 19 powerful auras rapidly approached from the distant horizon. The Grandmaster of the Celestial Serpent clan has arrived. They hovered in mid-air, looking down at the solitary figure on the ground. Use the power of yin and yang from a distance to wear him down. A Grandmaster gave the order. They had no desire to go down and engage in close combat with this freakishly muscular guy. Feng Shuhan looked up at the 19 black dots in the sky. He took a deep breath. Then, he opened his mouth and let out a low shout. Roar! Dragon's might! The innate divine power of the third level of the Great Sun True Dragon Body, the Flood Dragon Body. A fear originating from the deepest part of their bloodline instantly gripped the hearts of the 19 Grandmasters of the Heavenly Serpent clan. Their bodies stiffened, and the flow of their internal energy momentarily stagnated. The ability to fly has disappeared. Thump! 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 19 arrogant grandmasters fell straight down from a height of several hundred meters, like dumplings being dropped into a pot. A few unlucky ones broke their bones and lay on the ground groaning in pain. Feng Shuhan drew the Grade A alloy longsword from his back. His body condensed his yuan energy, and a blade of light several meters long flickered uncertainly. Start! The knife fell. A newly risen grandmaster's head shot skyward. The remaining grandmasters of the Celestial Serpent clan were terrified and fled in all directions, stumbling and crawling. Feng Shuhan was unhurried. He flicked his finger. Flick of the finger and dragon shattering force. An invisible force shot out and struck the leg of a fleeing grandmaster precisely. The grandmaster stumbled and fell to the ground. Feng Shuhan appeared behind him and beheaded him with a single stroke. Harvesting. This was a one-sided, highly efficient harvest. He even had the leisure to collect the corpses of those grandmasters one by one into his spatial ring. This is all top-quality snake blood, we can't waste it. 100 kilometers away. Boom! The Golden Light prison shattered with a crash. Wu Tianqing fought two opponents alone, which greatly depleted his yuan energy, and he could no longer maintain his supernatural powers. The warriors of Pasan and Manha broke free from their predicament. When the Mountain Breaker and the Barbarian River warriors arrived at the cliff, what they saw was Fang Xiuhan beheading the last grandmaster and then skillfully putting the body into his ring. 19 grandmasters. Total annihilation. The two Heavenly Serpent clan warriors were completely dumbfounded. The scene they had envisioned Fang Xiuhan being blown to smithereens did not occur. On the contrary, their own grandmasters were all killed. Wu Tianqing also saw this scene. He seized the opportunity, flashed to Fang Xiuhan's side, and grabbed his shoulder. The wind is strong, let's get out of here. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. All he wants now is to get this precious child away from this troublesome place as soon as possible. Just as Wu Tianqing was preparing to tear through space and escape with Fang Xiuhan, a mocking voice came from the distant void. Wu Tianqing, we haven't seen anyone else after fighting for so long. I'm afraid you're the only one left in Ironblood City? Chapter 57. You go. A figure almost indistinguishable from a human appeared beside Pasan and Manha. He was dressed in a black robe and had a handsome face. If it weren't for the vertical pupil on his forehead that slowly opened and closed, no one would be able to associate him with the Heavenly Serpent clan. The supreme commander of the Abyss battlefield, the Heavenly Eye Warrior. Wu Tianqing's heart sank. One Tianmu is no less powerful than him, plus Pasan and Manha. It's 3 against 1, and we also have a burden on our side. Today's game is a dead end. What do you want? Wu Tianqing shielded Fang Xiuhan behind him, his entire body on high alert. Tianmu shrugged, his movements as elegant as those of a human nobleman. Don't be nervous, I'm not here to fight. I simply wish to invite this young friend to visit my Blackrock fortress. Wu Tianqing, if you want a one-on-one fight, I'll oblige. But if you want to take him with you, my two incompetent subordinates won't allow it. He directly exposed Wu Tianqing's intention to stall for time and allow Fang Xiuhan to escape. Just then, an even more domineering voice descended. Tianmu, what an arrogant official you are. Boom! A dazzling golden light tore through the sky, as if the sun had fallen. As the golden light faded, a man dressed in black combat gear with a cold and stern face hovered in midair. Behind him, a majestic phantom wearing an imperial crown slowly emerged, its invisible pressure overwhelming, causing the two generals, Pasan and Manha, to sink and their blood to surge. Ancestral Emperor Battle Body. Tianmu's usually composed face finally changed color. The Qin dynasty is destroyed. Immediately afterwards, another figure appeared beside Qin Mia, surrounded by mysterious array runes. And me, Zhao Baichuan. The 8 desolate warriors, Qin was destroyed. Zhao Baichuan, a general of the 8 desolations. The situation reversed instantly, now it was 3 against 3. Tianmu stared intently at Qin Mia. This madman was a top-tier existence among the 8 desolate generals, just one step away from stepping into the earthly lord realm. If it really came down to a fight, he had absolutely no chance of winning. Why did you come back early? Tianmu asked, puzzled. Qin Mia didn't bother to answer him at all, and simply uttered 2 words coldly. Get out, or die. Tenmuku's cheek twitched. He weighed the options for a few seconds, but ultimately chose to back down. Okay, very good. I've made a note of this debt. He looked at Fang Xiuhan, his vertical pupils shooting out a chilling aura. The Heavenly Serpent's extermination order will never be revoked. I'd like to see how long you can protect him. After saying that, he, Pasan, and Manha transformed into 3 streaks of light and disappeared into the horizon. The crisis is over. Wu Tianqing let out a long breath and plopped down on a floating meteorite, panting heavily. Damn, that scared the hell out of me. Qin Mia and Zhao Baichuan flew over. Tianqing, you acted too impulsively this time, Zhao Baichuan said, frowning. He almost got himself killed for a kid. Wu Tianqing chuckled and pointed to Fang Xiuhan, who stood calmly beside him. It was worth it. This kid, the Tripitaka master, single-handedly took down 19 grandmasters of the Heavenly Serpent clan. Can you believe it? Upon hearing this, Qin Mia and Zhao Baichuan both turned their attention to Fang Xiuhan. The reason we returned ahead of schedule is because of a legacy site of the Celestial Serpent clan, Qin Mia explained. The formation of that ruin is powerful and restricts entry to those who are at least Grandmaster level. The entrance opens every 2 months, and the Heavenly Serpent clan will definitely send a large number of Grandmasters in to compete for the inheritance. Zhao Baichuan chimed in, we originally planned to come back and select a few new recruits with talent in formations, train them specifically, and send them in to cause trouble. Now it seems we don't need to go through that trouble. The two exchanged a glance and said to Fang Xiuhan in unison. You go. Fang Xiuhan, ? You, a mere Grandmaster of the Tripitaka, can kill Grandmasters like cutting melons and vegetables. Those Heavenly Serpent clan Grandmasters in the ruins are no match for you alone. Qin Mia's reasoning was simple and blunt. You go be the thug, and we'll send someone who knows formations to help us ruin the Heavenly Serpent clan's legacy. Fang Xiuhan stroked his chin. Generals, I know nothing about formations, and I have just broken through to the next level. My realm is unstable, and I am afraid I am not up to the task. He was calculating in his mind if he didn't take advantage of this opportunity that had come his way, he would be doing a disservice to his skills. Qin Mia was no ordinary man, he saw right through Qin Mia's thoughts. Tell me, what do you want? I can satisfy you as long as it's reasonable. Fang Xiuhan pretended to ponder. Well, I've been practicing lately, and I feel like my cultivation techniques are a bit behind. I'm missing a few supernatural abilities. Not many, just 15 or 16 king-level cultivation techniques will do. Wu Tianqing almost fell off the meteorite because he couldn't catch his breath. Why don't you just go and rob it? Fang Xiuhan shrugged, his face showing an expression that said, then there's nothing I can do. Qin Mia laughed. There are no king realm cultivation techniques. But I can give you permission. The highest authority of the Iron-Blooded Military Academy. You can freely browse all the martial arts techniques in the Academy's manual, from the highest level to the lowest level, without consuming any military merits. Now it was Fang Xiuhan's turn to be stunned. He made an exorbitant demand, intending to bargain and exchange it for a few heaven-rank cultivation techniques and a massive amount of resources. Unexpectedly, the other side played a royal flush. The highest level of access to the cultivation method library. This means that he can unscrupulously absorb the essence of human martial arts and use his abnormal comprehension to deduce the most suitable supernatural power for himself. This is many times more valuable than giving him a few fixed king-level cultivation techniques. Deal. Fang Xiuhan agreed faster than anyone else, afraid that the other party would go back on their word. Okay. Qin Mia nodded. Wu Tianqing, take him back to Ironblood City to rest, Wu Tianqing added. I'll send your personal spaceship back. You can redeem the reward for being number 1 on the military merit list in advance. Prepare yourself well, and don't embarrass me in the ruins. A small spaceship landed at the Ironblood City military airfield. As soon as Fang Xiuhan stepped out of the cabin, he was taken to a separate courtyard. This was specially arranged by Wu Tianqing. It was quiet and convenient for cultivation. The first thing he did was contact Chu Jiangping to return the spatial ring to him. The two agreed to meet at the central square. But when Fang Xiuhan arrived at the square, he was completely dumbfounded. Where's the promised plaza? As far as the eye can see, there are heads everywhere. A dense, dark mass of people, layer upon layer, completely blocked the square. Countless young martial artists held up homemade light and shadow signs with bold and provocative phrases such as, the martial master who defies fate, forever a god, and god of housing. I want to have your babies. His handsome face was enlarged into a giant poster and hung in the center of the square. The god of housing has arrived. Someone shouted out. With a boom, everyone's heads turned around simultaneously. The next second, a tidal wave of people surged toward him. God of housing. Please sign your name. God of housing. Can I take a picture with you? Just one. Before Fang Xiuhan could react, he was submerged in the vast ocean of people. He even saw Ma Chao, that clown, shouting through the crowd with a megaphone. Don't push. Line up. One photo and autograph is worth 100 military merits, first come, first served. Chu Jiangping and Zhu Daxian were also surrounded by a group of fanatical female warriors, their faces filled with despair. He's the captain of the Shura squad. Fang Xin's teammate. Fang Xiuhan struggled to squeeze through the crowd, plunged into a side path, and fled in panic. With Chu Jiangping's help, he finally found the small courtyard they were renting. Push open the door. On a stone bench in the courtyard, Zhuang Ziwei was playing with a little girl. Chapter 58 Qi Si 3rd grade. The little girl on the stone bench dropped her toy and rushed over with her short legs. Brother Shuhan. Fang Shuhan bent down and picked up the little guy who had jumped into his arms. The little girl was Lingling. After everyone sat down, Ma Chao couldn't hold back any longer and leaned over to ask, Old Fang, tell us the truth, what's it like to break through to the Grandmaster level? Is the Divine Treasure Gate particularly difficult to open? Are there any tricks? Fang Shuhan thought for a moment and answered seriously, I didn't feel anything. It was just that when I faced that spot, my blood, and she rushed through, and the door opened. It's like breaking through a layer of window paper. Ma Chao's expression froze. Xu Daqiang opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. Chu Jiangping rubbed his forehead and sighed, can't you consider the feelings of us mortals? Fang Shuhan shrugged, I'm telling the truth. He didn't find it particularly difficult, in fact, he found it a bit boring. Ahem. Chu Jiangping cleared his throat, deciding to change the subject that was causing him a heart attack. Old Fang, you are now a Grandmaster, and soon you will be a great Grandmaster, opening up your Qi Si. There are some things you need to know about the Qi Si. Everyone's attention was drawn to it. According to the ancient records of my Chu family, the Qi Si opened up by a Grandmaster is divided into grades. A Qi Si that spans 10 zhang in length and width is considered low grade, 50 zhang is considered mid grade, and 100 zhang is considered high grade. The size of the Qi Si directly determines the amount of yuan power stored, the recovery speed, and the purity. Within the same level, it's no different for a superior Qi Si to beat an inferior one than for a father to beat a son. Ma Chao gasped, holy crap, there's such a saying? Does that mean if you open a low-grade Qi Si during a breakthrough, your life is set? That's right. Chu Jiangping's expression was serious. Moreover, the grade of the Qi Si is closely related to the martial artist's own aptitude. Generally speaking, only 9th grade geniuses have the highest probability of opening up a high-grade Qi Si. Our Chu family has documents that speculate that in the era of ancient sages, there were even legendary grades that surpassed the superior grade of Qi Si. And without exception, all the powerful sages throughout history have a foundation of superior grade or higher Qi Si. Fang Shuhan's current qualification is 7th grade. According to Chu Jiangping, even though he tried his best and had incredibly good luck, the best he could achieve was a mid-grade Qi Si. That's no saint at all. A thought began to grow wildly in his mind. Since cultivation techniques can be deduced, why can't the method for opening the Qi Si be deduced as well? I want the finest. No, I want something even better than the finest. It's late at night. Fang Shuhan played with Xilingling all night until the little one fell into a deep sleep in his arms before carrying her back to the room. He stepped out of the room, and Zhuang Ziwei was leaning against the doorframe. The people of Ironblood City believe in living in the moment, Zhuang Ziwei said. You never know which will come first, tomorrow or an accident. I don't want to die on the battlefield with regrets in my heart. She stepped forward and stood on tiptoe. Then, she wrapped her arms around his neck and pushed him into the room. The nights in Ironblood City are always very short. The next day, Fang Shuhan bid farewell to everyone and went alone to the Cultivation Techniques Pavilion in Ironblood City. The Martial Arts Pavilion is a forbidden area of Ironblood City, guarded every 3 steps and sentry every 5 steps, with powerful soldiers everywhere, and its defense level is even higher than that of the general's mansion. Stop. Show me your identification. Fang Shuhan was stopped by 2 guards as soon as he reached the door. He handed over the special access token that Qin Nia had given him. After the guard checked him, his attitude completely changed, and he stood at attention and saluted. Master Fang, please come in. Just then, a sprightly old man with white hair walked out of the attic. You are Fang Shuhan? The old man looked him up and down, his eyes shining. I am Wang Defa, the person in charge here. My granddaughter is your #1 fan. She talks about you every day. Could you please sign an autograph for her? It would be a way to fulfill this old man's wish. Fang Shuhan was somewhat surprised, but he readily agreed. Old Wang handed over a brand new notebook, and Fang Shuhan signed his name in a flourish. Thank you very much. Old Wang put away the notebook with satisfaction. You have the highest level of access. You can freely view and download all the cultivation techniques in the Grandmaster area. Go on, don't delay your business. Fang Shuhan thanked him and walked into the depths of the Gongfa Pavilion. In the Grandmaster's exclusive area, rows of jade slips floated in the air, emitting a faint halo. He reached out and touched a jade slip. The 8 desolate level Chi-Si opening technique Raging Waves technique has been detected. Do you want to download it? Download. The Burning Heaven scripture, a Chi-Si opening technique at the Blazing Sun level, has been detected. It requires the Earth Core Fire Lotus for cultivation. Do you wish to download it? Download. Yin Yang level detected. Download all. Fang Xiuhan was too lazy to select them one by one, so he directly issued the order. With the highest level of access granted by Qin Mia, he downloaded all 312 Chi-Si opening methods stored in the Grandmaster area, from the extraordinary level to the top-tier Blazing Sun level, to his personal terminal within just half an hour. After doing all this, he turned and left. Upon returning to his courtyard, he immediately announced that he would be going into seclusion. Inside the room, Fang Xiuhan sat cross-legged, his mind absorbed in his thoughts. Evolution points, 1.12 million. My comprehension is currently at level 201. Each level requires 20,000 evolution points, so there's no rush. His mind raced, disassembling, analyzing, and recombining the 312 methods of development in his head. The fierce and powerful nature of the Raging Waves technique. The length and richness of the Heart Sutra. The strange and mysterious nature of the 9 revolutions returning to the origin method. 3 days later, he had mastered all the methods. 10 days later, he was able to combine any 2 methods and simulate their effects. Half a month later, he had broken through to the peak of the 5 treasures Grandmaster, and could draw upon the primordial energy of heaven and earth at any time to open up his Chi-Si and step into the realm of Grandmaster. But he forcefully suppressed the impulse. Firstly, the Heavenly Serpent ruins restrict entry to martial artists of the Grandmaster level and above. Secondly, he would never break through to the next level until he deduced a method that surpassed the highest level. The foundation must be flawless. The problem is that no matter how he deduces or combines them, these 312 methods are like 312 building blocks of different shapes. He can put them together in various ways, but he can never find the core that can integrate all the building blocks into one and sublimate them into a completely new existence. The deduction has reached a bottleneck. It was on the 27th day of his seclusion. Woohoo! 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 3 long, piercing sirens ripped through the sky above Ironblood City. Fang Xiuhan opened his eyes. He recognized the voice. This is not an enemy attack alert. This signals the end of a phase of the war and a city-wide commemoration of the fallen heroes. Chapter 59. The Sage discusses the way. The plaza of Ironblood City is now devoid of its usual hustle and bustle and hawking. The mournful sirens echoed in every corner of the city, solemn and sorrowful. All the soldiers who were resting in the city, regardless of their rank, gathered here. The crowd was dense and silent. In the center of the square, a black stone monument stands tall, its surface covered with countless names. The Iron-Blooded Monument. Qin Mia stood in front of the monument, his voice amplified by the sound amplifying array, reaching the entire area. In this battle, a total of 217,397 of our human race's comrades died. 198,612 martial artists. 18,321 martial arts masters. There are 463 grandmasters. Grandmasters, 153 in total. Suppressed sobs could be heard from the crowd, but they were quickly suppressed. Today, we pay tribute to our martyrs. Qin Mia's voice was slightly hoarse. According to the rules of my Ironblood City, the one who kills the most enemies is the representative of the martyrs, and his name is engraved on the monument. He turned around and looked at the figure at the very front of the group. Fang Xiuhan, step forward. Fang Xiuhan stepped out of the queue and came to the monument. A soldier handed over a carving knife that was neither gold nor jade. Today, the name you carved is Zhang Long, a grandmaster who fought 3 Heavenly Serpent grandmasters in the G3 warzone and died by self-destructing his Chi-Si. Fang Xiuhan took the carving knife and took a deep breath. He walked to the Iron Blood monument and raised his hand. The moment the tip of the carving knife touched the surface of the monument, an indescribable feeling welled up in my heart. Ancient, weathered, and tragic. Countless scenes of fierce battles and countless indomitable will seem to be contained within this cold stone tablet. His hands were very steady. 1 stroke, 1 line. As the first stroke of the character Zhang fell, he felt his will resonate strangely with the stone tablet. My soul is trembling. Buzz. A deep hum emanated from inside the Iron Blood monument. An invisible circular ripple suddenly spread out from the stone tablet. What's going on? Qin Mia and Zhao Baichuan, who were standing at the front, changed their expressions. They felt an overwhelming and terrifying pressure coming towards them, and the two of them were forced back more than 10 steps by this force. Behind them, thousands of warriors staggered and fell, with those of weaker cultivation being forced to their knees. The entire square erupted in an uproar. Only one person stood still, motionless. Fang Xiuhan. That terrifying holy aura bypassed him, as if it were protecting him. His hands didn't stop moving. When the last stroke of the character is completed, the Iron Blood monument shone brightly. Fang Xiuhan reached out and subconsciously placed his hand on the surface of the monument. The next second, a tremendous suction force came, and his figure was sucked directly into the stone tablet and disappeared before everyone's horrified eyes. A sudden dizziness. Fang Xiuhan found himself in a gray, gloomy space. Countless translucent figures radiating a powerful aura floated around. Some of the figures were dressed in ancient armor, while others wore modern combat uniforms. They are all regrets. It is the record of the heroic spirits of the powerful figures who fell here throughout history, as documented by the Iron Blood monument. What strong willpower! Junior, come, I will teach you the Overlord Breaking Army Spear. A burly phantom wielding a long spear rushed over. Get out of the way. What use is marksmanship? Kid, watch my Nine Heavens Thunderclap technique. Anyone below the King Realm who touches it will die instantly. Another phantom surrounded by lightning squeezed forward. Stop arguing. His artistic conception resonates with mine. We should learn from my overturned sea seal. In an instant, dozens or even hundreds of remnants of the spirits of heavenly monarchs, kings, and even war generals rushed to impart all their life's knowledge to him. Just as Fang Xiuhan was getting dizzy from the noise, a voice, authoritative yet not angry, resounded throughout the space. All of you, step back. With just 3 words, all the noisy, lingering spirits of heroes instantly fell silent and respectfully retreated to the side. An elderly man dressed in gray linen clothes and with a simple, ancient face appeared before Fang Xiuhan. He simply stood there, and he became a world unto himself, with all laws submitting to him. The Sage of Law, Han Fizi. Your willpower is quite impressive. Han Fizi looked Fang Xiuhan up and down. At such a young age, you have already grasped the rudiments of 2 realms of artistic conception. I have a method called the Eye of Enlightenment, which can see through illusions and perceive the true nature of things. When cultivated to its ultimate level, all illusions and hidden supernatural powers will be rendered useless in your presence. Are you willing to learn? The sage transmits the Dharma. What an incredible opportunity! Fang Xiuhan bowed deeply and asked a question that shocked all the remaining spirits of the fallen heroes. May I ask the sage, how can one open up a legendary chi that surpasses even the highest grade? He was not blinded by the holy law. The foundation is the root of everything. This is his most pressing concern right now. Han Feizi was also taken aback for a moment, then stroked his beard and smiled. A funny little guy. I was born as a celestial being and have never experienced the process of opening my chi. However, there are countless paths to the great Tao, and they all lead to the same destination. Tell me your deduction. Fang Xiuhan dared not be negligent and revealed his confusion about how he had been in seclusion for half a month, integrating 312 methods of development, but still could not break through the bottleneck. Outside, at Iron Blood Square. While everyone was still in shock and confusion over Fang Xiuhan's disappearance. Above the Iron Blood monument, light and shadow distorted. An old man and a young boy, 2 enormous phantoms, appeared in the sky. It was Fang Xiuhan and Han Fizi. A mortal trying to discuss the way with a sage. Someone let out a terrified scream. Qin Mia and Zhao Baichuan were so excited that they trembled all over. He actually stirred up the lingering resentment of the holy law. The debate continued in the sky. Han Fizi's voice seemed to come from ancient times, resounding clearly in everyone's ears. The 312 methods are all acquired methods. Although each has its own mysteries, they are ultimately inferior. Fang Xiuhan's illusory figure asked, what is the highest level? Before the creation of heaven and earth, there were already 5 elements. All methods and approaches are inseparable from metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. By using the power of the acquired element to draw upon the innate 5 elements, one can recreate the universe within the body and forge an unparalleled foundation for the Tao, approaching the state of oneness with heaven and man. Boom! It felt as if a million thunderbolts were exploding in Fang Xiuhan's mind. He understood. What he lacks is not more methods, but the core that integrates all the building blocks into one. That core is the innate chi of the five elements. Thank you for your guidance, sage. Fang Xiuhan's illusory figure bowed deeply to Han Fizi. Good. Han Fizi's illusory figure nodded, flicked his finger, and a golden light entered Fang Xiuhan's brow. This is the lineage of the sacred Dharma, the Eye of Enlightenment. The next moment, the phantom and the sky vanished. Before the Iron Blood monument, a flash of light appeared, and Fang Xiuhan's figure reappeared, as if he had never left. The entire square was deathly silent. Seconds later, a frenzied roar, like a mountain collapsing and a tsunami crashing, soared into the sky. Holy Sun! Holy Sun! My holy sun, the sun of humanity! Xin Mia flashed to Fang Xiuhan's side, and this top-tier warrior among the 8 desolations was so excited that he was somewhat incoherent. He put his hand on Fang Xiuhan's shoulder, patted him hard, and finally uttered a few words heavily. Great! Great! You're the hope for the revival of our Dragon Kingdom's human race. After the memorial ceremony, Fang Xiuhan went into seclusion again. This time, he spent 10 days gaining an initial understanding of the Eye of Enlightenment. Xin Mia was not idle either, making final preparations for the upcoming trip to the Heavenly Serpent Ruins. Before setting off, Xin Mia gathered everyone together. Besides Fang Xiuhan, there were 5 other young trainees who looked somewhat bookish. These 5 are the most outstanding students in the formation department of my Iron Blood Military Academy, Xin Mia introduced. Xin Mia looked at the 5 students. Your mission is to pave the way for Fang Xiuhan. Investigate the formation, break the restrictions, and spare no effort to ensure that he can successfully reach the core of the inheritance. If necessary, your lives will also be the price. Without the slightest hesitation, the 5 trainees bowed to Fang Xiuhan in unison. Greetings, Holy Sun. Their faces were filled with fervor and reverence. Just call me Fang Xiuhan, Fang Xiuhan said. A specially designed spaceship, carrying everyone, left Iron Blood City. Hours later, the spaceship hovered on the outskirts of a mountain range shrouded in thick fog. The area ahead is heavily disrupted by array formations, preventing the spaceship from going any further. We'll proceed on foot. Zhao Baichuan walked at the front, his body shrouded in mysterious array runes that parted the thick fog to create a passage. General Zhao, it seems that the formation inheritance of our human race has a serious break? Fang Xiuhan asked curiously. Sigh. Zhao Baichuan sighed. After the era of the saints, most of the inheritance was lost. In addition, with the rise of technology, spaceships and cannons are more effective than most formations, so there are even fewer people willing to study this stuff. The group walked through the thick fog. A shattered mountain peak, split in 2, came into view. At the point where the mountain peak fractured, a distorted portal of light was slowly rotating. That is the entrance to the ruins. At that very moment, a voice, tinged with disdain and mockery, came from the void. Hey, isn't this the lucky little bug on the Heavenly Serpent's kill order? It actually dares to come here. In mid-air, space distorts. The figure of the Heavenly Eye warrior appeared, and beside him was a young man with a strangely handsome face, dressed in a magnificent golden robe. The man also had a vertical pupil on his forehead, but the pupil was pure gold. The 9th Prince of the Celestial Serpent Clan. Chapter 60. Are you teaching me how to do things? Tianmu warriors shouted at Zhao Baichuan and the others, bold human. You haven't even paid your respects to His Highness the 9th Prince. The 9th Prince waved his hand, his golden vertical pupils locking onto Fang Xiuhan. The thousands of formations on these steps were left by our clan's formation masters. Every step is a deadly trap. A reckless fool like you who doesn't understand formations is destined to die on them. He paused, a cruel smile appearing on his eerie face. Perhaps, I will personally twist your head off. Fang Xiuhan didn't even bother with an extra expression, simply replying calmly. It's still uncertain who will die. Zhao Baichuan leaned closer to him and whispered, be careful. This 9th Prince is a once-in-a-millennium array prodigy of the Heavenly Serpent Clan, born with a deep understanding of array patterns. If he obtains the complete inheritance within, the consequences will be dire. Fang Xiuhan nodded, said nothing more, and walked straight towards the steps leading to the ruins. He took the first step, initiating this test of the formation. The 9th Prince watched his retreating figure, let out a sneer, and followed him up the steps. Holy Sun, there is something strange about these steps. A formation-based student named Lu Yuan took out a prepared rabbit carcass from his backpack. He threw it forcefully at the first stone step. The rabbit carcass had just touched the surface of the stone steps. Sizzle! A wisp of smoke rose, and the rabbit, along with its fur and bones, instantly turned into a handful of ashes, which were scattered by the wind. Lu Yuan and the other 4 students turned pale. One wrong step and you'll be reduced to ashes. Which way do we get there? Just as they were filled with doubt and surprise, the 9th prince in front of them made a move. His golden vertical pupils swept across the stone steps, as if they could see through all illusions. He took a step easily and landed steadily on a certain spot on the stone steps. Safe and sound. Immediately afterwards, he took a second step, his figure swayed for a moment, and then disappeared into thin air. He used an array to conceal his presence. Lu Yuan exclaimed. The 5 trainees frantically pulled out various strange instruments and began scanning, analyzing, and calculating the first stone step. 5 minutes passed. The instrument only detected a faint fluctuation in the array. They couldn't even determine the location of the key point of the first step. The difference is obvious. Give me detailed explanation of the Heavenly Serpent Clan's array patterns, Fang Shouhan's voice rang out. Lu Yuan was stunned for a moment, then quickly retrieved the data from his personal terminal and handed it over. Holy Sun, the array patterns in this are extremely obscure. We've been studying it for 2 months and have only just barely gotten the hang of it. His implication was that it was probably too late to look at this now. Fang Shouhan took the terminal and quickly flipped through it. At the same time, a barely perceptible golden light shone from deep within his brow. The Eye of Enlightenment. In his perception, the world before him had changed. The stone steps are no longer stone steps, but a complex network composed of countless energy lines. The vast majority of the lines exude a dangerous aura, leading to death. Only a single, thin energy line, constantly moving and changing positions within the network, is the only way to survive the core of the array. The various patterns and annotations and detailed explanation of the Heavenly Serpent Clan's array patterns flashed rapidly through his mind. LV-201's comprehension reached its peak at this moment. The theoretical knowledge in the book and the essence of energy seen in the Eye of Enlightenment were instantly combined. He even saw many array patterns that were not recorded in the detailed explanations. Shaped like a serpent, it meanders and coils. It resembles a giant python, its movements unpredictable. He had a sudden inspiration and immediately understood the deeper structure of these array patterns. It only took a few breaths. He turned off his personal terminal and returned it to Lu Yuan. Then, under the incredulous gazes of the 5 students, he took a step. Step. It landed precisely on the array's core, which Lu Yuan and the others had been searching for in vain. The 5 people gasped. This isn't over yet. Fang Shouhan's steps did not falter in the slightest. Step 2. Step 3. Step 4. His movements were fluid and graceful, as if he were not venturing into a perilous formation with a slim chance of survival, but rather taking a stroll in his own backyard. In just a few minutes, his figure had appeared on more than 200 steps. Lu Yuan and the others were completely dumbfounded, standing there with their mouths agape. How did he do that? Luck? Impossible. This is a deadly trap at every turn. We've studied hard for 2 months and still can't pass the first level. The Holy Sun, he just glanced at the book a few times? Lu Yuan's face changed from initial worry to shock, and finally to fanatical worship. As expected of the Holy Sun favored even by the Holy Sage of Law. This is no longer the comprehension of an ordinary person, this is divine. The 163rd step. The 9th prince's figure was revealed, a hint of smugness on his face. This speed is enough to leave any human genius behind. He instinctively turned around, wanting to admire the expressions of despair on those human faces. However, the area below the steps was empty. You gave up? A bunch of trash. He shook his head dismissively. Just as he was about to continue upwards, his heart skipped a beat for no reason. He suddenly looked up. At the far end of the line of sight, on the upper steps, a figure could be seen faintly. The figure seemed to sense his gaze and slowly turned its head. It was Fang Shouhan. No. Impossible. The 9th prince's eerily handsome face instantly contorted and turned a deep liver color. His prized talent in formations and his sense of superiority as a member of the royal family were shattered in that moment. Cheating. You must have cheated. His golden vertical pupils on his forehead shone brightly as he frantically began to break through the formation and chase upwards. But the more anxious he became, the slower he was to solve the problem. In the end, he couldn't even see Fang Xiuhan's back anymore. Fang Xiuhan stepped onto the 999th step. Suddenly, everything became clear. A magnificent and ancient hall stands quietly in front of you. At the entrance of the main hall stands a huge stone tablet, its surface covered with dense and mysterious array patterns. Lu Yuan and the other four followed, panting, their faces filled with excitement and anticipation. Holy Sun! We've arrived! They couldn't wait to rush into the main hall. Stop! Fang Xiuhan stretched out a hand and stopped them. His voice was calm. Lu Yuan and the others were taken aback. Fang Xiuhan continued, "This is not just a test." Golden light shimmered in his eyes, revealing that he had already seen through the true nature of the stone tablet. Beneath those dense array patterns lies a terrifying power capable of annihilating everything. This is a killing formation. Chapter 61 Test. Kill formation? Holy Sun, then we should be at the forefront. Lu Yuan took a step forward, his tone resolute. Yes. We will use our lives to pave a path for you, our Holy Sun. The other four echoed this sentiment, appearing as if they were bravely facing death. Fang Xiuhan turned his head and glanced at them. If you go in, you will be randomly teleported to different areas by the formation. I can't keep an eye on you all. He pointed to the ground beneath his feet. If you stay within the array-covered area of these steps, even if the Heavenly Serpent clan comes, they won't dare to attack you. This is an order. Lu Yuan opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately swallowed his words back. They watched Fang Xiuhan's retreating figure, clenching their fists. Yes. We await the Holy Sun's triumphant victory. Fang Xiuhan didn't turn back and stepped into the main hall. The scene before my eyes suddenly changed. He was in the center of a vast, empty hall, surrounded by endless darkness, with only a floor illuminated by array patterns beneath his feet. Buzz. The space ahead distorted. A person who looked exactly like him emerged from nothingness. The same black clothes, the same figure, even that unique temperament was replicated perfectly. The only difference is that this Fang Xiuhan has the aura of a grandmaster of Tibetan Buddhism. Mirror puppet. A wisp of golden light quietly flowed between Fang Xiuhan's brows. The Enlightened Mind and Dharma Eye program begins. In his perception, the entire hall transformed into a three-dimensional network of countless interwoven energy lines. The vast majority of the lines are deadly red, with only a few white lines representing safety. Beneath the mirrored puppet's feet, a thin energy thread connected to a dense red killing array area not far away. The mirror puppet moved, charging straight at Fang Xiuhan with a gait that Fang was extremely familiar with. Instead of retreating, Fang Xiuhan advanced, deliberately creating an opening by stepping aside. The mirror puppet fell for the trap and stepped out of the safe zone in pursuit. Laugh. The array patterns on the ground suddenly lit up, and countless sharp energy blades cut in from all directions. The mirror puppet didn't even have a chance to react before it was torn into countless points of light. First hurdle passed. Before Fang Xiuhan could catch his breath, two more figures appeared in front of him. Two identical versions of him. Breath, Master Erzang. That's interesting. This time, instead of luring him, he charged forward and drew his long sword. Instead of attacking the puppet itself, he used the Enlightened Mind Eye to precisely slash at the energy thread connecting the puppet's feet to the killing array. The blade sliced through. The thread broke. One of the mirrored puppets froze for a fraction of a second. In a battle between masters, victory or defeat can be decided in an instant. Fang Xiuhan seized this opening and beheaded the victim with a single blow. Once one is resolved, the other will be easier to handle. While fighting, he also tried to decipher the Heavenly Serpent clan's array patterns in the main hall. The knowledge and detailed explanation of the Heavenly Serpent clan's array patterns is rapidly combined with practical applications, mutually verifying each other. His comprehension at level 201 allowed his understanding of formations to soar at an alarming rate. The third level consists of 3 puppets of the Tripitaka Master. The fourth level consists of 4 puppets of the Four Treasures Master. The 10th level features a puppet at the early stage of a Grandmaster, whose alloy battle sword and level 1 sword intent have even been replicated. Fang Xiuhan simply used this place as a training ground. He even actively activated the 7-kill sword intent to clash with the puppet's sword intent, verifying his martial arts insights. They advanced with unstoppable momentum. Level 20. Level 50. Level 80. Outside the main hall, the ninth prince finally stepped onto the 999th step. The golden vertical pupils on his forehead dimmed, and his breathing became somewhat disordered, clearly indicating that breaking through the formations along the way had taken a toll on him. He looked up and immediately saw the 5 bored human students. The 5 people were sitting together. Do Diju, a popular Chinese card game. 1 against 3. I can't afford it. A royal flush. Ah, give me the money. Lu Yuan threw down 2 cards, grinning from ear to ear. He looked up and saw the ninth prince with a livid face. Oh, isn't this His Highness the ninth prince? Lu Yuan spoke in a sarcastic tone. You finally made it up. We've already gone through more than 10 laps. TSK, it seems that your highness's skill in formations is nothing special. Put. A student next to me couldn't help but laugh out loud. The ninth prince's chest heaved violently. He was so angry he felt like his lungs were about to explode. He, a prince of the Heavenly Serpent clan and a once-in-a-millennium genius of formations, was actually mocked for being too slow by a few human ants. A murderous intent burst forth from him. But just as he was about to make a move, a strong warning wave emanated from the array beneath his feet. He could only force himself to swallow his anger, his handsome face turning a deep purplish red. Once I obtain the inheritance, I will tear you all to pieces. He uttered a harsh remark, glared venomously at Lu Yuan, and then turned and rushed into the main hall. As soon as he entered the main hall, he felt the pressure around him ease. A sense of familiarity welled up from the depths of his bloodline, as if he resonated with the formation here. He did not encounter any mirror puppets. What awaited him was only the overwhelming pressure of the killing formation. The ninth prince took out an ancient, round array plate, which was covered with runes of the Heavenly Serpent clan. Heavenly Serpent formation. He activated the array plate, and a light screen enveloped him, weakening the killing array's pressure by 90%. That human fool is probably still fighting to the death with the mirror puppet right now. The ninth prince wore a smug smile. With the array plate's assistance, this inheritance is undoubtedly mine. He had no idea that this so-called preferential treatment was merely a protective mechanism of the formation for the bloodline of the Heavenly Serpent clan, and that the test he was so proud of was less than 1/10 the difficulty of Fang Shuhan's. Level 85. Fang Shuhan's expression turned serious. 6 figures stood before him. 6 early-stage Grandmaster-level mirror puppets surrounded him in a semicircle. They all held identical alloy battle swords in their hands. What's more troublesome is that the auras of these 6 puppets can actually connect with each other and merge into one through the array patterns under their feet. One of the puppets moved. It raised its battle sword, and a sharp, imposing aura rose from the blade. 7 deadly slashes. The other 5 puppets simultaneously performed the same action. The 6 strikes, imbued with profound meaning, blocked all of Fang Shuhan's escape routes from 6 different directions. Fang Shuhan remained calm and composed. The Mingxin Fian is operating at full capacity. At the shoulder joints of the 6 puppets, he saw several extremely subtle, constantly flashing array patterns connecting them. That's the flaw. Instead of taking the blow head-on, he twisted his body at an incredible angle and struck with his knife. The long sword moved like lightning, incredibly fast. Clang! The tip of the blade precisely struck the array pattern on the shoulder of the puppet to the left front. The puppet's movement suddenly froze, and the blade light it unleashed dissipated somewhat. The array patterns have been disrupted. A single move can have far-reaching consequences, creating a huge gap in the encirclement. Now! Fang Shuhan seized the opportunity, his blood and chi erupted, and his figure cut into the gap like a ghost. A single, sweeping strike. The arc-shaped blade flashed across the necks of the 6 puppets. Puff 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 puff. The 6 figures simultaneously turned into specks of light and vanished. Level 85, cleared. Fang Shuhan let out a long breath. This hurdle had brought him close to his current limit. He is preparing to face the next challenge. The entire hall suddenly fell silent. All the array patterns dimmed. Just as he was wondering, a light shone from the deepest part of the hall. A figure slowly materialized. The moment that figure appeared, an indescribable aura of terror swept through the entire space like a landslide or a tsunami. That's not a grandmaster, nor a great grandmaster. That was a being that transcended the mundane and touched the great power of heaven and earth. 8 desolate warriors. Fong Shohan's mind went blank. Are you kidding me? The 5 treasures Grandmaster versus the 8 desolate warriors? This is a test? This is fucking an attempt to kill me. That warrior-level mirror puppet gave him no time to think. Its figure transformed into a streak of light, tearing through space and rushing straight towards us. Chapter 62 Feng Ho Chi Men. Extremely fast speed, simple and unadorned attack, just one punch. But this punch triggered the most primal power of space, as if it would crush all matter in front of it into dust. Fong Shohan felt a chill run down his spine. He didn't take the blow head on. Instead, his body shifted backward several meters at an angle that defied the laws of physics, narrowly avoiding the fatal punch. The force of the punch grazed past him, tearing a hole in his combat uniform. Sparring partner? A crazy idea popped into his head. Isn't this the perfect sparring partner? A punching bag who only knows how to use brute force, possesses the strength and speed of a warrior general, but lacks the aura of a warrior general. He had just broken through to the 5 treasures Grandmaster level and had not yet fully controlled the surge of power within his body. This is a good opportunity to polish the foundation until it is smooth and flawless. Having figured this out, Fong Shohan stopped dodging the issue. He took the initiative to go to meet him. Boom! As their fists and palms collided, a tremendous force surged through them, sending Fong Shohan flying backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily into a distant wall. Cough cough. He felt as if his internal organs had shifted. But he did not back down. Instead, he charged forward again. Collisions, one after another. He was knocked away again and again. He was like a piece of stubborn iron, constantly tempering himself under the relentless hammering of warrior-level power. Inside the main hall, only muffled impacts could be heard repeatedly. At first, he could barely withstand one attack. Half an hour later, he was able to withstand 3 moves from the puppet. 2 hours later, he was able to hold his own against the puppet for 10 moves without being at a disadvantage. His control over the power of the 5 treasures Grandmaster realm became purer and more refined at an alarming speed. Until one point, he felt his progress begin to stagnate. The sparring session is over. The Eye of Enlightenment. The entire array network in the main hall was completely transparent to his perception. Since it's a puppet made of arrays, then I'll use arrays to deal with you. His hands began to trace mysterious trajectories in the air, and strands of yuan energy shot out, precisely disappearing into specific array nodes on the floor of the main hall. He wasn't breaking the formation, he was temporarily rewriting it. Buzz. The pursuing war puppet stopped abruptly, and 4 chains made of array energy burst from the ground, tightly binding its limbs. Binding formation. The warrior puppet struggled frantically, sparks flying from its chains, which creaked under the strain. It could break free at any time. But what Fong Shohan wanted was this moment of stillness. System, enhance the ultimate killing intent. Consuming 10,000 evolution points, the ultimate blade intent has been upgraded to level 6. Continue. Consuming 10,000 evolution points, the ultimate blade intent has been upgraded to level 7. Consuming 10,000 evolution points, the ultimate blade intent has been upgraded to level 9. Again. Consuming 10,000 evolution points, the ultimate blade intent has been upgraded to level 10. Boom. When nearly 100,000 evolution points were consumed, and the ultimate killing intent reached level 10, Fong Shohan felt his soul tremble. A completely new understanding welled up in my mind. Beyond the realm of artistic conception lies the Tao mind. The complete fusion of sword intent and one's own will. Congratulations, host, you have mastered the Killing Blade Heart technique. Fong Shohan gripped the long knife. At that moment, the cold alloy sword seemed to come alive, becoming an extension of his arm and a vessel for his will. The knife remains, so does my heart. The blade is drawn, a fatal blow is certain. Cut. He took a step forward, and his figure appeared in front of the bound warrior puppet. The long sword was swung out. There was no earth-shattering blade flash, no sharp whistling that tore through the air. There is only a seemingly ordinary trajectory. The tip of the knife struck the puppet's brow with perfect precision. That place is the core of the entire mirror puppet array. Click. A crisp cracking sound rang out. The warrior puppet froze, and then its body, like shattered porcelain, was covered in cracks. Boom! The entire hall trembled violently, and the enormous energy that constituted the puppet instantly went out of control and exploded. Fong Shohan's figure was blown away by the violent energy flow. After an unknown amount of time, the main hall returned to calm. All the array patterns dimmed, and the ultimate killing array was forcibly broken by him in an inconceivable way. Fang Xiuhan got up from the ground, not even having time to catch his breath. In the center of the main hall, light and shadow converge. A phantom image of an old man dressed in a Bagua Taoist robe, exuding an air of otherworldly wisdom, slowly materialized. He is not a member of the Celestial Serpent clan. Young friend, you are remarkable. The old man's illusory figure spoke, his voice carrying a hint of approval and relief. I was a disciple of Guguzi. Years ago, I fought a formation master from the Heavenly Serpent clan here, but he ambushed me and I died with resentment. I originally intended to set up this inheritance hall to leave a glimmer of hope for future generations of the human race, but I never expected that the core formation would be altered by that serpent demon. Whenever someone of human bloodline enters, the difficulty of the test increases layer by layer, eventually drawing out the residual power of my old man, a fight to the death. But the descendants of the Heavenly Serpent clan can pass through easily. Fang Xiuhan suddenly realized. No wonder this test is so perverse. It turns out it's a death trap specifically designed for the human race. Young friend, you broke through my general's image with your 5 treasures realm. You are truly a genius of all ages. The old man's illusory figure continued speaking. My days are numbered, so I will bestow upon you all that I have learned in my life. He flicked his finger, and a torrent of information instantly flooded into Fang Xiuhan's mind. The strange tales of Feng Ho. The ultimate supernatural power of Qi Men Duanjia. The practitioner uses themselves as the central point and can freely set up a mysterious magic array. Within their own magic circle, they can arbitrarily reverse directions and disrupt time. I am the direction, I am the fortune. The strength depends solely on the caster's own abilities. Young friend, this great formation is supported by the 5 elements of the earth veins underground. I hope you can destroy the formation's core and cut off its foundation, which will also fulfill my wish. After the old man's illusory figure finished speaking, it transformed into specks of light and dissipated into the air. Fang Xiuhan bowed deeply in the direction where the illusory figure disappeared. He walked to a corner of the main hall and, following the guidance in the Feng Ho Qi Men tradition, found an inconspicuous ancient bronze lamp. He reached out and pressed the button. Rumble. A large hole opened in the floor in front of him, revealing what lay beneath. In the center of the pit, a fist-sized, emerald green pearl floated in the air, radiating immense energy. Heavenly Serpent Pearl. It was crafted from the crystal core of an 8th-order ferocious beast and used to suppress the earth's veins and maintain the operation of the entire ruin's grand formation. Once it is taken away, everything the Celestial Serpent clan has set up here will crumble on its own. Fang Xiuhan was about to take action. He suddenly stopped. Under the guidance of the Eye of Enlightenment, he saw something deeper. Beneath the Heavenly Serpent Pearl, 5 streams of energy of different colors were slowly rising from the depths of the earth, being absorbed and refined by the pearl, and then fed back to the grand formation. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. The innate qi of the 5 elements. Isn't this exactly what Han Fizi, the sage of law, said was the key to opening up a superior qi si and forging an unparalleled foundation for the Tao? Destroy the core of the formation? No. This place is practically a cultivation paradise tailor-made for him. He jumped into the pit without hesitation. Sit cross-legged. There is a large array outside that acts as a natural barrier, so even if the 9th prince were to enter, he wouldn't be able to find this place. He abandoned the idea of immediately destroying the array's core, and a more perfect plan took shape in his mind. He began to circulate his internal energy. The 5 divine treasures within the body seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, and began to frantically absorb the surrounding innate 5 elements. Golden lungs, blue liver, black kidneys, red heart, and yellow spleen. Nourished by the innate energy, the 5 divine treasure spaces began to expand at a visible speed, becoming more resilient and expansive. This is laying the most solid foundation for opening up an unprecedentedly powerful qi si. Outside the main hall, Lu Yuan and his 4 classmates have switched from playing cards to playing mahjong. Bump! I won! A pure suit. Pay up. Lu Yuan pushed the cards away, but there was little joy on his face. 20 days have passed. Even if it's some earth-shattering legacy, it should come to an end by now. Brother Yuan, is something wrong with the Holy Sun? A student asked worriedly. Don't talk nonsense. Lu Yuan scolded. Look at the other side, those bastards from the Heavenly Serpent clan haven't made a move either, which means the 9th prince hasn't come out either. What are we in such a hurry for? Even so, his unease grew stronger. Just then, buzz. The great hall behind them, which had been silent for 20 days, suddenly emitted an extremely violent array fluctuation. The entire mountain peak began to shake. Lu Yuan and the others suddenly stood up and nervously looked towards the entrance of the main hall. Deep within the main hall, in the pit below, Fang Xiuhan slowly opened his eyes. His 5 divine treasures have expanded to more than 3 times their original size. The body's qi and blood have reached a critical point. It's time. He focused his mind into his dantian, drawing upon the innate 5 elements energy that had already accumulated to perfection. Breakthrough to the Grandmaster Realm. Chapter 63 Holy Law. Boom! Fang Xiuhan's dantian pivot point shattered under the impact of the accumulated and perfected 5 elements energy. A tremendous suction force was generated from the center of the dantian. The innate 5 elements energy that had long been overflowing in the 5 divine treasures seemed to have found an outlet, transforming into 5 torrents of different colors that rushed in. Gold, cyan, black, red, and yellow 5 colors of energy flowed and swirled within the dantian, opening up a completely new world. The Qi Sea is taking shape. 1 zhang approximately 3.3 meters. 10 zhang approximately 33 meters. This is the limit for a low-grade Qi Sea. The expansion has not stopped. 50 feet. 80 feet. 100 zhang. The category of superior Qi Sea. However, the 5-colored energy flowed on, seemingly without end. The boundaries of the Qi Sea are still expanding outward in a ruthless and unreasonable manner. 200 feet. 500 feet. 1,000 feet. Fang Xiuhan's body, having undergone countless trials, is far more resilient than that of ordinary people, enough to withstand this violent power. His comprehension allowed him to control this power to an exquisite degree, without wasting a single drop. 5,000 feet. 8,000 feet. 10,000 feet. When the last trace of innate 5 elements energy merged into it, the entire Qi Sea trembled violently and became completely stable. A vast, boundless, 5-colored ocean, 10,000 feet in diameter, flowed quietly within his dantian. A top-grade Qi Sea. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully broken through to the level of a 1-star Grandmaster. Detection indicates the host has opened a vast, top-grade Qi Sea, far surpassing others of the same level. Friendly reminder, due to the immense size of your Qi Sea, the resources required for your subsequent cultivation will be dozens of times greater than those of other martial artists of the same level. Fang Xiuhan felt the surging, ocean-like power within his body, an unprecedented sense of strength filling his entire being. He stood up and stepped out of the pit. He casually picked up the heavenly serpent pearl, which was suspended in mid-air and maintained the operation of the entire ruin's grand formation. The pearl felt cool to the touch, and it contained countless essential formations of the heavenly serpent clan. The moment he put away the precious pearl, footsteps could be heard at the entrance of the main hall. The 9th prince and his 5 heavenly serpent clan guards finally arrived. Human ants, you. The 9th prince stopped mid-sentence. He saw Fang Xiuhan. They also saw the heavenly serpent pearl in Fang Xiuhan's hand, which was supposed to be the ultimate goal of this trip. You. How could you possibly have obtained the pearl? The 9th prince's handsome face twisted in pain. Even with the help of the heavenly serpent array plate, it took him 20 days to barely get through the killing array, which had been weakened by 90%. How did this human do that? The 5 guards behind him were all Grandmaster-level experts, exuding a chilling killing intent. Your Highness, the aura emanating from him is that of a 1-star Grandmaster, a guard whispered a reminder. The 9th prince was taken aback, then burst into sharp, loud laughter. Ha 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 ha. Grandmaster? 20 days. From a 5-tiered master to a Grandmaster? Who do you think you are? A saint reincarnated? He concluded that Fang Xiuhan had used some secret method to forcibly enhance his cultivation, which meant his foundation must be weak and unstable. Kill him. Take the pearl back for me. The 9th prince issued a stern order. The 5 heavenly serpent clan guards blurred into 5 afterimages and pounced on Fang Xiuhan from different directions. The sharp claw-like wind tore through the air, sealing off all escape routes. Outside the main hall, Lu Yuan and the others, having heard the commotion, rushed to the door. Their hearts were in their throats when they saw 5 grandmasters of the heavenly serpent clan besieging Fang Xiuhan. Holy Sun! Fang Xiuhan didn't even draw his sword when surrounded. He simply raised his right fist, and the vast sea of chi within his body rippled slightly. Fierce bare fist. A low shout. The movements of the 5 Heavenly Serpent clan guards froze for a mere tenth of a second. Fang Xiuhan threw a punch. Bang 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 bang. A series of dull bangs. The 5 master level guards didn't even have time to scream before their bodies exploded into 5 clouds of blood mist in mid-air. One punch, instant kill. The entire hall was deathly silent. Lu Yuan and his 4 classmates stood at the doorway, mouths agape, like 5 stone sculptures. Holy crap! After a long pause, one of the trainees managed to squeeze out 2 words. One punch to destroy 5 grandmasters? This is fucking cheating. This is no longer the potential of a holy son, this must be what a saint looked like in his youth. The 9th prince sensed it clearly. The power of that punch was concentrated and substantial, it was not some superficial product created by some secret technique. This human truly achieved the breakthrough from Grandmaster to Great Grandmaster within 20 days. Run! This was the 9th prince's only thought. Without hesitation, he crushed a strange token in his arms. Buzz. The space beneath his feet began to distort, and a teleportation array radiating spatial fluctuations rapidly took shape. Humans, you just wait. My Heavenly Serpent clan will surely grind you to dust. He had already stepped 1 foot into the light of the teleportation array. Fang Xiuhan simply watched him quietly. Trying to use formations in front of me? He made a strange mudra with his hands in front of his chest. The chaotic clapper. An invisible wave, centered on Fang Xiuhan, instantly enveloped the 9th prince. Time seemed to have been slowed down. The 9th prince's sinister smile gradually froze. His steps into the teleportation array were 1,000 times slower, as if he were performing an animation frame by frame. Even the light from the teleportation array that was about to take shape froze in mid-air. The 9th prince was horrified. He discovered that his mind was normal, but his body was completely out of his control. What kind of supernatural power is this? The next second, he saw a scene that terrified him even more. Fang Xiuhan's figure disappeared before his eyes. 8-door transport. Fang Xiuhan's figure appeared directly in the still teleportation array, standing beside the 9th prince. He disregarded the rules of the spatial array, as if he were walking into his own backyard. He reached out and grabbed the 9th prince by the neck. No! The 9th prince let out a desperate roar from his throat. Click! The sound of the neck bones cracking was crisp and piercing. Fang Xiuhan's hand did not stop. He pressed his palm against the man's chest, and a powerful burst of Yuan energy shattered the man's heart meridian. He carried the 9th prince's corpse out of the teleportation array and casually put it into his storage space. The bloodline of royalty is excellent material for cultivating the Great Sun True Dragon body. After all this was done, the teleportation array, which had been paused by the chaotic golden tuan, suddenly vanished. Fang Xiuhan turned around and looked at Lu Yuan and the other 4 people who were completely dumbfounded at the door. Let's go home. On the way back, the atmosphere was a bit strange. Lu Yuan and his 4 companions followed behind Fang Xiuhan, not daring to utter a single word, and walking on tiptoe. The expressions on their faces when they looked at Fang Xiuhan were no longer reverence, but rather the expression of looking at a deity. After holding it in for a long time, Lu Yuan still couldn't help himself. That holy sun. He rubbed his hands together and asked cautiously. Just now, you froze the 9th prince, and then suddenly darted over. What kind of supernatural power was that? That's so awesome. Fang Xiuhan didn't stop walking and casually replied. Oh, Feng Ho Chi Men. It's a sacred technique passed down by a senior array master from the ruins. Lu Yuan said oh and nodded. Feng Ho Chi Men? Never heard of it, but it sounds pretty impressive. Etc. He took 2 steps and then suddenly stopped. Holy Law? Chapter 64 The Holy Sun examines the sword. Holy Law. That's a legendary supreme technique that only a Saint Realm expert could create. Fang Xiuhan didn't explain further and led the 5 people out of the main hall of the ruins. The glaring sunlight made them feel uncomfortable. Outside the main hall, Qin Mia and Zhao Baichuan had been waiting for a long time. Upon seeing Qin Mia, Lu Yuan felt as if he had found his pillar of support. He rushed over in 3 steps, his face flushed with excitement. Commander Qin. Elder Zhao. The Holy Sun, he's simply inhuman. Zhao Baichuan, his beard bristling and eyes wide, exclaimed, How dare you speak like that? No, I mean, the Holy Sun is just too awesome. Lu Yuan reported incoherently, 3 minutes. Just 3 minutes. The Holy Sun glanced at the book-detailed explanation of the Heavenly Serpent Clan's array patterns and deduced all of the Heavenly Serpent Clan's array formations. Zhao Baichuan's hand trembled, and he almost pulled out his own beard. What did you say? 3 minutes? Fang Xiaohan learned the book that took him 3 years to painstakingly compile and translate in just 3 minutes? Not only that. The Holy Sun also killed the 9th prince of the Heavenly Serpent Clan. That 9th prince tried to escape using a teleportation array, but the Holy Sun froze him on the spot and then strangled him to death with a single slap. Qin Mia and Zhao Baichuan exchanged a glance, both seeing disbelief in each other's expressions. Zhao Baichuan walked up to Fang Xiaohan, his voice trembling slightly. You really learned it in just 3 minutes? Fang Xiaohan thought about it very seriously. His talent is a bit lacking, otherwise a minute should have been enough. Puff. Zhao Baichuan couldn't catch his breath, clutching his chest, feeling like his heart was about to have an infarction. Versailles isn't run like this. Just then, an incredibly terrifying aura descended from the sky. A tall figure surrounded by a blood-red aura appeared before everyone. Heavenly Serpent Clan, Heavenly Eye Warrior. Humans, hand over the 9th prince. Tianmu's voice was like ice shards in the dead of winter, devoid of any emotion. Fang Xiaohan threw the 9th prince's corpse out of the storage space. The body hit the ground with a dull thud. The 9th prince you wanted. The vertical pupil of the third eye suddenly contracted into a thin line. A violent killing intent suddenly erupted. You're asking for it. He threw a punch, and crimson energy coalesced into a giant snakehead, its gaping maw lunging to devour Fang Xiaohan. Qin Mia stepped forward, blocking Fang Xiaohan's path. He threw a punch as well, and a towering, earth-shattering phantom of a human emperor appeared behind him. Ancestral Emperor's Battle Fist. The golden fist imprint collided violently with the blood-red snakehead. Boom! The entire mountain was shaking violently. Tianmu, how dare you act so wildly here? Qin Mia's voice was as deep and resonant as a bell. Tianmu withdrew his fist and gave Fang Xiaohan a venomous look. My Heavenly Serpent Clan will surely grind you to dust. After saying that, his figure transformed into a streak of light and disappeared into the horizon. In the shadows in the distance, a blurry figure withdrew its prying gaze. The Wang family dared to deceive my shadow clan. You almost killed one of our clan's grandmasters. This debt is not so easy to settle. Xuanwu Sacred Academy, a luxurious cultivation room. Wang Tong hung up the call. The expression on his face changed from initial confidence to bewilderment, and finally to ferocity. Useless. A bunch of useless trash. In the communication, the Shadow Clan members berated him mercilessly, saying that the information he provided was wrong and almost killed the Grandmaster they sent. They also warned him that if he dared to cause trouble again, they would kill him first. Wang Tang didn't understand. He immediately used his network of connections to investigate. Soon, a series of messages that sent chills down his spine came back to him. Fang Xiaohan has broken through to the Grandmaster realm. Fang Xiaohan killed the 9th prince of the Heavenly Serpent Clan in the Heavenly Serpent Clan ruins. Snap! The white jade teacup in his hand was crushed to pieces. Grandmaster? Holy Sun? How could that ant in his eyes, that lowly commoner he could crush with a flick of his wrist, be so? A surge of immense humiliation and jealousy overwhelmed his reason. Fang Xiaohan. Wang Tang's eyes were bloodshot, and his body was filled with murderous aura. I will definitely kill you. I will. Iron-blooded city, Fang Xiaohan's small courtyard. He took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and felt all his fatigue disappear. Then I went to see Xiaolingling again. Zhuang Ziwei brewed a cup of tea and handed it to her. How's the loot from the ruins going? It's all right. Fang Xiaohan took the teacup. I got a bead, and the seal has been broken. I've learned all the formations inside, so it's not of much use to me anymore. He was referring to the serpent pearl from that day. Using the power of the 9th prince's bloodline, the restrictions on it were easily broken. His communicator rang as soon as he finished speaking. It was Qin that destroyed it. Kid, come to headquarters for a high-level meeting. You've done a really great job this time, you have to be there. The conference room was filled with high-ranking officials from Ironblood City, the lowest level of whom was a grandmaster. Fang Xiaohan followed Qin Mia inside, immediately attracting everyone's attention. Next to the head of the table sat a burly, one-eyed man. He was only wearing a vest, his bronze skin covered in scars, and a black eye patch. He looked like a volcano about to erupt. Liang Wangjing, vice principal of the Iron-Blooded Military Academy, Wu Jianba. He was nicknamed Savage Sword King. Fang Shuhan's Mingxing Fian subconsciously swept over the other person. Wu Jianba's single eye suddenly turned and locked onto Fang Shuhan. A terrifying aura made Fang Shuhan's divine eye sting. Fang Shuhan muttered to himself, quite forgetful? This nickname is interesting. Kid. Wu Jianba roared, his voice like thunder. I am the man of brute force. The Jian of swords. Not the Jian Wang of forgetfulness. I'm only 91 years old this year, I'm in great shape, and I haven't forgotten anything. The entire conference room was completely silent. Qin Mia coughed twice and stepped in to smooth things over. All right, Lao Wu, don't scare the child. He cleared his throat and announced the start of the meeting. The main reason for gathering everyone here is to commend Fang Shuhan. First, given that Fang Shuhan retrieved the Heavenly Serpent Pearl, killed the ninth prince of the Heavenly Serpent, and made immeasurable contributions to the research of formations in our Dragon Kingdom, the military high command has unanimously decided to award him the rank of colonel. Secondly, we have specially appointed Fang Shuhan as an honorary professor of the formation department of our Iron-Blooded Military Academy. Third, a reward of cultivation resources worth 1 billion. After Qin Mia finished speaking, he looked at everyone. Does anyone have any objections? The entire room fell silent. Just kidding, who would dare to object to this credit? This isn't a discussion, it's just a formality, a notification. The meeting went very smoothly. Just as Qin was about to adjourn the meeting, Wu Jianba, who had been silent all along, turned his one eye toward Fang Shuhan once again. I heard you are the Holy Sun. How about you take 3 of my sword strikes first? Chapter 65 10,000 Soldiers. Qin Mia was the first to jump up. Old Wu, what's wrong with you? He just broke through to the Grandmaster level. An elderly general surnamed Li standing nearby also became anxious. Principal Wu, this is unacceptable. This is unacceptable. Fang Shuhan is a genius of our Dragon Kingdom, the hope for the future. We cannot act recklessly like this. Yes, let's talk things out. Why resort to knives and guns? A group of grandmasters, usually formidable figures who held sway over their respective regions, were now all acting as peacemakers, sweating profusely with anxiety. They knew Wu Jianba's character all too well. This man's nickname was earned through killing, not by being called. Wu Jianba glared at his single eye, his murderous aura erupting. Shut up, all of you. This is the old man's idea. General Li, who had been speaking eloquently just moments before, swallowed the rest of his words, his face turning bright red with embarrassment. Qin Mia sat back down, but his fists were clenched tightly. Fang Shuhan had some doubts. Old man? Who is it? They seem to have a lot of influence. He went through the names of the big shots in Ironblood City in his mind, and one name came to mind. The principal of the Iron-Blooded Military Academy, the powerful heavenly monarch from the Wu family who was stationed in the Eastern Theater Command and whose presence is rarely seen. Wu Jianba's father? Kid, what do you say? Wu Jianba grinned, revealing his gleaming white teeth. If you're a man, stop dawdling. Fang Shuhan shook his head decisively. We can't beat them. He's not stupid. Why would a grandmaster of 1 star go to receive 3 swords from a king realm expert? Even if you're tired of living, this is not the way to court death. Wu Jianba's smile froze, and a sinister look appeared in his single eye. The words can't win don't exist in the dictionary of soldiers of our dragon country, they only have dare. You don't even have the guts to withstand 3 of my sword strikes, yet you dare to call yourself a holy son? Boom! A powerful aura, like a landslide or tsunami, erupted from Wu Jianba, pressing down on Fang Shuhan. Fang Shuhan let out a muffled groan as the blood and qi of his great son True Dragon body surged within him, causing waves to rise in his vast sea of qi, before he could barely stand firm. But Wu Jianba didn't give him any time to adapt. Clang! He drew a simple, black longsword covered in slash marks from behind his back. There were no unnecessary movements, it was just a simple, straight chop to the head. A black blade of energy tore through space and headed straight for Fang Shuhan's head. Wherever the blade's energy passed, even the light was swallowed up. Every cell in Fang Shuhan's body was screaming, a shadow of death loomed over him. His newly comprehended ultimate sword intent was frantically warning, but in the face of that domineering and unparalleled sword aura, his sword intent was like a grain of sand in a storm, without even the right to resist, and was blown away. Run! There's no escaping it. Taking a direct hit is certain death. In a flash, Fang Shohan formed a hand seal. Feng Ho Chi Men. Buzz. An invisible magic circle instantly unfolded around him. The chaotic clapper. The whole world, in his perception, slowed down. The potentially deadly black blade energy moved in slow motion, inching closer to him. The ferocious expression on Wu Jianba's face froze in mid-air. Now! 8-door transport. Fang Shohan's figure disappeared from the spot, and the next moment, he appeared at the other end of the conference room. The blade energy, which was 1,000 times slower, finally landed where he had originally stood. There was no sound. The enormous round table in the center of the conference room, made of Tier 3 alloy and capable of withstanding a Grandmaster's full-force attack, along with the floor beneath it, vanished without a sound. A pitch-black pit, 3 meters in diameter and seemingly bottomless, appeared there. The cut is as smooth as a mirror. If that were to hit someone... Wu Jianba sheathed his sword, a hint of surprise flashing in his one eye. Good. The old man said that if you can survive being hunted down by his men, then I'll test your mettle. If you can dodge one of my moves, you'll be qualified to lead a team to participate in this year's 100 Schools League. Seeing this, Xin Mia finally breathed a sigh of relief and quickly explained, the 100 Schools League is the highest level competition among all martial arts universities in our Dragon Kingdom. It is of utmost importance as it relates to the military's resource allocation for the next year and the entry quotas for the major Holy Lands. Wu Jian carried 8 knives on his shoulder and gestured with his chin towards Fang Shohan. So, kid, are you in or out for this job? Fang Shohan glanced at the hole that could be his swimming pool, then shook his head. I won't answer. Wu Jianba's one eye widened. What did you say? I said, I won't answer. Fang Shohan repeated, you call this a test? You're trying to cut me in two. My life is too precious to play this life-threatening game with you. Wu Jianba was speechless, his dark face turning a deep liver color. He wanted to lash out, but couldn't find a reason to. After all, he was the one who struck first. So what do you want? He roared irritably. Fang Shohan stretched out 2 fingers and rubbed them together. The meaning is self-evident. If a senior wants to ask me for a favor, I can't come empty-handed, can I? If there's no sincerity at all, then there's no point in discussing this. Wu Jianba snorted angrily, squeezing out a few words through gritted teeth, you little brat, you've got guts. A ring appeared out of thin air on his hand, and he tossed it over without thinking. A spatial ring with a capacity of 100 cubic meters. It contains 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. Is that enough? Xin Mia frantically tried to wink at Fang Shohan from the side. Fang Shohan caught the ring, probed it with his spiritual power, and nodded in satisfaction after confirming that it was correct. Make a deal. As Fang Shohan walked out of the headquarters building, he was still savoring what he had just gained. Are all experts at the King Realm this rich? A spatial ring with a volume of 100 cubic meters is worth at least 3 billion on the market, not to mention the 1,000 high-grade spirit stones that would make even grandmasters fight tooth and nail for them. This was a good deal. That old bastard, he really went all out, Fang Shohan muttered to himself. Just wait, when I reach the King Realm, I'll definitely pay for this today. His communicator rang. It was Xin Mia calling. You little rascal, you really just had a brush with death. Xin Mia's voice still carried a hint of fear. Old Wu's nickname, Savage Sword King, is no joke. His sword is all-consuming, only attacking and never defending. When he goes berserk, he'll even cut himself. So that guy really didn't hold back. However, you've actually benefited from this misfortune, Xin Mia said, changing the subject. The champion team of the 100 Schools League will get a spot in the 10,000 Soldiers Club. Wan Bingjia? Fang Shohan heard this name for the first time. That is a forbidden land for nurturing divine weapons, created by the weapon master of my human race with his supreme power. Xin Mia's tone was filled with longing. There are countless spiritual divine weapons inside, just waiting for their destined masters. Old Wu's knife was obtained from Wan Bing's family many years ago. Fang Shohan's heart skipped a beat. His alloy battle sword was no longer keeping up with his strength after he was promoted to Grandmaster. He needs a better weapon. Commander Qin, Fang Shohan said firmly, I want this championship of the 100 Schools League. Kid, you still have a month to prepare for the 100 Schools League. Go to the military academy's dedicated training center tomorrow and meet with your team members. The voice on the other end of the phone sounded somewhat serious. The 4 I picked for you are the top talents from the 4 years of Iron Blood Military Academy. They are very ambitious, so you, as the captain, should pay more attention to them. Fang Xiuhan responded. Ambitious? The image of Wang Tang's self-righteous face flashed through his mind. There are also rumors that the Wang family wanted to offer Lu Ruyan, who was a cauldron for the 8 desolate generals. Chapter 66. You call this guidance? The next day, at Iron-Blooded Military Academy, in exclusive training hall A01. Fang Xiuhan pushed open the door and entered. Inside the spacious training ground, 4 figures had been waiting for a long time. A man over 2 meters tall, with a striking head of red hair, as strong as a bear. One of them held a long spear, stood upright like a pine tree, and exuded a sense of discipline that kept strangers at bay. A skinny, blonde monkey squatted in a corner, his fingertips flashing with electricity as he charged his communicator. There's another one. Fang Xiuhan paused for a moment. She was a girl with exaggerated muscle lines like a female bodybuilder, but she had a sweet and adorable loli-like face. The visual impact is truly top-notch. Fang Xiuhan thought he had gone to the wrong place and stumbled into some kind of large-scale cosplay event. This art style is completely out of place in a disciplined military academy. The observation room on the 2nd floor of the training hall. Wu Jianba crossed his arms, his single eye filled with smug satisfaction at the prospect of a good show. Old Qin, keep quiet and let them handle it themselves. These lads I picked are all troublemakers. They'll teach that guy surnamed Fang a lesson and let him know that my spirit stones aren't so easy to take. Qin Mia opened his mouth, but ultimately didn't speak, only looking down with some worry. In the training field, the 4 people also noticed Fang Xiuhan's arrival. Wu Jianba's smile grew even brighter. They're here, they're here. The intimidation he had envisioned was about to begin. However, what happened the next second froze his smile on his face. It's the Holy Sun. Alive. Holy crap, he's even more handsome in person than in the video. The 4 troublemakers, upon seeing Fang Xiuhan, were like fans who had been injected with adrenaline upon seeing their idol, and they rushed over with shouts. The burly man with red hair took the lead, ran up to Fang Xiuhan, and suddenly stopped, his face flushed with excitement. Holy Sun, please sign your name for me. Just sign it on this vest. Holy Sun, can I take a picture with you? My sister is a huge fan. Holy Sun YYDS. Fang Xiuhan was a little bewildered by this sudden enthusiasm. Qin Mia and Wu Jianba on the 2nd floor were completely petrified on the spot. Wu Jianba's one eye glared like a copper bell. What the hell is going on? Qin Mia also looked bewildered. He quickly realized what was happening and opened his communicator to check. He presented the scene of Fang Xiuhan stirring up the human race's fortune and causing the stone tablet to manifest its divine power in front of Wu Jianba. The number of views below is already astronomical. The comment section was flooded with Saint Child YYDS. Wu Jianba looked at the figure enveloped in golden light in the video, then at Fang Xiuhan who was surrounded downstairs like a mascot, and his dark face turned purplish red. Downstairs, the commotion finally subsided somewhat. The 4 people began to line up and introduce themselves. Hello, Captain. My name is Wu Song, from the Wu family, a martial arts family. I'm a mid-stage grandmaster and I'm skilled with the ghost head saber. The red-haired burly man patted his chest, his face full of admiration. Li Lingyun, the grandson of General Li, is a grandmaster in the early stage and uses a gun. The young man, who stood ramrod straight, spoke succinctly. My name is Mu Xiaoqian. I have superhuman strength and I'm a medic. They all call me Iron Hammer Sister. The female warrior scratched her head shyly. Master, 5 treasures master, lightning ability user. The skinny blonde monkey coolly pushed up his non-existent glasses. Fang Xiuhan nodded. Fang Xiuhan, 3 months into my military service, early stage of grandmaster, wielding a sword. The air suddenly became quiet. 4 pairs of eyes stared intently at him. Wu Tsang stammered, team leader, you just said you've been in the army for how long? 3 months. Hiss. The 4 of them gasped in unison. In just 3 months, he went from a complete rookie to a grandmaster? What kind of cultivation speed is this? Even riding a rocket wouldn't be this fast. Their expressions towards Fang Shuhan changed from admiration to looking at him as a god. At this moment, Wu Jianba and Qin Mia came down from upstairs. Wu Jianba's face was so sour it looked like he'd just been pulled out of a toilet. The training camp will last for half a month. After half a month, we will go to White Tiger City to compete. After making the announcement, he changed the subject and deliberately said, Fang Shuhan is your captain and also the military's recognized saint. If you have any questions about cultivation, you can ask him for guidance. He simply didn't believe it. These 4 people, one a swordsman, one a spearman, one with superhuman strength, and one a superhuman, have cultivation paths that are completely opposite. Even if you, Fang Shuhan, are a genius, can you know everything? If he can't answer even one question, his prestige as the Holy Sun will be greatly diminished. Fang Shuhan didn't think that much about it. In his view, the stronger his teammates are, the greater his chances of winning the championship. No problem, I'll do my best. He readily agreed. After Wu Jianba and Qin Mia left, Wu Tsang was the first to step forward, carrying his massive, ghost-headed sword that was taller than a man, with an expectant look on his face. Captain, could you please give me some pointers on my swordsmanship? Fang Shuhan drew a circle with a diameter of 1 meter on the ground with his toes. I'm standing here. I lose as soon as I step out of this circle. Wu Tsang was stunned for a moment, then became excited. Captain, you said it. If you lose, you have to give me this vest you're wearing as a collectible. Dream on. Fang Shuhan rejected his perverted request. Bring it on. Without wasting words, Wu Tsang roared and swung his ghost-head broadsword at the enemy. Call. The wind from the blade was fierce. Fang Shuhan simply turned slightly to the side and easily dodged it. Sweep through the enemy ranks. Wu Tsang changed his move, swinging his broadsword horizontally, leaving a trail of afterimages. Fang Shuhan leaned back, and the blade grazed the tip of his nose. Whirlwind slash. Slash furiously. For the next few minutes, the training hall was filled with Wu Tsang's roars and the whooshing sound of his blades. Fang Shuhan remained standing in that small circle, his feet seemingly rooted to the spot. He dodged all attacks by subtly adjusting his upper body and displaying astonishing flexibility in his waist and abdomen. Li Lingyun and the other 2 were completely dumbfounded. This is no longer guidance, it's a one-sided toying. Huff, huff. Wu Tsang stopped, bracing himself with his hands on his broadsword, sweat pouring down his face, panting heavily. He refused. Captain. Take another one of my moves. He took a deep breath, unleashing all his Yuan energy without reservation. Splitting Mount Hua with all my might. A solid blade of light extended from the ghost-head greatsword, carrying the power to split mountains and shatter rocks, and slash down. Mu Shaoqian and Li Lingyun's expressions both changed. The power of this strike has exceeded the scope of mere sparring. However, the expression on Wu Tsang's face changed from ferocity to terror after he unleashed the strike. Oh no! I used too much force and couldn't stop the knife. He watched helplessly as the deadly blade of light slashed towards Fang Shuhan, who stood motionless inside the circle. Chapter 67. One glance is all it takes. Fang Shuhan extended his right hand. With a gentle pinch. Buzz. The expected thunderous sound of rocks splitting open did not occur. The solid blade of light, more than 3 meters long, along with the ghost-headed broadsword that was wider than a door panel, was firmly held between 2 slender, white fingers. Holy crap! The skinny, blonde monkey master opened his mouth wide in an O shape, and the electric sparks on his fingertips went out in fright. Cracks appeared on Li Lingyun's perpetually icy face. Mu Shaoqian, the King Kong Barbie, rubbed her eyes, wondering if she was hallucinating from overtraining. That was Wu Tsang's all-out attack without holding back. Let alone a grandmaster, even a small hill would be split in 2. As a result, it was caught by 2 fingers? Is this something a human can do? Wu Tsang himself was completely blank. He remained frozen in place, maintaining the posture of splitting Mount Hua, feeling the unshakable and terrifying power coming from the blade, sweat dripping down his forehead. He felt as if he had struck not 2 fingers, but an ancient divine mountain. Your control over power is too crude. Fang Shuhan's voice broke the silence. He loosened his grip slightly, and the terrifying feeling of confinement disappeared. Wu Tsang staggered and almost fell to the ground from his own broadsword. You are very strong, but you are like a baby with a giant hammer, just smashing things randomly, Fang Shuhan continued. 90% of your strength is wasted on air. Wu Tsang's face turned bright red. He wanted to refute, but he couldn't utter a single word. Because what Fang Xiuhan said was true. He has brute strength, but lacks the finesse and control to achieve it. Here's a training goal for you. Fang Xiuhan gently plucked a long hair from Mu Xiaoqian's head. Mu Xiaoqian blushed, but didn't dare to move. Fang Xiuhan released his grip, and the strand of hair drifted gently to the ground. When you can use your knife to cleave it vertically in half before it hits the ground, instead of cutting it in half, then you've mastered the basics of power control. Vertically, splitting a single hair? With a giant, demon-headed sword? Wu Tsang's pupils suddenly contracted. Is this even a task that a human could accomplish? But looking at Fang Xiuhan's calm expression, a sudden realization dawned on him. Yes. This is true control. I understand, Captain. Wu Tsang seemed to have his Ren and Du meridians opened up. He shouldered his ghost-headed broadsword, his eyes shining, and turned to rush towards the corner of the training hall. Sister Hammer. Can I borrow a few strands of your hair? Seeing Wu Tsang excitedly begin to split a mountain with his bare hands on a single hair, Li Lingyun stepped forward. He gave Fang Xiuhan a solemn military salute. Captain, please give me pointers on my marksmanship. Practice it once and let me see. Li Lingyun nodded, flicked his spear, and twirled it in a flourish. My spear technique is called Overlord Piercing Cloud Spear, a transcendent level martial art with 9 forms. As soon as he finished speaking, he moved. The spear shot out like a dragon, with the force of a thunderbolt. Every move he made carried an indomitable and domineering aura, the tip of his spear cutting through the air and producing sonic booms. It was indeed excellent marksmanship, and he had truly mastered it to a very high level. Fang Xiuhan's Mingxin Fian was running automatically. Every time Li Lingyun exerted his strength, and every flow of Yuan energy was disassembled and analyzed in his eyes, turning into the most basic data. The principles and essence of this marksmanship were rapidly deduced in his mind. Suddenly, Fang Xiuhan's body trembled slightly. An aura similar to, yet completely different from, that of Li Lingyun, purer, more domineering, and more unreasonable, burst forth from him. If Li Lingyun's gun is like a domineering general. At this moment, Fang Xiuhan gave people the feeling that the overlord who swept across the world and ruled the world had personally arrived. Overlord spear intent. After just one look, Fang Xiuhan actually grasped the core essence of this spear technique. Li Lingyun stopped moving, and the spear fell to the ground with a clatter. To grasp even a trace of the essence of spear technique, he practiced diligently for 10 years, without interruption through the cold and heat of summer, and to this day he has only managed to touch upon the very basics. Fang Xiuhan only watched it for 3 minutes. This isn't just genius, this is monster. Master and Mu Xiaoqian were completely numb. The impact they experience today is greater than they have in the past 18 years combined. Fang Xiuhan dispelled the aura emanating from him. From now on, I will use my gun intent to suppress you for half an hour every day. How much you can comprehend is up to you. Thank you. Li Lingyun kowtowed excitedly. With genuine spear intent as a benchmark and pressure, his speed of comprehending his own spear intent will definitely be more than 10 times faster. This is more practical than any pointer. Your turn. Fang Xiuhan looked at Master, who was sitting in the corner, completely dumbfounded. Ha? Me? Master pointed to himself and quickly ran over. Captain, I'm a superhuman. You can even give me pointers on that? I don't understand superpowers. Fang Xiuhan shook his head. But your problem isn't with superpowers, it's with your body. He saw it very clearly with his enlightened mind. Your meridians are too weak to withstand stronger electric currents. Forcing them will only rupture them. You need a technique to strengthen your meridians. Master suddenly realized that he had indeed reached a bottleneck. Every time he unleashed a stronger lightning bolt, his body would experience a tearing pain. I'll go to the cultivation manual store to exchange for it right away. Just exchange it for a yin-yang level acupuncture and meridian opening classic, Fang Xiuhan added. After you get it, I'll help you modify it so that it can better suit your lightning ability. What the heck? Modify the cultivation method? Is it yin-yang level? Master stumbled and nearly fell to his knees. The acupuncture and meridian opening classic that he exchanged was later upgraded by Fang Xiuhan in an hour into the 8 Desolations level acupuncture and meridian opening classic, which he mastered in half a month. But that's another story. In the end, only Mu Xiaoqian, the King Kong Barbie, remained. She rubbed her hands together a little shyly. Captain, what about me? You? Fang Xiuhan looked her up and down. You don't need to practice anything else. Just develop your innate superhuman strength to the fullest. Go to the gravity chamber. When you can easily complete a set of punches under 10 times the gravity, you'll be qualified. The next 2 weeks, Fang Xiuhan's life became more regular. During the day, he would instruct or beat his 3 teammates, and at night he would plunge into the Fulong battlefield. Relying on the unpredictable nature of Feng Ho Chi Men, he specifically targeted lone grandmaster and great grandmaster level ferocious beasts, striking and running away without ever getting entangled with 8 desolate general level ferocious beasts. His evolution points increased rapidly, and 1/5 of his vast GC was filled. We're not far from filling 1/3 of the space needed to reach the mid-stage of the Grandmaster realm. His 3 teammates also displayed amazing talent. On the 12th day, under the pressure of Fang Xiuhan's spear intent, Li Lingyun successfully comprehended his own overlord spear intent. On the 13th day, Wu Tsang was able to accurately strike a falling strand of hair with his ghost-headed broadsword under 8 times the gravity. Mu Xiaoqian was even more outrageous. She not only achieved the goal of 10 times gravity, but could even move freely under 12 times gravity. This data surpassed that of most grandmasters who specialized in physical body. Master's progress was equally remarkable, with his meridian strength and supernatural power both increasing significantly. 2 weeks later, at the gate of the Iron-Blooded Military Academy, the 5 people gathered and prepared to head to White Tiger City. Wu Jianba's imposing figure appeared before everyone without anyone noticing. His single eye swept over the 4 transformed individuals, finally settling on Fang Xiuhan. Good. Before we set off, I'll test you guys one last time. He grinned, and a terrifying aura of domain pressure descended. I'll use 30% of my domain power. The 4 of you, hold out against me for 3 minutes. Wu Tsang and the other 3 turned pale, feeling as if a mountain was pressing down on them. Fang Xiuhan took a step forward and rubbed his fingers together. Senior, what are the rewards this time? Wu Jianba's smile froze. He remembered the spatial ring and the 1,000 high-grade elemental stones that had been scammed from him. This kid, he wants to come again? A reward? Wu Jianba's one eye glared, his murderous aura surging. Want me a big cunt as a reward? After saying that, he snorted coldly, withdrew his domain, turned around and left without looking back. If he stayed any longer, he was afraid he would lose his temper and chop the kid in half. Chapter 68 Extortion. Wu Tsang and the others looked at each other, puzzled as to why Principal Wu had suddenly left. Captain, you shouldn't have mentioned the reward just now. Wu Tsang lowered his voice to remind him. Principal Wu is notoriously vengeful. Moreover, he is terrifyingly strong, with few rivals even among those in the King realm. Oh. Fang Xiuhan responded. I just got into a fight with him a few days ago. Wu Tsang opened his mouth wide, unable to close it for a long time. He leaned closer, his voice carrying a hint of mystery. Captain, you didn't know, did you? Principal Wu's black eye patch is actually a seal. Seal? Fang Xiuhan became interested. Yes. It said that under that blindfold lies half of his power and all his killing intent. Once he takes it off, he goes into a frenzy, becomes ruthless, and his fighting power doubles. Our principal earned the title of Barbarian Sword King on the battlefield by relying on this move. Fang Xiuhan stroked his chin. Alright, let's put aside the plan of returning the favor when we reach the king's realm. The group boarded a massive military spaceship. The spaceship's interior is spacious and fully equipped, comparable to a 5-star hotel. Wu Jianba led them to their respective room doors and then left them with a single sentence. It will take half a month to fly to White Tiger City. Don't bother me during that time. After saying that, he slammed his door shut. In the days that followed, the spacecraft entered a stable automatic navigation mode. Fang Xiuhan's life became regular again. Besides consolidating his own cultivation, he spends most of his time every day deducing various martial arts techniques. From the Overlord Piercing Cloud Spear to the Electric Light Needle Meridian Opening Scripture, he repeatedly disassembled, reassembled, and optimized these techniques in his mind, finding endless enjoyment in the process. For him, who possesses an extraordinary comprehension evolution system, this is more interesting than any form of entertainment. Wu Tsang, Li Lingyun, and the others buried themselves in their own training, digesting the results of the 2-week intensive training. The 14th day of the spacecraft's journey. Captain. Mu Xiaoqian knocked on Fang Xiuhan's door and handed him a tablet. This is the information I've compiled about the main opponents in this 100 Schools League. Fang Xiuhan took the tablet, and the others gathered around. On the screen, 4 golden school badges stood out prominently: Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise. The 4 great academies of the Dragon Kingdom. The Azure Dragon Holy Academy is headed by the Qin family of the Eastern Theater Command. Their most famous feature is the ancestral Emperor Battle Body, whose physical body is incomparably strong. The White Tiger Holy Academy is led by the Chu family of the Western Theater Command. The Vermilion Bird Holy Academy is quite special, as it is almost entirely composed of female students, and their strength should not be underestimated. The skinny, blonde-haired monkey, Master, rubbed his hands together and chuckled. All girls? That's great. Mu Xiaoqian elbowed him in the waist, making Master wince in pain. What are you thinking? The senior students of Suzaku Academy are all roses with thorns. They could kill a bull with one punch. Finally, there is the Xuanwu Sacred Academy. Wu Can's expression turns serious. The Northern Theater Command is controlled by the Wang family, and the leader of this team is Wang Tang, who is known as the strongest prodigy in the Wang family for a century. But it's the Wang family again. Wu Cang added, the Wang family is different from our Wu family, which is a pure martial arts family. They started out as a merchant family and are incredibly wealthy. Every year, they donate hundreds of billions of yuan worth of supplies to major base cities, and they have a very high reputation among the people. Fang Xiuhan tapped lightly on the screen with his fingertips. Donating hundreds of billions to charity every year? That's quite a large sum. The spaceship pierced through the thick clouds, and a colossal steel city, indescribable in its grandeur, appeared below them. Even from 10,000 meters above the ground, the city's edge remains invisible. The 100-meter-high black alloy city wall, like a mountain range stretching across the sky, firmly protects the city. The city walls are covered with menacing cannons and energy towers, exuding a chilling aura. Within the city, powerful auras soared into the sky, the lowest being at the level of a warrior general. This is White Tiger City, one of the 4 main cities of the Dragon Kingdom and the core of the Western War Zone. Wu Jianba arranged for everyone to stay in a detached villa near the White Tiger Holy Academy. You'll stay here during the league season. He glanced around, his single eye carrying a hint of malice. Remember, no one is allowed to start trouble in the city. But if someone puts their face right in front of you and asks you to hit them, don't hold back. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. That's practically inciting them to fight. Wow, this place is so bustling. Captain, shall we go out for a stroll? Mu Xiaoqian made the suggestion. We need to rest before the competition. Fang Xiuhan rejected it outright. For the next 3 days, the group stayed quietly in the villa to adjust their state and did not go out again. The day before the start of the league, Wu Jianba informed Fang Xiuhan that he would take the team to a restaurant called Yingzhen Pavilion for dinner that evening to boost their morale. Yingzhen Pavilion and Shanghai Pavilion private rooms. Fang Xiuhan and his group arrived on time, only to find that Wu Jianba had not yet arrived. Just as the group was chatting, the door to the private room was suddenly pushed open. A young man wearing the uniform of the Xuanwu Holy Academy walked in, followed by several other people. He glanced at Fang Xiuhan and the others, then frowned. This room was booked by Xuanwu Academy 3 days ago. You have come to the wrong place. The newcomer's name was Mo Wu, and he was one of the members of the Xuanwu Academy. You've made a reservation? Master took out his communicator and pulled up the reservation record. I'm sorry, our iron-blooded military academy was booked a week ago. Would you like to double-check? Mo Wu's expression turned somewhat grim. He hadn't expected the other side to move even faster than them. But Shanghai Pavilion is the best private room in Yingzhen Pavilion. Their captain, Wang Tong, specifically requested to host distinguished guests here. If they changed the venue, where would he put his face? I don't care when you made this decision, get out of here right now. Mo Wu's tone hardened. Master stood up and swayed as he walked unsteadily to Mo Wu. Brother, can't you be reasonable? There's a proper order to things. He deliberately moved forward a little. Mo Wu instinctively reached out to block. Ouch! Master was thrown backwards as if he had been hit by a prehistoric beast, crashing heavily to the ground with a scream. Someone's been assaulted. People from the Xuanwu Sacred Academy are assaulting someone. He hugged his legs and wailed on the ground. My leg! My leg is broken. Mo Wu was completely stunned. I didn't use any force. I just bumped him a little. How did he fly out? This staged accident is so professional. Master's screams successfully attracted the attention of other guests in the corridor, and many people gathered at the door, pointing and whispering. What's going on? The 100 Schools League hasn't even started yet, and someone's already made a move? It seems like people from the Xuanwu Holy Academy beat up the people from the Iron Blood Military Academy. TSK, is the Xuanwu Sacred Academy being this domineering this year? Mo Wu's companions also rushed over, and their faces turned green when they saw the scene. Mo Wu. You're insane. Principal Wu has repeatedly warned against fighting before the competition. You've gotten yourself into a huge mess. I didn't. He bumped into me. Mo Wu Bai was speechless and sweating profusely with anxiety. But seeing Master rolling on the ground, his explanation seemed weak and unconvincing. Just then, a gentle voice came from outside the crowd. Make way, everyone. The crowd automatically parted to make way for each other. A young man wearing a white training uniform and with his long silver hair tied back walked in. With his handsome face and gentle demeanor, he became the focus of attention as soon as he appeared. Wang Tang, Xuanwu Sacred Academy. What happened? Wang Tang looked at Mo Wu, his voice calm. Mo Wu seemed to have found his pillar of support and quickly explained what had happened. After hearing this, Wang Tang was not angry at all. Instead, he turned to Fang Shuhan and the others and bowed deeply to them. Sorry, it was my teammate who was reckless. Regardless of the cause, it was wrong of him to push people. On his behalf, I apologize to everyone. His gesture earned him nods of approval from the onlookers. He truly deserves to be called the pride of the Wang family. He has magnanimity and a sense of responsibility. How about this? Our academy's doctor is downstairs. I'll have him come up and examine this student's injuries. Xuanwu Academy will cover all the medical expenses. Wang Tang suggested. Master, lying on the ground, felt a sudden jolt of fear. Examine? Wouldn't this inspection expose the truth? Just as he was thinking about how to get through this, Fang Shuhan's voice rang out. The person who touched me shouldn't be treated by your doctor. Chapter 69. I want your life, will you give it to me? Wang Tang's expression remained unchanged, still gentle. So, according to the student, how should this be handled? Fang Shuhan smiled. It's very simple. He held up one finger. We booked this private room a week ago. Your team barged in and kicked us out without asking any questions. You need to give us an explanation. Wang Tang turned to Mo Wu, whose face instantly turned deathly pale. Go to the front desk and verify, Wang Tang instructed one of the people behind him. The man returned quickly and whispered a few words in Wang Tang's ear. Wang Tang's expression showed even deeper apology. It was indeed our oversight. He bowed again to Fang Shuhan and the others. Tonight's dinner is on me, as an apology to everyone, how about it? Fang Shuhan shook his head. Dinner? He took a step forward, facing Wang Tang directly. I want your life, will you give it to me? Everyone was stunned by those words. Mo Wu and the others were visibly shocked, and their yuan power surged instantly. Wang Tang's pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints in that instant. The next second, Fang Shuhan grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. Just kidding, don't take it seriously. He patted Wang Tang on the shoulder. Just remember that feeling. Fang Shuhan's discerning eye clearly captured the fleeting killing intent within Wang Tang's body, as well as the chilling coldness perfectly concealed beneath his gentle mask. This guy is a wolf in sheep's clothing. Wang Tang gave him a deep look, then resumed his gentle and refined demeanor. Have I not yet asked your name? An unknown person. The storm has thus subsided. The next day was the opening ceremony of the 100 Schools League. In the center of White Tiger City, a giant open-air stadium capable of holding 500,000 people was bustling with activity. 109 elite military academies and holy institutions from all over the Dragon Kingdom have gathered here. As Fang Shuhan led his team into the exclusive area of the Iron-Blooded Military Academy, they immediately felt strange gazes coming from all directions. Look, it's them, from the Iron-Blooded Military Academy. I heard that they tried to scam people from Xuanwu Academy yesterday in order to grab a private room. No way? People from military academies resort to such underhanded tactics? TSK, they act like thugs, a disgrace to the military. Wu Tsong's face flushed red instantly, and his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. Why don't you say they broke in first? Quiet. Fong Shouhan calmed the agitated group down. This is Wang Tang's method. He calmly explained, he doesn't need to do it himself. He just needs to process what happened yesterday a little and tell it to one or two people who like gossip, and the rumors will grow legs and spread all over the place. In this way, he remains the perfect genius who is magnanimous and forgiving even when wronged, while we become ruthless scoundrels who will stop at nothing. Wu Tsong and the others suddenly realized what was going on, and their opinion of Wang Tang dropped even further. This guy has a really dirty heart. In the center of the stadium, a huge holographic projection lit up, and the host began to announce the league rules. In this league, 109 teams will be randomly divided into 10 groups. A round-robin tournament will be held within the group. 1 point will be awarded for each win and 0 points for each loss. In the first round, the bottom 50% of teams in each group will be eliminated. The remaining teams will be redrawn to engage in a brutal battle between the winner's bracket and the loser's bracket. As soon as he finished speaking, the school emblem on the big screen began to scroll rapidly. Finally, the group assignments were finalized. Group D, Iron-Blooded Military Academy, Xuanwu Sacred Academy, Tianshui Academy. Upon seeing this result, the entire stadium erupted in thunderous cheers. The matches between Group A and Group B kicked off first in the morning. The host, the White Tiger Holy Academy, displayed terrifying dominance. Their captain didn't even have to lift a finger, easily achieving a 1 versus 5 victory and sweeping away all their opponents. The duel between Silverlight Academy and Stormwind Academy was exceptionally fierce, with both sides fighting to the last man before Silverlight Academy narrowly emerged victorious. Some teams played cautiously in order to conserve their strength. Some teams gave it their all, but still left the field in disappointment. The competition continued in the afternoon. The referee flew onto the first ring of Group D and announced loudly, "The first match this afternoon is between Iron-Blooded Military Academy and Xuanwu Holy Academy." Boom! The atmosphere in the entire venue was instantly ignited. It's here! The battle of the century. Wang Tang. Smash those swindlers! Get out of the Iron-Blooded Military Academy! One-sided shouts and insults surged toward the Iron-Blooded Military Academy's combat readiness area like a tsunami. In the stands, Wu Jianba's imposing figure sat in the VIP section. Someone next to him showed him the surveillance video from Yingjian Pavilion yesterday. Bang! He slammed his hand on the armrest, and the alloy seat let out a groan. Across from him, Wang Jianrun, the vice principal of Xuanwu Sacred Academy, was beaming with pride. Wang Jianrun! Wu Jianba's one eye stared intently at him. Your Xuanwu Academy dean has some nerve, daring to barge into the private room reserved by our Iron Blood Military Academy? Wang Jianrun's smile froze. Principal Wu, it's just a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Wu Jianba grinned, his murderous aura surging. My men didn't break your men's legs on the spot, which is already giving you face. What, you're not convinced? Want to go down there and have a go? Wang Jianrun's face turned a deep purplish red. He dared not lay a hand on Savage Sword King, this madman. Wu Jianba ignored him, stood up, and roared with all his might at the preparation area below. Listen up, all of you. Beat them to a pulp. If I can't beat them to a pulp, I'll beat you all to a pulp when we get back. Wu Tsong and the others were left speechless, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. The match is a best-of-5 series, and each player can only play once. Fong Shouhan stood up. Master, you go first. Upon hearing this, Li Lingyun and the others were stunned. The opponent was Mo Wu, a key member of the Xuanwu Sacred Academy, with the cultivation level of a grandmaster in the early stage. Master, on the other hand, was merely a master of the 5 elements. How do we fight this? On the arena, Mo Wu looked at Master as he walked up, a hint of contempt on his lips. Mu Shaoqian whispered to Wu Tsang, "Don't worry, Master developed a completely new way of using superpowers while he was on the spaceship." The match begins. As soon as the referee finished speaking, Mo Wu's figure transformed into a streak of light and instantly rushed towards Master. He wanted to use his speed advantage to close the distance and suppress his opponent, not giving them a chance to unleash his lightning. From the stands, Wang Tang calmly commented, Mo Wu's speed has an absolute advantage. The arena space is limited, so Master's lightning ability poses no threat at all. Just as Mo Wu's fist was about to slam into Master's face, Master moved. He didn't dodge a blinding burst of electricity suddenly erupted from his body. 100,000 volts. Lightning whip. Sizzle. 2 lightning whips, as thick as an arm and over 10 meters long, shot out from his arms. Chapter 70 Winner's Bracket. Electric arcs crackled across the long whip, emitting a terrifying crackling sound, like 2 wildly dancing thunder dragons, instantly blocking all of Mo Wu's paths of advance. Mo Wu's figure came to an abrupt stop. His forward-leaning fist was still half a meter from Master's face when a nimble electric whip wrapped around his wrist. Another long whip followed closely behind, cracking sharply as it struck his chest squarely. Puff! Mo Wu was struck dumb, his body flying backward, his uniform instantly turning to charcoal, and a mouthful of blood spraying into the air. He crashed heavily to the edge of the ring, his body convulsing, lightning crackling across his body, his hair standing on end and emitting blue smoke. The entire room fell silent. 1 second they were shouting and cursing like a tidal wave, and the insults and shouts vanished without a trace, as if an invisible hand had grabbed their necks. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the skinny, blonde-haired monkey on the stage, his body crackling with electricity like Thor descending to Earth. A Grandmaster of the 5 Treasures killed a Grandmaster in the early stage in 1 move? This script is wrong. Am I seeing things? That really is the 5 Treasures Master? This guy is a 5 Treasures Master? He calls this a superpower? This is more like magic. Iron-blooded military academy, what kind of drugs are they on this year? In the Xuanwu Sacred Academy's preparation area, all the team members stood up, their faces filled with disbelief. The gentle and refined expression on Wang Tang's face also froze slightly. His teammate muttered to himself, "Brother Tang, didn't you say his lightning wasn't a threat?" Wang Tang ignored him, simply watching Master on the ring calmly before his smile returned after a moment. I underestimated them. The Iron-blooded military academy has indeed surprised us. In the VIP section, Wang Jianrun's smug smile froze, as if he had been slapped in the face. Bang! Wu Jianba slapped the armrest and burst into laughter. Good. Well done. He glanced sideways at Wang Jianrun with his one eye. Vice Principal Wang, your Xuanwu Academy team members aren't doing so well. Didn't you get enough rest yesterday? Wang Jianrun's face twitched, and he forced a defense. It's just that we underestimated them. Our next team member is Chen Shan, a mid-stage grandmaster, a strength-type martial artist, who is perfect for countering these flashy superpowered individuals. Is that so? Wu Jianba grinned, then said nothing more. The referee went up to the stage, examined Mo Wu's injuries, and after confirming that he was unable to fight, announced loudly. First match, Iron-blooded military academy wins. Cheers rose from a few scattered corners, then coalesced into a chorus. Although it was far less enthusiastic than the cheers for Xuanwu Academy before, it was filled with a sense of triumph. The second match, Wu Tsang from the Iron-blooded Military Academy versus Chen Shan from the Xuanwu Holy Academy. Wu Tsang carried his enormous ghost-headed broadsword onto the arena. Chen Shan, standing opposite him, was a burly man over 2 meters tall with bulging muscles. He also carried a large knife, though not as exaggerated in size as Wu Tsang's, it was still quite heavy. The match begins. Chen Shan roared and stomped his feet, causing the ground to tremble. He charged towards Wu Tsang like a heavy tank. When the 2 broadswords clashed violently, producing a deafening metallic clang. Wu Tsang was so shocked that he took a step back. Chen Shan pressed his advantage relentlessly, slashing down with his broadsword with tremendous force. Clang! 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 Wu Tsang was forced to retreat steadily. With each strike he received, his foot slid half a meter backward, the heavy ghost-headed broadsword dragging on the ground with a screeching sound, sparks flying everywhere. See? Wang Jianrun became smug again. In the face of absolute power, all skills are useless. Wu Tsang is doomed to lose. In the preparation area of the White Tiger Holy Academy, a young man with a cold face shook his head. No, Chu Wentian said. That Wu Tsang, although he is retreating, his lower body is stable and his breathing is not disordered at all. He is deliberately showing weakness and looking for an opportunity. On the arena, Chen Shan had already forced Wu Tsang to the edge of the ring. Get down! He let out a roar and, with all his might, brought his sword down, intending to knock Wu Tsang off the stage along with his sword. Just when Chen Shan thought victory was in his grasp, Wu Tsang, who had been retreating, suddenly stopped. He no longer tried to withstand the attack with the blade. Instead, he twisted his waist, his arm muscles bulged, and he used the 33,600-pound ghost head broadsword as a huge door panel, slamming it horizontally at an incredible angle. Change the chopping motion to a slapping motion. Chen Shan slashed with all his might, but his old strength was exhausted and no new strength had been generated, so he had no time to change his move. Not good. He could only watch helplessly as the enormous blade rapidly magnified in his pupils. Bang! A muffled thud. Click. The crisp sound of bones cracking echoed throughout the venue. Chen Shan was sent flying by the immense force, crashing to the ground and losing consciousness. Everyone was stunned by this violent yet skillful strike. How can someone perform such tricks with such a heavy knife? How terrifying must their control over strength be? Second match, Iron-Blooded Military Academy wins. The referee's voice pulled everyone back to reality from their shock. 2-0. The Xuanwu Sacred Academy has been forced to the brink of collapse. Wang Tong, you go. Only you can win. The Xuanwu Academy team urged anxiously. Wang Tang stood up, but did not walk towards the ring. He calmly told the referee, "We concede." What? Admit defeat? The entire audience erupted in uproar. Wang Tang actually gave up the game? Wang Jianrun also panicked. Wang Tang, what are you doing? We haven't lost yet. Vice Principal. Wang Tang turned around, his expression still gentle. It's not worth exposing my full strength for a group point. Our goal is the championship. One sentence left Wang Jianrun speechless. After the referee confirmed the result, he announced loudly, Xuanwu Holy Academy forfeits. Iron-Blooded Military Academy wins this match. The subsequent points matches turned into a series of one-sided performances. The Iron-Blooded Military Academy demonstrated overwhelming dominance, often ending battles with just 2 or 3 members. Some of the weaker teams even chose to forfeit after seeing the group draw results. In the end, Iron-Blooded Military Academy won Group D with a perfect record, securing first place without any suspense. Xuanwu Sacred Academy, having lost the crucial battle, came in second place. After the first round of the qualifying tournament, half of the 109 teams were eliminated and sent home. The remaining teams will enter the more brutal knockout stage. The rules of the knockout stage are simple: the match ends when all players are defeated or one side voluntarily concedes. Iron-Blood Military Academy was lucky they didn't encounter any teams from the Four Saints Academy in the first round and easily advanced to the winners bracket. In the second round, they received a bye and advanced directly. In the third round, they faced Xingha Academy. The opposing team fought fiercely, but after Mu Xiaoqian, the Golden Barbie, delivered a savage charge that knocked out their captain, they were defeated. In the fourth round, they still did not encounter the Holy Academy. Meanwhile, the Azure Dragon Holy Academy and the host, the White Tiger Holy Academy, engaged in an earth-shattering battle, with the Azure Dragon Holy Academy ultimately emerging victorious. The fifth round. Only 7 teams remain in the winners bracket. Iron-Blooded Military Academy, Azure Dragon Holy Academy, Black Tortoise Holy Academy, Vermilion Bird Holy Academy, and 3 other powerful academies. Chapter 71 Drawing Lots, Vermilion Bird Holy Academy. The fifth round, the draw for the winners bracket. The atmosphere inside the huge venue was more tense than in any previous round. After a brutal elimination process, only 7 teams remain standing here. Each one is a monster that has fought its way out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. On the big screen, 7 school badges slowly rotated. Iron-Blooded Military Academy, Azure Dragon Holy Academy, Black Tortoise Holy Academy, Vermilion Bird Holy Academy, Thunderclap Academy, Big Dipper Academy, Azure Cloud Academy. 7 teams means that 1 team will receive a bye in this round and advance directly to the next round. The host's voice resonated throughout the venue through the loudspeaker, each word striking a chord with the audience. Who will be the lucky one? It must be one of the 4 sacred academies. There are unspoken rules about that. I don't think so. Iron-Blood Military Academy is like a dark horse this year, with ridiculously good luck. They might be the ones to get a bye. Shoo, keep your voice down, the people from the Xuanwu Holy Academy are looking over here. There was a lot of discussion and speculation in the audience. The atmosphere in the preparation area of the Iron-Blooded Military Academy was quite relaxed. Captain, who do you think we'll draw? Master rubbed his hands together, looking excited. Ideally, it'll be the Xuanwu Holy Academy. They surrendered and ran away last time, but this time they won't be able to escape. You wish. Wu Song slapped him on the back of the head. Meeting in the semifinals is too early. It would be better to let them fight it out with the Azure Dragon Holy Academy first, and then we can reap the benefits. Li Lingyun wiped his spear without saying a word, but the fighting spirit in his eyes grew stronger. Mu Xiaoqian, holding a tub of protein powder, ate it in small bites to replenish her energy, and said indistinctly, "It doesn't matter who I fight, the captain hasn't made a move yet anyway." All four of them turned their gazes to Fang Xiuhan. Fang Xiuhan leaned back in his chair, his eyes closed, as if he were dozing. He didn't care about the lottery at all. In his view, it didn't matter who he played or when he played. All he could think about right now was the match he'd watched a few days ago. Azure Dragon Holy Academy vs White Tiger Holy Academy. The Azure Dragon captain named Qin Zhan left a deep impression on Fang Xiuhan with his Ancestral Emperor battle body. That's not just a simple body refining technique, it's more like a bloodline supernatural power. Once activated, physical strength, defense, and recovery will increase exponentially, and every move will exude an aura of imperial dominance. The Mingxin Fian has recorded all the Yuanli circulation routes and power exertion techniques of this battle body. In the past few days, Fang Xiuhan had mentally rehearsed the Ancestral Emperor battle body hundreds of times. He discovered that this battle body still had a lot of room for improvement. When the Qin family's ancestors created this technique, it seemed that due to some limitations, some flaws were left behind. If these flaws can be corrected, the power can be increased by at least 30%. This is much more interesting than worrying about the lottery. The draw begins. The host's shouts interrupted Fang Xiuhan's train of thought. The school emblems on the big screen began to scroll wildly. Finally, one school emblem popped up and froze on one side of the screen. Beidou Academy. Congratulations to Beidou Academy for receiving a bye in this round and directly advancing to the semi-finals. A chorus of sighs of regret and envy filled the stadium. Deafening cheers erupted from the preparation area of Beidou Academy. Damn it, I'm so lucky, Wu Song cursed. The remaining 6 teams will compete in 3 matches. On the screen, the school emblem scrolled again. The first thing captured was the golden dragon-shaped school emblem of the Azure Dragon Holy Academy. Everyone held their breath. Who will become the opponent of the Azure Dragon Holy Academy? A few seconds later, next to the Azure Dragon Holy Academy, the image of a young man with long silver hair lit up. Xuanwu Sacred Academy, Wang Tang. Boom! The entire venue erupted in cheers, as if a bomb had been dropped on it. My god! Azure Dragon vs Black Tortoise. Wang Tang vs Qin Zhan. This is practically a premature final. It's over, it's over. One of these 2 favorites to win the championship is definitely going to fall into the losers bracket. In the VIP section, Wu Jianba's single eye shone frighteningly. He slapped his thigh and burst into laughter. Good. Good. Let them fight first. It would be best if they fought to the death. Wang Jianrun, standing next to him, had a face as black as the bottom of a pot. He never expected his luck to be so bad. In the preparation area of Xuanwu Sacred Academy, Wang Tang maintained his gentle and refined smile, as if he didn't care who he was drawn from. The expressions on the faces of his teammates behind him all turned serious. Qin Zhan of the Azure Dragon Holy Academy slowly stood up and looked at Wang Tang from across half the arena, his eyes filled with high fighting spirit. Second matchup. The screen scrolled again. A vermilion bird totem burning with flames lit up. Suzaku Academy. Who could it be? Iron Blood or Thunderclap? Thunderclap Academy is also very strong. Their captain's thunder magic is superb. I'd rather it be Iron Blood. I want to see just how strong that holy sun really is. Amidst the intense scrutiny of the crowd, a black Iron Fist school emblem slowly emerged next to the Vermilion Bird Academy. Iron-Blooded Military Academy. The venue was quiet for a moment, then erupted into an even more enthusiastic roar. Let's fight! Let's fight! The Vermilion Bird Academy is full of girls. How could those rough guys from the Iron Blood Military Academy possibly make a move on them? Hee, didn't that blonde guy named Master say he liked girls? Now his wish has come true. The preparation area of the Iron-Blooded Military Academy. Captain, it's the Vermilion Bird Holy Academy, Mu Xiaoqian reminded her. Fang Xiuhan opened his eyes, glanced at the big screen, and then closed them again. Oh. Just one word, and no other reaction. Wu Song and the others looked at each other in bewilderment. No, Captain, you should at least give us some reaction. Our opponents are from one of the 4 holy academies. They're all female students, and their strength is terrifying. Captain, how should we fight? Li Lingyun couldn't help but ask. Same as usual. Fang Shouhan's voice was devoid of emotion. Whoever wants to go up can go up. If they can't win, we'll replace them. They'll come down after the fight. That's as if the other side isn't the Vermilion Bird Academy, but some third-rate, low-class academy. Master leaned closer, lowered his voice, and asked with a lewd grin, Captain, there are only girls on the other side, shouldn't we go easy on them? It wouldn't be good if we hurt them. Fang Shouhan finally opened his eyes again and glanced at him. If you want them to beat you badly, you can go easy on them. Master shrank back, no longer daring to speak. Just kidding, the women of the Vermilion Bird Holy Academy are notoriously ruthless. He doesn't want to be carried off the stage. On the other side, in the preparation area of the Vermilion Bird Holy Academy, a group of pretty girls gathered together, chattering away. Captain, it's Iron-Blooded Military Academy. They're that dark horse. Is their captain that Fang Shouhan, the Holy Son? I heard he's super handsome. If a fight breaks out later, you'd better go easy on him and not hurt the handsome guy. A tall girl in a red outfit with a high ponytail interrupted their discussion. Her name is Lu Ruyan, the captain of the Vermilion Bird Academy. Shut up, all of you. Her voice was cold and carried an undeniable authority. Even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit. The Iron-Blood Military Academy got this far not because of its reputation. Their team member, Master, a lightning ability user, killed a Grandmaster in the early stage with a single move. Wu Tsang is a strength-based swordsman with extremely exquisite control over his strength. Li Lingyun has grasped the essence of the Overlord Spear. Mu Xiaoqian possesses superhuman strength, and her physical strength is comparable to that of a peak Grandmaster. Lu Ruyan described the information and characteristics of everyone in the Iron-Blooded Military Academy. As for their captain, Fang Shouhan, Lu Ruyan paused, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. There's too little information, and they haven't made a move yet. But to have these few people trust them, their strength is absolutely unfathomable. So, everyone, pay close attention. Anyone who underestimates us will have to run 100 laps around the track when they get back. The girls stuck out their tongues and dared not play around anymore. The first match is between the Azure Dragon Holy Academy and the Black Tortoise Holy Academy. With the referee's announcement, all eyes were on ring number 1. Wang Tang and Xin Zhan, the 2 biggest favorites to win the championship, have met ahead of schedule. Chapter 72 Showdown with the Vermilion Bird Holy Academy. The match between the Azure Dragon Holy Academy and the Black Tortoise Holy Academy was intense from the very beginning. Neither side made any probing moves and sent out their main players. In the first match, a burly man from the Azure Dragon Holy Academy pushed his ancestral emperor battle body to its limit and smashed the protective yuan power of a swordsman from the Black Tortoise Holy Academy with his fist, blasting him off the stage. In the second match, the Xuanwu Sacred Academy won a round. An unassuming member of Wang Tang's team used a tricky technique to outmaneuver the speed-type player from the Qinglong Sacred Academy, easily securing a victory. The score went back and forth, and soon it was tied at 2-2. The fifth and decisive game. Xin Zhan, the captain of the Azure Dragon Holy Academy, stepped onto the arena. On the Xuanwu Sacred Academy side, Wang Tang didn't move. He nodded to one of his team members behind him. What's going on? Why isn't Wang Tang up? He actually sent the vice-captain to deal with Xin Zhan? Who does he think he is? That's incredibly presumptuous. Just when everyone thought Wang Tang was overconfident, the fight on the stage shocked everyone. The vice-captain of the Xuanwu Sacred Academy is actually just as strong as Xin Zhan. The two fought fiercely, using everything from fists and feet to weapons, from martial arts techniques to secret arts, until the sky and earth trembled. In the end, both of them exhausted their energy, resulting in a draw. According to the rules, if the score is tied, the captains of both teams will have a final showdown. Wang Tang then slowly got up and walked onto the arena. Meanwhile, Xin Zhan on the other side had already expended a great deal of energy in the previous battle. The result was as expected. Wang Tang defeated Xin Zhan in just 3 moves, leading the Xuanwu Sacred Academy to advance proudly into the top 4. The entire audience was awestruck by the terrifying strength displayed by Wang Tang and the Xuanwu Sacred Academy he led. The Xuanwu Sacred Academy is too strong. They actually have a master hidden away who is no less powerful than Xinjiang. That Wang Tang didn't even use his full strength. This year's champion will probably be Xuan Wu. After the match ended, Wang Tang led his team off the field. As they passed the Iron-Blooded Military Academy's training area, he stopped, his gaze falling on Fang Xiuhan, a signature gentle smile on his face. "Fang, I hope to meet you in the finals." He spoke softly, but loud enough for those around him to hear him clearly. This is a display of confidence, and also a declaration. Fang Xiuhan didn't even lift his eyelids. He had no interest in responding to such childish provocation. Wang Tang didn't mind, smiled, and turned to leave. Next match, Iron-Blooded Military Academy vs Vermilion Bird Holy Academy. The referee's voice rang out, drawing everyone's attention back to the second arena. "Captain, I'll go first." Wu Tsang, carrying his ghost-headed broadsword, volunteered for the mission. Fang Xiuhan nodded, which was taken as agreement. Wu Tsang strode onto the arena, his imposing physique and massive weapon creating a powerful visual impact on the audience. A petite girl walked up from the Vermilion Bird Holy Academy. The girl was dressed in a neat short outfit and held two short blades, looking agile and swift. Lin Wanner of the Vermilion Bird Holy Academy. Iron-Blooded Military Academy, Wu Tsang. The two gave each other their names. The match begins. As soon as the referee finished speaking, Lin Wanner disappeared from the spot. That's too fast. 99% of the audience couldn't keep up with her movements. All that could be seen were afterimages flashing across the arena, moving at high speed around Wu Tsang, searching for openings in his attacks. It's the phantom step movement technique from the Vermilion Bird Holy Academy. It's said that when mastered to a high level, one can briefly merge into the shadows, making it impossible to defend against. What Wu Tsang, a heavily armored warrior, fears most is this kind of speed-type assassin. It's over, we're completely under their control. Wu Tsang stood motionless. He gripped his broadsword tightly, closed his eyes, and used his ears to sense the subtle movements in the air. Fang Xiuhan taught him more than just how to control power. It is also an understanding of momentum. When your power is concentrated enough, the potential around you becomes viscous, and you can clearly perceive any object that enters this range. It's here. Wu Tsang suddenly opened his eyes, and without any warning, the ghost-headed broadsword in his hand swept across an empty spot to his left rear. Clang! A crisp sound. Lin Wanner appeared out of thin air, her double blades blocking the blade. She was swept away by the enormous force, tumbling in the air before landing steadily. A hint of surprise appeared in her eyes as she looked at Wu Tsang. How could he possibly have found my location? That's interesting. Lin Wanner smiled and disappeared again. This time, she was faster and her movements were even more unpredictable. On the arena, only Wu Tsang remained. He remained with his eyes closed, like a statue. Suddenly, he moved. The demon-headed broadsword in his hand traced a semicircle in front of him with a seemingly slow but actually terrifying trajectory. Sweep through the enemy ranks. Call. The heavy blade generated intense wind pressure, forming a barrier visible to the naked eye. Clang. 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 3 consecutive, rapid collision sounds rang out. Lin Wanner's figure flashed in 3 different locations, each time being precisely intercepted by the seemingly slow blade light. How is that possible? Lin Wanner was terrified. Her phantom step emphasizes the word deceptive, and when combined with the Vermilion Bird Holy Academy's concealment technique, even martial artists with strong mental power would find it difficult to detect her movements. But the burly man in front of her seemed to have a full view of the map, able to predict her attack route every time. Your speed is too slow in my eyes. Wu Tsang's voice rang out. He took a sudden step forward, causing the ground to tremble. Splitting Mount Hua with all my might. This time, he did not resort to passive defense. He raised the 33,600-pound ghost head blade high and then brought it down with the force of splitting mountains and shattering rocks. He didn't target Lin Wanner with this strike, but instead slashed at the open space in front of her. Before the blade even arrived, the terrifying pressure of the blade had already created cracks in the ground. Lin Wanner's expression changed. She felt the air around her thicken, and an invisible force locked her in place, preventing her from using her speed, which she was so proud of. This is a sword stance. Overpower skill with brute force. She could only grit her teeth, cross the blades, and take the blow head-on. Boom! A tremendous roar resounded throughout the entire venue. Lin Wana was slammed into the ground by the immense force, her legs sinking into the alloy floor of the arena, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. The two extraordinary short blades in her hands were covered in cracks and were clearly unusable. First match, Iron-Blooded Military Academy wins. The referee announced it loudly. The entire room fell into a deathly silence. No one expected that the match, which was considered to be a perfect countermatch, would end in such a crushing defeat. That Wu Song, his control over power has become even stronger. He's not making predictions, he's using his momentum to influence his opponent. The Iron-Blooded Military Academy is amazing. Everyone is improving. In the preparation area of the Vermilion Bird Holy Academy, Lu Ruyan's expression also became solemn. For the second match, Li Lingyun, you're in charge. A girl carrying a long sword next to her nodded and walked onto the arena. On the Ironblood side, Li Lingyun, holding a long spear, met them head-on with a blank expression. Qin Shuang of the Vermilion Bird Holy Academy. Iron-Blooded Military Academy, Li Lingyun. The match begins. Without wasting words, Qin Shuang drew her longsword, and a cold, sharp light shot straight at Li Lingyun's face. Li Lingyun flicked his spear, and the spear tip struck the sword tip precisely, even though it was behind him. Bite. Both of them took a step back at the same time. Excellent marksmanship, Qin Shuang praised. The next second, her demeanor changed. A fierce and incomparable sword intent, seemingly capable of cutting through everything, surged from her body into the sky. The sword intent of severing water. Qin Shuang has actually comprehended the sword intent. Li Lingyun is in danger now. It's a clash between spear intent and sword intent. It all comes down to whose intent is stronger. Despite the pressure from Qin Shuang's sword intent, Li Lingyun's expression remained unchanged. He simply raised the spear in his hand slowly. A completely different aura from Qin Shuang's, more domineering and unreasonable, suddenly erupted from him. The spear flashes like a dragon, sweeping across the land. Overlord spear intent. The two opposing forces collided violently in the center of the arena, creating waves of energy. Qin Shuang's expression changed. Her sword intent of broken water felt like it was about to be crushed in the face of the opponent's tyrannical spear intent. That's impossible. She spent 5 years in arduous training before she finally grasped a trace of sword intent. According to the information, Li Lingyun had not yet grasped the essence of spear fighting just half a month ago. In just half a month, he grasped the essence of spear techniques, and it's so refined and domineering? What kind of monster is this? Li Lingyun gave her no time to be shocked. With a flick of his spear, he moved with it, transforming into a bolt of lightning as he charged straight ahead. Overlord Piercing Cloud Spear, first move, Dragon raises its head. Chapter 73 Captain, I can take on 10 of them. Faced with Li Lingyun's earth-shattering shot, Qin Shuang dared not be careless in the slightest. She poured all her energy into the long sword, unleashing the fierce sword intent of broken water to its fullest extent. A sword that cuts through water. A sword beam, condensed to its utmost, met the domineering spear tip head-on. Boom! The expected stalemate did not occur at the moment the sword's edge collided with the spear tip. The sword light that Qin Shuang had placed so much hope in was as fragile as paper, instantly crushed by the overlord spear intent. The spear, its momentum undiminished, struck Qin Shuang's sword with tremendous force. Click! With a crisp sound, the extraordinary longsword in Qin Shuang's hand broke in two. An unparalleled force emanated from the broken sword, and Qin Shuang was struck as if by a heavy blow, flying backward and crashing heavily off the stage. Second match, Iron-Blooded Military Academy wins. The referee's voice rang out again, trembling slightly even to himself. 2-0. Facing the Vermilion Bird Academy, one of the 4 sacred academies, the Iron-Blooded Military Academy surprisingly captured 2 cities in quick succession with overwhelming force. Moreover, the victories were decisive and swift, each one a single, decisive strike. They've gone mad. These guys at the Iron-Blooded Military Academy have all gone mad. How could their strength have improved so much in just half a month? Li Lingyun's spear intent is too domineering. Qin Shuang's sword intent is utterly insignificant in front of him. This isn't just a dark horse anymore, this is champion material. The audience erupted in chaos. If Wu Song's victory in the first match was somewhat unexpected, it's fair to say it was somewhat surprising. Li Lingyun's victory in the second match was a pure crushing defeat due to superior strength. The clash of artistic conceptions cannot be faked in the slightest. The Overlord Spear intent versus the Broken Water Sword intent is a case of a higher dimension beating a lower dimension. There's no suspense whatsoever. The Xuanwu Sacred Academy's preparation area. The smile on Wang Teng's face finally disappeared. The team members behind him all turned pale. Brother Tang, that Li Lingyun wasn't he this strong when he fought us before. His intent with the spear is even purer than Qin Zhan's fighting spirit. Can we still win? A pessimistic mood permeated the group. Wang Teng didn't speak, he just stared intently at the figure standing below the ring with a gun, his eyes shifting between light and shadow. He knew that he had underestimated the iron-blooded military academy, or rather, he had underestimated Fang Shuhan, who had not yet made a move. In just half a month, the team's strength has undergone a complete transformation. This method was beyond his comprehension. In the VIP section, Wu Jianba was grinning from ear to ear. He slapped Wang Jianran on the shoulder, almost breaking Wang Jianran's bones. Vice Principal Wang, did you see that? This is the strength of our iron-blooded military academy. What kind of bullshit Xuanwu Holy Academy is it? In front of our iron blood, they are nothing but chickens and dogs. Wang Jianran's face turned pale and then red, but he couldn't utter a single word in rebuttal. The facts speak for themselves. The iron-blooded military academy's dominance is even stronger than that of the Xuanwu Holy Academy, which he is so proud of. The atmosphere in the preparation area of the Vermilion Bird Holy Academy was heavy. Team leader. The girls all looked at Lu Ruyan, their eyes filled with a hint of panic. They never imagined that one day they would be cornered with a score of 2-0. What's the panic? Lu Ruyan gave a cold shout and stood up. It's just 2 losses, the sky hasn't fallen yet. She took off her coat, revealing a bright red, tight-fitting combat suit underneath, showcasing her perfect figure. She walked step by step toward the ring, her aura rising with each step. A scorching, violent aura emanated from her, distorting the surrounding air. I'll take the 3rd round. Her voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable resolve. Iron-blooded Military Academy War Preparation Zone. Captain, the opposing captain has personally entered the arena, Master warned. Her aura is incredibly strong, she doesn't seem to be a martial artist. Fang Shuhan's Mingxin Fian had already seen through Lu Ruyan. This woman possesses a very pure fire elemental energy within her body, and it seems to be related to some kind of bloodline. They are bloodline ability users, Fang Shuhan said calmly, descendants of the Vermilion Bird bloodline. Then who should we send? Li Lingyun just finished a match and is quite exhausted, Wu Tsang asked. I'll go. A simple, honest voice rang out. Mu Xiaoqian put down the protein powder container in her hand and stood up. Her muscular, Barbie-like figure was in no way inferior to Lu Ruyan's voluptuous body. In fact, it was even more visually striking. Captain, I feel like I can take on 10 of them. Mu Xiaoqian clenched her fists, her knuckles cracking, but her face was adorned with a sweet and charming smile. Fang Shuhan glanced at her and nodded. Mu Xiaoqian's innate superhuman strength, after being tempered by 12 times the gravity, has reached an extremely terrifying level. Pure strength can sometimes crush all fancy skills and abilities. Mu Xiaoqian skipped and hopped onto the stage, facing Lu Ruyan from afar. One is like a goddess of fire, scorching and violent. She is like a sweet and lovely girl next door, but her muscle lines are full of explosive power. This scene left all viewers feeling both a little uneasy and somewhat expectant. Vermilion Bird Sacred Academy, Lu Ruyan. Iron-blooded Military Academy, Mu Xiaoqian. The match begins. Lu Ruyan did not underestimate her in the slightest. She could sense the terrifying power contained within the seemingly harmless girl opposite her. The Vermilion Bird's true form. She let out a low shout, and her whole body burst into dazzling flames. A pair of enormous wings made of flames slowly unfolded behind her. Her hair turned crimson, and her pupils turned gold. An ancient pressure originating from the depths of one's bloodline descended upon the arena. Heavens! It's the Vermilion Bird's true form. Lu Ruyan actually used her bloodline ability directly. Mu Xiaoqian is in big trouble now. In front of the Vermilion Bird true form, ordinary martial artists can't even stand up. The game is about to end. Faced with that terrifying pressure, Mu Xiaoqian simply blinked curiously. Wow, you're so beautiful, you look like a big bird. She exclaimed in genuine admiration. Lu Ruyan's lips twitched slightly. Big bird? What kind of adjective is this? Without another word, she flapped her fiery wings behind her. Call. Dozens of fireballs, each the size of a human head, rained down on Mu Xiaoqian like a meteor shower. Each fireball was enough to melt an armored vehicle into molten iron. Faced with this devastating attack, Mu Xiaoqian made a move that surprised everyone. She spread her arms, took a deep breath, and then, like an enraged bull, charged straight towards the rain of fireballs. Brutal charge. There was no defense, no evasion. Yes, it is the purest, most primal, and most violent collision. She was going to use her own body to withstand that rain of fireballs. Madman. Lu Ruyan's pupils contracted. She hadn't expected the other party to be so assertive. Boom. 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 Fireballs exploded on Mu Xiaoqian's body, unleashing terrifying heat and impact. The entire arena was shrouded in flames and thick smoke. Everyone thought that Mu Xiaoqian would be burned to ashes in this round of attacks. However, when the firelight died down, a figure slowly emerged from the thick smoke. Mu Xiaoqian's clothes were burned to shreds, and there were some burn marks on her skin, but she recovered to her original state in the blink of an eye at a speed visible to the naked eye. Aside from looking a bit disheveled, she was completely unharmed. Your fire isn't hot at all. Mu Xiaoqian scratched her head and said somewhat embarrassedly, "It's nowhere near as good as the medicinal bath the captain made for me." Lu Ruyan's mind went completely blank. Chapter 74 Wang Tang's True Strength. Lu Ruyan was completely dumbfounded. Her vermilion bird true fire is a unique fire inherited from her bloodline. Its temperature is so high that it can easily melt even extraordinary alloys. Even grandmasters who specialize in physical strength wouldn't dare to use their bodies to withstand it. But this girl in front of me withstood a barrage of fireballs, and only her clothes were slightly torn? And you said her fire wasn't hot enough? It's nowhere near as good as a medicinal bath? What the hell are those lewd words? I don't believe it. Lu Ruyan roared angrily, and the fiery wings on her back flapped again. This time, it's not a fireball. Instead, it was a 10-meter-long flaming spear, its tip radiating terrifying heat that even caused space itself to distort. Flaming spear piercing the sun. This is her strongest single-target attack move. She once used this move to pierce through the defense of a ferocious beast at the level of an 8 desolate general. Call out. The flaming spear ripped through the sky with a piercing sonic boom, aiming straight for Mu Xiaoqian's chest. Mu Xiaoqian stared at the rapidly enlarging flaming spear, but still did not dodge. She simply raised her right hand and threw a punch. There were no fluctuations in elemental energy, and no flashy moves. It was just an ordinary punch. However, the moment she threw her fist, the air in front of her was compressed instantly, forming a visible white shockwave. The fist hasn't even landed yet, but the wind from it has already arrived. Boom! The fist collided precisely with the tip of the flaming spear. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. The next second, the flaming spear, formed from the true fire of the vermilion bird, shattered inch by inch, starting from its tip. The violent force of the punch was unstoppable. After shattering the spear, its momentum did not diminish, and it slammed heavily into Lu Ruyan's abdomen. Puff! Lu Ruyan's body arched into a shrimp shape, the fiery wings on her back instantly dissipated, and she flew backward like a kite with a broken string, flying directly out of the venue and disappearing into the sky. The entire room fell silent. The 500,000 spectators were completely silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the lowly on the stage as she slowly withdrew her fist. One punch. With just one punch, he sent Lu Ruyan, who had activated her vermilion bird true form, flying. Is this some kind of superhuman strength? This is a humanoid monster. The third match, Iron-Blooded Military Academy wins. The referee stammered as he announced the result. In this match, Ironblood Military Academy defeated Vermilion Bird Holy Academy with a score of 3-0, advancing to the semifinals. Whoosh! After a full 10 seconds of silence, cheers and discussions erupted in the stadium like a landslide. What did I just see? Can someone tell me what just happened? One punch. The captain of the Vermilion Bird Holy Academy was defeated in one punch? That Mu Xiaoqian, is she even human? Iron-Blooded Military Academy. Another 3-0. They haven't lost a single match yet. The champion. This year's champion will definitely be from the Iron-Blooded Military Academy. At this moment, the tide of public opinion completely shifted. If before, Iron-Blooded Military Academy was just a surprising dark horse, so now, they are a prehistoric behemoth bearing its ferocious fangs. Unstoppable. The girls from Suzaku Academy rushed to the sidelines, and seeing the figure in the distance turn into a small black, they were all almost in tears. Team leader. The medical team was also dispatched immediately and chased after Lu Ruyan in the direction she had flown. Mu Xiaoqian walked off the stage somewhat embarrassed. "Captain, did I go too far?" she asked Fang Shohan in a low voice. "It's all right." Fang Shohan patted her shoulder. "You're just too strong. That's the truth." Mu Xiaoqian's innate superhuman strength has been fully developed after his guidance and the enhancement of her medicinal bath. Her power has surpassed the scope of a normal grandmaster. Add to that his abnormal physical strength and regenerative abilities, and he's practically an indestructible humanoid Gundam. Lu Ruyan's defeat was not unjust. In another match, Thunderclap Academy and Cloud Academy also had a winner, with Thunderclap Academy narrowly winning. With this, the 4 finalists for this year's 100 School League have been determined. Iron-Blooded Military Academy, Xuanwu Sacred Academy, Beidou Academy, Jinglei Academy. The semi-final matchups will be determined by a draw. Everyone was hoping that the Iron-Blooded Military Academy would be able to draw the Xuanwu Holy Academy. A clash between a dark horse and a veteran powerhouse, a collision between the Holy Son and the royal family's prodigy. This is definitely the kind of script everyone wants to see. However, the lottery results once again surprised everyone. Iron-Blooded Military Academy versus Thunderclap Academy. Xuanwu Sacred Academy versus Beidou Academy, which has a bye. What the hell? We missed it again. Is the organizer rigging this behind the scenes? Why are they preventing Ironblood and Black Tortoise from meeting? Never mind, I'll definitely be able to see the finals anyway. Although the audience was somewhat disappointed, they accepted the result. In the afternoon, the first semi-final match was between Xuanwu Sacred Academy and Beidou Academy. Beidou Academy was very lucky, getting a bye all the way and thus having the time to prepare. Their strength is not to be underestimated either. The captain is a grandmaster at the peak, wielding the Big Dipper 7-star sword, which is unpredictable. Everyone thought this would be a fierce battle. However, the course of the match surprised everyone. Wang Tang was the first to appear. Then, he never came down again. Facing the 5 members of the Beidou Academy team, Wang Tang didn't even use his weapons. The first opponent was skilled in defense and was known as Immovable King. Wang Tang used only one finger to lightly tap him, breaking through all his defenses and sending him flying out of the arena. The second opponent was a speed-type martial artist whose movements were as swift as lightning. Wang Tang simply stood still, without even moving, and used a mysterious grappling technique to grab the opponent's ankle, then threw him away like trash. The third one, the fourth one. The fifth is the captain of Beidou Academy. He unleashed the 7 stars sword of the Big Dipper to its fullest extent, transforming 7 sword beams into stars, sealing off all of Wang Tang's escape routes. Wang Tang just smiled. He extended 2 fingers and, amidst the dazzling sword light, precisely clamped the tip of his opponent's sword. Then, fold it gently. Bite. The long sword snapped in 2. The captain of the Beidou team stood there dumbfounded. Wang Tang struck him in the chest with a palm, sending him off the stage. 1 against 5. Wang Tang single-handedly swept through the entire Beidou Academy. The whole process was smooth and effortless, as if it were a performance rather than a competition. The entire venue fell into dead silence once again. Everyone was stunned by the unfathomable strength that Wang Tang displayed. Is this Wang Tang's true strength? This is terrifying. He's not a grandmaster at all. He definitely has the combat power of a king. Before him, Beidou Academy is like a group of babies. It's over, Iron-Blood Military Academy is in danger. Even if they can beat Thunderclap Academy, they have no chance against someone like Wang Tang in the finals. The audience, who were just moments ago full of confidence in Iron-Blooded Military Academy, are now wavering again. Wang Tang's dominance is so overwhelming that it's truly disheartening. He stood in the center of the arena, his gaze sweeping across the entire venue, landing on the Iron-Blooded Military Academy's preparation area, and specifically on Fang Shohan. This time, the smile on his face disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by an overbearing and indifferent demeanor. He was using this method to announce to Fang Shohan and to everyone else. Who will be the king of this league? The preparation area of the Iron-Blooded Military Academy. The expressions on Wu Tsang and the others' faces were more solemn than ever before. Captain, this Wang Tang is a monster. Li Lingyun's voice was a little hoarse. He just used at least 5 different martial arts techniques, and each one was at the pinnacle of their art. His yuan power is unbelievably strong. What do we do? For the first time, they doubted their chances of victory. Fang Xiaohan finally sat up straight. He looked at the spirited silver-haired youth on the stage, and for the first time, a hint of interest appeared on his lips. That's interesting. His enlightened mind eye allowed him to see clearly all of Wang Tang's movements and the flow of his yuan energy. As Li Lingyun said, Wang Tang used at least 5 different martial arts techniques. Moreover, Fang Xiaohan saw something even deeper. Within Wang Tang's body, there seemed to be a peculiar technique at work, which could perfectly fuse these different martial arts together and unleash even greater power. Does everything ultimately lead to the same goal? Fang Xiaohan stroked his chin. No, that's not right, it's more like devouring and merging. An unprecedented sense of excitement welled up from the bottom of his heart. This Wang Tang is much more interesting than he imagined. Chapter 75 Opponents in the Semifinals. Wang Tang's feat of defeating 5 opponents single-handedly caused a huge uproar throughout White Tiger City, like a bombshell. The official forum of the 100 Schools League was almost flooded with posts about him. Wang Tang has been deified. He is an army in himself. The championship is no longer in doubt. Congratulations in advance to Xuanwu Holy Academy. In-depth analysis of Wang Tang's 5 martial arts techniques, each of which is enough to establish a school of its own. Where is the holy son Fang Xiaohan? Does he dare to accept the challenge? Public opinion is almost unanimously optimistic about Wang Tang, believing that he has already secured the championship. The shock of being shut out 3 times by the iron-blooded military academy seems somewhat overshadowed by Wang Tang's even more unreasonable individual performance. After all, the iron-blooded military academy relies on the strength of its team. Wang Tang, on his own, was enough to crush everything. This kind of lone heroic individual heroism is more likely to ignite the audience's enthusiasm. Damn it, these fair-weather friends. Inside the villa, Master looked at the posts on his tablet and angrily cursed. Just 2 days ago they were chanting iron-blooded YYDS, and today they've all become Wang Tang's lapdogs. Captain, this is definitely Wang Tang's doing behind the scenes. He's using public opinion to put pressure on us. Wu Tsong also looked indignant. Quiet. Fang Xiaohan's voice wasn't loud, but it instantly calmed the excited group down. It's just a clown's trick, we don't need to pay it any mind. Fang Xiaohan's expression was calm, as if the commotion outside had nothing to do with him. He looked at his 4 teammates and slowly began to speak. Are you afraid of him? The 4 fell silent. Are you scared? After witnessing Wang Tang's overwhelming strength, it would be a lie to say that they weren't afraid at all. It's a sense of awe and powerlessness that arises instinctively when faced with an incomprehensible power. Fear is normal, Fang Xiaohan said without criticizing them, because you've seen the gap. However, gaps are meant to be caught up with and surpassed, not to be feared. He stood up and walked to the front of the crowd. Master. Here. Master instinctively straightened up. What level have you reached in your practice of the electric light acupuncture meridian opening classic? Reporting, Captain, we've reached the 3rd level of minor mastery. Master puffed out his chest with some pride. Not enough. Fang Xiaohan shook his head. Your meridian strength is still too weak. Wang Tang has a secret technique that can instantly disrupt the opponent's yuan energy circulation. Although your lightning power is domineering, if you can't even protect your meridians, your superpower is a joke. Master's face turned pale. Fang Xiaohan then looked at Wu Tsong. Wu Tsong, your control over your power is indeed quite good. But Wang Tang's physical body is no weaker than yours. He has a body refining technique that allows him to cover his body with yuan energy, forming an indestructible armor. Your blade cannot break through his defense. Wu Tsong clenched his fists. Li Lingyun, your overlord spear intent is powerful but lacks variation. Wang Tang's footwork is unpredictable, you simply cannot lock onto him. Li Lingyun's face also darkened. Finally, Fang Xiaohan looked at Mu Xiaoqian. Xiaoqian, your strength and defense are very strong. But Wang Tang has a special attack method that targets the soul. No matter how strong your physical body is, once your soul is attacked, you will be at his mercy. With just a few words, Fang Xiaohan dismissed their prized strengths as worthless. The hearts of all 4 sank to the bottom. So, in the captain's eyes, is the gap between us and Wang Tang really that big? Seeing the four men's low morale, Fang Xiuhan changed the subject. However, none of these problems are insurmountable. The four people's eyes lit up instantly. Master, I will teach you another set of the Thunder Heart Forging Soul technique, which is specially designed to temper the soul with lightning. Combined with your current cultivation method, it will allow you to further enhance your control over lightning and also help you resist attacks on your soul. Wu Tsang, your swordsmanship needs some improvement. Don't always think about using brute force to overcome all techniques. I'll teach you how to concentrate your power into a single point and pursue ultimate penetration. Li Lingyun, incorporate some of the variations I taught you into your marksmanship. Dominance isn't about recklessly charging forward, but about skillful control. Xiao Qian, double your training. Go to the 15x gravity chamber. Only when you can complete a full set of military boxing exercises under 15x gravity will your strength be considered to have truly entered the realm of martial arts. Fang Xiuhan provided solutions for each person's weaknesses. Do we still have time? Wu Tsang asked uncertainly. Tomorrow is the match against Thunderclap Academy, and the day after tomorrow is the final. There are less than 2 days left. Time is a bit tight. Fang Xiuhan nodded. So, from now until the competition, all of you will be in the virtual battle room. I will simulate an opponent based on Wang Tang's combat data and have him train with you. You can come out when you can last 10 minutes without losing to him. Is this a simulation of Wang Tang? The four people looked at each other in bewilderment. The captain can actually do something like this? What they didn't know was that Fang Xiuhan, who possessed the enlightened mind eye and the extraordinary comprehension system, could easily not only simulate Wang Tang, but even simulate a king realm expert. In the following time, the four of them, as if they had been injected with chicken blood, plunged headfirst into the villa's private virtual battle room. Fang Xiuhan, on the other hand, locked himself in his room. He sat cross-legged, the image of Wang Tang defeating 5 opponents single-handedly replaying in his mind. The 5 martial arts techniques Wang Tang used, that mysterious fusion technique, and even the rhythm of his every breath and the trembling of his muscles were repeatedly dissected, analyzed, and deduced in Fang Xiuhan's mind. Found it. Fang Xiuhan's eyes snapped open. He finally discovered the core secret of Wang Tang's fusion technique. Devour. That set of techniques could actually absorb the essence of other martial arts and make it its own. Moreover, the more martial arts techniques are absorbed, the stronger the power of this technique becomes. What a powerful technique! Fang Xiuhan couldn't help but exclaim. This technique was practically tailor-made for him. His extraordinary comprehension system allows him to instantly grasp any martial art. If combined with this devouring technique, Fang Xiuhan's heart began to beat faster than usual. He had a premonition that this set of techniques would be crucial to his future path. Wang Tang, you have quite a few good things on you. Fang Xiuhan licked his lips, a fiery glint in his eyes. He couldn't wait to meet Wang Tang in the finals. The next day, the second match of the semi-finals. Iron-Blooded Military Academy versus Thunderclap Academy. The strength of Thunderclap Academy should not be underestimated. Their captain is also a lightning ability user, wielding the Thunder Hand technique, which is incredibly powerful. However, when they encountered the transformed Iron-Blooded Military Academy, the competition became one-sided from the very beginning. The first one to go on stage was Master. Facing the vice-captain of Thunderclap Academy, a mid-stage Grandmaster-level Earth Elemental martial artist. Master only used one move. Roar of the Thunder Dragon. A lightning dragon, several times thicker than before, roared out from his hand, instantly tearing apart the opponent's proud earthen wall defense, electrocuting the vice-captain until his body was charred black and he fainted on the spot. The entire audience erupted in uproar. Master's lightning, how come its power has increased again? I feel more than twice as strong as before. In the second match, Wu Tsang took the stage. His opponent was an assassin known for his speed. Wu Tsang no longer passively defended as before. He simply held the demon-headed broadsword upright in front of him, and then thrust it out at the empty space in front of him. Pa Jun. There was no earth-shattering momentum, no dazzling sword flashes. Only a tiny, almost invisible black thread flashed by. The next second, the assassin staggered out 10 meters in front of Wu Tsang, a small bloody hole appearing in his chest. Sold out instantly. Another instant sell out. If Master's instant kill was still within reason, then Wu Tsang's move was completely beyond everyone's comprehension. How could someone with such a heavy sword use such fast moves? And that penetrating power. In the third match, Li Lingyun took the stage. In the fourth round, Mu Xiaoqian took the stage. The result was as expected. 2 more clean and swift kills. Iron-blooded Military Academy swept Thunderclap Academy 4-0 in a way that was even more domineering and unreasonable than Xuanwu Holy Academy. Fang Xiuhan still did not make a move. The entire venue was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone was stunned by the terrifying speed at which the Iron-blooded Military Academy's strength had evolved. Yesterday I thought they would be crushed by Wang Tang. Today, they will show everyone through their actions who the real monster is. The matchups for the final have finally been decided. Iron-blooded Military Academy vs Xuanwu Holy Academy. Chapter 76 Iron-blooded clash with Xuanwu. Final day. The atmosphere in the entire White Tiger City was pushed to its peak. The massive stadium, capable of holding 500,000 people, was packed to capacity. Outside, the plaza was overflowing with millions of people watching this epic battle through a giant holographic projection. On one side is the Xuanwu Sacred Academy, a long-established and powerful institution with a rich history and a long line of outstanding talents. On the other side is the Iron-blooded Military Academy, a dark horse that has risen rapidly and swept all before it. Wang Tang and Fang Xiuhan, the pride of the Wang family and the holy son of the military, 2 top prodigies who have never been defeated, are finally about to have their final clash. This match was given various eye-catching titles by numerous media outlets, such as Fated Showdown and War Between King and Saint. Even before the match started, the shouts and cheers from both sides had already created a fierce competition within the venue, with wave after wave of noise. Wang Tang. Wang Tang. Unparalleled in the world. Holy Sun. Holy Sun. Iron blood will surely prevail. In the VIP section, Wu Jianba's palms were sweating with nervousness. His one eye was fixed on the preparation area below, and he kept cursing under his breath. Damn it, you have to win for me. Otherwise, I'll break your legs when we get back. Wang Jianrun, sitting opposite him, had a smug look on his face, as if he had the victory in his grasp. Principal Wu, why get so worked up? It's just a friendly spar between young people. Winning and losing are common occurrences in sports. Commonplace, my foot. Wu Jianba glared at him. Stop giving me that nonsense. If your Xuanwu loses today, you'll never be able to hold your head high in front of me again. Wang Jianrun smiled and said nothing more. In his view, Wang Tang's strength had far surpassed that of his peers. Although the Iron-blooded Military Academy had shown impressive performance, it was ultimately just a flash in the pan in the face of absolute power. The 2 sides' preparation area. On the Xuanwu Sacred Academy side, Wang Tang was giving his team members their final tactical instructions. He looked relaxed and spoke gently, as if what was about to begin was not the final, but an ordinary training match. The atmosphere at the Iron-blooded Military Academy was rather somber. Captain, who should play in the first match? Wu Tsang asked in a deep voice. All eyes were on Fang Xiuhan. Fang Xiuhan glanced at the person opposite him. Wang Tang seemed to notice his gaze, looked up, and gave him a gentle smile. Master, you're going first, Fang Xiuhan said calmly, withdrawing his gaze. Me? Master was taken aback. Was he the first one again? Captain, the first one to attack from the other side is definitely coming for me. Wang Tang must have studied us. He'll send someone who can counter me, Master said with some worry. After Fang Xiuhan's simulated training, he was well aware of how terrifying Wang Tang was. That man was not only incredibly strong, but also extremely meticulous in his thinking. I know. Fang Xiuhan nodded. He will send a woman named Lin Jing. Lin Jing? The one with the special ability to use her mental powers? Li Lingyun frowned. According to the information, Lin Jing of Xuanwu Sacred Academy is a rare expert in mental power, a mid-stage grandmaster, who is skilled in creating illusions and launching soul attacks. This is precisely the nemesis of those with lightning powers. The release of supernatural abilities requires a high degree of mental concentration. Once disturbed by illusions or impacted by the soul, the power of the ability will be greatly reduced, or even fail to be released at all. Captain, this Wu Tsang also felt that this arrangement was inappropriate. Isn't this just pushing Master into a fire pit? Don't worry. Fang Xiuhan looked at Master and smiled. The Thunder Heart Soul forging technique that I taught you wasn't for nothing. Go, let him see what the real Thor is like. Upon hearing Fang Xiuhan's words, Master's worries vanished. He nodded vigorously, his eyes hardening. Yes, Captain. The first match of the finals, Iron-Blooded Military Academy vs. Xuanwu Holy Academy. Please welcome both players to the stage. Master took a deep breath and strode onto the ring. Just as Feng Xiuhan had predicted, the woman who came up from the Xuanwu Sacred Academy was a quiet and gentle woman wearing a blue dress. Lin Jing, Xuanwu Sacred Academy. It really was her. Wang Tang's tactics are very clear. He wants to first disable Iron Blood Military Academy's powerful offensive force. Master is in danger. Mental attacks are hard to defend against. How can a superhuman like him withstand them? In the audience, everyone who knew the ropes didn't think Master would win. The match begins. The moment the referee finished speaking, Lin Jing didn't move at all. She just stared at Master quietly, her eyes seeming to have turned into two unfathomable whirlpools. An invisible spiritual force silently invaded Master's mind. Buzz. Master felt a blur before his eyes, and the scene around him changed instantly. The bustling venue disappeared, replaced by an endless expanse of darkness. He found himself bound by countless thick chains, unable to move. From the darkness came the sound of a woman snickering. In my illusion, your prized lightning is utterly useless. Give up. Master's heart sank. Is this an illusion? It feels so real. He tried to struggle, but found that the chains were incredibly strong, and the more he struggled, the tighter they bound him. He tried to mobilize the lightning power within his body, but found that his energy flowed extremely sluggishly and he couldn't condense it at all. It's useless. Lin Jing's voice rang out again, tinged with mockery. Your mind is already under my control. Here, I am a god. On the arena. Everyone saw that Master stood motionless after the game started, his eyes vacant, as if he had gone mad. Lin Jing, sitting opposite him, had a relaxed smile on her lips. It's over, a teammate next to Wang Tang said softly. Wang Tang didn't speak, he just watched calmly. Just when everyone thought Master had lost. God? In the illusion, Master, who was bound, suddenly laughed. Before lightning, there are no gods. He suddenly raised his head, and his previously lifeless eyes suddenly flashed with dazzling light. You think you can trap me? What you've trapped is merely my physical body. My heart, my soul, have long since become one with the thunder and lightning. Break! Master let out a thunderous roar. Boom! An extremely violent force of lightning erupted not from his body, but from the depths of his soul. The Thunder Heart Soul Forging Technique. Forging the soul with thunder. His soul had long been tempered to be as fierce and domineering as thunder. A mere illusion dares to try and restrain the thunder? Click! Click! The chains binding him shattered inch by inch. The boundless darkness was ripped open by a blinding flash of lightning, creating a huge gash. On the arena. The smile on Lin Jing's face froze instantly. Her face turned pale, and she took a step back abruptly, a mouthful of blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. The illusion has been shattered. Moreover, it was forcibly broken from the inside in the most tyrannical and unreasonable way. Her mental strength suffered a severe backlash. How is this possible? She looked at Master in disbelief. Master's eyes were crackling with electricity, and he exuded an aura of holiness and majesty. Didn't you say I'm a superhuman? Master's voice, with a hint of electronic hoarseness, sounded like Thor whispering from the heavens. Then I'll show you my special ability. He slowly raised his right hand. 100,000 volts? Lightning whip? No, those are just children's toys. Today, I'll show you what it means to. Divine retribution. Sizzle. A terrifying pillar of lightning, thicker than ever before and almost as thick as a bucket, descended from the sky, carrying the power to judge everything, and instantly enveloped Lin Jing. Boom! A deafening roar of thunder echoed throughout the entire venue. A buzzing sound filled everyone's ears. Chapter 77 Gunfight. The lightning dissipated. On the arena, a charred crater with a diameter of over 5 meters appeared. Lin Jing lay in the center of the pit, her body charred black, her hair standing on end and emitting wisps of smoke, clearly having completely lost her ability to fight. The entire venue was deathly silent. Everyone was stunned by the earth-shattering scene they had just witnessed. Was that really an attack that a Grandmaster of the Five Treasures could unleash? A pillar of lightning falling from the sky? Divine retribution? This is a martial arts competition, not a mythological theater. What did I just see? A bolt of lightning struck down? That's not lightning. That's Master summoning it. He can control heavenly thunder. Monsters. The iron-blooded military academy is full of monsters. The mental attack was forcibly broken, and the victim was even killed in one move. The Xuanwu Sacred Academy's counter-strategy has become a joke. After a brief silence, the stadium erupted in an unprecedented uproar. In the Xuanwu Sacred Academy's preparation area, everyone stood up, their faces filled with disbelief. For the first time, a clear emotion appeared on Wang Tang's face. How can his mental strength be so strong? A team member muttered to himself. Wang Tang did not answer. His Mingxin Fian provides an even clearer view. What Master just unleashed was not simply mental power, but a kind of soul power highly integrated with the power of lightning, filled with a destructive aura. That kind of power, extremely strong and masculine, is the nemesis of Lin Jing's feminine spiritual power. Fang Shahan Wang Tang's gaze fell once again on the calm young man. It's him again. It's that same trick of turning the rotten into the miraculous again. How did he manage to do that? First match, Iron-Blooded Military Academy wins. The referee's voice brought everyone back to reality. Iron-Blooded Military Academy, take the first victory. Master stepped off the ring and ran excitedly to Fang Shahan. Captain! I did it! Not bad. Fang Shahan nodded. Go back and practice the Thunder Heart Soul forging technique again. Your control over the power just now was too rough, wasting at least 30% of it. Master's smile froze on his face. That amazing move was still considered too crude by the captain? Wu Song and the others looked at him with pity. You'll get used to it. For the second match, please welcome both players to the stage. From the Xuanwu Sacred Academy, a tall, handsome young man holding a silver spear stepped onto the arena. It's Zhao Xian, the vice-captain of the Xuanwu Sacred Academy. He's using a gun too. This is going to be interesting. Li Lingyun vs Zhao Xian. A clash of spear intent. On the Iron-Blooded Military Academy side, Li Lingyun, holding a long spear, walked forward expressionlessly. The two stood in the center of the ring. Xuanwu Holy Academy, Zhao Xian. Iron-Blooded Military Academy, Li Lingyun. No unnecessary words. The match begins. Buzz. Almost at the same time the referee finished speaking, two completely different gun intents erupted on the stage. Zhao Xian's spear intent was like a venomous dragon coiled in the abyss, cold, cunning, and brimming with deadly danger. His spear technique emphasized the word tricky. His angles were unpredictable, his moves ruthless, and he could often launch attacks from unexpected places. Li Lingyun's spear intent, on the other hand, was upright and domineering. After being honed by Fang Shahan's guidance and simulated training, his overlord spear intent had shed its last trace of immaturity, becoming purer and more unreasonable. The two guns clashed in mid-air, creating ripples. That's interesting. A cold smile curled at the corner of Zhao Xian's mouth. The overlord spear intent is indeed domineering. It's just a pity that you've met me. Before he could finish speaking, his figure suddenly became blurry. The poisonous dragon has emerged from its cave. A cold, sinister spear light, like a venomous snake's tongue, pierced out from under Li Lingyun's left rib without warning. That's too fast. And the angle was too tricky. This position is a blind spot and defensive blind zone for all gun owners. Just when everyone thought Li Lingyun was about to be seriously injured by a gunshot, Li Lingyun moved. He didn't turn around, or even sideways. With a flick of his wrist, the spear in his hand was swung backward at an incredible angle. The butt of the gun, like an iron rod, strikes first even when fired later. Clang! With a crisp sound, it struck the tip of Zhao Xian's spear with perfect accuracy. Zhao Xian felt a tremendous force coming from the gun, his hand went numb, and he almost lost his grip on the gun. He was startled and quickly stepped back. How could you possibly react in time? He asked incredulously. Li Lingyun did not answer. He simply turned around slowly, looking at Zhao Xian with an all-seeing gaze. I know all your moves, all your variations. In the virtual battle room, he has already played hundreds of matches against Zhao Xian. The opponent that Fang Shahan simulated was even more troublesome and unpredictable than Zhao Xian himself. In his eyes, Zhao Xian's little tricks were no different from children playing house. Nonsense! Zhao Xian roared and launched another attack. 100 birds pay homage to the phoenix. In an instant, the sky was filled with gun shadows, hundreds and thousands of gun beams, completely enveloping Li Lingyun from all directions. This is his trump card, a combination of illusion and reality, making it difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. Even a King Realm expert would find it hard to pinpoint the location of his real weapon in an instant. However, Li Lingyun simply watched quietly. Under Fang Xiuhan's guidance, his overlord spear intent was no longer just domineering. They also learned to listen. Use your gun intent to listen to your opponent's gun intent. Amidst the myriad of gunshots, only one spear gleamed, carrying the chilling intent of a poisonous dragon. Found it. Li Lingyun moved. He neither blocked nor dodged. He chose the most direct and domineering approach. Attack. Overlord Cloud-piercing spear, third form, sweeping across 1,000 armies. The spear in his hand transformed into a black streak, ignoring all the false spear shadows, and swept horizontally towards a seemingly empty direction. That's exactly where Zhao Xian's true form is about to appear. Attack against attack. Not good. Zhao Xian's alarm bells rang loudly. He hadn't expected that his opponent could see through his killing move in an instant. He wanted to change his tactics, but it was too late. The old forces have been exhausted, and the new forces have not yet emerged. He could only watch helplessly as the domineering black spear light rapidly magnified in his pupils. Boom! Zhao Xian was struck by the immense force, his protective energy shattered instantly, his sternum caved in, and he flew off the stage like a tattered sack. Second match, Iron-Blooded Military Academy wins. 2-0. Iron-Blooded Military Academy once again won the second match with overwhelming force. We won again. And it was so easy. Zhao Xian's marksmanship is also very strong, but in front of Li Lingyun, he seems like a child. Li Lingyun seems to have the ability to predict the future. He anticipated all of Zhao Xian's attacks. This isn't right. This is definitely not right. These people from the Iron-Blooded Military Academy must be hiding something. The audience's initial shock turned into disbelief. The Iron-Blooded Military Academy's strength has exceeded all reason. The Xuanwu Sacred Academy's preparation area was deathly silent. The faces of all the team members were filled with confusion and frustration. Their pride in their strength and tactics was a joke in the face of the Iron-Blooded Military Academy, and were ruthlessly crushed time and time again. Wang Tang's expression finally darkened. He slowly stood up. I'll play in the third match. He wants to personally intervene and end this farce. However, at the Iron-Blooded Military Academy, a figure also stood up at the same time. It was Fang Xiuhan. He glanced at Wang Tang opposite him, and then calmly addressed the referee on the stage. Referee, I'll play in the third match too. Chapter 78, The Captain's Showdown. What? Is Fang Xiuhan going to play too? And it happened at the same time that Wang Tang announced his entry into the game. What does this mean? Will the Captain's Showdown be moved to the third match? The atmosphere in the entire venue was instantly ignited at that moment. It's here. It's finally coming. The Holy Sun versus the Prodigy. Fang Xiuhan versus Wang Tang. I've been waiting for this match for half a month. Quick, quick. Point the camera at them. All eyes and all cameras were focused on the two figures slowly walking towards the ring. Wang Tang, dressed in white with flowing silver hair, was handsome and refined, like a celestial being descended to earth. Fang Xiuhan, dressed in an ordinary black training uniform, had a handsome face and a calm expression, like a boy next door. The two met in the center of the ring, facing each other from a distance. It was as if invisible electric sparks were colliding in the air. You finally decided to make a move. Wang Tang looked at Fang Xiuhan, his gentle smile returning, but now tinged with a hint of amusement. I thought you were going to watch until the very end. Fang Xiuhan ignored his trash talk and simply looked Wang Tang up and down as if he were an interesting collectible. Your technique is quite good, Fang Xiuhan said, his first words causing Wang Tang's pupils to shrink sharply. What's your name? The smile on Wang Tang's face froze for a moment. How could he know? That set of techniques was his biggest secret, the core of the Wang family's heritage. Apart from him and a few core family members, no outsider could possibly know about it. He only slightly revealed the characteristics of combining different martial arts when facing Beidou Academy. How could he possibly see it? It seems I underestimated you. Wang Tang took a deep breath, suppressing his shock and regaining his composure. Want to know its name? Sure. Beat me, and I'll tell you. The match begins. The referee wisely shouted a warning and then quickly retreated to the edge of the ring. He knew that the battle that followed was no longer something he could interfere with. Battle is imminent. However, neither of them moved. They just stood there quietly, looking at each other. An invisible aura emanated from the two, colliding and pressing violently in the center of the arena. The surrounding air became thick and sticky. Viewers with slightly weaker cultivation even felt a pang of heart palpitation and difficulty breathing. This is a contest of momentum. The fighting has already begun before any action has even been taken. So strong. Just their aura alone is stronger than all the previous contestants combined. Wang Tang's aura was like an endless starry sky, vast, profound, and all-encompassing, seemingly capable of swallowing everything. Fang Xiuhan's demeanor, however, was quite strange. It is unlike a mountain, unlike the sea, unlike any concrete thing. It is nothingness. Nothingness, emptiness. Like a black hole, no matter how much Wang Tang's star energy impacted or crushed it, it would be easily swallowed and dissolved by that nothingness, leaving no ripples. For the first time, Wang Tang's brows furrowed tightly. He discovered that his aura was completely unable to suppress his opponent. Not only could it not be suppressed, but it even gave the illusion of being devoured by the other side. Who exactly are you? Wang Tang asked in a deep voice. A soldier. Fang Xiuhan's answer was simple and clear. The next second, he moved. Without any warning. With one step, his figure vanished from the spot in an instant. That's too fast. Wang Tang's pupils contracted to the size of pinpoints. He only had time to cross his arms and protect his chest. Bang! A muffled thud. An indescribable force came from my arm. Wang Tang was blasted backward by the immense force, his feet leaving 2 long scratches on the alloy arena as he retreated to the edge before finally coming to a stop. He felt as if his arms had been struck head-on by a prehistoric beast, his bones were groaning, and his blood was churning. He suddenly raised his head and looked incredulously at Fang Xiuhan, who was standing in the center of the ring, slowly retracting his fist. How is that possible? How could pure physical strength be so strong? This has completely exceeded the scope of a grandmaster. Is this all the power you have? Fang Xiuhan's voice rang out calmly. A bit disappointing. You. Wang Tang's face instantly turned red. Since his debut, he has swept aside his peers and never suffered a defeat. How could he have ever been so humiliated? You're asking for it. Wang Tang roared angrily, no longer holding back. An aura several times stronger than before erupted from his body. He swayed and launched an attack. Heaven-turning seal. He struck out with his palm, and his yuan energy condensed in the air into a huge treasure seal, carrying the power to suppress heaven and earth, and smashed down on Fang Xiuhan. This move was the same martial art he had used when dealing with the captain of Beidou Academy. But its power is more than 10 times stronger than before. Faced with this earth-shattering palm strike, Fang Xiuhan's expression remained unchanged. He also raised his hand and met the attack with a palm strike. There is no Yuanli treasure seal, and no flashy special effects. It was just a simple palm strike. However, the moment he struck out with his palm, everyone, including Wang Tang, had a misconception. It was as if Fang Xiuhan's palm strike had transformed into a large seal. This seal is more ancient, more solid, and contains a greater amount of the true meaning of suppressing all things than Wang Tang's heaven-turning seal. Boom! 2 palms collided in mid-air. The moment Wang Tang's heaven-turning seal touched Fang Xiuhan's palm, it melted away like ice and snow, instantly disintegrating. An unparalleled palm strike pierced through his defenses and landed squarely on his chest. Puff! Wang Tang was struck dumb, spitting out a mouthful of blood in mid-air. He was sent flying backward again, crashing heavily off the stage. Sold out instantly. Another instant sell out. This time, the one who was instantly defeated was Wang Tang, the Wang family's prodigy who was known as invincible among his peers. The entire venue was deathly silent. Everyone seemed frozen in place, staring blankly at the young man in black on the stage, their minds completely blank. What happened? Wang Tang, just like that, he lost? He was defeated in one move? No. It's impossible. The members of the Xuanwu Holy Academy muttered to themselves, unable to accept the reality before them. In the VIP section, Wang Jianrun's smug smile froze completely, turning into shock and bewilderment. Wu Jianba jumped up from his chair, his single eye bulging like a copper bell as he stared intently at Fang Xiuhan, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg. He knew Fang Xiuhan was strong, but he didn't expect him to be this strong. That's Wang Tang. He is the strongest prodigy in the Wang family, a talent that appears only once in a century. They couldn't even withstand one of his moves? I didn't see wrong, did I? Wang Tang lost? One move. Just one move. That Fang Xiuhan, just what kind of monster is he? After the initial silence, even more frenzied discussions ensued. If the previous victory of the iron-blooded military academy team was monstrous, Fang Xiuhan's current performance is simply divine. They are gods that mortals cannot understand or fathom. Below the ring, Wang Tang struggled to get up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and stared intently at Fang Xiuhan. His eyes had lost their previous gentleness and composure, replaced only by a frenzied fighting spirit and bewilderment. How do you know the heaven-turning seal? He saw it clearly just now. Fang Xiuhan's final palm strike, in terms of both the way he exerted force and the circulation of his yuan energy, was exactly the same as his heaven-turning seal. Even more perfect and more in line with the true meaning of the heaven-turning seal than what he displayed. You'll learn it after just one look. Fang Xiuhan's answer, though seemingly casual, struck Wang Tang's heart like a heavy hammer. You can learn it just by looking at it once? It's even better than the original? Is this something a human being could say? Chapter 79 Wang Tang makes his appearance. You'll learn it in one glance. These 6 words, like a merciless dagger, pierced through all of Wang Tang's pride and confidence. He was hailed as a once-in-a-century genius from a young age, possessing a photographic memory and able to grasp 7 or 8 parts of any martial arts technique after seeing it only once. He always believed that he was the chosen one of this era. Until today, he met Fang Xiuhan. He then understood what a true genius was. Compared to Fang Xiuhan, his talent was simply a joke. I don't believe it. Wang Tang roared and charged onto the stage again. He couldn't accept it. He absolutely refused to accept that he would lose in this way. Referee. The game isn't over yet. The referee paused for a moment and glanced at Fang Xiuhan. Fang Xiuhan shrugged indifferently. The referee then announced that the game would continue. Thunder Runner. Wang Tang moved with lightning speed, his hands crackling with electricity, transforming into 2 enormous lightning claws that slashed down at Fang Xiuhan's head. This move was the signature technique of the Thunderclap Academy captain. Wang Tang had already learned it after seeing it in a previous match, and its power was even greater than the original. However, faced with this move, Fang Xiuhan's response was simple and crude. He also stretched out his hands, which were also wreathed in blinding electric light. Thunder Runner? Sorry, I can do that too. Boom! 2 pairs of lightning claws collided in mid-air, unleashing a deafening roar. The result was as expected. Wang Tang's lightning claws were instantly torn apart. He was blasted away again, this time even more violently than before, his whole body billowing black smoke and his hair curling up. The Big Dipper Sword. Wang Tang struggled to his feet, a long sword condensed from yuan energy appearing in his hand. He thrust the sword out, and 7 sword lights split off, sealing off all directions. Your swordsmanship is quite good. Fang Xiuhan gave a compliment. Then, he pointed his fingers like a sword and thrust them out with the same sword-like motion. It was also 7 sword lights, but his sword lights were more condensed, faster, and their trajectories were more unpredictable. Ding 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 ding. A series of rapid clanging sounds rang out. Wang Tang's 7 sword lights were all shattered. A sword aura pierced through his shoulder, leaving a bloody hole. Puff. Wang Tang coughed up another mouthful of blood, his face turning deathly pale. The audience was completely numb. What they are watching now is no longer just a game. It was not a one-sided teaching demonstration. Every time Wang Tang uses a martial art, Fang Xiuhan will use the same martial art, but with greater power and a more perfect artistic conception, crushing him. The heaven-turning seal is like this. Thunderclap hand, that's how it is. The Big Dipper sword remains the same. This is no longer a fight, this is a psychological attack. Fang Xiuhan is using the most cruel method to trample and crush everything he is proud of under his feet, bit by bit. Wang Tang has completely lost his mind. His hair was disheveled, and his eyes were bloodshot, like a wounded wild beast, as he continuously unleashed all the martial arts he knew. Azure Dragon breaks. Overturning sea palm. Shattering Starfinger. However, no matter what moves he used, he was always met with the same moves, but in a stronger form, and was mercilessly defeated. Bang! 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 Wang Tang was knocked down time and time again, but he got up again and again. His body was covered in wounds, and his white clothes were stained with blood, making him look extremely disheveled. But the madness in his eyes grew ever more intense. Why? Who are you? What kind of monster are you? He roared and questioned. Fang Xiuhan did not answer, but just looked at him quietly, with a hint of pity in his eyes. Shall we continue? Fang Xiuhan asked. I have already seen all of your martial arts techniques. If you have no other tricks up your sleeve, then this is the end of it. This sentence became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Finish? Wang Tang laughed bitterly, his laughter filled with sorrow and resentment. You think this is the end? Fang Xiuhan. You are indeed very strong. Stronger than a monster. But you shouldn't have, absolutely shouldn't have, pushed me to this point. Today, I'll show you the true power and resources of the Wang family. Let me show you what real power is. Wang Tang let out a sudden roar, and his body began to undergo strange changes. Countless mysterious black lines appeared on his skin, and those lines seemed to be alive, moving across his body. A cold, evil aura, filled with a desire to devour and destroy, suddenly erupted from his body. This aura is 10 times, 100 times stronger than before. The temperature in the entire venue seemed to drop several degrees. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. What's this? In the VIP section, Wu Jianba suddenly stood up, his one eye fixed on Wang Tang on the arena, his gaze filled with solemnity and apprehension. It's the Wang family's forbidden cultivation technique. The devouring heaven demon art. Wang Jianrun. You've all gone mad. How could you let a junior practice such an evil art? Wu Jianba roared at Wang Jianrun. Wang Jianrun's expression also changed. He hadn't expected that Wang Tang had actually mastered the devouring heaven demon art to this extent. Principal Wu, this is Wang Tang's own choice, it has nothing to do with the college. He quickly distanced himself from the matter. The devouring heaven demon art is a fragment obtained by the Wang family ancestors from an ancient ruin. It is extremely domineering and can devour the energy of all things and convert it into its own, including the yuan power and life force of martial artists. However, this technique also has significant side effects. Cultivators are extremely vulnerable to backlash from the demonic nature contained within their cultivation techniques, falling into the demonic path and becoming ruthless, devouring only their loved ones. Therefore, this technique has always been considered taboo by the Wang family. Unexpectedly, Wang Tang had secretly started cultivating. On the arena, Wang Tang's aura continued to rise, and soon he broke through the Grandmaster's limit, reaching a terrifying level that was infinitely close to the King realm. He slowly raised his head, his eyes now completely black, devoid of any emotion, filled only with a pure, devouring desire. Fang Xiuhan. He spoke, his voice becoming hoarse and eerie. Now, do you still think it's over? Fang Xiuhan looked at Wang Tang, who was completely different from before, and the smile on his lips grew wider and wider. Yes, that's it. They finally took it out. His enlightened mind-eye clearly shows the complete operational route of the cultivation method within Wang Tang's body. This devouring heaven demon art is more complete and more powerful than the one he deduced before. Bring it on. Fang Xiuhan beckoned to Wang Tang with his finger. Let me see what you call real power. At this moment, he was not competing. He was there, taking away his spoils. Court death. Wang Tang, controlled by demonic forces, has lost all reason. He roared, and his figure transformed into a black lightning bolt, instantly appearing in front of Fang Xiuhan. He lashed out with his claw, black energy swirling around his 5 fingers, carrying a terrifying power capable of devouring everything, aiming straight for Fang Xiuhan's heart. The power of this claw strike has completely surpassed the realm of a grandmaster. Even a king realm expert wouldn't dare to take it head-on so easily. However, Fang Xiuhan neither dodged nor avoided the issue. He simply raised his right hand. Then, to everyone's astonishment, he grabbed Wang Tang's hand, which was wrapped in demonic energy. Chapter 80, The Battle of Fate. Fang Xiuhan vs. Wang Tang. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Wang Tang's claw, powerful enough to tear apart the protective energy of a king realm expert, was effortlessly caught by a seemingly ordinary hand. That hand was fair, slender, and had distinct knuckles that looked more like an artist's hand than a martial artist's. However, this very hand, at this moment, was like an indestructible iron clamp, firmly locking Wang Tang's claws, making him unable to move an inch. How is this possible? For the first time, a human emotion appeared in Wang Tang's dark eyes, which had been corrupted by demonic energy and were now filled with nothing but pure devouring desire, extreme shock and disbelief. He could clearly feel that his demonic energy, powerful enough to devour and melt extraordinary alloys, met its nemesis the moment it touched the other's palm, or rather, it encountered a being of a higher dimension. The violet energy not only failed to harm the other in the slightest, but instead, like a docile sheep, it was completely suppressed by a more domineering and unreasonable force, unable even to struggle. This was completely beyond his comprehension. The devouring heaven demon art was his last trump card, the source of his confidence to challenge everything. In his view, once he used this forbidden technique, his power would increase exponentially, reaching the level of a pseudo-king. At this level, he would be able to fight not only his peers but also true king-level experts. But now, his strongest attack was caught by the opponent with just one hand? It didn't even break the opponent's skin? What's this? Below the ring, 500,000 spectators, along with millions watching via holographic projection outside the venue, were all stunned. Their mouths were agape, their eyes wide, staring intently at the still scene on the stage, their minds blank as they couldn't process the information before them. Am I seeing things? Wang Tang's attack was caught? With his hands? He grabbed it directly with his hands? That black aura doesn't look like anything good. Fang Shuhan, is he out of his mind? This is not scientific. This is not martial arts. The oppressive force of that black aura made my heart race even from hundreds of meters away. How dare he catch it with his bare hands? Not only did he catch it, but look at Wang Tang's expression. It seems like he can't use a second move. After a brief silence, a clamor erupted like a volcanic eruption. But this time, the fervor and excitement of before were gone, replaced by deep confusion, bewilderment, and a hint of primal fear. Fear of the unknown. Fang Shuhan's strength has already surpassed the limits of their understanding. The preparation area of the iron-blooded military academy. Fuck. Master's mouth was wide open enough to fit a fist, and a curse slipped out without him even realizing it. Wu Tsang gripped his ghost head broadsword tightly, veins bulging on the back of his hand. He wasn't nervous, he was desperately trying to suppress the trembling in his body caused by excessive excitement. He murmured to himself, Captain? Captain, is he really this strong? In Li Lingyun's eyes, there was no longer fighting spirit, but a kind of fanatical fervor bordering on reverence. He had always thought that his overlord spear intent was the ultimate manifestation of power. But now, seeing the captain, he understood what true power was. It was an absolute power that returned to simplicity and disregarded all rules. Mu Xiaoqian stopped stuffing protein powder into her mouth, her pure, large eyes filled with curiosity and admiration. The captain is so amazing, much more amazing than me. They had always known that their captain was strong and unfathomable. But all their imaginations were shattered by reality at this moment. Their idea of strength was that the captain could easily defeat Wang Tang. But the reality is that the captain is toying with Wang Tang, who has activated a forbidden technique and whose strength has increased 100-fold. This is not even in the same league. In the VIP section, Wu Jianba's single eye bulged out, whiter than a bull's. He gripped the armrest so tightly his knuckles turned white. He opened and closed his mouth several times, but couldn't utter a single word. Only one thought occupied his mind: what kind of monster is this kid? Is he even human? Sitting opposite him, Wang Jianlan's expression was even more fascinating. From initial confidence to shock at Wang Tang's instant defeat, then to worry in anticipation as Wang Tang unleashed the devouring heaven demon art, and finally to his current state of stunned silence and despair, his psychological defenses were repeatedly breached and shattered within just a few minutes. No. It's impossible, the power of the devouring heaven demon art, how could it be? He muttered in a daze, completely unable to accept this fact. On the arena, Fang Shuhan completely ignored the reactions of those around him. His entire attention was focused on Wang Tang, or rather, on the devouring heaven demon art that was operating wildly within Wang Tang's body. The Enlightened Mind and Dharma Eye program is now fully operational. To others, Wang Tang's hands were merely shrouded in ominous black energy. But in Fang Shuhan's view, he could clearly see countless energy channels, billions of times finer than a hair, flowing through Wang Tang's meridians. The direction of each channel, the transformation of each energy node, and the changes after each absorption of external energy were all completely recorded, copied, and analyzed by the Mingxin Fian. I see. The core is to construct a prototype of a devouring black hole within the soul, using the soul as a lever to manipulate the physical body, forming an energy plundering field that circulates both internally and externally. When the cultivation technique is in operation, it will actively erode the cultivator's rationality, amplifying negative emotions 100-fold in order to unleash the maximum power of the technique. That's why cultivators become ruthless and only know how to kill. This design is too crude. It's like drinking poison to quench thirst. The person who created this technique is either a madman or he only got the fragments and didn't get the most crucial heart-refining method. Fang Xiuhan was analyzing the situation rapidly in his mind. In his view, this technique was like a sports car with a super engine but no brakes or steering wheel. It was incredibly powerful, but the inevitable outcome was a crash and death. However, the core concept of devouring is indeed a brilliant idea. If we can fix the flaws, remove the demonic nature, and optimize the energy conversion rate. Fang Xiuhan's heart was burning with excitement. This is simply the perfect material tailor-made for his extraordinary comprehension system. Is this all the power you have? Fang Xiuhan asked calmly, looking at Wang Tong, whose eyes were glazed over. He gripped Wang Tong's hand with a slight tightening of his fingers. Click! A crisp sound of bone cracking rang out. Wang Tong's hand was actually crushed by him. Ah! The intense pain snapped Wang Tong out of his shock. He let out a piercing scream and tried to pull his hand back. But he found that his hand was as if it were welded shut, and he couldn't pull it back at all. What terrified him even more was that he felt the inexhaustible demonic power within him, which seemed capable of devouring heaven and earth, was flowing outwards madly through Fang Xiuhan's palm. He's being swallowed up in reverse. No! My power! My power! Wang Tang cried out in terror. His proud devouring demon art not only failed to devour his opponent, but instead became the opponent's power bank. Fang Xiuhan ignored his howling. He closed his eyes, carefully feeling the pure yet violent energy surging into his body through his arm. As soon as this energy entered his body, it was easily suppressed, decomposed, and purified by the return to origin technique of 10,000 paths within him, which had been refined and optimized countless times. Then it was transformed into the most primordial energy and integrated into his limbs and bones. The energy is mixed, the conversion rate is too low, and the side effects are too great. Fang Xiuhan gave his evaluation. Then, he opened his eyes, looked at Wang Tang's terrified face, and said something that completely broke Wang Tang down. I've finished reading your set of techniques. Now, I'll teach you how to use it. The moment he finished speaking, a black aura also rose from Fang Xiuhan's body. But this dark aura was completely different from Wang Tang's coldness and evil. It is deeper and purer, as if it were not demonic energy, but the primordial darkness at the beginning of the universe, encompassing all things and above all things. A devouring power many times stronger than when Wang Tang activated the devouring demon art erupted from Fang Xiuhan's body. Chapter 81 Your cultivation technique is mine. The moment the purest and most intense aura of darkness emanated from Fang Xiuhan, the whole world fell silent. It wasn't the demonic energy of Wang Tang, filled with evil and destructive desires, but a more ancient and primordial nothingness. It was like a real black hole, quietly suspended there, yet possessing the terrifying power to devour all light and heat. Centered on Fang Xiuhan, the air on the arena began to distort, the light was stretched, and an absolute dark realm was formed. The demonic energy on Wang Tang's body was like a mere pawn before a king in the face of this dark realm. It was completely out of his control and surged wildly toward Fang Xiuhan, where it was easily swallowed up and assimilated by the darkness. No. No. This is impossible. How could you also know the devouring heaven demon art? And it's even stronger than mine? Wang Tang completely broke down, his dark pupils contracted violently, filled with incomprehensible fear. He could clearly feel that the connection between himself and the devouring heaven demon art was being forcibly severed and taken away by the other party. It's like you've painstakingly practiced your unique skill for decades, and suddenly someone tells you that you've practiced it wrong. Then, right in front of you, they use your signature move in a flawless way and announce that from now on, this move belongs to them. This kind of blow is 10,000 times more cruel than a simple physical defeat. I did not use your technique. Fang Xiuhan's voice rang in Wang Tang's mind, calm and clear. I just looked at it once, then modified it and filled in the gaps. Its real name shouldn't be Devouring Heaven Demon Art, such a name is too petty. As Fang Xiuhan spoke, he felt the surging power within his body. After absorbing most of Wang Tang's demonic energy and using the enlightened mind eye and the extraordinary comprehension system to deduce and optimize it, a completely new cultivation technique had taken shape in his mind. It should be called Daoyan Devouring Heaven Technique. It transforms its body into the universe, its acupoints into stars, and its soul into a singularity, devouring all things and evolving into myriad paths. This is what it should be like. Every word Fang Xiuhan said was like a heavy hammer, striking Wang Tang's heart hard. Daoyan Devouring Heaven Technique? To become the universe with one's own body? Wang Tang felt a chill run down his spine. He felt his worldview was being completely overturned. The forbidden technique he painstakingly cultivated, even risking the backlash of demonic energy, was merely a petty incomplete piece in the other party's eyes? And the other party even completed it with a single glance? Just who is this person? Is he really human? Puff. With his mind in disarray, Wang Tang could no longer suppress his injuries and suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood. The black patterns on his body receded like a tide, and the terrifying aura that was almost at the king realm also vanished. He seemed to have all his strength drained away, collapsing limply to the ground, his eyes lifeless, completely devoid of any fighting spirit. He was completely defeated. From body to spirit, from strength to belief, they were crushed to pieces, unable to even muster the slightest thought of resistance. Fang Xiuhan released his grip, looking at Wang Tang, who was slumped on the ground, his eyes calm and indifferent. For him, it was just an interesting experiment, and he also managed to get a nice loot along the way. He concealed his aura, and the dark domain that had been devouring light disappeared, restoring the arena to normal. However, on the arena, there was now a large, charred crater and a distraught Wang Tang. The entire venue remained deathly silent. Every single one of the 500,000 spectators was completely dumbfounded, staring blankly at the young man in black on the stage. What just happened? Wang Tang's demonic powers were drained by Fang Xiuhan using an even stronger demonic power. Then Fang Xiuhan also said that he had changed the cultivation method and given it a new name? Is this a fantasy movie being filmed? Everyone was completely baffled. Gulp. Someone swallowed hard, making a clear sound that broke the deathly silence. Is it over? It seems. Wang Tang has collapsed and can't get up. So, the champion is the Iron-Blooded Military Academy? Holy crap! This is the most outrageous match I've ever seen in my life. Bar none. That Fang Xiuhan, is he even human? He learned a forbidden technique just by looking at it once, and even improved it? You wouldn't even dare to make up a story like that. I hereby declare that from today onwards, Fang Xiuhan is my only idol. What Wang family prodigy. He's nothing but a little brother in front of him. The audience, regaining their senses, went completely wild. They roared with all their might, releasing the shock they felt. The entire stadium was boiling over the name Fang Xiuhan. In the VIP section, Wang Jianrun's eyes rolled back, and he fainted from the immense shock and shock. Several high-ranking members of the Xuanwu Sacred Academy around him frantically tried to pinch his philtrum, creating a chaotic scene. Wu Jianba, after being stunned for a full half-minute, suddenly slapped his thigh and burst into a thunderous laugh. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Good. Well done. This is what soldiers from our Iron-Blooded Military Academy should be like. He laughed until tears streamed down his face, pointing at the unconscious Wang Jianrun opposite him, and cursed, "Wang Jianrun, you old bastard. See this. This is the Wang family prodigy you've been bragging about. In front of my holy son, he's nothing but a money-giving boy. Even his cultivation technique was stolen. Ha 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 ha." He laughed so hard he almost fell over, completely abandoning any semblance of a high-ranking leader. I can't help it, it's so awesome. This kind of victory, where you stomp your opponent's face on the ground and rub it repeatedly in front of everyone, is a million times more satisfying than simply winning the game. On the arena, the referee finally snapped out of his shock. He looked at Wang Tang on the ground, then at the calm-faced Fang Xiuhan, took a deep breath, and with all his might, loudly announced. In the third match, Iron-Blooded Military Academy, Fang Xiuhan wins. In this match, Iron-Blooded Military Academy defeated Xuanwu Holy Academy with a score of 3-0. I hereby announce that the overall champion of this year's National College Martial Arts League is Iron-Blooded Military Academy. Boom! The moment the words Iron-Blooded Military Academy were broadcast throughout the venue via loudspeakers, the entire stadium, and even the entire White Tiger City outside the stadium, erupted in cheers as loud as a landslide. In the preparation area of the Iron-Blooded Military Academy, Master, Wu San, Li Lingyun, and Mu Xiaoqian could no longer contain their excitement. They rushed onto the stage, lifted Fang Xiuhan up, and threw him forcefully into the air.
Captain is awesome. We are the champions. We won. We really won.
They were crying and laughing like four fools. Fang Xiuhan was tossed around by them, and seeing the genuine smiles on his teammates' faces, even his usually calm heart was stirred. This feeling seems pretty good. The medical team rushed onto the stage and carried the completely crippled Wang Tong off. The members of the Xuanwu Sacred Academy followed behind the stretcher, each one dejected, like defeated roosters, their previous high spirits gone.
Their era has been completely ended today by a man named Fang Xiuhan. Next up was a grand awards ceremony.
The organizers' top officials, the city lord of White Tiger City, and representatives from the military personally presented the championship trophy and medals to the 5 members of the Iron Blood Military Academy. Fang Xiuhan held the championship trophy, made of pure gold and symbolizing the highest honor of federal high schools, high up in his hand. A flurry of flashes illuminated the scene, capturing this historic moment. An unprecedented dark horse has taken the top spot with a terrifying record of undefeated victories and not losing a single game. Standing in the VIP section, Wu Jianba looked down at the 5 radiant young men below, and tears streamed down his face with emotion. The Iron-Blooded Military Academy has been silent for too many years. Today, once again, we stand atop the Federation. However, just as the atmosphere reached its climax, several futuristic-looking airships, painted with special federal government markings, appeared silently in the sky above the venue. A chilling atmosphere descended from the sky. On the lead airship, the hatch opened, and a middle-aged man in a black trench coat with a cold face slowly landed on the arena, surrounded by a team of fully armed soldiers. He ignored everyone and walked straight up to Fang Xiuhan, his eyes sharp as knives.
Fang Xiuhan?
His voice was cold and devoid of any emotion. You are suspected of practicing and using the forbidden federal martial art, the Devouring Heaven Demon Art. Now, on behalf of the Federal Security Inspectorate, I am officially launching an investigation into you. Please come with us.
Chapter 82: The Champion and the Uninvited Guest.
When the middle-aged man's cold voice resounded throughout the venue, the once noisy and bustling hall instantly fell silent. Everyone's smiles froze on their faces.
Federal Security Inspectorate? What kind of place is that? Many people haven't even heard of it.
But just from the name, you know it's definitely one of the highest-level military agencies in the Federation, and judging from the scale of the operation, the visitors are up to no good.
Suspected of practicing forbidden martial arts? The audience then realized. That's right. The black aura that Wang Tang used earlier, and that Fang Xiuhan used later, was clearly not some righteous cultivation technique.
Using such unorthodox and heretical techniques in martial arts competitions is a serious crime.
What's going on? They just won the championship and now they're being arrested? How could the inspection department arrive so quickly? Wasn't this competition broadcast live?
They should have noticed long ago.
Shoo! Keep your voice down. That's the Inspectorate.
The most secretive department in the Federation, with terrifying power, specializing in handling all kinds of supernatural and taboo events.
If they target you, you'll be lucky to escape with your life. It's over, it's over. Fang Xiuhan is in big trouble now. Even if he's the military's holy son, it won't work on the Inspectorate. The atmosphere in the audience shifted instantly.
Worry, doubt, and schadenfreude were all mixed together. In the Iron-Blooded Military Academy's preparation area, the smiles on Master's and his companions' faces froze.
Team leader.
They instinctively stepped in front of Fang Xiuhan, looking warily at the middle-aged man and the heavily armed soldiers around him.
What are you doing? What right do you have to arrest our captain? Master shouted excitedly.
Our captain uses his own martial arts technique, it has nothing to do with any demonic arts. Wu Tsang said in a deep voice, clenching his fist.
Presumptuous.
A soldier standing next to the middle-aged man shouted sternly, the Inspectorate is conducting official business.
Unauthorized personnel must stand back. Otherwise, it will be considered obstruction of official duties. A powerful aura emanated from the soldier, revealing him to be a grandmaster at the peak of his cultivation.
Master and Wu Tson were both struck by this aura and felt a tightness in their chests and a difficulty breathing.
This is just an ordinary soldier. Just how terrifying is the power of this inspection department? All of you, step back. Fang Xiuhan's calm voice came from behind them.
He gently pushed aside the team members blocking his way and walked up to the middle-aged man, his expression unchanged.
I am Fang Xiuhan. He looked at the other person, his tone calm. You want to investigate me?
The middle-aged man, codenamed Black Hawk, who was in charge of the operation, carefully scrutinized the young man in front of him.
Too young, and too calm.
Faced with the sheer size of their inspection department, they showed not the slightest bit of tension or panic. This composure far surpasses that of ordinary people.
That's right. Black Hawk nodded, his voice still icy.
We detected a high concentration of residual energy from the devouring heaven demon art on you. According to Article 117 of the federal law, anyone who privately cultivates or disseminates forbidden techniques will be subject to the most severe punishment. Come with us, don't resist in vain. His words were tantamount to convicting Fang Xiuhan.
In the VIP section, Wu Jianba's face was extremely ugly.
He slammed his fist on the handrail, deforming the hard alloy handrail.
Damn it!
Those bastards from the inspection department.
How come they moved so fast?
He knew, of course, that the devouring heaven demon art was forbidden, and that Fang Xiuhan had ultimately used a similar power. But he hadn't expected the inspectorate to be so ruthless, arresting him right there at the award ceremony, in front of the entire Federation. This is not only a slap in the face to Fang Xiuhan, but also a slap in the face to their iron-blooded military academy and their military headquarters.
Stop!
Wu Jianba roared and, in a flash, leaped from the VIP seats 100 meters high, landing heavily on the arena, causing the entire arena to tremble.
His single eye was fixed on Black Hawk, exuding a menacing aura. Black Hawk! What the hell do you mean? You dare touch my men? Black Hawk frowned almost imperceptibly when he saw Wu Jianba 8.
Principal Wu, he said, his tone slightly more polite, but still neither servile nor arrogant, we are acting under orders.
Fang Xiuhan is suspected of practicing forbidden techniques, and the evidence is conclusive.
We must bring him back for investigation.
That's the procedure. Rules? I am the rule. Wu Jianba said domineeringly. Fang Xiuhan is a student of my Iron Blood Military Academy, the future hope of the military. He says he didn't practice, so he didn't practice. What right do you have to arrest him? Just because of this. Black Hawk took out a device. On the screen, the light spot representing Fang Xiuhan was emitting an eerie black-red light, with an alarmingly high energy index. This is our latest forbidden source detector, specifically designed to target all kinds of forbidden energies. Data shows that the concentration of demonic energy within Fang Xiuhan's body is more than 10 times higher than that of Wang Teng just now. Do you still want to deny it? Wu Jianba stared at the instrument, speechless for a moment. He knew that Fang Xiuhan had absorbed Wang Teng's power in the end, and there was definitely residual demonic energy in his body. Now, it was like mud falling into his pants. Even if it wasn't excrement, it was still excrement. Just when the atmosphere was at a stalemate, a weak but venomous voice came from the stretcher. That's right, it's him. He not only cultivated the devouring heaven demon art, but also, he stole my cultivation technique. It's Wang Teng. After receiving basic medical treatment, he regained a sliver of consciousness. Seeing the inspectors arrive, he grasped at this last straw and used all his remaining strength to accuse Fang Xiuhan. Beside him, Wang Jianrun, who had just been choked awake, also came to his senses. He scrambled to Black Eagle's side, sobbing and crying, "Sir, you must do justice for us. This Fang Xiuhan is a demon. Not only does he practice demonic arts, but he also committed violence in public, severely injuring Wang Teng and destroying his foundation. This kind of person must be severely punished. He must be executed. He's going to utterly destroy Fang Xiuhan. Even if we fall, we absolutely cannot let the other side get away with it." With the Wang family's evidence, Black Hawk's eyes grew even colder. "The evidence and witnesses are all there, Principal Wu, what else do you have to say?" He looked at Wu Jianba, his tone hardening. "If you continue to obstruct us, we will consider it violent resistance to the law, and you will bear the consequences." The soldiers behind him stepped forward in unison, their energy guns aimed at Wu Jianba, Fang Xiuhan, and the others, creating an atmosphere of extreme tension.
Wu Jianba was trembling with rage, but he knew that this was the way the inspectorate operated. They showed no mercy, no matter how close they were to family. If a fight broke out today, things would escalate completely. What to do? Just when everyone thought Fang Shouhan was doomed. Fang Shouhan, however, laughed. He looked at Black Hawk, then at the Wang family uncle and nephew on the ground biting people like mad dogs, and shook his head. Who told you I used demonic arts? He took a step forward, standing at the very front of everyone, and calmly looked at Black Hawk. Open your eyes wide and see clearly. As soon as he finished speaking, he slowly raised his right hand. An aura rose from his body once again. Chapter 83. This is not demonic art, but Taoist magic. When Fang Shouhan's aura rose again, everyone's hearts were in their throats. Black Hawk and his men were on high alert, their weapons charging, ready to fire at any moment. Wu Jianba was also prepared to act. He couldn't stand by and watch Fang Shouhan be taken away. However, what happened next left everyone stunned once again. Indeed, a black aura rose from Fang Shouhan's body. But this aura was completely different from the domineering and dark one that had devoured everything before. It is no longer pure black, but rather a black that seems to contain twinkling starlight, profound and vast, like the starry sky of a summer night. It is no longer about devouring, but about encompassing and bearing. An aura of dignity, magnificence, and even a touch of ethereal Taoist charm emanated from Fang Shouhan. Under this aura, not only did no one feel uncomfortable, but they also felt calm and peaceful, as if they were in the vast universe, feeling the pulse of the great Tao. What is this? The forbidden source detector in Black Hawk's hand emitted a piercing alarm, but the screen no longer displayed the black and red color representing demonic power. Instead, it showed a deep and dazzling azure blue that he had never seen before. The energy index was still ridiculously high, but the energy attribute was displayed as unknown, higher dimension, affinity. Demonic arts? You call this demonic arts? Fang Shouhan looked at the shocked Black Hawk, his tone tinged with mockery. With a thought, the azure aura flowed in his palm, eventually condensing into a black lotus flower. The lotus floats quietly, its petals sparkling with starlight. Each unfolding seems to expound some profound truth of the universe. The devouring demon art is indeed a forbidden technique because it has flaws. It erodes the cultivator's mind, amplifies the evil thoughts in their heart, and ultimately turns them into a demon who only knows how to devour. Fang Shouhan's voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly throughout the entire venue. Just like him. He pointed to Wang Tang on the ground. However, everything that exists has its reason. The core concept of this technique, devouring and transforming, is neither right nor wrong in itself. What is wrong is the person who uses it and the flaws left when it was created. I just happened to fix its flaws. Fang Han spoke of it casually, as if he had only done a trivial matter. I removed the seductive and corrupting demonic elements from it, added the balanced and peaceful Taoist principles, and optimized the energy conversion method so that it can be all-encompassing and compatible with all paths. Therefore, it is no longer called the Devouring Heaven Demon Art. It is called Daodian Devouring Heaven Technique. Do you still think I'm using demonic arts? After Fang Shouhan finished speaking, he looked quietly at Black Hawk, waiting for his reply. The entire venue was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone was stunned by Fang Shouhan's words. While I was at it, I fixed up the flaws in the forbidden demonic arts. It also incorporates Taoist metaphysics. They even changed their name. This is something a human being could do? This is beyond the realm of genius. This is like a god descending to earth. Black Hawk stared blankly at the dazzling black lotus in Fang Shouhan's palm, then at the detector in his own hand that was frantically alarming and displaying unknown. His mind went completely blank. As someone who has dealt with all sorts of forbidden things for many years, he knows very well how difficult it is to modify a cultivation technique, especially an ancient forbidden demonic technique. It requires an unimaginable understanding of the technique itself, and even of the great principles of heaven and earth. Let alone modify it. The Federation has organized countless top experts over the years, but they still can't completely analyze the principles of the devouring heaven demon art. But this young man, who was not even 20 years old, actually said that he only glanced at it and then casually filled in the missing parts. He wouldn't have believed it even if you beat him to death if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. No. Impossible. You're talking nonsense. Wang Jianrun screamed like a madman, demonic arts are demonic arts. Don't try to fool the adults with sweet words. He's just making excuses. Seize him. Execute him. However, this time, Black Hawk ignored him. Black Hawk stared intently at Fang Xiuhan, the coldness and sharpness in his eyes long gone, replaced by an unprecedented solemnity and awe. He knew that he might have encountered a true monster today. An existence capable of overturning the entire Federation's understanding of martial arts. Wu Jianba also snapped out of his shock. He looked at Fang Xiuhan with an extremely complicated expression. He had always thought he had a high opinion of this kid, but he hadn't expected that he had still underestimated him by a large margin. This kid is completely beyond the comprehension of common sense. This is not a demonic art. A supervisory officer standing next to Black Hawk, who was also an expert in identifying martial arts techniques, said in a trembling voice, "This aura is balanced and peaceful, vast and boundless, even more exquisite and profound than the sex-specific profound martial arts techniques in our department's collection. This is simply an unparalleled Dao technique." These words caused an uproar in the audience. Even the professionals from the inspection department have said so how could it be false? Fang Xiuhan really transformed a forbidden demonic art into a supreme Taoist technique. Wang Jianren's shouting came to an abrupt halt. His face was ashen, and he knew that his last chance was gone. Black Hawk took a deep breath. He knew that this man was absolutely not to be caught today, nor could he be caught. Let alone a mere action team leader like him, even if the head of their inspection department were to personally come, they would still have to treat such a monstrous being who could turn stone into gold and transform evil into good with utmost respect. The value of such a person cannot be measured by a single champion or a genius. He represents the limitless possibilities for the future of federal martial arts. Black Hawk waved his hand, signaling his men to put away their weapons. Then, facing Fang Xiuhan, he abandoned all arrogance and coldness, leaned forward slightly, and spoke in an almost equal tone. "Fang Xiuhan, it seems that it was a misunderstanding. The technique you used has indeed transcended the realm of demonic arts. I will personally report this matter to headquarters and clarify things for you." His attitude underwent a complete 180-degree turn. Fang Xiuhan nodded indifferently and withdrew the black lotus from his palm. For him, this was never a big deal. But Black Hawk abruptly changed the subject, his gaze towards Fang Xiuhan becoming incredibly fervent. "Before I came here, I received instructions from a very important person. He asked me to tell you that if you can prove your innocence and are willing." Black Hawk paused, then said in an extremely solemn tone, "He wants to see you in person. He represents the highest levels of the Federation. He wants to invite you to the capital." Chapter 84: An olive branch from the capital. When Black Hawk uttered the words capital and the highest levels of the Federation, the atmosphere in the entire venue became subtle once again. If the arrival of the inspection department was a crisis before, then now this crisis has clearly turned into a tremendous opportunity. To be personally invited by a high-ranking official in the Federation to the capital for a meeting is an immense honor. It is important to know that the capital city is the heart of the entire Huaxia Federation, the center of power, and a sacred place that all martial artists and elites yearn for. Countless people struggle their entire lives, yet may never obtain a ticket to enter the capital. And now, Fang Xiuhan, a young man who is not yet 20 years old, has received an olive branch from the top of the pyramid. My God, a big shot from the capital wants to see him? This is like a meteoric rise. To be valued by someone of this caliber, their future is limitless. Nonsense. Don't you see what Fang Xiuhan just did? He transformed demonic energy into the Tao. With such divine abilities, I wouldn't be surprised if even the president of the Federation personally came to invite him, let alone the big shots in the capital. Comparison is the thief of joy. While we're still struggling for a good job, others are already on their way to the central government. The audience was abuzz with discussion, their voices filled with envy and jealousy. In the VIP section, Wu Jianba's face, which had been tense with anger, relaxed, replaced by a complex emotion mixed with pride, relief, and worry. He was proud of Fang Xiuhan. This kid had brought him, the iron-blooded military academy, and the entire military a lot of face. But he also had some concerns. The capital city is far more complex than a remote border city like White Tiger City. It's a murky place, rife with deeply entrenched power struggles, powerful families, conglomerates, politicians, warlords. It's a massive vortex. Although Fang Xiuhan possesses extraordinary abilities, he is too straightforward and lacks social skills. Whether his headlong rush into this is a blessing or a curse is truly hard to say. Which important figure? Wu Jianba asked in a deep voice. He needed to find out who the other party was. Black Hawk glanced at him, his lips moved slightly, and he uttered a name in a secret way that only Wu Jianba could hear. Upon hearing that name, Wu Jianba's pupils constricted sharply, and his expression became incredibly complex. Shock, astonishment, and then ecstasy. It's him? It's actually him, old man. Wu Jianba could no longer contain his excitement. He grabbed Fang Shouhan's shoulder and shook him hard. Kid. You've got the fucking lucky. Do you know who wants to see you? That's. Principal Wu, Black Hawk interrupted him, this matter needs to be kept secret. Wu Jianba finally realized what was happening and quickly shut his mouth, but he couldn't hide the joy on his face. He looked at Fang Shouhan as if he were looking at a rare treasure. Go! You must go. This is a fantastic opportunity. He patted Fang Shouhan's shoulder with such force that he almost broke Fang Shouhan's bones. Fang Shouhan was a little annoyed by his shaking, so he frowned and broke free from his hand. Go to the capital? He looked at Black Hawk, his tone still calm. What for? He had absolutely no interest in any important figures or the highest levels of the Federation. All he wanted now was to find a place quickly to properly study the Daoyan devouring heaven technique that he had just acquired. Black Hawk's lips twitched as he looked at Fang Shouhan's expression that seemed to say, "Don't delay my departure from get off work." Does this kid really not know what this means, or does he simply not care? He patiently explained, that important figure greatly admires your talent. He hopes you can join a special program directly under the highest levels of the Federation to make a greater contribution to the Federation. Of course, you will also receive top-level resources from the Federation, including cultivation techniques, elixirs, weapons, and access to the Federation's top secrets. A special plan? Fang Shouhan's heart skipped a beat. He recalled the devouring heaven demon art that Wang Tang had previously used. This technique originated from ancient ruins. The Federation's alarming reaction, even dispatching an inspectorate, indicated that such things from the past were not uncommon and posed a significant threat. If I join this program, does it mean that I will be able to access more materials similar to devouring heaven demon art? If that's the case, then it's something I can consider. For him, nothing power, status, money was as interesting as improving his strength and studying various martial arts techniques. I'll think about it, Fang Shouhan gave an ambiguous answer. Black Hawk was stunned. Think about it? Faced with such a golden opportunity, you actually say you need to think about it? Any young person would be so excited at this moment that they would bow down and be filled with gratitude, wouldn't they? Even Wu Jianba was getting impatient. Consider what? Agree to it. Immediately. Right now. Fang Shouhan glanced at him but didn't say anything. Black Hawk took a deep breath. He realized that he couldn't treat this person with common sense. He took out a black metal token from his pocket and handed it to Fang Shouhan. The token had only one ancient seal character on it, Jing. This is your token. If you make your decision, you can contact us anytime through it. We're in the capital, waiting for you. After saying that, Black Hawk nodded solemnly to Fang Shouhan, then turned around, led his men, boarded the airship, and quickly disappeared into the horizon. It was as if they had never been there. The atmosphere inside the venue only relaxed again after the inspection team left. However, everyone's gazes were subtly drawn to Fang Shouhan, their eyes filled with awe. Everything that happened today has completely solidified his status as the number one among his peers, and even the number one among the younger generation. The award ceremony ended hastily. Amidst countless complex gazes, the group from the Iron-Blooded Military Academy returned to the villa where they were staying. As soon as they entered, Master and the others could no longer contain themselves and surrounded Fang Shouhan, howling like a bunch of monkeys. Captain! You're fucking awesome. That last move was simply divine. Transforming demons into the Tao. Holy crap, I've only ever seen this kind of plot in novels before. I never thought I'd witness it with my own eyes today. Captain, are you really going to Beijing? What will we do then? Mu Shaoqian asked, holding the protein powder container, somewhat dejected. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet. Yes, the captain is going to Beijing. That's a bigger stage, and they seem far from qualified. Fang Shouhan looked at them and smiled. Who said you're not going? The four of them suddenly looked up, their eyes filled with surprise and confusion. What do you mean, Captain? Fang Shouhan walked up to them, extended his finger, and touched the forehead of each of the four people. Four massive streams of information instantly flooded into their minds. Those were 4 sets of brand new cultivation techniques tailored to them and incorporating the core concepts of the Tao Evolution Devouring Heaven technique.
This is my new assignment for you. When you can fully understand these things, then you will be qualified to come to the capital to find me. The stage in the capital is very large. I can't perform a solo act by myself. I'm there, waiting for you. Chapter 85: Loot and a New Journey.
When those 4 massive streams of information flooded into their minds, Master and the others felt as if their brains had been detonated by an information bomb. Countless profound and complex runes, meridian diagrams, and cultivation techniques exploded deep within their consciousness, constructing an unprecedented martial arts world. They stood frozen in place, eyes closed, their faces displaying a complex mix of shock, elation, and confusion, clearly processing knowledge that was beyond their comprehension.
Fang Xiuhan didn't disturb them, he simply sat quietly to the side and began to organize his findings.
For him, the biggest gain from this 100 Schools League was not the championship title, nor the olive branch from a big shot in the capital, but 3 truly valuable things. First is Qin Zhan's Ancestral Emperor Battle Body, the captain of the Azure Dragon Holy Academy. This bloodline supernatural ability, after his deduction and optimization, has become a more complete body refining technique called the 9 Revolutions Overlord Body Technique.
This technique is no longer limited to the Qin family's bloodline, anyone can cultivate it. Once mastered, physical strength, power, and recovery will all receive a terrifying boost.
At its highest level, it can even lead to physical sainthood and rebirth from a single drop of blood.
Second, it is the Vermilion Bird bloodline of Lu Ruyan, the captain of the Vermilion Bird Holy Academy.
Although he didn't directly absorb the opponent's bloodline, during the battle, the enlightened mind's eye had completely recorded the energy structure and operation of the Vermilion Bird True Fire. Combining this with his own knowledge, he deduced a fire control method called the Burning Heaven Fire Scripture. This technique can simulate the characteristics of the Vermilion Bird True Fire, possessing immense power. Third, and most importantly, is Wang Tang's Devouring Heaven Demon Art, which should now be called Dao Yin Devouring Heaven Technique. This cultivation technique is practically a divine skill tailor-made for his extraordinary comprehension system. With it, Fang Xiuhan essentially possesses a cheat code that allows him to infinitely absorb, learn, and optimize other cultivation techniques. His future growth rate will reach an unbelievable level. Fang Xiuhan went through the 3 techniques in his mind, and then began to think about how to integrate them into the training system of his team members. This is the new assignment he just sent to the 4 people. What Master received was a cultivation technique called 10,000 Thunder Returns to Nothingness. This technique, based on his original Thunder Heart Forging Soul method, incorporated the devouring core of the Tao Evolution Devouring Heaven technique. After cultivating it, Master could not only temper his soul with lightning, but also devour various free-floating energies in the world, transforming them into the purest thunder power. From then on, he would no longer be limited by his own yuan power. Wherever there was energy, he would be an inexhaustible thunder god. What was given to Wu Tsang was a sword technique called Breaking Limit Demon Blade. This technique combines the body refining methods of the 9 Revolutions Overlord Body Technique with the energy condensing techniques of the Tao Evolution Devouring Heaven Technique. It requires Wu Tsang to concentrate all his blood, strength, and yuan power onto a single point on the blade, pursuing ultimate penetration and destruction. When mastered, a single strike can shatter anything, even tear through space itself. What was given to Li Lingyun was an advanced version of the Overlord's Breaking Army Spear. Fang Xiuhan added the characteristics of devouring and evolution to his spear intent. From then on, his Overlord's spear intent was no longer just about sheer force and dominance, it could also devour the opponent's momentum and intention in battle, constantly strengthening itself. In battle, it would only grow stronger with each fight, ultimately crushing everything with its unparalleled spear momentum. As for Mu Xiaoqian, what Fang Xiuhan gave her was the simplest, yet also the most terrifying. It is a simplified and integrated version of 9 Revolutions Overlord Body Technique and Tao Evolution Devouring Heaven Technique. The core of this technique is only one thing: eating. She consumes rare and precious herbs, the flesh and blood of ferocious beasts, and high-energy substances, transforming all material energy into the purest form of qi and blood through the Daoyan Devouring Heaven Technique, and then tempering her physical body with the 9 Revolutions Overlord Body Technique. Her innate divine power will be amplified infinitely under the blessing of this technique. In the future, she will become a truly indestructible, infinitely powerful humanoid beast. These 4 trophies are the most precious gifts Fang Xiuhan gave to his team members, and also represent his expectations for their future. After an unknown amount of time, Master was the first to snap out of his epiphany. He suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze filled with ecstasy and disbelief.
I'm fucking, Captain, you've given us a godlike technique, he stammered incoherently. Devouring the energy of everything and using it for your own benefit? This is fucking insane. Immediately afterwards, Wu Tsang and Li Lingyun also woke up one after another. Their reactions were similar to Master's. They were both completely shocked by the new cultivation technique in their minds. Concentrating all the power of the body into one point. So this is the true essence of power. Wu Tsang stroked his ghost-headed broadsword, his eyes filled with fascination. The intent of devouring the opponent, my spear will be invincible. The Overlord spear intent emanating from Li Lingyun was uncontrollably released, becoming more than one level stronger than before. Finally, Mu Shaoqian woke up, blinking her big eyes. She touched her stomach and asked somewhat shyly, Captain, does this cultivation technique mean I can eat whatever I want from now on? The more I eat, the stronger I become? Fang Xiuhan nodded, that's how it is in theory. That's awesome. Mu Shaoqian cheered, picked up the protein powder tub, and wanted to continue eating. Ahem. Fang Xiuhan coughed. However, I suggest you eat more high-energy beast meat in the future, as the energy conversion rate of protein powder is too low. Okay, Captain. Looking at the transformed team members, each one seemingly injected with adrenaline, Fang Xiuhan nodded in satisfaction. The cultivation method has been given to you. How far you can practice it is up to you. Yes, Captain, the four replied in unison, their voices loud and clear, full of confidence. They knew that this was both a gift from their captain and a test he had left for them. They will never let their captain down. Meanwhile, in the special care ward of the first hospital of Baihu City, Wang Teng slowly woke up. He stared blankly at the white ceiling. After a long while, the nightmarish scenes from the finals resurfaced in his mind. Crushed, humiliated, stripped of his martial arts techniques, and finally collapsed on the ground like a dead dog. Ah! Wang Tang let out a shrill roar that sounded inhuman. He sat up abruptly, trying to mobilize the Yuan energy in his body, but found that his dantian and meridians were empty, and he couldn't even feel a trace of qi. He was crippled. Not only was the devouring heaven demon art stolen, but his Yuan power, which he had painstakingly cultivated for many years, was also completely consumed in the backlash and devouring just now. He is now just a useless person, even worse than an ordinary person. No. Wang Teng's eyes were bloodshot, and he looked like a madman. He couldn't accept this fact. He was the Wang family's once-in-a-century prodigy, a man destined to rule the world. How could he become a cripple? Fong. Shu. Han. He gritted his teeth and uttered the name, each word filled with endless resentment and hatred. I'm going to kill you. I'm definitely going to kill you. The door to the ward was pushed open, and Wang Jianrun walked in, looking haggard. Seeing his most prized nephew in this state, his heart ached. Tinger things have come to this, we will go back to the capital first, the family will definitely have a way to help you recover, he comforted. Restore? How can I restore it? Wang Tang grabbed his collar and roared, my foundation is completely destroyed. Completely destroyed. All because of that bastard. Uncle. You must avenge me. Use the power of the family to kill him. You must kill him. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Wang Jianrun's eyes, but it quickly turned into helplessness. Kill him? I'm afraid, we can't kill him now. He recounted in detail the arrival of the inspectorate, Fang Xiuhan's transformation from demon to righteous, and how he was eventually valued and invited by a prominent figure in the capital. After listening, Wang Tang was stunned. The madness and resentment on his face slowly turned into blankness, and finally into a deathly silence of despair. He knew he had lost. They suffered a crushing defeat and had no chance of ever recovering. From this day forward, that man will rise to the top and shine with unparalleled brilliance. He will forever live in that man's shadow, becoming a joke, a mere background figure. He. Wang Teng suddenly laughed, a laugh that was both shrill and sorrowful. The chosen one? What kind of chosen one am I? I'm just a stepping stone. As he laughed, 2 lines of bloody tears slowly flowed down from his empty eye sockets. The next day, Fang Xiuhan declined Wu Jianba's offer to hold a celebration banquet for him. He doesn't like those noisy occasions. He arrived alone at the starport of White Tiger City. Wu Jianba and Master and a few others came to see him off. Kid, when you get to the capital, don't act as recklessly as you did at school.
There aren't many good people there, their hearts are all filthy, Wu Jianba nagged, like an old father seeing his child off on a long journey. Be careful in everything you do, lest you be sold out and still be counting the money for them. If anyone dares to bully you, don't hold back, just fight them. If you can't beat them, call me. I'll bring a legion to back you up. Fang Shouhan nodded, understood. Captain, don't worry. We will definitely work hard to cultivate and go to the capital to find you as soon as possible. Master patted his chest and assured him. Captain, take care. Wu Tsang and Li Lingyun's eyes were a little red. Captain, I'll eat more meat. Mu Xiaoqian was holding a huge food box filled with all kinds of high-energy ferocious beast jerky. Fang Shouhan looked at them, a rare smile appearing on his face. He didn't say much, he just raised his fist. Seeing this, the four men immediately extended their fists, and the 5 fists collided heavily together. Iron will prevail. Without many words, a simple gesture conveyed everything. Fang Shouhan turned around and walked straight into the interstellar warp ship leading to the capital without looking back. Watching the massive warship slowly rise into the air and eventually disappear into the clouds, Wu Jianba let out a long sigh. The dragon enters the sea, the eagle soars in the sky. From today onwards, this world will change. His era has officially begun. Chapter 86: Arrival in the Capital, a New Storm. The capital city. The capital of the Huaxia Federation is a giant sky city suspended 10,000 meters in the air. The entire city consists of hundreds of floating islands of varying sizes, connected by rainbow energy channels. Countless uniquely designed floating vehicles shuttle between the islands, forming a highly futuristic 3-dimensional transportation network. This is the political, economic, cultural, and military center of the Federation, bringing together the Federation's top talent and most abundant resources. When Fang Shouhan's interstellar warship passed through the thick clouds and arrived at the capital starport, even his usually calm demeanor was stirred by a flicker of emotion in his eyes. Compared to the capital city before them, Baihu City was like a backward little village. The buildings here soar into the clouds, boasting futuristic designs. The concentration of elemental energy in the air is at least 5 times that of White Tiger City. Even a random passerby on the street might possess considerable cultivation. Fang Shouhan, is that right? As soon as Fang Shouhan stepped out of the Star Harbor exit, a well-dressed young man with gold-rimmed glasses, who looked refined and cultured, came to greet him. The young man wore a professional smile, but deep in his eyes was a scrutinizing and curious look. Yes, that's me. Fang Shouhan nodded. Hello, my name is Lin Feng. I've been sent to pick you up. Lin Feng extended his hand. Welcome to the capital. Fang Shouhan shook hands with him. His hand was icy cold, and the other man's palm had a thin callus from years of holding a pen or operating precision instruments. Team leader Black Hawk has already given a detailed report on your situation to his superiors. Lin Feng said as he led Fang Shouhan toward a black, extended luxury hovercar. That lord is very interested in you. He is currently presiding over an important meeting, so he sent me to settle you in first. Your deeds have already spread throughout the upper echelons of the capital. The phrase transforming demons into the Tao has caused quite a stir. Lin Feng observed Fang Shouhan's reaction discreetly through his gold-rimmed glasses. However, Fang Shouhan's face remained calm, as if none of this concerned him. Lin Feng was secretly amazed. This mental fortitude is unlike that of a young person under 20. The hovercar started silently and smoothly merged into the busy aerial traffic. Looking out the car window at the dazzling cityscape, Fang Shouhan asked, "What do I need to do?" He doesn't like beating around the bush. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Don't rush. Before you officially join that project, you still need to pass a small entrance test." Entrance test? That's right. Lin Feng nodded. Those who are invited to join this project are all the most outstanding talents in the entire Federation. Each of you is proud and arrogant, and none of you are willing to submit to anyone else. Therefore, before you officially form teams, you need a process to get to know each other and recognize each other as strengths. To put it bluntly, it's about having a fight and then deciding who gets to sit in order. Lin Feng spoke very frankly. Fang Shouhan understood. This was meant to give them a warning, to dampen their arrogance, and to make future management easier. Your testing venue is set at the Qiankuan Hall of the top martial arts academy in the capital. Your opponent is already waiting for you there. The #1 martial arts academy in the capital? Fang Shouhan had some impression of this name. It seemed to be the highest institution of learning in the Federation, on par with, or even slightly surpassing, the Four Saints Academy.
Not only that.
Lin Feng pushed up his glasses. Your opponents this time, besides the student council president of the First Martial Arts Academy, include a direct descendant of the Vermilion Bird family, the grandson of the commander-in-chief of the Northern Military Region, and the heir of the Azure Dragon family. Every name Lin Feng uttered represented a powerful force that held significant influence in the Federation. These people are the true chosen ones of the capital. From a young age, they enjoyed the best resources, practiced the most advanced techniques, and received the most rigorous education. Any one of them, if placed in a local area, would be a prodigy capable of sweeping away an entire era. Now, they have come together to become Fang Shuhan's test opponents. This is a welcome ceremony specially arranged for you by the higher-ups. Lin Feng's smile carried a hint of anticipation. They are very curious about you, this holy son who fought his way out of a local military academy. They all want to personally assess your abilities. This wasn't just a show of force, it was practically a trap. Upon hearing this, Fang Shuhan's face did not turn serious. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly.
Descendants of the Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird families?
Fortunately, his 9 Revolutions Overlord body technique and Burning Heaven fire scripture still lack some practical combat data.
This is like a pillow being delivered to someone who's just fallen asleep.
I understand, Fang Shuhan replied casually, then closed his eyes and began to doze off. Lin Feng looked at his nonchalant demeanor and became even more curious.
Is he truly fearless because he has nothing to lose, or is he simply ignorant and fearless?
Soon, the airship arrived at the capital's #1 martial arts academy. This academy itself is a huge floating island, rich in spiritual energy, with exotic flowers and rare herbs everywhere, pavilions and towers, and cranes flying about, just like a fairyland in mythology.
Led by Lin Feng, Fang Shuhan arrived at a magnificent and ancient building. The plaque bears 3 large characters written in a vigorous and elegant style, Qiankuan Pavilion. Before even entering, Fang Shuhan sensed several powerful and unruly auras emanating from inside. Every aura he exuded was no weaker than that of Qin Zhan and Lu Ruyan, whom he had encountered before, and in some ways even surpassed them. It seems your welcoming team is getting impatient, Lin Feng said with a smile. He pushed open the heavy door of the Qiankuan Pavilion.
Inside the gate was a huge circular battlefield. Around the arena stood 4 young men, each with a different aura, but all equally powerful. A tall, slender girl dressed in a striking red outfit, with stunning beauty and a queen-like haughty demeanor.
She exuded a fiery aura even more refined and ferocious than Lu Ruyan's.
A burly young man in military uniform, with a resolute face and sharp, hawk-like eyes. Just by standing there, he exuded an aura of iron-blooded ruthlessness. A handsome young man, dressed in a magnificent white robe and holding a folding fan, with a playful smile on his lips, stood out. His aura was the most peculiar, sometimes as deep and unfathomable as an abyss, and sometimes as domineering as a divine dragon. There was also a young man wearing the uniform of the First Martial Arts Academy, with a calm and composed demeanor and eyes as deep as the sea. He seemed to be the most ordinary of the 4, but Fang Shuhan could sense that the power contained within him was the most abundant. The moment Fang Shuhan and Lin Feng walked in, all 4 of their eyes fell on Fang Shuhan. Examining, curiosity, disdain, and a strong fighting spirit.
So you're the holy son from that place, Fang Shuhan?
The girl in the red outfit spoke first, her voice clear and crisp, yet carrying an air of condescending arrogance.
Looks like nothing special. Skinny arms and legs, if I punch her, will she cry?
Her words elicited a soft chuckle.
Fang Shuhan ignored her and his gaze fell on the white-robed young man holding a folding fan.
Because he sensed from that young man a bloodline aura that was of the same origin as Qin Zhan's ancestral emperor battle body, but even more powerful. The young man in white robes also noticed Fang Shuhan's gaze. He opened his folding fan with great interest and gently shook it.
I am Long Outyan of the Azure Dragon clan.
He gave Fang Shuhan what he thought was a very handsome smile.
I heard you defeated that good-for-nothing Qin Zhan from the White Tiger Sacred Academy?
That guy is just a collateral branch.
He hasn't even fully mastered the true ancestral emperor battle body.
There's nothing to be proud of in beating him. Today, I'll show you what a real dragon is. As soon as he finished speaking, his aura suddenly changed, and a domineering imperial aura soared into the sky, more than 10 times stronger than Qin Zhan back then.
Chapter 87: The Triumph of the Capital's Genius. The moment Long Outyan unleashed his powerful imperial aura, the air inside the entire Qiankuan Pavilion seemed to freeze.
Behind him, a huge azure dragon's shadow even faintly appeared, coiled and roaring, exuding a chilling pressure. The dragon family's ancestral emperor, true dragon body. Brother Outyan is getting serious right from the start? Lei Zhan, the burly young man in military uniform and grandson of the commander-in-chief of the northern military region, said with some surprise. Do you really need to be so serious about dealing with a country bumpkin from somewhere? The girl in the red outfit, Feng Qianwu, the eldest daughter of the vermilion bird family, curled her lips in disdain.
Miss Feng, you are mistaken.
Shirtai, the student council president of the First Martial Arts Academy, a composed young man, spoke slowly. A person who can be valued by that person and personally invited is no ordinary person. Even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit.
Brother Outyan's approach is very prudent.
Although the four of them were competitors, they showed unprecedented unity when facing Feng Shuhan, an outsider. They were going to join forces to teach this arrogant fool a lesson he would never forget. Let him understand just how deep the waters of the capital really are.
Long Outyan enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention.
He looked at Feng Shuhan with arrogance and contempt in his eyes.
What's wrong, you country bumpkin?
Scared stiff? Kneel down now, kowtow 3 times to me, and admit that you are a piece of trash, and I might consider going easy on you. He deliberately wanted to humiliate Feng Shuhan. He wanted everyone to know that what local saints and champions of the 100 Schools League were nothing but a joke in front of these true top geniuses of the capital. Lin Feng, standing to the side, crossed his arms and watched with a smile, showing no intention of stopping them.
This is part of the entrance test.
They not only wanted to test Feng Shuhan's abilities, but also his character.
If he can't even withstand this little bit of provocation, then he's not qualified to join that plan. However, Feng Shuhan's reaction once again surprised everyone.
He showed no anger, no tension, not even the slightest emotional fluctuation. He just looked at Long Outyan very seriously, and then asked a question that almost made Long Outyan break down on the spot. What level have you reached in your ancestral emperor true dragon body cultivation?
It seems you haven't even scratched the surface.
Your chi and blood are weak, and your vital energy is scattered.
Aren't you afraid of your meridians bursting and you dying on the spot if you force it like this?
Feng Shuhan spoke calmly, like an experienced old doctor treating an ignorant patient. But his words were like sharp knives, piercing precisely into Long Outyan's heart.
The smile on Long Outyan's face froze instantly. How did he know? The ancestral emperor's true dragon body has 9 levels.
He is exceptionally talented, and he has only just reached the minor success of the 3rd level. He is still quite a distance away from truly entering the gate, the 4th level. Moreover, he did forcefully activate his cultivation technique just now in order to show off, which caused his chi and blood to become somewhat unstable. However, these are all extremely subtle circumstances, which even the elders of his family would not be able to discover without careful investigation, let alone outsiders.
How did he recognize that country bumpkin so easily? You're talking nonsense. You're slandering me.
Enraged that his secret had been exposed, Long Outyan abandoned all pretense of decorum and charged at Feng Shuhan with a roar.
Die!
He threw a punch, the wind howling, and the huge azure dragon phantom behind him roared, opening its huge mouth as if to swallow Feng Shuhan whole. He used all his strength in that punch, holding nothing back. Faced with this earth-shattering punch, Lei Zhan and Shirtai's expressions changed slightly.
Brother Outyan is really angry.
Even I, a fellow grandmaster at the peak, wouldn't dare to take this punch head-on.
A gloating smile appeared on Feng Qianwu's face.
She could almost see the scene of that ignorant country bumpkin being smashed into a pulp by that punch. However, Feng Shuhan stood still, motionless. Just a moment before that fist, imbued with terrifying dragon might, was about to strike his face. He moved. He also raised his fist and simply threw a punch to meet the attack. There was no earth-shattering grandeur, no magnificent dragon shadow.
It was just an ordinary punch.
However, the moment he threw that punch, a domineering aura, even more ancient, vast, and purer than Long Outyan's imperial power, erupted from his body.
If Long Outyan's aura is like a roaring azure dragon, Feng Shuhan's aura at this moment is that of an ancient god who created the world. Boom! The 2 fists collided heavily in mid-air. The expected earth-shattering explosion did not occur. Time seemed to stand still for a moment. Then, to everyone's utter astonishment,
the terrifying power of Long Outyan's fist, enough to split mountains and shatter rocks, and the huge azure dragon phantom behind him, crumbled and vanished the moment they touched Feng Shuhan's fist, like ice and snow encountering sunlight.
Click! 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 A series of rapid cracking sounds came from Long Outyen's entire arm. His arm shattered inch by inch in a grotesque way that was visible to the naked eye. Ah! A piercing scream echoed throughout the entire Qianquan pavilion.
Long Outyen was sent flying backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into the wall of the Qianquan pavilion, creating a huge human-shaped dent in the wall made of a special alloy. He slid to the ground, clutching his right arm, which had become a pile of mangled flesh, and howled in pain, completely devoid of his previous arrogant and domineering demeanor.
One punch. Another punch. Long Outyen, the prodigy of the Azure Dragon family who was easily among the top 5 of the younger generation in the capital. He was crippled by Feng Shohan with a simple straight punch. The entire Qianquan pavilion fell into a deathly silence.
The expressions on the faces of Feng Qianwu, Lei Zhan, and Shi Tai changed from watching a show to being shocked, then to being horrified, and finally to deep fear and disbelief. They stared intently at the young man in black in the center of the ring who was slowly retracting his fist, feeling as if an invisible hand was gripping their throats, leaving them unable to utter a single word.
How is that possible?
Although Long Outyen's ancestral emperor true dragon body is not yet fully developed, its physical strength is enough to rival a powerhouse in the early stages of the King realm.
But now, his entire arm has been ruined by a single punch from the other party? Just how terrifying is Feng Shohan's physical strength? Is he really human? The smile on Lin Feng's face froze completely. He considered many possibilities. Feng Shohan may face a tough battle, may be suppressed, and may even lose. But what he never expected was that it would be such a crushing defeat, with one punch instantly killing the opponent. This is no longer a test, this is a one-sided massacre. Feng Shohan withdrew his fist, glanced at Long Outyen groaning on the ground, and shook his head. Too weak. He turned his head and glanced at the remaining 3 people, Feng Qianwu, Lei Zhan, and Shi Tai. Is this the level of geniuses in the capital? A bit disappointing. Are you 3 coming at me all at once, or one at a time? I'm in a hurry. Chapter 88 Special Department, codenamed Myth. I'm in a hurry. These 4 words, calm and indifferent, were like 4 resounding slaps to the faces of Feng Qianwu, Lei Zhan, and Shi Tai. Mad. That's insane. He crippled Long Outyen with one punch, but instead of being proud, he complained that they were too weak and ordered the 3 of them to attack him together. What utter contempt. Feng Qianwu, Lei Zhan, and Shi Tai, weren't they all chosen ones, proud and arrogant? When had they ever suffered such humiliation? Court death. Feng Qianwu was the first to lose her temper. Her stunningly beautiful face flushed crimson with rage, and the violent fiery aura emanating from her body erupted, coalescing behind her into a gigantic fiery phoenix that cried out to the heavens. Vermilion bird burns the heavens. She formed a hand seal, and the fiery phoenix let out a sharp cry, carrying a temperature high enough to melt steel, and swooped down towards Feng Shohan. Thunder body. Lei Zhan roared, his massive body crackling with electricity, his muscles bulging, transforming him into a thunder god. He stomped his foot, leaving a footprint in the alloy floor, and charged towards Feng Shohan like a cannonball, carrying immense thunderous power. The immovable king body. Shi Tai reacted the most calmly. He did not attack immediately, but instead clasped his hands together and chanted incantations. A thick, mountain-like layer of earth and yellow light enveloped his entire body, and his aura connected with the earth, as if he had transformed into an unshakable mountain. He chose to defend, creating an opportunity for Feng Qianwu and Lei Zhan to attack. The 3 worked together seamlessly, clearly indicating this wasn't their first time teaming up. One is the main attacker, one is the strong attacker, and one is the defensive support. Flames, thunder, and earth, 3 distinct and powerful forces locked onto Feng Shohan from 3 directions. Faced with this earth-shattering combined attack, let alone a grandmaster, even a true king-level expert would probably have to temporarily avoid its sharp edge. However, Feng Shohan remained standing in the same spot, without even lifting his eyelids. The fire of the vermilion bird, the power of lightning, the defense of the earth. Fancy and superficial. He made a casual comment. Then, he moved. He simply lifted his right foot and then lightly stomped it on the ground. Thump! A muffled sound, seemingly emanating from the deepest hell or the highest heavens, resounded throughout the entire Qianquan pavilion. This kick seemed effortless, without using much force. However, the moment his foot landed, an invisible yet terrifying force, seemingly containing the weight of the entire world, erupted from him. The first revolution of the 9 revolutions Overlord body technique suppressing prison.
With the power of the Supreme Overlord body, he suppressed a region of heaven and earth. Buzz. The entire Qiankuan pavilion, along with the floating island on which it was located, trembled violently. The fiery phoenix, carrying the might to scorch the heavens, seemed to have crashed into an invisible wall when it was still 10 meters away from Feng Xiuhan. With a mournful cry, it instantly dissipated, turning into a sky full of sparks. Feng Qianwu felt as if she had been struck a heavy blow, spitting out a mouthful of blood, her face instantly drained of color. Her vermilion bird true fire had actually been forcibly dispersed by her opponent in a way she couldn't comprehend. Lei Zhan, who transformed into a thunderous cannonball, met an even more tragic end. He had only rushed halfway when he was enveloped by an invisible force of suppression. He felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him, and his thunderclap body instantly collapsed. With a thud, he was pressed firmly to the ground, unable to move, and every bone in his body groaned in unbearable pain. As for Shirtai, who was known as immovable as a mountain, the earthy yellow light emanating from him lasted less than a second before shattering like an eggshell. His connection with the earth was forcibly severed. Puff! Shirtai also spat out a mouthful of blood, his knees buckled, and he knelt on the ground, his face filled with horror. His Fudo-Myo-O form is strongest in defense and leveraging power. As long as he stands firmly on the ground, he can obtain an inexhaustible source of power. But now, he feels as if the whole world has abandoned him. Stomp your foot. He just stomped his foot. It simultaneously broke through the three of them's strongest killing moves and strongest defenses. They were all pinned to the ground, unable to move. What kind of divine power is this? What level of power is this? The entire venue fell into a deathly silence once again. Long Outyen, who had been howling on the ground, stopped screaming. He stared blankly at the scene, his eyes filled with utter fear and despair, the resentment in them now replaced by pure terror. He now realized that the other party hadn't used any force in that punch. Otherwise, he would probably be a corpse by now. Lin Feng, who was watching from the sidelines, had beads of cold sweat on his forehead. He adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and found that his hands were trembling slightly. Monster! This is no longer a monster. This is a god or demon. Does anyone still think I'm joking now? Feng Xiuhan withdrew his foot, looked at the three people kneeling on the ground, and asked calmly. The three of them gritted their teeth, humiliation, anger, resentment, fear, a mix of emotions swirling within them, but they couldn't utter a single word in rebuttal. Faced with absolute, overwhelming power, any words seemed pale and powerless. Very good. Feng Xiuhan nodded. It seems that the entrance test is now over. He turned his head and looked at Lin Feng, who was already terrified. Now, can you take me to see that big shot and tell me about that plan? Lin Feng snapped out of his daze. He looked at Feng Xiuhan, his gaze shifting from scrutiny and curiosity to utter awe. He quickly jogged forward and bowed deeply to Feng Xiuhan. Mr. Feng. Mr. Feng. Please come with me. His address has changed from classmate to teacher. This is a sign of respect for the absolute strongest. Led by Lin Feng, Feng Xiuhan left Qiankuan Pavilion, leaving behind a mess and four of the capital's most promising talents, whose hearts were deeply wounded. They knew that from this day forward, the landscape of the younger generation in the capital was about to change. A powerful figure from out of town has come to rule the capital in the most domineering and unreasonable way. The airship carrying Feng Xiuhan passed through layers of checkpoints and finally arrived at the most central area of the capital city, a floating island suspended in the highest sky, protected by countless military satellites and powerful energy shields. This is the power center of the Huaxia Federation, the central administrative region. Anyone who can afford an office here is a big shot who can make the entire federation tremble with a stomp of their foot. Lin Feng led Feng Xiuhan to a building that looked ordinary, but whose defenses were comparable to those of a military fortress. The building had no signs and only 2 armed sentries. But Feng Xiuhan could sense that each of these 2 seemingly ordinary sentinels possessed terrifying strength no less than that of a king. This is our department's headquarters. Lin Feng's voice was low and filled with awe. Our department doesn't have an official name, only a code name. Myth. Our duty is to deal with all supernatural crises that threaten the survival of the Federation and cannot be handled by conventional forces. Lin Feng led Feng Xiuhan into the building. The interior of the building is a hidden world. Various cutting-edge technological devices are perfectly integrated with ancient rune formations, creating a unique style. Countless uniformed staff members were busy working there, creating a tense yet efficient atmosphere.
Lin Feng led Fang Shouhan to an office on the top floor.
The office was large, but simply furnished. There was only a desk, a bookshelf, and a few sofas. An elderly man, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, with gray hair but a vigorous spirit and eyes as deep as the starry sky, was sitting behind his desk, reviewing documents. He showed no signs of yuan energy fluctuations and looked just like an ordinary neighbor. However, the moment Fang Shouhan saw him, Mingxin Fian frantically sounded the alarm. Danger! Extremely dangerous. The old man before him was the strongest person he had ever seen. The power within him is like a sleeping sea of stars, seemingly calm, but once it erupts, it is enough to destroy the world. You're here? The old man looked up, saw Fang Shouhan, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. He was the big shot that Wu Jianba had described as making him so excited that he lost his composure. He is also the pillar of the Huaxia Federation, and one of the few remaining national-level powerhouses.
Commander Long, Yi Qingtian.
You're very good.
Yi Qingtian looked at Fang Shouhan with admiration in his eyes.
You're even better than I imagined.
Sit. He pointed to the sofa opposite him. Fang Shouhan didn't stand on ceremony and sat down directly. I presume Lin Feng has already given you a brief introduction to our department?
Yi Qingtian put down the documents in his hand.
Chapter 89 The Truth of the Myth.
Yi Qingtian put down the documents in his hand, interlaced his fingers, and placed them on the table. He didn't exude any imposing aura, but the atmosphere in the entire office inexplicably became heavy. The myth department has been established for over 100 years, Yi Qingtian said slowly, his voice steady, as if he were recounting a history unrelated to himself.
Its existence is a top federal secret. No more than a dozen people know about it. Fang Shouhan didn't speak, but listened quietly.
He wasn't interested in this history, he just wanted to know what this department could offer him. More than 100 years ago, the primordial energy between heaven and earth began to recover, and some things that were sealed deep underground, or even in other dimensions, also awakened along with it. Yi Qingtian looked at Fang Shouhan, his eyes sharpening.
We call them ruins.
These ruins contain ancient cultivation techniques, powerful divine weapons, and rare and precious materials that can transform a person, but more often than not, they contain danger. He reached out and tapped a virtual screen on the table, and an image was projected into the air in front of Fang Shouhan. The scene depicts a desolate desert.
A fully armed federal squad is exploring an ancient temple that has just emerged from the sand.
Suddenly, a large cloud of black mist surges from the depths of the temple. A soldier, nearly touched by the mist, is instantly reduced to a pool of pus and blood within seconds, without even having a chance to scream. The scene shifts to a frozen snow-capped mountain. A research team discovers an ancient corpse beneath the ice, its heart still faintly beating. As they attempt to extract it, the corpse suddenly opens its eyes, unleashing a burst of icy energy that instantly freezes the entire research base, along with the surrounding 10 kilometers, into an ice sculpture. The scene shifts again to a bustling metropolis.
An ordinary office worker accidentally obtains an ancient ring, which drastically alters his personality.
He begins frantically absorbing the life force of those around him. In just 3 days, he transforms from an ordinary person into a demon capable of contending with a king-level expert, causing the deaths of tens of thousands. A series of shocking images reveal the horror of those supernatural crises.
The devouring heaven demon art you've seen is one of them. Yi Qingtian turned off the video.
These things that come from the ruins are called forbidden. Most of them possess powerful abilities that can be gained quickly, but almost all of them have huge side effects.
They can distort people's minds and turn them into monsters.
The duty of myth is to deal with these things. To seal off ruins, to reclaim taboos, and to eliminate contaminated people or objects.
To erase their existence from public view at all costs. Fang Shouhan understood. To put it bluntly, it was a special department dedicated to handling messes. Are there many of these relics? Fang Shouhan asked the first question that concerned him. Yi Qingtian was taken aback by the question.
He had expected Fang Shouhan to inquire about the department's compensation or express his determination to serve the Federation.
He hadn't anticipated this question. Many, Yi Qingtian replied. Especially in the last 20 years, the frequency and scale of the ruins have been increasing. Our manpower is already stretched thin. Can we study everything inside? Fang Shouhan asked again.
This question deepened Yi Qingtian's smile. He had completely seen through the young man before him. He had no interest in the Federation, in justice, or in fame and fortune. He was only interested in the unknown and powerful forces themselves. He was like a purist scholar, or rather, a seeker of truth.
That's right. Yi Qingtian nodded. Myth has the Federation's top laboratories and analytical experts. All items recovered from the ruins are sent here for the highest level of research.
As a core member of Myth, you will have access to most of the research materials. If you can make a sufficient contribution, I might even approve your permission to personally enter some low-risk ruins for on-site investigation.
Yi Qingtian offered Fang Xiuhan an irresistible bait. Fang Xiuhan's eyes lit up. Looking up information? That's so boring.
He wants to get the materials himself, that's what he really wants.
What am I supposed to do? Fang Xiuhan asked.
I need you to join Myth, to become our trump card, our sharpest blade.
Yi Qingtian's expression turned serious. Your abilities are unique.
Transforming demons into the Tao, this has never happened in the more than 100 years of Myth's history. We have studied the devouring heaven demon art for more than 70 years, investing countless manpower and resources, and yet you perfected it with just one glance. This shows that your Tao and your law are above those taboos.
You are the nemesis of those evil and crooked paths.
I need you to deal with those forbidden things that even we find troublesome, and to explore those high-risk ruins that even king-level experts never return from. Of course, it's very dangerous, a near-death experience. In return, you will receive everything the Federation can offer. Cultivation techniques, resources, power, status. As long as you ask, and as long as the Federation has it, I can give it to you.
Yi Qingtian looked at Fang Xiuhan and stated his price. After listening, Fang Xiuhan fell into thought.
Go to a dangerous place and get something useful.
This deal sounds good. I need the highest level of access, Fang Xiuhan said. What highest authority?
Yi Qingtian asked with great interest. I need access to all the information on the ruins. I need to have access to all the recovered forbidden items. I need priority access to all newly discovered ruins, Fang Xiuhan stated his conditions. Lin Feng, standing to the side, was terrified.
This wasn't just making demands, it was outrageous. Even the vice ministers of Myth didn't fully possess these kinds of authority. Yi Qingtian laughed, a very happy laugh.
Sure, he answered crisply. As long as you can prove your worth.
The greater your contribution, the higher your authority.
When you have the same ability as me, I'll give you this ministerial position. I'm not interested, Fang Xiuhan refused directly. He had no interest in managing others that would only waste his time researching materials.
Ha ha ha.
Yi Qingtian laughed loudly, pointed at Fang Xiuhan, and said to Lin Feng beside him, See that, Lin Feng?
This is the true heart of a strong person.
Pure, direct, and unmoved by external things. Lin Feng wiped his sweat, not daring to say a word. The shock he experienced today was greater than all of the past 10 years combined. Well then, welcome to Myth, Comrade Fang Xiuhan. Yi Qingtian stood up and extended his hand to Fang Xiuhan.
Fang Xiuhan also stood up and shook hands with him. From today onwards, you are the ninth walker of Myth. This is your identification, as well as your communicator and access key.
Yi Qingtian handed Fang Xiuhan a device that looked like a mobile phone, but was thinner and lighter, made entirely of an unknown black metal.
Walking? Fang Xiuhan took the equipment, somewhat puzzled.
The core combat personnel of Myth don't have specific positions, they are only given code names. Walking through the world, cleansing away everything that shouldn't exist, that's the meaning of walking, Yi Qingtian explained.
Every walking possesses authority and freedom of action second only to mine.
You can refuse tasks assigned by the department, and you can even decide how to handle a crisis on your own.
You can come up with your own code name. Fang Xiuhan thought for a moment.
His purpose in coming here was to study the myriad paths and analyze the myriad laws.
Let's call it all laws. Wanfa.
Yi Qingtian pondered the code name, then nodded.
Good code name.
I hope you live up to your name, wield all laws, and suppress all villains. Alright, Lin Feng, take Wanfa to familiarize himself with the environment and arrange the best accommodations and training room for him. Yi Qingtian sat down again and waved his hand. Yes, Commander Long, Lin Feng replied respectfully. Just as Fang Xiuhan was about to leave with Lin Feng, Yi Qingtian called him back.
Oh, right. There's something I forgot to tell you. Those 4 little brats from Chenkuan Pavilion, weren't you a bit too heavy-handed?
Yi Qingtian looked at him with a half-smile.
Long Aotian's arm is said to have a comminuted fracture.
Even the medical experts from the Long family shook their heads, saying that even with the best technology, it could only recover up to 70%. That old man from the Qinglong family was so angry that he almost called my office phone non-stop.
Chapter 90 The Test from Commander Long. He can't beat me, that's his problem, Fang Shouhan replied simply and directly. The implication is that if you're not as skilled as someone else, you should accept it. It's just a broken arm, you're not dead. Yi Qingtian was taken aback by his answer, then shook his head helplessly. This kid really wouldn't suffer the slightest loss, and he never minces words.
That makes sense, Yi Qingtian sighed. However, this is the capital, not the Iron Blood Military Academy. You didn't just slap 4 people, you slapped the faces of 4 families, the Azure Dragon family, the Vermilion Bird family, the Northern Lei family, and the First Martial Arts Academy. These forces are deeply entrenched in the capital and wield considerable power. You've beaten all their heirs down. They won't dare to openly cause trouble for myth, but they'll inevitably try to trip you up behind the scenes. I'm doing this for your own good, young man. Sometimes being too sharp isn't a good thing. Fang Shouhan glanced at him and found it somewhat amusing. It was you who arranged the entrance test, and they started it. Now that they've lost, they're blaming me for being too harsh. If they don't come looking for me, fine. But if they do, I wouldn't mind breaking their other arm too, Fang Shouhan said casually. In his view, these so-called prodigies of the capital were nothing special. Even if there were 40 or 400 of them attacking him together, it would only be a matter of a few kicks. He didn't take them seriously at all. Yi Qingtian was completely speechless. He realized that talking to this kid about social etiquette and strategic retreat was pointless. His logic was simple: whoever provokes me, I'll beat them up until they dare not provoke me again. Simple, crude, but effective. Fine, whatever you want. Yi Qingtian waved his hand. Anyway, if the sky falls, I'll hold it up for you. However, as punishment for the trouble you've caused, I happen to have a task here, so I'll leave it to you to handle. As he spoke, he sent an electronic document to the black device that Fang Shouhan had just received. Fang Shouhan looked down. Task information is displayed on the device screen. Mission code name, Purification. Mission location, Abandoned Mine Area Number 37, Western Suburbs of Beijing. Mission description: 72 hours ago, a high-intensity forbidden energy reaction was detected in this area. The energy fluctuation model is 93% similar to abyssal demonic energy. A 7-person field team went to investigate but lost contact. 4 hours ago, a second 12-person action team, led by a senior grandmaster, was dispatched, but they also lost contact. The area is currently completely sealed off, and the energy reaction continues to intensify and shows an expanding trend. Mission objectives: 1. Identify the energy source. 2. Eliminate or seal the source of contamination. 3. Recover the life detectors from the 2 missing teams to the greatest extent possible. At the end of the document, a video shot by a drone from high altitude was attached. In the video, a huge black crater appears at the center of the so-called abandoned mine. Visible black mist continuously billows from the crater, corroding and assimilating everything around it. The earth turns scorched, plants wither, and even rocks slowly melt away. The black mist carries a chilling, sinister aura, as if connecting to some unknown, terrifying world. Abyssal demonic energy? Fang Shouhan was somewhat curious about this term. A negative energy that is more ancient and purer than the demonic energy of the devouring heaven demon art. Yi Qingtian's expression became solemn. According to the scattered records we obtained from some ancient ruins, the abyss seems to be another dimension opposite to our universe, a place full of chaos, corruption, and destruction. This demonic energy is the power that seeps in from that dimension. Its corrosive and polluting properties are extremely strong. Any living organism that comes into contact with it will be twisted into a monster that only knows how to kill in a very short time. We call it abyssal monster. The 2 teams that went missing earlier were both elites of myth, well-equipped and experienced. The fact that they disappeared without a trace means that what's inside is extremely troublesome. At the very least, it's a king-level existence. Yi Qingtian looked at Fang Shouhan and said in a deep voice, "This task was originally intended to be handled by me or another walker personally. But now, I want to hand it over to you. This is both a test for you and an opportunity for you to prove your abilities to the rest of the department. After all, the status of walking isn't something that can be achieved with just a few words from me, it requires solid achievements. You can choose to bring a support team, or you can go alone.
Lin Feng will arrange the highest level of equipment and logistics for you. Which do you choose? As Fang Xiuhan watched the surging black demonic energy on the screen, his enlightened mind seemed to have penetrated the screen and seen the essence of that energy. It's complex and chaotic, but the core principles of degeneration and distortion are quite interesting. This is yet another perfect material. I'll go alone, Fang Xiuhan answered without hesitation. Bring people along? Too much trouble. He doesn't like having people chattering around him when he's studying the materials. Okay. Yi Qingtian seemed to have expected him to make this choice. Lin Feng, as the external liaison for this mission, you will be responsible for all logistical support and information support. You must meet Fang Xiuhan's needs at the front immediately. Yes, Commander Long. Lin Feng answered at attention. He was inwardly groaning. He'd thought he'd taken on an easy guide mission, but instead he'd been dragged into this S-level dangerous operation. Even though he was just an external liaison, if Fang Xiuhan got into trouble inside, he, as the person in charge, wouldn't escape responsibility. Go ahead, Yi Qingtian waved his hand. I'll be waiting for your good news. Fang Xiuhan nodded, turned around and followed Lin Feng out of the office. Watching Fang Xiuhan's departing figure, Yi Qingtian's smile slowly faded, replaced by a deep contemplation. He picked up an internal communicator from the table and dialed a number. It's me. Yes, he accepted the purification mission and went alone. Yes, I know there are risks. But fortune favors the bold. This rough gem, without being tempered by blood and fire, will never become a true national treasure. Make preparations on your end. If he succeeds, immediately initiate the second phase of the Fireseed project. If he fails, then I'll personally collect his body and, while I'm at it, erase that mine from the map. Time is running out for us in this era. After hanging up the call, Yi Qingtian walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window and looked down at the futuristic city that seemed to float above the clouds. His gaze seemed to pierce through the clouds, revealing the darkness lurking in every corner of the world, ready to stir. Fang Xiuhan, will you be the one to break the deadlock? On the other side, Lin Feng was leading Fang Xiuhan to the Myth Equipment Depot. Throughout the journey, Lin Feng was filled with anxiety. Several times he wanted to persuade Fang Xiuhan to bring more people, or at least to wear the department's top-of-the-line protective armor. But looking at Fang Xiuhan's expressionless face, he swallowed his words. He knew that nothing he said would make a difference. This man possessed absolute confidence, or rather, arrogance. Mr. Feng, this is the equipment depot. Lin Feng led Fang Xiuhan to a heavy alloy door. After passing through both iris and genetic verification, the door slid open silently. A huge space unfolded before us. All sorts of weapons and equipment that were unheard of and unseen before were neatly displayed on the shelves. A dimensional blade capable of cutting through space, a singularity rifle capable of firing annihilation energy, and a black tortoise armor capable of withstanding a full-force attack from a king-level expert. Each and every one of them is the culmination of the Federation's highest technology. Any one of them alone would be enough to cause a bloodbath on the black market. As per Commander Long's instructions, you may choose any 3 pieces of equipment, Lin Feng explained. Fang Xiuhan glanced at it, showing little interest. In his view, none of these external things were as useful as his own fists. His gaze eventually fell on an inconspicuous shelf in the corner. What's there isn't some high-tech weaponry, but rather some ancient artifacts recovered from the ruins that are currently unanalyzable and unusable. A broken sword, half an ancient mirror, a compass covered in cracks. Fang Xiuhan walked over and picked up a black metal bracelet. The bracelet looked ordinary, with some runes engraved on it that he couldn't understand. What is this? He asked Lin Feng. Lin Feng glanced at it and retrieved the data from the database. Item No, Relic G074. Name, unknown. Retrieval location, underwater relics of Atlantis. Function, unknown. Hazard level, low. According to the research, it appears to be a space storage device, but we are unable to activate it. Fang Xiuhan put the bracelet on his wrist. The Tao evolution devouring heaven technique within his body spun slightly, and a wisp of pure energy flowed along his meridians and into the bracelet. Buzz. The black bracelet, which had been dormant for who knows how many years, suddenly began to glow with a faint blue light from its runes. Chapter 91 All Laws, and his new toy. Lin Feng's eyes widened instantly. He rubbed his eyes, thinking he was seeing things. It's on, he stammered, his voice filled with disbelief. This bracelet, numbered G074, has been gathering dust in the myth warehouse for almost 30 years.
The department's top energy experts, rune masters, and ancient historians formed a special team and studied it for several years, trying every possible method, but they couldn't get it to react in the slightest. In the end, everyone came to the conclusion that this thing was either just a simple decoration, or its activation method had been lost, or it required specific bloodlines or mental frequencies to activate. In short, to the Federation, it was a useless antique.
But now, Feng Shohan just puts it on his wrist and it lights up? What's going on? Feng Shohan ignored Lin Feng's shock.
The moment the bracelet lit up, a stream of information flooded into his mind.
The space beacon has been activated. User's mental energy detected, binding in progress. Binding successful.
Storage space activated, size 1 cubic kilometer.
Additional functionality, short-range space jump. Charging. Current energy, 0.1%. Estimated charging time, 3,600 hours. 1 cubic kilometer? Short-range spatial jump? Feng Shohan raised an eyebrow.
This toy was even more interesting than he had imagined. A storage space of 1 cubic kilometer is far superior to those so-called space rings and backpacks on the market that only have a few cubic meters. Any spoils of war or materials that need research can simply be thrown inside. It's incredibly convenient. As for that short-range spatial jump, although it is still charging, it sounds like a divine skill for survival and surprise attacks.
Yes, it's a good product. I'll take this one. Feng Shohan was very satisfied with the bracelet and immediately treated it as his own.
Ha! Oh, okay. Lin Feng was still in a state of shock and hadn't come to his senses. He looked at Feng Shohan and felt like he was looking at a monster. He just picked up a relic that had been gathering dust for decades and it was activated? This luck is just too incredible.
Or is it not luck at all?
He suddenly recalled Feng Shohan's heroic act of transforming demons into the way.
Could it be that this man's physique or the cultivation method he practices has some special affinity for all these things from ancient ruins?
If that's the case, then his value is terrifying. He's practically a walking relic code decoder. Lin Feng became increasingly alarmed as he thought about it, and his gaze towards Feng Shohan shifted from awe to a hint of fanaticism. He knew he might be witnessing the rise of a legend.
I don't need anything else except this. Feng Shohan looked around and really wasn't interested in those high-tech weapons. Mr. Feng, 1T, you take another look? The Black Tortoise armor has incredible defensive capabilities.
The target of this mission is the abyssal demonic energy, which is extremely polluting. Wearing the armor will make you much safer. Lin Feng couldn't help but offer a word of advice.
No need. Feng Shohan shook his head. My body is tougher than that pile of scrap metal.
Lin Feng's lips twitched, and he dared not say another word. He recalled Long Outyen, who had been crippled by a single punch at the Qiankuan Pavilion. Even the Long family's ancestral emperor True Dragon Body couldn't withstand his blow. This Black Tortoise armor was probably doomed too.
All right. Shall we set off now?
The dedicated airships are ready, Lin Feng asked.
Walk. Feng Shohan's words were concise and to the point. 15 minutes later.
A jet-black, futuristic triangular fighter jet silently emerged from the underground hangar of the Myth headquarters, accelerated instantly, and disappeared into the horizon of Beijing. Inside the fighter jet, Feng Shohan closed his eyes to rest, his mind preoccupied with the space bracelet he had just acquired. He discovered that the inside of the bracelet was not empty. In a corner, several things lay quietly. A metallic skeleton emitting a faint silver glow, it did not look human. An ancient book made of the hide of some unknown animal, with a complex star map drawn on its cover.
There was also a fist-sized crystal sphere that constantly emitted blue arcs of electricity.
These must be the belongings of the previous owner of the bracelet.
Feng Shohan wasn't very interested in the skeleton or the ancient star map book. His attention was completely drawn to the lightning crystal ball. The Enlightened Mind and Dharma AI program is now fully operational.
He could clearly see that inside the crystal sphere was an energy core composed of countless tiny lightning runes.
The structure of those runes was exquisite, far exceeding his understanding of the laws of lightning. Good stuff. Feng Shohan thought to himself.
This is practically a super supplement tailor-made for Master. If Master were given this and integrated into his 10,000 Thunder Returns to the Void technique, his strength would probably break through to the King Realm on the spot, or even higher. It seems that once this mission is over, I'll have to find a way to send this thing back to the Ironblood Military Academy.
Fang Xiuhan enveloped the lightning crystal ball with his own energy and placed it separately in a corner of the bracelet space. Only then did he turn his attention to the ancient star map book. He used his mental power to open the ancient book. The pages of the book did not contain any martial arts techniques, but rather a nautical log. The log was written in a universal language that he couldn't understand, but through his mental power, he could directly comprehend its meaning. In the year 7321 of the starry calendar, our scavenger civilization's fleet, while exploring the unknown star system numbered T734, encountered an invasion from the abyss. It was a nightmare indescribable, terrifying monsters poured out from the rifts in space, devouring and corrupting everything. Our home planet has fallen, and less than 1 in 10 of our people survived. I, as the last captain of the fleet, carrying our last hope, the heart of Thor in the star chart, initiated the final jump procedure and randomly jumped to this desolate star system. My life is coming to an end, and the spaceship's energy has been exhausted. I have left everything I have in this space beacon. Those who come after me, if you see this message, please beware of the abyss. They are the ultimate enemy of all civilizations. The log ends here. After reading it, Fang Xiuhan understood the situation. It turns out that this bracelet is a product of an alien civilization called the Scavengers. The lightning crystal sphere is called the Heart of Thor. They were wiped out by something called the Abyss. This aligns with his mission objective. The Abyss interesting. Fang Xiuhan was not afraid at all, on the contrary, he was even more excited. How powerful must the laws of an enemy capable of destroying an entire interstellar civilization be? If one could analyze its power system and integrate it into one's own Daoyin devouring heaven technique, how much would one's strength increase? He couldn't wait to meet that so-called abyssal monster. Mr. Fang, we've arrived. Lin Feng's voice interrupted Fang Xiuhan's thoughts. The fighter jet hovered in mid-air. Below is the abandoned mine area number 37, which has been designated as a restricted area. From the air, the entire mining area resembles a giant scar on the earth. A massive sinkhole, over 5 kilometers in diameter, appears in the center of the mining area, with black, demonic energy billowing out like thick smoke, blotting out the sky. A high-strength energy barrier has been erected around the mining area. Hundreds of Mythfield personnel, dressed in white protective suits, are working diligently, operating various instruments to monitor data changes within the sinkhole. Mr. Fang, according to the latest data, the concentration of demonic energy in the pit suddenly tripled 10 minutes ago. The energy index has broken through the critical point of the mid-stage of the King Realm and is still rising. All 18 high-energy detectors we deployed around the crater have failed. Right now, we know nothing about what's inside, Lin Feng said, his voice filled with worry. Understood. Fang Xiuhan stood up and walked to the door of the fighter jet. Mr. Fang, are you sure you don't need any support? We can provide you with long-range fire support, or send a drone team to scout ahead first. Lin Feng made a final effort. Need not. Fang Xiuhan opened the hatch and, without any protective measures, jumped directly from a height of thousands of meters. Chapter 92: The Shock in Beijing's Social Circle. As Fang Xiuhan leaped from the hovercraft, like a black meteor plummeting straight into the bottomless pit of demonic energy, everyone in the ground blockade command center gasped in shock. Has he gone mad? A young researcher in charge of data monitoring stared at the rapidly falling figure on the screen and cried out in disbelief. He jumped straight into the abyssal demonic energy, which was already at an off-the-charts level, without wearing any protective gear? Was he going on a mission, or was he going to commit suicide? Quickly check his identity. Which department does he belong to? How can he not value his own life? The head of the command center, a middle-aged man with a receding hairline and wearing thick glasses, shouted anxiously. Soon, Fang Xiuhan's information was retrieved. Name, Fang Xiuhan. Code name, All Laws. Position, walking. Permission level, S highest. The person in charge of this mission. Upon seeing this extremely simple document, yet every word carried immense weight, the entire command center fell into a deathly silence. Walk? The Mediterranean-looking manager's mouth was agape, wide enough to fit an egg. Everyone in the mythology department knows what the word walking represents. That represents the department's top combat power, a pillar of strength. Each one is a terrifyingly powerful individual capable of suppressing a nation single-handedly. They are usually elusive, their identities rarely revealed, people only know their code names and legends, and many will never see them in their entire lives. Unexpectedly, today, in order to deal with this mine pit, Commander Long actually sent a walker directly over. Moreover, it was a new walker code named Wanfa that they had never heard of before. After a brief moment of shock came an even greater sense of confusion. This master of 10,000 laws is too young, isn't he? He looks to be under 20 years old? Besides, even if you are a walker, you can't be this reckless, can you? That's abyssal demonic energy. The two teams we went in before, even the captains who were at the king level couldn't last more than 3 minutes before losing contact. Perhaps the walking adults all have methods that we cannot understand, someone whispered. All eyes were fixed on the main screen. They wanted to see how this new walking master would deal with the abyssal demonic energy that was capable of devouring everything. Meanwhile, in the capital city, inside the special care ward of the medical center at the First Martial Arts Academy, Long Outyan, Feng Qianwu, Lei Zhan, and Shirtai Lei Pale faced in their respective medical pods. Thanks to the Federation's top-notch medical technology, their injuries have largely healed. However, the frustration, fear, and bewilderment in their eyes have not diminished in the slightest. The psychological trauma inflicted on them by the battle at Xinkuan Pavilion was far more severe than the physical injury. From childhood to adulthood, they were the pride of heaven, invincible among their peers. They were used to being high above, used to looking down on everyone else. But today, a man from the countryside, whom they consider a country bumpkin, trampled all their pride underfoot and crushed it to pieces in the most unreasonable and brutal way. One punch crippled Long Outyan, who was cultivating that ancestral emperor true dragon body. With one kick, he suppressed the combined attack of the remaining three of them. From beginning to end, the opponent didn't even use their true strength. It was like an adult disciplining a disobedient child. This crushing defeat, akin to a dimensional reduction attack, cracked their very core beliefs. The door to the ward was pushed open. Several dignified-looking middle-aged men walked in. Leading the group was a man dressed in tang suits, whose face bore a resemblance to Long Outyan, but whose aura was even more domineering and imposing. He was Long Zhanya, the current head of the Azure Dragon clan. Behind him were Feng Tiannan, the head of the Vermilion Bird clan, and Lei Pujuan, the commander-in-chief of the Northern Military Region. They came to visit their younger relatives, but everyone's face was so gloomy it could drip water. Outyan, how's your hand? Long Zhanya walked up to Long Outyan's medical pod and asked in a deep voice. Long Outyan looked at his father, his eyes darting away, unable to meet his gaze. Father, I'm sorry, I've disgraced the family, he said in a hoarse voice. Humph. Now you know you've lost face? Long Zhanya sneered, unable to contain his anger. I told you all long ago, there are always people more capable than you. Don't underestimate any hero in the world. But you ignored my words, ganging up on a young man who just arrived in the capital, and you got beaten up like dead dogs lying here. If word gets out, you've completely disgraced our four great families. Long Outyan was so scolded that he couldn't even lift his head. Brother Zhanya, don't be too angry. The kids are just young and hot-blooded. Feng Tiannan tried to smooth things over, but his own expression wasn't good either. Young and impetuous? I think it's utterly foolish. A more fiery voice rang out. It was Lei Pujuan. He glared at his grandson Lei Zhan on the hospital bed and cursed, "You little brat. Did I teach you the thunderclap style to fight over girls? You even teamed up with someone to fight. You couldn't even beat them, and you got trampled to the ground. You've completely disgraced me." Lei Zhan was also filled with shame and dared not utter a word. Several elders gave the younger generation a severe scolding. After finishing his tirade, Long Zhanya turned to the side, where Dingshan, the dean of the First Martial Arts Academy, had remained silent throughout. Tai was his son. Dean Shi, what's the background of that kid named Feng Shuhan? Have you found out? Long Zhanya asked. That's their real purpose in gathering here today. Feng Shuhan's displayed strength was simply unbelievable. They had to figure out who was behind this suddenly appearing, formidable figure. Dingshan sighed and shook his head. I can't find anything, he said slowly. His information is S-level encrypted in the federal system. Even with the Dean's authority, I can only find that he comes from the Iron Blood Military Academy in White Tiger City and was this year's champion in the 100 Schools League. As for anything else, it's a complete blank. S-level encryption? Long Zhanya and the others' pupils shrank. They knew very well what S-level encryption meant in the Federation. It meant that this person's identity involved the Federation's top secrets. Only one person was qualified to create an S-level file for an individual. Federal Dragon Commander, Yi Qing Tian. Is he from Myth? Feng Tiannan gasped. It's south pretty close.
Sure, Dingshan nodded, his expression grave.
Moreover, I just received news.
Just an hour ago, the Myth headquarters assigned a codename to a newly joined walker.
Codename, All Laws.
Wanfa Fong Shohan Long Zhanye chewed on these two names, his eyes becoming incredibly complicated.
By this time, they understood perfectly well. That young man named Fong Shohan is no ordinary outsider. He's a true god.
He's a prodigy personally chosen by Commander Long, about to enter the very core of the Federation's power. Their precious sons and grandsons excitedly went to be examiners for someone else's entrance exam, only to become stepping stones for that person's instant fame. The thought of this made the heads of the families feel suffocated.
Then, out Yan's hand. Long Zhanye asked unwillingly. Forget it.
Sure, Dingshan waved his hand, interrupting him.
If you're not as skilled as someone else, you have to accept it. This matter ends here.
Issue a strict order, no one is allowed to cause any more trouble for that Fong Shohan. Otherwise, they will bear the consequences.
Are we just going to let it go like this?
Lei Pujuan asked, looking indignant.
Otherwise what? What do you want?
Sure, Dingshan glanced at him.
Go and demand an explanation from Commander Long? Or send someone to take him out? Don't forget, he's now a walker of myth.
To touch him is to make an enemy of the entire myth, the entire Federation.
Lei Pujuan was speechless. Silence fell once again in the ward. As Long Outyen and the others listened to their father's conversation, the color drained completely from their faces. They finally realized what a terrifying being they had provoked. From this day forward, the man named Wanfa will become an inescapable nightmare in their hearts.
And they will forever live in his shadow.
Chapter 93. Is this all you're relying on?
At a height of 1,000 meters, Fong Shohan's figure, like a meteorite, crashed straight down into the huge sinkhole shrouded in demonic energy, accompanied by a whistling wind. He did not use any elemental energy to protect himself, nor did he take any measures to slow down. The violent air currents made his clothes flutter loudly, but he remained as steady as a mountain, without even the slightest sway.
What is he doing? Is he trying to just smash it in?
In the ground command center, everyone was stunned by his crazy actions.
Quick! Calculate his impact point and force.
Prepare a rescue plan, the Mediterranean manager shouted hoarsely. However, just as Fong Shohan was about to fall into that surging black demonic energy, he moved.
He simply twisted his waist slightly in mid-air. It's an action that couldn't be simpler. However, his downward momentum vanished instantly.
He defied all the laws of physics and floated in mid-air less than 10 meters away from the demonic energy, as if he were standing on an invisible step.
The entire command center fell into a deathly silence once again.
Everyone stared in disbelief at the incredible scene on the screen, their minds blank as they couldn't process the information before them.
What's the principle behind this? Hovering in mid-air? He's not a King Realm cultivator, he doesn't have Yuan power wings, how did he do it?
A young researcher muttered to himself, feeling his worldview being shaken. Shut up, the Mediterranean-speaking manager snapped. Don't use your pitiful knowledge to speculate on the level of Walking Master.
Just keep an eye on your data.
Although he said that, his heart was in turmoil.
He had once been fortunate enough to witness a peak King Realm expert in action.
Although that expert could also briefly fly, he could never do what Fong Shohan did effortlessly and naturally, as if eating and drinking. Just what level of monster is this master of 10,000 laws? Fong Shohan hovered in the air, looking down at the black demonic energy below that was churning like boiling water. The Enlightened Mind and Dharma Eye program is now fully operational. In his eyes, this demonic energy was no longer simply black. Instead, it was a series of energy threads composed of negative laws such as corruption, chaos, and destruction. These threads, as if they were alive, surged towards him frantically, trying to burrow into his body, corrupt his soul, and turn him into one of them.
That's interesting. Fong Shohan stretched out his right hand and probed into the demonic energy below. Don't want.
In the command center, Lin Feng was so frightened by what he saw that his heart almost jumped out of his chest.
That's abyssal demonic energy.
Even those wearing specially made black tortoise armor would be corroded and permeated within minutes if they were touched by it.
And he actually touched it with his bare hands? However, what happened next made everyone's eyes nearly pop out of their sockets.
The violent, corrosive abyssal demonic energy, upon contact with Fong Shohan's fair and slender palm, sizzled like snow hitting a red-hot iron, before rapidly melting and purifying itself. Not only did it fail to harm Fang Shuhan in the slightest, but it was like a docile sheep, completely suppressed, broken down, and then devoured by an even more domineering and unreasonable force. Fang Shuhan closed his eyes, carefully sensing the pure yet malevolent energy flowing into his body through his arm. As soon as this energy entered his body, it was easily suppressed, decomposed, and purified by the Tao evolution devouring heaven technique. His system completely recorded, copied, and analyzed those negative laws of degeneration and chaos, turning them into his own knowledge reserves. The purified energy then transformed into the most fundamental nutrients, merging into his limbs and bones, further strengthening his physical body. The energy quality is good, much better than Wang Teng's devouring heaven demon art. It's a pity that the laws are too simplistic, with nothing but pollution and destruction. The scope is too narrow. Fang Shuhan gave himself his own evaluation. Then, he opened his eyes, and without hesitation, he plunged directly into the dense black demonic energy and disappeared. On the main screen, the green dot representing Fang Shuhan's life signal also disappeared within the range of the demonic energy. The signal has been lost. Life detector has lost connection. An uproar erupted in the command center. How could this be? Lord Wanfa. It's over, even the walking adult. An atmosphere of despair began to spread in everyone's hearts. Shut up, all of you. Lin Feng shouted, suppressing his panic. The power of walking is beyond your imagination. He has only entered the signal jamming zone. All units, hold your posts and continue monitoring energy fluctuations. Be ready to rescue him at any time. He said that, but his palms were already covered in cold sweat. He didn't know whether Fang Shuhan could withstand it. Bottom of the sinkhole. The light here is extremely dim. The air was filled with a nauseating smell of sulfur and decay. The ground was riddled with holes left by the corruption of demonic energy, as well as some incomplete skeletons. Some of these skeletons were wearing standard armor from the mythology division, clearly belonging to members of the two teams that had previously lost contact. Their armor was corroded and riddled with holes, and wisps of black demonic energy clung to their bones, as if they might rise again at any moment and transform into mindless monsters. Fang Shuhan's figure appeared silently at the bottom of the pit. He glanced at the horrific scene around him, his face expressionless. Whether these people live or die is none of his business. His attention was completely focused on the very center of the pit. There, a huge tumor with a diameter of over 100 meters was beating rhythmically like a heart. With each pulsation, a massive amount of abyssal demonic energy would gush out from the surface of the tumor and spread outwards. This tumor is the source of pollution for the entire mining area. Around the tumor, dozens of monsters of various shapes and sizes roamed. They must be the abyssal monsters that mutated after being corrupted by demonic energy. There are giant spiders, as big as small mountains, with 8 legs. There is a slime monster whose body is covered in green slime and which is constantly splitting and multiplying. Others retained human form, but their bodies were completely twisted, their limbs transformed into sharp bone blades, and they emitted unconscious roars. They were the myth team members who had previously gone missing. When Fang Shuhan appeared, all the abyssal demons stopped moving. They all turned their heads in unison, staring intently at the uninvited guest with eyes that had no pupils, only pure malice and a bloodlust. The next second. Roar! All the abyssal monsters roared deafeningly and surged towards Fang Shuhan like a tidal wave. Fang Shuhan stood still, motionless. He looked at the monsters charging towards him, his eyes showing no emotion, only the excitement of seeing rare experimental materials. Not bad, there are quite a few types. This is a good opportunity to test what kind of mutations different organisms will produce after being contaminated by the same law. He stretched out his right hand and made a grasping motion in the air towards the 8-legged spider charging at the front. The Tao evolution devouring heaven technique is activated. An invisible force of devouring instantly enveloped the giant spider. The spider let out a miserable cry, and its massive body shriveled up at a visible speed. Its flesh, energy, and even the abyssal demonic energy that constituted its body were forcibly extracted by Fang Shuhan, transforming into a torrent of pure energy that surged into his palm. In less than 3 seconds, the giant spider, comparable to the early stage of the King Realm, turned into a dried-up corpse, crashed to the ground, and shattered into powder. Fang Shuhan closed his eyes and savored the moment. Energy composition analysis complete. Spider-like creatures, under the influence of abyssal demonic energy, will prioritize strengthening their exoskeleton and toxins. Their weakness is their spiritual core. He opened his eyes and looked at his next target.
That constantly splitting slime. He used the same method again and activated the Dao Yan devouring heaven technique. Before the slime could even scream, it and its countless clones were sucked into a pool of lifeless green gel. Slime molds enhance their ability to divide and corrode. They do not have a fixed core, but the central node for energy circulation is in the original mother body. Fang Shuhan is like a highly efficient butcher, and also like a meticulous scientist. As he walked, he casually crushed one abyssal monster after another. After each one he crushed to death, he would stop and spend a few seconds analyzing the energy composition and the principles behind the physical mutations of the other person. Those abyssal monsters that were recorded in the Myth Department's files as extremely dangerous and requiring an entire elite squad to pay a heavy price to barely eliminate were as fragile as ants on the roadside in his presence. He strolled leisurely through the monster horde, and wherever he went, all the monsters turned to ashes. He quickly cleared away all the surrounding enemies and arrived in front of the huge, pulsating tumor. Just then, the tumor seemed to sense the threat and throbbed even more violently. Its surface has a huge crack, resembling an eye or a mouth. A thought filled with anger and tyranny resounded directly in Fang Shuhan's mind. A tiny insect dares to devour my creation. The sound was intermittent, filled with chaos and madness. Are you the head here? Fang Shuhan asked calmly, looking at the tumor. I am a projection of the will of the great Abyss Lord Ursa. Insect, kneel down, become my servant, I can grant you eternal life and endless power. Fang Shuhan shook his head after listening. It's that same old cliché again, nothing new at all. I have no interest in being your servant. However, I am quite interested in you, this lump of rotten flesh. You're going to be the final material for this mission, aren't you? Arrogant insect, you will pay the price for your ignorance. The tumor went completely berserk. The entire sinkhole began to tremble violently. A terrifying pressure, more than 10 times stronger than before, erupted from the tumor. Its aura is already infinitely close to the peak of the King Realm. Is that all? Fang Shuhan looked at it, somewhat disappointed. Is this all you've got? Chapter 94, The Will of the Abyss Lord. It seems you know nothing of my true power. Fang Shuhan's words acted as a fuse, completely igniting the fury of Ursa's projected will. Die. A thick, bucket-sized black beam of light suddenly shot out from the huge crack on the surface of the tumor. This beam of light was formed entirely from the purest abyssal demonic energy, containing an extremely concentrated amount of the laws of corruption and destruction. Wherever the beam of light passed, even the space itself emitted a cracking sound, as if it were about to be corroded and pierced at any moment. The power of this attack far exceeded the realm of the king. Even a true emperor would probably not dare to take it head-on. However, Fang Shuhan stood still, motionless. He simply raised his right hand slowly. A black aura also rose from his palm. But this dark aura was completely different from Ursa's coldness and evil. It is deeper and purer, as if it were not demonic energy, but the primordial darkness at the beginning of the universe, encompassing all things and transcending all things. It was after his improvements that the Dao Yan devouring heaven technique was created. I've reviewed your power system. Now, I'll teach you how to use it. Fang Shuhan uttered the words that had once completely broken Wang Ten. The moment he finished speaking, the primordial darkness in his palm suddenly expanded, forming a slowly rotating black vortex with a diameter of over 10 meters. That vortex was like a real black hole. The moment the black beam of light that Ursa shot out entered the vortex, it was like a mudox entering the sea, without stirring up the slightest ripple. It was easily swallowed and assimilated by the deep darkness. How is this possible? For the first time, Ursa's will fluctuated violently, filled with shock and disbelief. It could clearly sense that its proud abyssal demonic energy, upon contact with the other party's strange dark energy, was as if it had encountered a higher dimensional being. Those violent energies not only failed to harm the other party in the slightest, but were like docile sheep, completely suppressed by a more domineering and unreasonable force, unable to even struggle. What terrified it even more was that it sensed that its connection with this space and with the abyss itself was being forcibly severed and swallowed up by that black vortex. It's being swallowed up from the opposite direction. No! What kind of power is this? This is not the law of this world. Ursa screamed in terror. Who told you that I'm using the laws of this world? As Fang Shuhan spoke, he felt the surging power within his body. After devouring the black pillar of light and using the Dao evolution devouring heaven technique to deduce and optimize it, a brand new cultivation method that incorporates the laws of the abyss has begun to take shape in his mind.
devouring, corruption, chaos, destruction. A good idea, but too extreme and too inefficient. True absorption is about embracing all things and accepting all paths. It's not like you, brutally destroying everything and then turning it into a single form of demonic energy. Your power is impure and mixed, with a low conversion rate and too many side effects. Every word Feng Xiuhan spoke was like a heavy hammer, striking Ursa's heart hard. It painstakingly spent countless years comprehending a trace of the power of law from the abyss itself, only to be seen by the other party as an inefficient and crude half-finished product. And the other party gave us an improvement plan after just one glance? What exactly is this bug? Is he really a being from this lower material world? Puff! With his mind in disarray, Ursa's projected will could no longer maintain its form. The enormous tumor burst open with a poof, spewing out countless streams of dark green, foul-smelling liquid. Its aura instantly faded. Now, it's my turn. Feng Xiuhan released his grip, and the all-consuming black vortex vanished. He looked at the dying tumor, his eyes calm and still. For him, it was just an interesting experiment, and he also managed to get a good material along the way. He walked step by step toward the tumor. No. Don't come any closer. You cannot kill me. I am the will of the great abyss Lord Ursa. If you kill me, Lord Ursa will never let you go. The entire abyss will become your enemy. Ursa threatened, his words a mixture of bravado and cowardice. Feng Xiuhan stopped, looked at it, and thought about it seriously for a moment. Then he said, "That's perfect. I'd really like to see what this abyss you're talking about is like." You Ursa was utterly desperate. That bug is a madman. A complete and utter madman. He's not afraid of threats at all. In fact, he's looking forward to even stronger enemies coming to his door. Just as Feng Xiuhan was about to take action to completely eliminate the tumor and complete his mission, a sudden change has occurred. The enormous tumor suddenly contracted violently, and all the demonic energy frantically converged towards its center. In just a few seconds, the mountain-sized tumor shrank into a crystal the size of a human head, emitting an eerie purple light. Immediately afterwards, the crystal shattered with a crack. A faint but extremely pure abyssal demonic energy emerged from the crack and shot directly toward Feng Xiuhan's brow at a speed exceeding that of light. This is Ursa's last resort to abandon the projection of his will that he had painstakingly gathered and to possess the most primordial trace of his own will. It could see that Feng Xiuhan's physical body was incredibly powerful. If it could possess this body, it was even confident that it could recover 1% of the Lord's original strength in a short time. At that time, not only this small planet, but the entire galaxy will submit to its feet. This primordial will was too fast and too close. It is 100% confident that the opponent will not be able to react in time. However, just a moment before that purple demonic energy was about to enter Feng Xiuhan's brow, a crack suddenly appeared between Feng Xiuhan's brows. A golden vertical eye, filled with supreme majesty and boundless Taoist charm, slowly opened. The Eye of Enlightenment. The moment that purple demonic energy met the golden vertical eye, Ursa's primordial will seem to have seen something most terrifying and indescribable. It witnessed the birth of the universe, the evolution of the Tao, and the birth and death of all things. Its chaotic and evil will is as insignificant as a speck of dust before the vast and boundless Tao. No! Ursa let out a scream from the depths of her soul, filled with fear and despair. Then, its original will, under the gaze of that golden vertical eye, melted away inch by inch, transforming into the purest spiritual energy, which was completely absorbed by the enlightened mind-eye. Feng Xiuhan closed his eyes, savoring the fragments of memory from the Lord of another world. So that's how it is. The Abyss is a high-dimensional world of energy life. The so-called Abyss Lords are powerful beings in that world who have mastered some kind of fundamental law. Through spatial rifts, they project their will and power into the lower material world, expanding their territory and acquiring faith through pollution and erosion. This guy named Ursa is just a nobody lord in the Abyss. A hint of interest curved at the corners of Feng Xiuhan's mouth. It seems that the world is much more wonderful than he imagined. He opened his eyes and looked at the Ursa core, which had lost all its energy and turned into an ordinary purple crystal, and casually put it into his spatial bracelet. Although this thing has lost its energy, its material is a specialty of the Abyss world and has high research value. After doing all this, he turned around and prepared to leave the sinkhole. The mission is now complete. Chapter 95 Mission accomplished and shocking. When Feng Xiuhan reappeared at the edge of the sinkhole, a thunderous cheer erupted in the ground command center.
He's out. He's out. My God. He's still alive. Look at the data. The concentration of abyssal demonic energy in the pit is decreasing at a visible rate. The energy index has fallen below the warning line. And it continues to decrease. The source of pollution has disappeared. Mission objective achieved. Everyone jumped and danced with excitement, hugging each other and celebrating this hard-won victory. Lin Feng was so excited that tears welled up in his eyes. He snatched the communicator and shouted in a trembling voice, "Lord Wanfa. Are you all right?" "It's all right." Fang Shohan's calm voice came through the communicator. "The source of the pollution has been eliminated. The remaining demonic energy will dissipate naturally soon." "That's great. That's great." Lin Feng exclaimed incoherently. "Sir, you've worked so hard. We'll send a medical team and a recovery team down immediately." "No need," Fang Shohan refused. "There's nothing left down there. Those two squads turned into monsters, and I took care of them." Silence fell on the other end of the communicator. Inside the command center, the smiles on the faces of the people who had just been cheering and jumping for joy froze. Just cleaned it up? Those were their colleagues, the elite of myth. And just like that, they were cleaned out? Although they knew that once corrupted by the abyssal demonic energy, it was impossible to return to their original state, cleansing them out was the best outcome. But coming from the mouth of this master of all laws, how could it sound so cold and ruthless? A chill crept up from the depths of everyone's hearts. They watched as the young man in black slowly rose into the air and was then picked up by a hovercraft. His body was spotless, as if he had just taken a walk in the suburbs, rather than going to an S-class forbidden area that could devour even a king-level expert and engaging in a life-or-death battle. At this moment, they truly understood why the walkers were called gods and demons walking in the world. They have transcended the category of human beings. In their eyes, perhaps the life and death of ordinary people are really no different from cleaning up a few ants. Myth Headquarters, Dragon Commander's Office. Yi Qingtian looked at the real-time report on the screen in front of him and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Task duration, 1 hour and 23 minutes. Task assessment, perfect. Target, Wanfa, Fang Shohan. Status, intact. Great. Great. Yi Qingtian slammed his hand on the table, stood up, and paced back and forth in the office, his excitement evident on his face. I knew it. I didn't misjudge him. This kid is a born taboo nemesis. He picked up the internal communicator and dialed the number again. It's me. Purification mission completed. 1 hour, solo, no damage, perfectly resolved. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone. Then, a hoarse but powerful voice rang out. What did you say? Repeat it again. I said, that projection of the abysses we'll call Ursa has been completely erased by that kid Fang Shohan, Yi Qingtian said with a smile. How is this possible? The person on the other end of the phone was clearly shocked by the news. According to our assessment, the strength of that projected will is already infinitely close to the Emperor realm. Even if you and I personally take action, we can at most seal it, it's impossible to completely erase it. How did Fang Shohan manage to do that? I don't know either. Yi Qingtian shook his head. This kid's methods are endless, and they can't be judged by ordinary standards. All I know is that we've struck gold. A tremendous treasure. Immediately. Right now. Launch the second phase of the Spark project, the person on the other end of the phone said decisively. No. Skip straight to the third phase. Pour all of Myth's resources onto this Fang Shohan without limit. We must spare no effort to help him grow as quickly as possible. That's exactly what I was thinking, Yi Qingtian smiled. Furthermore, his transformation from demon to righteousness and his solo resolution of the purification mission are classified as top secret. No one except you, me, and a few people in the core decision-making team is allowed to disclose this. I'm afraid it might cause some unnecessary panic and covetousness. Clear. After hanging up the call, Yi Qingtian's smile grew even brighter. He knew that the future of the Federation had seen a glimmer of hope thanks to the emergence of Fang Shohan, this variable. When Fang Shohan returned to the Myth headquarters in his airship, he was greeted by Lin Feng's face, which was filled with awe and fervor. Lord Wanfa. You are simply a god. Lin Feng said excitedly as he looked at Fang Shohan. He had learned the entire process of the mission from the command center. He charged in alone, ignoring the demonic energy, and instantly killed the demons. In the end, he even wore down the projection of the Abyss's will, which was comparable to the Emperor realm. What terrifying power this is! This is no longer walking, this is myth itself. Fang Xiuhan ignored his flattery and asked directly, "Has my access level been upgraded?" "You've been promoted," Lin Feng exclaimed, startled. "Commander Long has just issued the highest order. From now on, you will have S+ level privileges, the same as Commander Long. The entire database, equipment inventory, and relic archives of the entire mythology are completely open to you. There are no restrictions whatsoever. In addition, Commander Long asked me to tell you that he has prepared a special gift for you." Lin Feng spoke as he led the way. Instead of taking Fang Xiuhan to the lounge, he led him to the lowest level of the myth headquarters. Here stands a massive gate, 10 meters thick, made of an unknown metal, and inscribed with countless mysterious runes. 2 rows of fully armed royal guards stood in front of the gate. Upon seeing Lin Feng and Fang Xiuhan approach, they both gave a military salute in unison. Lin Feng entered a long and complex password into the identifier in front of the gate, and then underwent dual verification using iris and genetic data. Permissions confirmed, Lin Feng, level A. Accompanying personnel permissions confirmed, Wanfa, S+ level. "Welcome, Lord Wanfa. We are opening the gate to Origin for you." A cold, electronic voice sounded. The heavy metal gate slowly rose up with a creaking sound. A vast, ancient aura, filled with the dust of history, wafted in from behind the door. Fang Xiuhan's eyes lit up instantly. He saw that behind the door was a vast space that defied description. There is no high-tech equipment or staff in this space. There were only rows of huge, floor-to-ceiling bookshelves. On the bookshelf, there were not ordinary books, but rather forbidden items that exuded various eerie auras. A Japanese sword wreathed in black resentment. An ancient pottery jar with human faces carved on its surface, as if it were weeping softly. A magic book bound in human skin, covered with twisted text written in blood. A mummified vampire prince, nailed to a cross, with a silver dagger protruding from his heart. Thousands of taboo items from all over the world, from different eras and from different relics are neatly displayed here, like books in a library. This is the entire collection of the mythology department, accumulated over more than 100 years. It is the Federation's most dangerous, yet most precious, treasure. This is the treasure trove of the origin of mythology. Lin Feng's voice trembled slightly and carried a sense of pilgrimage-like devotion. This place holds all the high-risk forbidden items that have been recovered since the department was established. Commander Long said that from today onwards, this place will be your personal library. You can read freely here. Chapter 96 Exclusive Library and New Materials. When Lin Feng uttered the words exclusive library, Fang Xiuhan's heart skipped a beat. Looking at the dazzling array of thousands of forbidden items before him, he felt like a mouse that had fallen into a rice jar. No, it's a million times more exciting than that. What treasure trove is this? This place is clearly a materials paradise tailor-made for him. Each forbidden item represents a unique law, a completely new system of power. Although most of them are full of flaws and negative energy, in Fang Xiuhan's eyes, they are the most perfect rough gems. With just a little refinement using the Daoyan devouring heaven technique and the Ming Xinfa Yen, he can transform it into his own power. Very good. Fang Xiuhan uttered 2 words, and then he couldn't move another step. He walked directly to the nearest shelf and picked up a strange longsword that looked like an ancient bronze sword, but whose blade was covered with eyeballs. Item number, Relic A013. Name, Thousand-Eyed Demon Sword. Recovery location, Sang-Singui Ruins of the Ancient Shu Kingdom. Ability, those pierced by this sword will have their souls absorbed into the sword, becoming an eyeball on it, never to be reborn. At the same time, the wielder of this sword will be eroded day and night by the countless vengeful spirits on it, eventually going insane and becoming a sword slave who only knows how to kill. Danger level, high. Fang Xiuhan gripped the hilt of the sword. In an instant, a massive and chaotic mental shock, mixed with the wails of thousands of souls, surged wildly into his mind along the hilt of the sword, trying to tear his consciousness apart. Noisy. Fang Xiuhan frowned slightly. The Mingxin Fian is operating at full capacity. The golden vertical eye between his eyebrows flashed and disappeared in an instant. A vast and overwhelming pressure of the Tao instantly enveloped the entire demonic sword. The vengeful spirits that had been screaming wildly in his mind fell silent instantly, like elementary school students caught by their homeroom teacher. They trembled and dared not move. Fong Shohan ignored these minor incidents. His entire attention was focused on the core principles of the sword. I see. The core is a runic array called a soul cage built inside the sword. By absorbing souls, it enhances the sword's sharpness and soul-piercing attribute. The design is ingenious, but also crude. The lack of filters and purifiers results in the absorption of impure and mixed soul energy, filled with negative emotions, which ultimately backfires on its owner. What if we transformed this soul prison into an energy conversion furnace, and added methods of heart refining and purification? Fong Shohan quickly analyzed and deduced in his mind. In just over 10 seconds, a brand new technique called the Sword Manual of 10,000 Souls Returning to One took shape in his mind. Then, he released his grip and placed the now incredibly docile thousand-eyed demon sword back on the shelf. This sword holds no secrets for him anymore. He then moved on to his next goal. That ancient pottery jar with a human face carved on its surface. Item number, Relic A029. Name, the Crying Jar. Recovery location, Ancient Egypt's Valley of the Kings. Ability, it constantly emits a low, mournful cry. Creatures that hear the cry will have their deepest sorrow stirred up, ultimately leading them to commit suicide in despair. At the same time, it can absorb the sorrow of the dead as its own energy. Danger level, high. Fong Shohan picked up the pottery jar. An overwhelming sense of sorrow and despair, capable of causing even a powerful Emperor realm expert to lose their composure, instantly enveloped his mind. However, Fong Shohan's state of mind remained calm and undisturbed. He didn't even frown. He immediately began to analyze the laws governing the pottery jar. The application of the law of emotion? That's interesting. Using specific sound wave frequencies to evoke negative emotional resonance in the cerebral cortex of organisms. That's a good idea. It can be optimized. It doesn't necessarily have to evoke sadness. Joy, anger, worry, thought, and fear are all acceptable. If we could develop a 7 emotions and 6 desires great method, then when facing an enemy, we could directly undermine the opponent's fighting will from a spiritual level. Fong Shohan has found a new research direction. He put down the pottery jar and walked over to the magic book bound in human skin. Item number, Relic S007. Title, The Necronomicon Fragment. Recovery location, site of a witch's gathering in the Black Forest of medieval Europe. Abilities, it contains a large number of forbidden spells about death and souls, such as corpse resurrection, soul enslavement, and plague curse. Learners need to use the flesh and blood of living people as casting materials and sacrifice their own life force. Danger level, extremely high. A combination of the laws of death and the laws of the soul? That's a huge topic. Fong Shohan opened the book and began to read with great interest. Lin Feng, standing to the side, was completely dumbfounded. He stared blankly at Fong Shohan, as if he were looking at a god. What is this master of all laws doing? What did he take those S-level forbidden items, which were sealed layer upon layer and could be corrupted even if touched by a king realm expert, as? Are those pirated books that cost 3 yuan each at street stalls? Pick it up and look at it, put it down, and then pick up another one? Moreover, look at it, why are those forbidden items like tamed cats in his hands, without any temper at all? When that thousand-eyed demon sword was first retrieved, it drove 3 peak king realm experts mad. That crying jar, just by being placed here, requires several guards every year to commit suicide because they cannot bear the mental pollution it causes. And then there's the Necronomicon, whose first owner summoned a horrific undead catastrophe that swept across Europe, nearly setting back human civilization by 500 years. Which of these things isn't infamous? How come it's treated like a toy in the hands of this master of all laws? Lin Feng felt that his brain was no longer capable of processing what he was thinking. He could only stand there blankly, watching Fong Shohan, like a diligent librarian, flipping through those banned books that could destroy the world, one by one. Fong Shohan was completely immersed in the ocean of knowledge. He worked tirelessly, day and night. 1 day. 2 days. 3 days. He stayed in this origin treasure trove for a whole week without coming out. He was like a dry sponge, frantically absorbing everything here. Swordsmanship, magic, curses, alchemy, voodoo, divine arts. He analyzed thousands of powers from different civilizations and systems, then refined them and incorporated them into his Dao Yen devouring heaven technique. His Dao Yen Tun Tianju also became more and more perfect and all-encompassing in this process. If the previous Dao Yen devouring heaven technique was merely the framework of a sports car with a super engine, Now, Fong Shohan is installing parts from countless top-tier sports cars onto this framework. He is creating a supreme Taoist scripture that, in a truly meaningful sense, surpasses all known cultivation methods in this world. And his strength, amidst this massive accumulation of knowledge, was quietly and explosively increasing at a terrifying speed. Although his cultivation level has not improved, his understanding of power and his application of laws have reached an unbelievable level. If he were to face the projection of the will of the Abyss Lord Ursa now, he didn't even need to lift a finger. A single glance was enough to cause its laws to collapse and vanish into nothingness. That day, as Fong Shohan was studying a crystal skull from a Mayan ruin, Lin Feng's communication request interrupted him. Lord Wanfa, Lin Feng's voice carried a hint of anxiety. Commander Long has an urgent mission that requires your immediate attention. Fong Shohan frowned slightly, somewhat displeased. He's reached a crucial point in his research. This crystal skull seems to touch upon the surface of the laws of fate, but it's incredibly profound. What is it? He asked patiently. Something's happened in the East China Sea. Chapter 97: The Dragon's Roar Beneath the East Sea. East China Sea? Fong Shohan had no idea what this place name meant. Yes, Lord Wanfa. Lin Feng's tone was very solemn. Just 3 hours ago, the underwater sonar matrix we deployed deep in the East China Sea, outside the Dragon Palace ruins, detected an extremely high-intensity Dragon-S-mite response. Long Wei? Fong Shohan thought of Long Outyan, whom he had crippled with a single punch. Yes, it's Dragon-S-mite. But it's 10,000 times stronger and purer than the one you felt at the Qiankuan Pavilion. Lin Feng's voice trembled slightly. According to data model analysis, this Dragon-S-mite wasn't simulated by human martial artists' cultivation techniques. It came from a real, pure-blooded dragon. A real dragon that has lived for who knows how many years. Fong Shohan's eyes brightened slightly. A real dragon? This is a rare material. The techniques he analyzed before, whether it was Qin Zhan's ancestral emperor battle body or Long Outyan's ancestral emperor true dragon body, were all human cultivation methods that contained a trace of dragon blood. If he could obtain a sample of a pure-blooded dragon, his understanding of the laws governing dragons would reach a whole new level. The 9 revolutions overlord body technique that he deduced could also receive a perfect upgrade. And then, he asked. That dragon seems to have awakened from the depths of the Dragon Palace ruins. The first thing it did after awakening was to attack our 3rd underwater base stationed in the nearby sea. There are 3,000 Federation Navy soldiers at the base, as well as a field liaison station of Myth. After sending out the last distress signal, the entire base was completely cut off. According to the fragmented description in the distress signal, the dragon was over 1,000 meters long, covered in blue scales, and could breathe lightning and fire. With a single strike, it destroyed the base's energy shield. Lin Feng's voice grew increasingly low. A large underwater base capable of accommodating 3,000 people, possessing an energy shield that can withstand repeated attacks from king-level experts. As a result, it was destroyed in a single blow by the opponent. The dragon's strength was unimaginable. It was terrifying. So, the mission is to slay a dragon? Fong Shohan asked directly. No. Lin Feng quickly denied. Commander Long means that you should go to the East China Sea immediately to investigate the situation. If possible, try to communicate with that dragon, calm its emotions, and prevent the conflict from escalating further. After all, it is a real dragon. Its research value to our Federation is immeasurable. If we can subdue it or reach a cooperation agreement, it will be a huge leap forward for our entire civilization. Of course, if the other party is highly hostile and communication is impossible. Lin Feng paused, his tone turning cold. Then, Commander Long allows you to take all necessary measures, after assessing your own safety, to suppress or eliminate them. Fong Shohan understood. To put it bluntly, it's all about diplomacy first, then force. Capture them alive if possible, but if that's not possible, kill them on the spot. I understand. Fong Shohan nodded. Prepare the plane. He put down the crystal skull in his hand, turned around and walked out of the origin vault. Although he was annoyed that his research had been interrupted, the thought of having a living, breathing dragon as his new material made his displeasure vanish. An hour later. The East China Sea, a secret military area. A massive, mountain-like space carrier silently floats above the turbulent sea. This aerospace carrier, named Jinhai, is the flagship of the Federation Navy's East China Sea fleet and one of the most powerful war machines in the entire Federation. At this moment, the atmosphere in the bridge command center of the Jinhai was extremely tense.
Li Zhentian, the commander-in-chief of the East China Sea Fleet and a naval admiral, was staring at the huge holographic nautical chart in front of him with a grim expression. On the nautical chart, the dot representing the third underwater base had turned a glaring red, marked with "Signal interrupted," determined to be out of contact. Reporting, Commander. The energy reaction in the Dragon Palace ruins area has surged again. Our Poseidon detection system is already overloaded by 300% and may collapse at any moment, an officer reported loudly. How is the charging status of deep-sea spear missiles in launch silos 3 through 12? Li Zhentian asked in a deep voice. Commander. Fully charged. Ready to launch at any time. The deep-sea spear is the Federation's most powerful strategic weapon, specifically developed for underwater warfare. Each one is capable of severely injuring or even killing a powerhouse at the early stage of the Emperor realm. All combat units, retreat to the safety line. Without my order, no one is allowed to approach within 100 kilometers of the Dragon Palace ruins. Li Zhentian issued a series of orders. Although he was burning with anxiety and wanted to avenge the 3,000 fallen soldiers, he knew that against an entity of that caliber, sending more ordinary troops would only be suicide. Now, all he can do is wait. Waiting for support from the Myth Department in the capital. Commander, report. A Phantom-class special operations aircraft from the highest administrative region of Beijing has been detected approaching at high speed. Requesting landing clearance. They're here. Li Zhentian's spirits lifted. Clear deck number 1 immediately. Give them the highest level of welcome. Soon, the jet-black triangular fighter jet landed steadily on the deck of the Zhenhai. The hatch opened. Fang Xiuhan walked out alone. Li Zhentian, who had been waiting on the deck, and a large group of naval officers were all stunned when they saw that the person who came out was just a young man in black who looked to be under 20 years old. This Li Zhentian frowned. He was informed that Myth would send a walker to assist in handling the crisis. But the young man in front of me looks like a student who is still in school. Where are the people from the Myth? Are they still on the plane? Who are you? Are you a special envoy from Myth? A hot-tempered major general couldn't help but step forward and question him. Fang Xiuhan glanced at him but didn't say anything. He walked directly past the group of naval officers to the edge of the aircraft carrier, looking down at the unfathomable blue sea below. You! The major general was so angry at Fang Xiuhan's dismissive attitude that his face turned red, and he was about to explode. Li Zhentian stopped him in time and shook his head. Although he had his doubts, the other party had arrived on a private jet from Myth, so their identity must be extraordinary. Before clarifying the situation, it was best not to offend them lightly. He walked up to Fang Xiuhan and asked in as calm a tone as possible, Sir, may I ask who you are? Fang Xiuhan turned his head and looked at him. I am the one sent by Myth. Just you alone? Li Zhentian couldn't help but ask. One of me is enough. Fang Xiuhan's answer was as calm as ever, but it carried an undeniable confidence. Li Zhentian was speechless for a long time after hearing his words. The group of generals behind him exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes filled with suspicion and disdain. What a joke! Do you even know what's down there? It's a true dragon that's lived for countless years. Its strength is comparable to a king realm expert. How dare you, a mere brat, spout such nonsense? Exactly. I think the people from Myth are becoming more and more unreliable. Sending such a greenhorn over here, do they want our East China Sea Fleet to be buried with him? Commander! We can't place our hopes on this kind of person. Let's order the deep-sea spear to flatten that area of the sea. The generals were discussing it animatedly, their emotions running high. Just then. Roar! A dragon's roar, seemingly from the primordial era and filled with supreme majesty, suddenly rose from the depths of the sea. The entire sea surface churned violently because of the dragon's roar. The Zhenhai aerospace carrier, which weighs millions of tons, shook violently. Inside the command center, a piercing alarm blared. Warning! Warning! Extremely high-intensity energy impact detected. The target is rising rapidly. 5,000 meters from the surface. 3,000 meters. 1,000 meters. It's coming out. Everyone's face turned deathly pale instantly. Li Zhentian clenched his fists tightly, his palms sweating profusely. All units. Level 1 combat readiness, he roared. However, just as everyone was on high alert, preparing for a world-destroying battle,
Fang Xiuhan did something that everyone will never forget. He looked at the sea surface where a colossal creature was about to burst from the water and shook his head. It's noisy. After saying that, he raised his right foot and lightly stomped it on the aircraft carrier's deck. Thump! A muffled thud. That invisible, suppressive force, seemingly containing the weight of the entire world, instantly passed through the aircraft carrier's deck, pierced through the 10,000-meter deep seawater, and directly acted on the enormous azure dragon that was rapidly rising to the surface. Chapter 98: A true dragon unearthed by a single step. Ha! The azure dragon, which had just awakened and was preparing to burst out of the sea to announce its return to this era, suddenly felt as if an entire continent was pressing down on it. That unparalleled upward momentum was instantly interrupted. The enormous dragon body, out of control, was forcefully stomped back by an even more savage and unreasonable force. Boom! Tens of thousands of meters deep in the ocean, terrifying undercurrents have been stirred up. The giant dragon, which was over 1,000 meters long, was like a nail struck by a meteorite falling from the sky, firmly nailed to the mud and sand on the seabed, unable to move. Its enormous, lantern-like eyes were filled with bewilderment and confusion. What happened? Am I not rushing upwards? Why did you suddenly lie down? Which blind titan dares to step on the head of the great azure dragon god, Ao Bing? On the aircraft carrier Zhenhai. As Fang Xiuhan's foot landed, the sea, which had just been turbulent and seemed as if a sea monster might emerge at any moment, instantly returned to calm. No, it's calmer than calm. It was like a smooth mirror, without even a ripple. The dragon's roar that had terrified everyone came to an abrupt end. The piercing alarm stopped. In the command center, the staff officer in charge of monitoring energy responses stared blankly at the screen in front of him, stammering, reporting to the commander, target's energy response, disappeared. Disappeared? What do you mean? Li Zhentian pushed him aside and leaned in front of the screen himself. On the screen, the enormous red energy ball representing the true dragon vanished as if it had been forcibly extinguished by an invisible hand. The entire radar screen was completely clean. It was as if the earth-shattering energy reaction just now was just an illusion. What's going on? Is the equipment malfunctioning? A general asked, puzzled. Everyone's eyes were instinctively drawn to the black-clad youth slowly retracting his foot at the edge of the deck. They saw that after Fang Xiuhan stomped his foot, he seemed somewhat dissatisfied, frowned, and muttered to himself. I think I used a bit too much force. Don't stomp it to death, or the material won't be fresh. His voice wasn't loud, but who were all those present? They were all grandmasters with profound cultivation. Every word was clearly transmitted to their ears. Did I use too much force? Was he trampled to death? Everyone's mind was buzzing. Combined with the unbelievable scene that had just unfolded, an absurd and unbelievable thought, which they themselves could hardly believe, began to grow wildly in their minds. Could it be that real dragon was stomped back by him? The moment the thought crossed their minds, they nipped it in the bud. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That's a real dragon. An ancient divine beast that has lived for countless years. A terrifying existence with strength comparable to a king. How is it possible that someone could step on you and knock you down with just one kick? This is not scientific. This is not martial arts. This is completely overturning the worldview they have built up over decades, even centuries. However, the facts are right before our eyes. The sea was calm and still. The dragon's roar vanished without a trace. Energy reactions ultimately returned to nothingness. And what caused all of this seems to be just that seemingly casual kick from the young man in front of us. Gulp. The Major General, who had previously spoken rudely to Fang Xiuhan, swallowed hard. He stared at Fang Xiuhan's retreating figure, his eyes filled with horror and fear. Only now did he realize what kind of god or demon he had just been roaring at. It was incredibly merciful that the other party didn't slap him to death. Li Zhentian stood there blankly, his mind completely blank. He spent his life on the battlefield. What storms and waves hasn't he seen? He once fought a bloody battle for 3 days and 3 nights against an ancient octopus monster that was 300 meters long in the depths of the Pacific Ocean. He also once commanded a fleet beneath the Arctic ice cap, sealing away a resurrected frost behemoth. He believed that his will was already as firm as a rock. But today, he realized that he was still too young. The young man before him, and what he was doing, was completely beyond his comprehension. Is this the walking of myth? Is this the true strength of those few people standing at the very top of the federal pyramid? It turns out that these so-called high-ranking military officials and fleet commanders are nothing more than a bunch of children with toy guns in front of true powerhouses. While everyone was still immersed in the huge shock and unable to extricate themselves, Fang Xiuhan has made another move. He seemed to feel that standing on the aircraft carrier, too far away, made it inconvenient to observe the materials. He took a step forward and stepped directly off the deck. Then, to everyone's utter astonishment, he sank vertically into the sea. Not a single ripple was made. Like a drop of water merging into the ocean. He went down? My God! Is he going to face that real dragon alone? Quick! Underwater probe. Follow him. Follow him.
Li Zhentian finally snapped out of his shock and shouted at the top of his lungs.
Soon, dozens of state-of-the-art seahorse unmanned underwater probes, released by the Xinhai, followed Fang Xiuhan's signal and dived into the seabed at a depth of 10,000 meters.
A scene that everyone will never forget was transmitted back to the command center of the Xinhai in real time through the detector.
There, in the dark depths of the ocean, thousands of meters below, the young man in black strolled leisurely across the mud and sand on the seabed. He seemed to be surrounded by an invisible shield, keeping all the seawater out. He walked very slowly, as if he were strolling in his own backyard. And not far ahead of him, a giant eastern dragon, over 1,000 meters long, covered in blue dragon scales and exuding sacred majesty, was being pressed firmly into a huge human-shaped footprint in an extremely humiliating prostrate position. The footprint was hundreds of meters deep and its outline was clear. The dragon's enormous body fit perfectly into the footprints, unable to even struggle. Its enormous dragon eyes were filled with humiliation, anger, and a trace of bewilderment that it couldn't understand at all. Fang Xiuhan walked step by step to the front of this giant dragon. He looked up at the creature, which was larger than a mountain, as if admiring a work of art. Good size, and the scales are intact. It looks like it has great research value. He reached out and tapped on the cold, hard dragon scales. It produced a clanging sound of metal striking each other. Ah! The dragon let out a low, extremely aggrieved roar. It felt that it had been humiliated like never before. It was thought that the mighty Azure Dragon God, who had been asleep for thousands of years, would awaken one day and rule the world, receiving the worship of all people. As a result, as soon as he stepped out of his house, someone stepped on him and he fell into the mud. Now, this culprit has come down here, criticizing and physically assaulting me. This is intolerable. You lowly mortal. Take your filthy hands off me. A dignified yet angry voice resounded directly in Fang Xiuhan's mind. Oh? You can speak human language? Fang Xiuhan was a little surprised. That's perfect, saves me the trouble. He looked at the dragon and calmly asked. I'm asking you, are you willing to contribute a bit of your blood, scales, and a small fragment of your soul's memory as research material? In exchange, I can spare your life. Chapter 99 Dragon Clan Secrets and Trades. When Fang Xiuhan said these words, not only the blue dragon, but also everyone in the Xinhai command center who heard the conversation through the detectors was stunned. What did they hear? Is this young man negotiating with an ancient dragon that has lived for countless years? Moreover, the condition is that the other party must contribute their blood, scales, and soul memories as research material for him? This is no longer just being arrogant. This is insane. What do you take this ancient mythical beast for? A lab rat? Really? Upon hearing Fang Xiuhan's suggestion, the Azure Dragon paused for a moment before unleashing a deafening roar. Presumptuous! You lowly ant! How dare you humiliate this divine lord? I am Ao Bing, the master of the Dragon Palace of the East Sea, an ancient dragon. What are you to dare touch my noble dragon body? Once I am freed, I will tear you apart, skin you alive, and grind your bones to dust, you ignorant and arrogant worm. I will make your soul wail in the 9 netherworld for 10,000 years. Ao Bing was so angry that his dragon whiskers stood on end and his dragon eyes widened. It sensed that during its thousands of years of slumber, something extraordinary must have happened in the outside world. How come just any random mortal dares to talk to me like that? However, it is faced with its roar and threats. Fang Xiuhan's face remained expressionless. He simply shook his head and said with some disappointment. It seems there's no point in talking. Since you're unwilling to cooperate, I'll have to take it myself. After he finished speaking, he raised his right hand.
In his palm, the black vortex that represented the Daoyan devouring heaven technique and devoured everything reappeared. A devouring force, even more terrifying and domineering than when it suppressed Ao Bing, instantly enveloped Ao Bing's massive dragon body. Ah! Ao Bing let out a shrill scream. It felt that the dragon essence, blood, and chi within its body, and even the fundamental laws that constituted its sacred dragon body, were being forcibly extracted from its body by an irresistible force. That feeling was like my whole body was being hollowed out. This kind of pain is 10,000 times more terrifying than physical injury. Ao Bing had lived for thousands of years, experiencing the most glorious era of the ancient dragon race and witnessing the fall of countless gods and demons. He never imagined that one day he would experience the passing of life in such a humiliating and powerless way. This is not death, this is being decomposed. It could clearly sense that every bit of energy and every rune of law that constituted its existence was being forcibly stripped away by that black vortex, and then analyzed and devoured by it in a way that it could not understand at all. Its proud dragon bloodline, its dragon essence cultivated over 10,000 years, and its indestructible dragon body were as fragile as paper before that black vortex, utterly vulnerable. Stop! Stop right now! Ao Bing's roar had lost its previous majesty, leaving only pure fear and pleading. I agree. I agree to your terms. It was afraid. It was truly afraid. It feared no death as a former dragon god, it possessed its own pride. But being treated as material, disintegrated bit by bit, with even its soul unable to escape, utterly shattered all its dignity and courage accumulated over thousands of years. It had no doubt that if it continued to be stubborn, this seemingly harmless mortal would really drain it dry. Upon hearing this, Fang Shohan stopped what he was doing. The black vortex in his palm then dissipated. The devouring power that made Ao Bing's soul tremble had also vanished without a trace. Ao Bing gasped for breath, if it needed to. Those few seconds had felt longer to it than 10,000 years of torment in the 9 netherworld hell. It felt as if at least 10% of its dragon essence had been drained away. 1/10. That was power it had painstakingly accumulated over thousands of years of slumber. And it was gone in just a short while. What kind of monster is this mortal? Inside the command center of the Zhenhai, Li Zhentian and a group of naval officers were completely petrified. Through the detector, they could see and hear everything that had just happened clearly. The young man simply stretched out his hand, and the once arrogant ancient dragon let out such a shrill scream, and then, it gave in. Commander, did I hear that right? That dragon, is it begging for mercy? A young staff officer asked, his voice trembling. He felt his worldview being repeatedly crushed and shattered into dust. It said, it agreed? Agreed to what? Agreed to be used as research material, another general said in a dreamlike tone. Li Zhentian remained silent. He just stared intently at the screen, at the black-clad youth standing before the dragon, whose figure seemed incredibly small, yet whose aura silenced the entire deep sea. He had only one thought in his mind, is this what they call negotiation? This is blatant robbery. The ultimate robbery. If you don't agree, I'll chew you up and eat you, bones and all. Where on earth did the mythology department find such a deity? No, even gods aren't this unreasonable. The seabed at a depth of 10,000 meters. Fang Shohan looked at Ao Bing, who had completely lost his temper, and nodded in satisfaction. Why didn't you do this earlier? You had to waste everyone's time, he said in a very calm tone. Ao Bing's enormous dragon head bowed in humiliation, not daring to refute. It finally understands. In the face of this mortal, all dignity and pride are utter nonsense. The other party's logic was simple and brutal, cooperate or die. No, it was worse than death. Very good, let us begin, Fang Shohan said. What do you need me to do? Ao Bing's voice became unusually humble, even the words this god sounded weak and powerless. Loosen your mental defenses, stop resisting. Fang Shohan said, pointing his index finger at Ao Bing's large brow. Ao Bing's dragon body trembled. Let go of your mental defenses? For any strong person, this is tantamount to handing over their life completely to the other party. But would it dare to refuse? Glancing at Fang Shohan's right hand, which had almost drained him dry, Ao Bing resignedly closed his eyes and gave up all resistance. A gentle yet profound spiritual force, imbued with supreme Taoist wisdom, probed into its sea of consciousness. Fang Shohan began to read the materials he wanted. He didn't delve into Ao Bing's most crucial memories, that wasn't part of the deal, and he had no interest in other people's privacy. He simply acted like a highly efficient librarian, precisely locating the section of information he needed. Memories about the physical structure of dragons.
Memories of how the dragon race circulates energy. Memories of the dragon race's innate supernatural abilities.
He copied these memory fragments completely and stored them in his mind, awaiting further analysis and deduction. The whole process lasted about 10 minutes. For Ao Bing, every second of those 10 minutes was torture. He felt like an open book, freely flipped through by the other party, with all his secrets laid bare before them. When Fang Shuhan withdrew his finger, Ao Bing felt as if he had collapsed.
Memory reading complete, Fang Shuhan said.
Next, blood and scales. He walked to Ao Bing's neck, where a dragon scale had slightly curled up during the struggle. He reached out, pinched the blue dragon scale that was as big as a round table, and gently broke it off.
Snap!
A crisp sound. He easily broke off that indestructible dragon scale, which was strong enough to withstand the bombing of strategic weapons. Ao Bing shuddered in pain, but dared not utter a sound. Fang Shuhan took the dragon scale, examined it over and over, and then put it into his spatial bracelet with satisfaction. The material is good, and the laws it contains are very complete. Then, he stretched out his finger and gently traced a line on the wound on Ao Bing's neck where the scales were no longer protecting it. A tiny cut appeared, and golden dragon blood slowly flowed out. Fang Shuhan took out a specially made container and collected about 1 liter of dragon blood. As soon as the golden dragon blood left Ao Bing's body, it released a vast amount of life energy, turning the surrounding seawater golden. Inside the command center of the Jinhai ship, all the instruments emitted sharp alarms.
Commander, we have detected an extremely high concentration of life energy. The energy level is impossible to determine.
This is the blood of a true dragon?
Even this small amount contains such terrifying energy?
Li Jintian and the others stared at the golden light on the screen, their eyes filled with shock and greed. They knew that such a drop of blood, if taken outside, would be enough to drive any martial arts expert mad. It can be used to refine the finest elixirs, to temper the physical body, and even to extend one's lifespan by 100 years. And now, that young man, so casually, has taken away a whole liter.
All right, transaction complete. Fang Shuhan put away the dragon blood, patted Ao Bing's neck, as if comforting a pet. You can go now.
After saying that, he released the invisible force that had been suppressing Ao Bing. Ao Bing felt a lightness on his body as the terrifying force that had been suffocating him disappeared.
It slowly crawled out of that huge human-shaped footprint.
It glanced at the young man in black, its huge dragon eyes filled with complex emotions. There was humiliation, anger, and fear, but more than anything, there was a deep sense of powerlessness. It didn't make any more harsh statements.
Because it knows that it makes no sense. Faced with absolute power, all threats are nothing but a joke.
It turned its massive body around and, without looking back, swam back towards the Dragon Palace ruins deeper in the sea.
Its silhouette looked somewhat desolate and forlorn.
An ancient overlord, after sleeping for thousands of years, was brutally beaten by the new era on the very first day he awoke. This world is no longer the world it was familiar with. Chapter 100: The Psychological Trauma of the Dragon God. Watching Ao Bing's massive figure disappear into the darkness of the deep sea, Fang Shuhan did not leave. He hovered in place, closed his eyes, and began to process the materials he had just acquired at lightning speed in his mind. First, there's that memory about the dragon's soul. Within his sea of consciousness, these fragments of memory were rapidly integrated, categorized, and analyzed by the Tao Evolution Devouring Heaven technique. A diagram of the dragon's body structure, accurate to every bone and meridian. The circulation route of the dragon race's energy, dragon essence, and how to unleash the innate supernatural powers of summoning wind and rain and controlling lightning through specific meridian combinations. And then there's the dragon race's most core secret, the dragon soul. It's a special life form existing between matter and energy, the true source of the dragon race's power.
I see.
The so-called dragon's might is essentially a law of suppression that acts on the spiritual level. By simulating higher dimensional life forms, it naturally suppresses lower dimensional beings. The reason why the dragon race's physical body is so powerful is that every cell of theirs is engraved with the most basic runes of the laws of strength and self-healing. These laws are far more advanced and fundamental than the body refining techniques that human martial artists cultivate later in life. As for innate supernatural abilities, they are more like an instinct they are born with, just like humans can breathe and birds can fly. They don't need to understand the laws, they only need to use the laws according to the way they are inherited in their bloodline.
Fang Shuhan kept analyzing in his mind.
He was like a master programmer decompiling an incredibly complex set of code from ancient times. He dissected the underlying logic of these codes line by line, then compared them with his existing knowledge base, eliminating the dross and retaining the essence. Soon, a completely new set of techniques, known as the 9 transformations of the true dragon, was formed in his mind. Once this cultivation method is successfully deduced, it will far surpass Aobing's own bloodline inheritance, and may even allow an ordinary person to evolve into a true pure-blooded dragon through acquired cultivation.
Interesting.
The value of this material is even higher than I imagined.
Fong Han was very satisfied with the results. He opened his eyes and looked at the blue dragon scale in his hand and the bottle of golden dragon blood.
He flicked the dragon scale lightly with his finger. Buzz! The dragon scales emitted a clear dragon roar, and countless mysterious runes appeared on them. This is a natural defensive treasure. Its internal law structure can effectively unload and disperse 99% of physical and energy impacts. If the law runes within can be extracted and imprinted onto the black tortoise armor, the armor's defensive power can be increased by at least tenfold. He opened the bottle of dragon's blood again.
An overwhelming sense of life washed over me.
Fang Xiuhan used the Mingxin Fian to look and saw that each blood sphere in the golden blood was a miniature energy core, containing the pure origin of life and the law of creation.
This is a good thing.
If an ordinary person takes just one drop of this, it will be enough to transform them and prevent all diseases. If a martial artist takes it, it can greatly enhance their qi and blood and solidify their foundation. However, for me, the greatest value lies in the creation principle it contains. It can be used to improve my 9 revolutions overlord body technique.
Fang Xiuhan carefully put away all these materials, intending to study them slowly when he got back.
After doing all this, he turned around and prepared to return to the sea. Meanwhile, the command center of the Jinhai was in complete chaos.
Report to the commander.
The target, no, it's Lord Aobing, who has returned to the Dragon Palace ruins, and the energy reaction is stable.
Report to the commander.
Lord Wanfa's life signal is stable, he is rising, and is expected to reach the surface in 3 minutes.
Commander. This is an encrypted communication request from Yi Longshui at the Myth headquarters in Beijing.
Li Zhentian took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down from the unbelievable scene he had just witnessed. He straightened his military uniform and said in a deep voice, "Connect Commander Long's communications." Soon, Yi Qingtian's holographic projection appeared on the main screen of the command center. His expression looked relaxed, even with a hint of a smile.
Commander Li, it's been a long time. I heard that your East China Sea fleet caught a big fish? Yi Qingtian asked.
Li Zhentian's lips twitched.
Big fish? That's a prehistoric behemoth that could overturn the entire East China Sea.
Moreover, it wasn't us who caught it was the deity you sent who stepped on it. Although he thought this in his heart, he respectfully said aloud, reporting to Commander Long. Indeed, there was a small problem. However, with the help of Lord Wanfa, the situation is now under control.
Oh? You've got it under control? Yi Qingtian raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise.
I heard that was a true dragon that had lived for over 1,000 years, with strength comparable to a king realm expert.
Fang Xiuhan, that kid, wasn't injured, was he?
Upon hearing this, Li Zhentian felt that he had so many complaints that he didn't know where to begin.
Injured? Are you serious?
From beginning to end, he only stomped his foot and stretched out his hand, and then he subdued the dragon so completely that it didn't even dare to breathe loudly. The whole process was leisurely and easy, even more so than taking a walk in my own backyard.
You're asking me now if he's injured?
He should ask that dragon how big its psychological trauma is. Reporting to Commander Long, Lord Wanfa is safe and sound. Li Zhentian said with difficulty, he has successfully reached a friendly agreement with that true dragon.
A friendly agreement? Yi Qingtian's smile deepened. Tell me about it.
Li Zhentian hesitated for a moment, but still reported everything he had seen through the detector to Yi Qingtian in detail. This includes how Fang Xiuhan stomped a real dragon back to the bottom of the sea. How to go down and negotiate with the real dragon. How to demand blood, scales, and soul memories as research material. And how that real dragon went from its initial angry roars to its eventual humiliating pleas for mercy, and finally to its current cooperative transaction. With each sentence he spoke, the expressions on the faces of the other generals in the command center became even more fascinating. They felt that what they were experiencing today was more surreal than the past few decades combined. After Li Zhentian finished speaking, the entire command center fell into a deathly silence.
Yi Qingtian's holographic projection also fell silent.
The smile on his face had frozen. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but in the end, he couldn't utter a single word.
He knew Fang Shouhan was very strong, very outrageous.
That's why he dared to entrust him with handling this S-level crisis alone.
He considered many possibilities.
Fang Shouhan might have a great battle with the true dragon, a battle so fierce that the heavens and earth shatter and the sun and moon lose their light, before finally managing to suppress or seal it away with great difficulty. Alternatively, Fang Shouhan might use some special means to communicate with the true dragon, appealing to his emotions and reasoning with him, and finally reach a peace agreement.
But he never expected it to turn out like this. One stomp and he's down. Then they go down and collect protection money. And they did it under the guise of researching materials. Does this kid think of an ancient dragon as a street thug?
Yi Qingtian felt that his brain was a bit overwhelmed. He had lived for over 100 years and considered himself to be knowledgeable and experienced, having seen all sorts of demons and monsters. But someone as refined and unconventional as Fang Shouhan was truly a first for him. It took Yi Qing a long time to find his voice.
Cough, cough. Well done, not bad.
He said dryly, as expected of the Walker of Myth, you handle problems with such efficiency. Upon hearing this, Li Zhentian and his generals all wore constipated expressions.
Highly efficient? Mr. Long, do you have some misunderstanding about the word efficient? Is this what you call efficient? This is called a lack of martial ethics. Then, Commander Long, what should we do next? Li Zhentian asked.
That real dragon is still in the Dragon Palace ruins.
Should we send someone over to continue investigating? No need. Yi Qingtian waved his hand.
That dragon probably doesn't want to see anyone right now, especially us humans.
Let it stay there.
Your fleet, just continue to blockade that area and don't let anyone get close.
As for Fang Shouhan,
Yi Qingtian paused, his tone becoming somewhat complicated. When he comes back, have him contact me directly.
I have some philosophies of life that I want to discuss with him.
He felt it was necessary to have a heart-to-heart talk with this kid. If we let him grow up like this, who knows what kind of trouble he'll cause next?
What if he suddenly gets the urge to study how the moon shines and just punches it down? Chapter 101: A Secret from the Dragon Clan. Yes, Commander Long. Li Zhentian stood at attention, saluted, and disconnected the communication.
In the command center, the naval officers finally breathed a long sigh of relief, feeling that their tense nerves could finally relax.
My God.
I felt like my heart almost stopped beating just now.
Who says otherwise?
I'd rather fight 10 royal-level sea beasts than go through that scene again.
That master of 10,000 laws is simply not human. He is a god, he is a demon.
If anyone ever tells me again that the Walking of Myth is just a slightly stronger martial artist, I'll be the first to argue with them.
This isn't just slightly stronger, this is a being from a completely different dimension.
The generals discussed amongst themselves, their eyes filled with awe as they gazed at the calm sea outside the porthole. Li Zhentian listened to his subordinates' discussion but did not stop them. His own heart was also in turmoil.
What happened today completely overturned his understanding of power.
He originally thought that space carriers like the Jinhai and strategic weapons like the deep-sea spear were the ultimate manifestation of human power. But now, he understands. Faced with true individual power, these so-called war machines are nothing more than a pile of expensive scrap metal.
With a single kick, they could accomplish what their entire fleet, using all its weapons, could not. This gap is despairing.
Commander, Lord Wanfa has returned to the deck, a staff officer reminded him.
Li Zhentian's spirits lifted, and he quickly tidied his appearance, saying in a deep voice, "Let's go. Everyone, follow me to welcome Lord Wanfa."
His tone was many times more respectful than when he greeted Fang Shouhan before. When Li Zhentian and a group of naval officers rushed to the deck, they saw Fang Shouhan step out of the sea and land steadily on the deck. His body was still spotless, without even a drop of water.
Master Wanfa.
Led by Li Zhentian, all the naval officers, with a whoosh, simultaneously gave Fang Shouhan a perfectly standard military salute. The doubt and disdain that had been there before were gone from their eyes, only the purest awe and worship remained.
This is the world of the strong. Strength is the best passport. Fang Shouhan glanced at them but said nothing. He could sense the change in these people's attitudes, but he didn't care. To him, the opinions of these people were irrelevant. His mind is now filled with various data and models about the Dragon Clan laws.
Lord Wanfa, Commander Long wants you to contact him immediately upon your return, Li Jintian said respectfully.
Understood. Fang Xiuhan nodded and walked straight towards the Phantom fighter jet.
He just wants to find a quiet place to properly organize his gains.
Watching Fang Xiuhan's departing figure, the hot-tempered Major General behind Li Jintian couldn't help but whisper to Li Jintian, "Commander, this gentleman really is quite the character."
Li Jintian glared at him and hissed, "What do you mean by full of personality? This is called the demeanor of a master."
"What do you know?"
"From now on, when you see Lord Wanfa, stand up straight and be respectful.
Anyone who dares to show the slightest disrespect will face military law."
"Yes, Commander." All the generals were startled and answered in unison.
Inside the Phantom fighter jet, Fang Xiuhan connected with Yi Qingtian's call.
Yi Qingtian's holographic projection appeared in front of him, his expression somewhat indescribable.
"Kid, you did a good job this time,"
Yi Qingtian finally managed to say after holding back for a long time.
So, Fang Xiuhan replied, as concise as ever.
Yi Qingtian was taken aback by his answer, feeling that all the philosophies of life he had prepared were now useless. Trying to reason with this kid is like casting pearls before swine.
He decided to get straight to the point. "What did you read from that dragon's memories?" Yi Qingtian asked.
This is what he cares about most.
The memories of an ancient dragon contain information of immeasurable value.
A lot, Fang Xiuhan said. It's basic information about the dragon race's physical structure, power system, and innate supernatural abilities. I've already compiled it into a data package, which I'll send to you later. It should be somewhat useful for the Federation's biogenetic engineering and martial arts research.
Yi Qingtian's eyes lit up.
These alone are already an enormous gain. With this most original and authentic data, the Federation's technology and martial arts may experience a leap forward.
Besides these? Yi Qingtian pressed, is there anything more special? For example, why was it asleep? And why is it awakening now? Fang Xiuhan paused for a moment.
He did indeed glean some fragmented memories from Ao Bing's memories that were outside the scope of the transaction. That was when Ao Bing was devoured by him using the Daoyan devouring heaven technique. His extreme fear caused a loophole in his soul defense, which was inadvertently revealed.
Yes, Fang Xiuhan said slowly.
According to the memory fragments I read, in ancient times, the reason why the dragon race chose to go into a collective slumber seemed to be to avoid a disaster called Guishu.
Return to the void?
Yi Qingtian frowned. This was the first time he had ever heard of this term. In Ao Bing's memory, Return to the Void seems to be a world-class purification program targeting all higher dimensional life forms.
It is activated once every epoch.
Once the ruins of return arrives, all powerful civilizations and individuals in the universe that have reached a certain critical point will be forcibly formatted by an irresistible force, erasing all traces of their existence. In ancient times, the incredibly powerful dragon race, because they foresaw the arrival of the ruins of return, had no choice but to abandon everything and sink the entire race, along with their habitat, the Dragon Palace, into the deepest part of the sea. They used a special secret method to enter a state of suspended animation in order to avoid the ruins of return's scan.
Fang Xiuhan's tone was calm, but every word he uttered made Yi Qingtian's heart sink. Return to the void. World-class purification program. Formatting.
As Yi Qingtian pondered these words, he felt a chill run from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. If what Fang Xiuhan said is true, then this would be an ultimate disaster, 10,000 times more terrifying than Abyss Invasion.
The Abyss Invasion is at least a tangible enemy that can be fought and killed.
This return to nothingness sounds more like an irresistible, cosmic-level natural law. Just like a computer system, it needs to be reinstalled after running for a long time. And all the programs living in this system, no matter how powerful they are, will be ruthlessly deleted.
Then why has it awakened now? Yi Qingtian asked in a hoarse voice.
Because it sensed that the aura of Return to the Void was weakening, Fang Xiuhan said. In its perception, the Return to the Void of this era seems to have passed. That's why it chose to awaken, wanting to recreate the glory of the Dragon Clan.
It's over?
Yi Qingtian was stunned for a moment, and then an even greater fear enveloped his heart. He recalled how Fang Xiuhan had spent an entire week studying the Origin's treasure trove, neglecting sleep and meals. He recalled the forbidden items from all over the world that had been recycled by the myth. He recalled the various terrifying beings that kept awakening from ancient ruins. A terrible thought took shape in his mind.
Could our era be a new system where everything starts anew after the ruins? And those so-called ancient ruins, so-called forbidden items, so-called awakened ancient beings, are they all residual data that were lucky enough not to be formatted cleanly in the previous system? Yi Qingtian was terrified by his own thought and broke out in a cold sweat. If that's the case, what does it mean for current human civilization? This means that they are living as if they were in a computer system that has just been reinstalled. And now, those viruses and malicious software from the previous system are resurfacing one by one. Chapter 102: A request from Commander Lone. Fang Xiuhan glanced at Yi Qingtian's unpredictable face but remained silent. What Yi Qingtian could think of, he naturally thought of as well. Moreover, he thought about it much more deeply. From the relics of the scavenger civilization to the invasion of the abyss, to the seclusion of the dragon clan, and the thousands of forbidden items in the origin treasure vault. All of this points to one fact: the universe is far more crowded and dangerous than humans imagine. Human civilization is like a small, weak tribe living in a dark forest, having just learned to light a fire. Unbeknownst to them, deep within this forest lurked countless powerful hunters and natural disasters capable of destroying everything. Return to the Void is perhaps the most terrifying natural disaster in this forest. It regularly clears the forest, removing those that are too powerful, making room for new life to grow. Humanity was born precisely in the safest, yet most ignorant, era following a cleansing. But now, it seems that the safe period is coming to an end. Those old monsters who survived from the previous era are awakening one by one. Kid, what do you think we should do? After a long while, Yi Qingtian raised his head and looked at Fang Xiuhan, his eyes showing a hint of pleading for the first time. He discovered that even he, the Federal Dragon Commander, felt a profound sense of powerlessness when faced with such ultimate questions concerning the birth and death of the universe. All his power and strength seemed so insignificant in the face of an existence of the return to the void level. The young man in front of them, though acting out of the ordinary and not following the rules, was. But he possessed a mysterious and powerful quality that even Yi Qingtian couldn't fathom. Perhaps, he really will be the one to break the deadlock. What to do? Fang Xiuhan glanced at him and asked in return, just deal with it. Yi Qingtian almost choked to death. What kind of time is this to make jokes like this with me? Even if the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up, Fang Xiuhan continued. Right now, we don't even know what Guishu actually is. What's the use of thinking about this? When soldiers come, we'll block them. When water comes, we'll dam it. If the enemy comes, we'll fight them back. His logic remains as simple and crude as ever. Yi Qingtian gave a wry smile. Yeah, what's the point of thinking so much? With humanity's current capabilities, even if we knew the truth about Guishu, what could we possibly do? It serves no purpose other than to increase panic. You're right. Yi Qingtian sighed, then rallied. We've been overthinking things. Right now, the most important thing is to improve our own strength. He looked at Fang Xiuhan, his eyes burning with intensity. Kid, I need your help, he said in an unprecedentedly serious tone. Explain. Send me the data package you just mentioned about the dragon race's physical structure and power system immediately. I need to organize the Federation's top scientists and martial artists to form a dedicated True Dragon Project team to transform this knowledge into our own power as quickly as possible. Also, could you share some of the dragon blood and scales you got from that dragon, cough cough, trade with us? Yi Qingtian's face turned a little red as he said this. He, a dignified Federal Dragon Commander, actually had to ask his subordinates for spoils of war. If this gets out, his lifelong reputation will be completely ruined. But there was no way around it. The value of dragon blood and dragon scales was simply too great. It is not only a strategic resource that can produce a few experts, but also a sacred object that can enable the Federation's biotechnology and materials science to achieve leapfrog development. Even a single drop of blood or a single scale is enough to drive countless scientists mad. Fang Xiuhan glanced at him but did not answer immediately. He was thinking. Dragon blood and dragon scales were precious materials to him. He hasn't even figured it out himself yet. Distribute it? I'm a little reluctant to part with it. However, he also knew that he alone could not possibly withstand the various crises that might arise in the future. Enhancing the strength of the entire Federation would also benefit him personally. At least, if we encounter any trouble in the future, we'll have more cannon fodder, no, more helpers. Okay. Fang Xiuhan nodded. I'll send you the data package now. I can give you half of the dragon blood and dragon scales. That's great. Yi Qingtian was overjoyed. He originally thought that, given the kid's personality, it would be a miracle if he could even get a drop of blood or a scrap of scale from him. Unexpectedly, he was so generous and shared it in half. When did this kid develop such a strong sense of collective honor? Yi Qingtian felt as if he didn't recognize him anymore. However, I have one condition, Fang Shouhan added. Go ahead. Don't just say 1, 100 will do.
Yi Qingtian was in a great mood and patted his chest to guarantee it. I want the highest research access to all items in the Origin Vault, including those S-level forbidden items that are listed as untouchable, Fang Shouhan said. He was previously in the Treasure Vault, where he could read those forbidden items. However, he still cannot directly access some of the most dangerous things that are specially sealed. For example, the mummified corpse of the vampire prince nailed to the cross. For example, there is an ancient book called the Book of Destiny, which is said to be able to predict the future. These are the true core collections in the Origin treasure trove. It was also the material he was most interested in. No problem. Yi Qingtian agreed without hesitation. I'll grant you the highest access to the Origin treasure vault right away. From now on, you can study everything inside however you want. Even if you dismantle it, no one will care. For him, exchanging some antiques that he couldn't analyze for the time being and could only gather dust in the warehouse for dragon blood and dragon scales that could immediately enhance the Federation's strength was an incredibly profitable deal. Okay. Fang Shouhan nodded, and then hung up the call. Clean and concise, without a single wasted word. Yi Qingtian stared blankly at the now black screen for a moment, then shook his head helplessly. This kid really doesn't understand a thing about human relationships. However, this is for the best. A strong person who is purely interested in power and truth is far easier to control than someone filled with lust for power and ambition. Yi Qingtian quickly put these distracting thoughts out of his mind. His entire focus was on the data package he had just received, titled True Dragon's Secret Manual. When he opened the data packet and saw the vast and boundless knowledge about dragons inside, he was overjoyed. He, the federal dragon general who had lived for over 100 years, was once again deeply shocked. Incredible, it's a miracle. So this is what the essence of power is. If these theories could be applied to us humans, then we. Yi Qingtian felt that a door to a new world was slowly opening before him. He knew that from this day forward, the path of human civilization's evolution would enter a completely new and unprecedented fast track. The key to unlocking this path lies in the hands of a young man named Fang Shouhan. Chapter 103: The Birth of the Private Laboratory. When Fang Shouhan returned to the Myth headquarters in the Phantom fighter jet, he was greeted by Lin Feng's face, which could no longer be described as awe. Lin Feng now sees Fang Shouhan as a deity walking among mortals. Although the events in the East China Sea were classified as top secret, Lin Feng, as Fang Shouhan's liaison, still learned the general situation through internal channels. He trampled the ancient dragon underfoot. This event has exceeded the limits of human imagination and entered the realm of mythology and legend. Lord Wanfa, you're back. Lin Feng's voice trembled noticeably. He didn't even dare to raise his head when speaking to Fang Shouhan, for fear that his mortal gaze would blaspheme the god before him. Fang Shouhan responded, then asked, have you prepared the things I asked you to prepare before? On his way back, he submitted an application to the Myth Logistics Department through Lin Feng. An application to establish a dedicated laboratory. Ready. Exactly as you requested. Lin Feng replied hastily. Commander Long personally gave the order, and the Logistics Department used its highest authority to transform the backup strategic command center on the 13th basement floor of headquarters into your private laboratory in just 3 hours. All the equipment is top of the line in the Federation. Absolute zero cryogenic chamber, antimatter energy collider, gene sequence editor, law rune engraving table, everything you can think of is inside. In addition, the dragon blood and dragon scales you requested have been delivered. Half of them are sealed in the temperature-controlled warehouse of the laboratory, and the other half has been personally escorted by Commander Long to the Federal Academy of Sciences, the most central institution in the capital. Lin Feng finished his report in one breath, and then respectfully led the way. Take me to see it, Fang Shouhan said. Soon, the two arrived at the former backup strategic command center, located at the bottom level of the Myth headquarters. The heavy alloy door slid open silently after recognizing Fang Shouhan's S+ level access. An enormous space unfolded before Fang Shouhan. This space is as big as 10 football fields, and the dome is hundreds of meters high. Inside, various sophisticated instruments, shimmering with a ghostly blue light and exuding a futuristic feel, were neatly arranged. The air was filled with a faint smell of ozone and metal. This will be his future studio. Fang Xiuhan glanced around and nodded in satisfaction. The equipment here is more than 100 times more advanced than the small laboratory he used to work at the Iron-Blooded Military Academy. With these tools, his efficiency in researching materials will be greatly improved. In the very center of the laboratory, there is a huge glass container containing a small mountain of blue dragon scales and a large bucket of golden dragon blood, which are being preserved in liquid nitrogen at low temperatures. Fang Han walked over, looking at his trophies, his eyes revealing the excitement he only showed when facing rare materials. "Very good," he uttered. Then he said to Lin Feng, who was standing next to him, "From now on, no one is allowed to enter this laboratory without my permission." "Yes, Lord Wanfa." Lin Feng answered at attention. "Your order is the highest command. We will set up 3 lines of defense outside, guarded by king-level guards 24 hours a day, to ensure that no one will disturb your research." "Okay." Fang Xiuhan waved his hand. "You can go now." "Yes." Lin Feng respectfully left the laboratory, and the heavy alloy door slowly closed once again. In the huge laboratory, only Fang Xiuhan remained. He could finally begin his work undisturbed by anyone. He did not immediately touch the dragon blood and scales. That's the most crucial material, and thorough preparation is needed before we can begin researching it. His gaze drifted to another corner of the laboratory. There is a special spatial teleportation channel that is directly connected to the origin vault. This was specially approved by Yi Qingtian so that he could access the forbidden items in the treasure vault at any time. Fang Xiuhan walked to the front of the passage and entered an item number on the operation interface. Item number, Relic S001. Title, The Nailed Vampire Prince. Transmitting. Inside the passage, a flash of light appeared. The next second, a huge cross appeared on the teleportation platform. A desiccated corpse was nailed to the cross. The corpse was dressed in a tattered medieval European nobleman's robe, its skin was as pale as paper, and 2 sharp fangs protruded from its mouth. A pure silver dagger was inserted into his heart, pinning him firmly to the cross. Although he had become a desiccated corpse, his body still exuded an evil yet noble energy fluctuation, filled with the aura of corruption and immortality. He is one of the highest danger S-class forbidden objects in the Origin Treasure Vault, a vampire prince who has lived for at least 2,000 years and whose strength is comparable to that of an emperor. It is said that during the retrieval of him, Myth paid a heavy price, with 3 walking seriously injured. Fang Xiuhan walked to the cross, looked at the mummified corpse, and his eyes were filled with a desire to study it. Vampires, blood clans, a special life form that maintains its immortality by consuming the life energy of other creatures. The core principles are life plunder and pseudo-immortality. Interesting. How is this pseudo-immortality different from the dragon race's longevity and the cultivator's undying primordial spirit? Fang Xiuhan reached out and directly grasped the silver dagger stuck in the vampire prince's heart. This dagger is a sacred object specifically designed to subdue vampires. It is engraved with runes for purification and exorcism and is key to suppressing the prince's power. The moment Fang Xiuhan's hand gripped the dagger, a sudden change has occurred. The previously lifeless, mummified corpse suddenly opened its eyes. Those were a pair of scarlet eyes, filled with endless resentment and madness. "Mortals dare touch my resting place." A hoarse and ancient voice resounded directly in Fang Xiuhan's mind. A massive mental shock, filled with the aura of blood and death, crashed down on Fang Xiuhan's sea of consciousness like a tsunami. The intensity of this mental shock was even stronger than the projection of the will of the Abyss Lord Ursa. However, Fang Xiuhan's face remained expressionless. He merely frowned slightly. Another talkative one. He gripped the dagger tightly and suddenly exerted force. Put. He forcefully pulled the silver dagger that was stuck in the vampire prince's heart. Roar. As the dagger was pulled out, an extremely terrifying dark energy erupted from the vampire prince's body. The entire laboratory began to tremble violently. The piercing alarm sounded throughout the entire Myth headquarters. Warning! Warning! S-class forbidden substance energy out of control detected. Energy index has exceeded the critical point. It is continuing to surge. Target, Ruins S001, the vampire prince has awakened. In the headquarters command center, everyone was terrified by the sudden alarm. What's going on?
How could S001 go out of control? Isn't Lord Wanfa in his laboratory on the 13th underground floor? Oh no! It's Lord Wanfa. He's activated S001. Yi Qingtian's face turned green when he heard the news. He had just handed over the highest level of access to the lab to that kid, and now he's turned around and started touching the most dangerous S001? They even removed the sacred object that suppressed it? Does this kid have a death wish? Chapter 104. Is this an S-class forbidden item? Quickly! Immediately seal off the 13th underground level. Activate the highest level energy barrier. Yi Qingtian practically roared as he gave the order. He now only hopes that the laboratory's defense system can hold out a little longer. That's S001. A genuine vampire prince. According to the records of myth, this prince once unleashed a bloodbath that swept across the entire continent of medieval Europe. He single-handedly fought against the entire papacy, commanding an army of tens of thousands of vampires, and nearly turned humans into their prey. In the end, the Vatican paid an extremely heavy price, resorting to the legendary holy relics, to barely manage to severely wound him and nail him to the cross. The predecessor of the myth organization discovered this sealed cross by chance in the basement of an old church. At that time, simply getting close was enough to drive an entire royal realm squad insane, causing them to kill each other. In the end, it was only through the personal intervention of the then Commander Long that he was brought back to the myth headquarters and listed as the most dangerous forbidden object, S001. For over a century, countless top scientists and rune masters have tried to study him, but all have failed. Any attempt to analyze his power will invite his terrifying mental backlash. Over time, S001 became a taboo in the Origin treasure trove, one that no one dared to touch. Yi Qingtian never expected that Fang Xiuhan, this hothead, would stir up the biggest hornet's nest on his very first day after gaining access. Commander Long. It's no use. The energy barrier in the lab is about to break. A researcher's terrified voice came from the command center. On the screen, the value representing the laboratory's energy shield was dropping at an alarming rate. 90%, 70%, 50%. Damn it! Yi Qingtian slammed his fist on the table. All combat personnel, assemble immediately on the 12th basement level. Prepare to meet the attack. He had prepared for the worst. Once the laboratory is breached, he will personally go down and, at all costs, reseal that vampire prince. As for Fang Xiuhan, Yi Qingtian sighed inwardly. Good luck, kid. Who told you to court death? 13 underground floors, a private laboratory. Fang Xiuhan looked at the vampire prince in front of him, who had broken free from the cross and was exuding a terrifying black aura. Instead of fear, his eyes were filled with curiosity. Not bad, its energy intensity is a level higher than that long worm, he commented. After awakening, the vampire prince's body was no longer withered. His originally pale skin became as smooth as jade, and his tattered dress was transformed into a magnificent black tailcoat. He looked like an elegant yet deadly medieval nobleman. Her long silver hair moved without wind. Her scarlet eyes burned with the flames of vengeance. Mortal. The vampire prince spoke slowly, his voice carrying a metallic quality and filled with supreme majesty. It was you who awakened the great vampire monarch, Camilla von Krishna? It was you who pulled out the damned holy silver dagger that imprisoned me for 1,000 years? He walked towards Fang Xiuhan step by step. With each step he took, his aura grew stronger. The entire laboratory space became viscous due to the dark energy emanating from him. As a reward for awakening me, I can grant you eternal life, making you my humblest descendant. Kneel down, kiss my toes, and offer your loyalty and soul. Camille stretched out his hand, gloved in white with meticulously manicured nails, and a graceful yet cruel smile spread across his face. In his eyes, this mortal was already his for the taking. He could sense that this mortal's life energy was so abundant and so pure. Once I drain him dry, I can recover at least 30% of the power I lost due to 1,000 years of imprisonment. However, Fang Xiuhan just watched him quietly, as if he were watching a clown. The same old rhetoric again. He shook his head. Can't you old fogies come up with something new? What did you say? Camilla's smile froze. I'm telling you, you're talking too much nonsense. As Fang Xiuhan spoke, his figure flickered and disappeared from the spot. The next second, he appeared behind Camilla. A hand gently rested on Camilla's shoulder. Camilla's pupils suddenly contracted. He didn't even see how the other person moved.
An unprecedented sense of crisis enveloped his heart. Without a second thought, his body instantly transformed into thousands upon thousands of black bats, which frantically fled in all directions. This is the vampire's life-saving technique, blood bat body. As long as one bat manages to escape, he can reassemble his body anywhere. However, trying to leave? Fong Shohan's voice rang out softly. His hand, which was resting in the air, suddenly clenched. The Tao Evolution Devouring Heaven technique is activated. An invisible, all-consuming domain instantly enveloped the entire laboratory. The black bats that scattered and fled were like mosquitoes caught in a spider web. No matter how much they struggled, they could not fly out of that area. Then, in Camilla's terrified will, all the bats were uncontrollably pulled together by an irresistible suction force, and they were forced to regroup. No! Camilla's form was forcibly pulled out of her blood bat state. He was horrified to discover that the dark energy within his body was flowing away at a rate 10 times faster than the dragon from before. The other party is devouring his very essence. Who are you? What kind of evil magic are you using? Camilla screamed in terror. He felt that the person he had met was not an ordinary person. Instead, it is a being that is more ancient and more evil than him, and more than all vampires. The opponent's devouring power was so domineering and so pure. In comparison, his so-called life-stealing is like children playing house. I'm just a researcher who's rather interested in creatures like you. As Fong Shohan spoke, he increased the power of the Daoyan Devouring Heaven technique. Ah! Camilla let out a scream 100 times more shrill than Ao Bing's. He felt that his soul was being slowly extracted from his body by the other person, and then placed under a microscope called Tao for repeated observation, analysis, and dissection. This feeling is 100 million times more terrifying than death. This is an S-class forbidden item? As Fong Shohan dissected Camilla's laws, he mentally gave his own evaluation. The energy intensity is decent, reaching the level of the mid-stage Emperor realm. The application of the laws is too crude. Apart from lifesteal and blood magic, there are no other highlights. So-called immortality is merely a way to delay one's own physical decline by stealing the life force of others. Once the life energy is no longer replenished, one will quickly wither away. Too many weaknesses. Fear of sunlight, fear of holy silver, hate of garlic, he's practically full of flaws. Summary, showy but impractical, research value is below average. Fong Shohan drew a conclusion. Then, he felt that there was no need to continue live research on this material. He let go of her hand. With a plop, Camilla von Krishna, the vampire prince who once made all of Europe tremble, collapsed to the ground like a lump of mud. His magnificent formal attire had vanished. My skin became dry and pale again. The madness and resentment from before were gone from his eyes. Only the purest, blank and empty look remained, like that of a newborn infant. His fundamental principles were drained by Fong Shohan. His soul memories were read by Fong Shohan. Now, he is nothing but an empty shell, devoid of any power. Fong Shohan looked at the material and nodded in satisfaction. Then, he pressed the internal communicator in the laboratory. Hey, you guys outside, you can come in and clean up now. Chapter 105. Yi Qingtian's stomach ailment flared up. When Fong Shohan's calm voice was transmitted to the Myth Headquarters Command Center through the internal communicator, the entire command center fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared in disbelief at the communication device, wondering if they had misheard. Cleaning the house? What did they hear? What was that earth-shattering energy alarm just now? What is that terrifying existence that almost caused the S-class energy barrier to collapse? How long has it been? 5 minutes? Or 10 minutes? You just let us in to clean? Are you trying to eliminate an S-class forbidden object, or are you just swatting a mosquito? Yi Qingtian stood there, completely bewildered. He was ready to personally take to the field and fight a bloody battle. He even activated his most treasured battle armor, the Dragon God armor. So now you're telling me it's over? Fong Shohan? Yi Qingtian tentatively called out into the communicator, what's the situation on your end? Is that vampire dealt with? Yes, it's resolved. Fong Shohan's reply was as nonchalant as ever. He's quiet now and out of danger. You can send someone down to handle the aftermath. Also, tell him not to touch my experimental equipment, it's very expensive. After saying that, Fong Shohan hung up the call again. Inside the command center, you could hear a pin drop. Everyone looked at each other, their expressions incredibly varied. It took Yi Qing a long time to find his voice. He turned to his adjutant beside him and asked in an extremely uncertain tone, "Just now, was I hallucinating?" The adjutant swallowed hard and shook his head, reporting to Commander Long, "It shouldn't be. What the hell is going on?" Yi Qingtian finally couldn't hold back and cursed. He felt that the worldview he had built up over the past 100 years had been repeatedly trampled on and rubbed into the ground by this kid Fong Shohan. First, he trampled the true dragon underfoot. Now, in less than 10 minutes, a vampire prince has been dealt with. Is there any limit to this kid's strength? Send a field team, put on the highest level of protective clothing, and go down to check the situation. Yi Qingtian waved his hand weakly. He felt his stomach start to hurt again. He felt that ever since he met Fong Shohan, his stomach problems had never gotten better. Soon, a fully armed myth top-tier field team, consisting of 12 King Realm experts, cautiously arrived at the entrance of the laboratory on the 13th underground floor. Each of them was on high alert, and all their weapons were charged to maximum power. The captain took a deep breath in front of the heavy alloy door, and then contacted Fong Shohan through the internal communication system. "Lord Wanfa, we are the Sharp Sword Squad, ordered by Commander Long to handle the aftermath. May we go in now?" The captain's voice was filled with tension. He was terrified that if the door opened, a blue-faced, fanged monster would rush out and tear them all apart. "Enter." Fong Shohan's concise reply came through the communicator. The alloy door slid open slowly. The 12 members of the Sharp Sword Squad immediately formed a defensive formation, nervously watching the doorway. However, the anticipated attack did not occur. The laboratory was quiet. Apart from the slight humming of the instruments running smoothly, there was no other sound. Fong Shohan was sitting at an experimental table, his back to them, intently watching the holographic screen in front of him. On the screen is an incredibly complex gene sequence map. Not far from this group of people, the legendary, terrifying vampire prince lay motionless on the ground like a real dried corpse. There was no longer the slightest energy fluctuation felt from his body. If it weren't for the gruesome wound on his chest and his signature aristocratic attire, no one would be able to associate him with the S001 forbidden object. This is the end? One of the team members couldn't help but whisper. The captain also looked completely incredulous. He stepped forward and carefully scanned the mummified corpse with his energy detector. The detector displayed a line of green text. Target life characteristics, none. Target energy response, none. Target hazard level, none. The captain was completely dumbfounded. This S-class forbidden object, which once caused 3 walkers to pay a heavy price, has just become an ordinary corpse? How did he manage to do that? The captain's gaze, almost unconsciously, fell on the figure sitting at the lab table. That figure from behind looked so young and so ordinary. But in the eyes of the Sharp Sword team at this moment, they were more mysterious and more terrifying than any god or demon they had ever seen. "Have you seen enough?" Fong Shohan did not turn around, his voice rang out calmly. "Once you've seen enough, clean up that pile of garbage. Don't interfere with my experiments." Rubbish. The members of the Sharp Sword Squad all twitched at the corners of their mouths. That's an S001. In your eyes, is it just a pile of garbage? The captain snapped to attention and immediately stood at attention, replying, "Yes, Your Excellency. We'll handle it right away." He dared not be negligent in the slightest and immediately directed his team to carefully put the mummified corpse of the vampire prince, which was no longer a threat, into a specially made forbidden object containment box. Then, as if fleeing, they quickly left the suffocating laboratory. After the alloy gate closed again, Fong Shohan then turned his attention back to the holographic screen in front of him. The screen displayed the genetic map of the vampires that he had just retrieved from the soul memories of the vampire prince, Camilla. Interesting. The genes of vampires are 99% similar to those of humans. But their 23rd pair of chromosomes has undergone a peculiar mutation. This mutation gives them superhuman strength and speed, as well as a long lifespan. But the price is that their bodies can no longer synthesize the energy necessary for survival and can only replenish it by consuming the blood of other creatures. Moreover, this genetic mutation has an extremely strong rejection reaction to a specific spectrum of sunlight and the element silver. A glint of wisdom shone in Fong Shohan's eyes. He was like a scientist engrossed in research, completely immersed in exploring the unknown. He compared and analyzed the genetic map of the vampires with the genetic map of the dragons that he had previously analyzed. The power of the dragon race stems from the law runes naturally engraved in their genes. The power of the vampires stems from the mutation and evolution of their genes. One is a product of the magic side. The other is a product of the technology side. What if we could combine these two? A bold idea began to grow wildly in Feng Shuhan's mind. What if we could create a perfect creature that possesses both the powerful physical body and affinity for laws of dragons, as well as the terrifying evolutionary potential and immortality of vampires? Once the thought appeared, it could no longer be suppressed. Feng Shuhan's breathing became somewhat rapid. He knew that he might have found a research direction that could revolutionize the entire world, or even the entire universe. He immediately pulled up the cultivation model of 9 revolutions Overlord body technique and True Dragon 9 transformations that he had previously deduced. Then, the Vampire Codex that had just been deciphered was also incorporated into it. 3 completely different power systems, representing human martial arts, ancient divine beasts, and dark bloodlines, began to collide, merge, and deduce in his mind in an unprecedented way. A brand new, larger, and more terrifying framework for cultivation techniques is slowly taking shape. Chapter 106: Creating a Perfect Cultivation Technique. Time flew by as Feng Shuhan devoted himself to his research day and night. 1 day. 2 days. 1 week. For a whole month, Feng Shuhan did not step out of the laboratory. He was like a madman possessed by demons, devoting all his energy to the fusion and deduction of those 3 power systems. His brain is like a supercomputer running at full power, performing billions of calculations and simulations every moment. The 9 Revolutions Overlord body technique represents the ultimate development of human martial arts physical potential. The 9 transformations of the True Dragon represents the most fundamental law power in the bloodline inheritance of ancient divine beasts. The Blood Codex represents a dark path of evolution that achieves leaps in life levels through genetic mutation. Any one of these 3 elements alone would be enough to create a powerful figure at the Emperor level, or even higher. Now, what Feng Shuhan needs to do is to perfectly integrate them into one. This is an unprecedented and destined to be unparalleled, crazy yet magnificent feat. During this process, he encountered countless difficulties. For example, the way humans circulate their chi and blood is fundamentally in conflict with the way dragons circulate their dragon essence. Forcibly fusing them will only lead to the rupture of meridians and demonic possession. For example, the dark energy of the vampires has an extremely strong corrosive effect on the sacred life essence of the dragons. The two are like water and fire, completely incompatible. If any other martial artist or scientist were faced with these questions, they would only come to one conclusion: this path is blocked. But Feng Shuhan was different. He possesses the Dao Yen devouring heaven technique and the enlightened mind Dharma Eye. In his view, all power, regardless of its form, is fundamentally composed of the most basic Tao and Li. The so-called conflict, the so-called incompatibility, is simply because the most fundamental common denominator between them has not been found. What he needs to do is find this common denominator, and then, using Tao as a furnace and Li as a framework, completely shatter and reforge these 3 completely different power systems, and then forge them into a truly supreme Taoist canon. Inside the laboratory, Feng Shuhan sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. His aura shifted unpredictably. At times, his entire body radiated with boundless energy, making him appear like a humanoid primordial beast, capable of tearing apart heaven and earth with every gesture. This was the manifestation of the 9 Revolutions Overlord body technique at its peak. Every now and then, faint blue dragon scales would appear on his body, and an ancient, supreme dragon's might would spread out, causing the entire laboratory space to tremble slightly. This was a sign that the 9 transformations of the True Dragon was beginning to take shape. Occasionally, a sinister smile would unconsciously appear on his lips, and an elegant yet deadly aura of darkness would emanate from him, as if he were about to transform into a king walking in the night. This was the power of the Blood Codex influencing his mind. These 3 distinct forces were clashing and colliding violently within his body. His body was like a powder keg that could explode at any moment. If there were any outsiders here at this moment, they would surely be terrified by this horrific scene. But Feng Shuhan's face remained completely expressionless. His mind was completely immersed in the depths of his consciousness, in the vast and boundless world of Tao constructed by the Dao Yen devouring heaven technique. Here, the 3 sets of cultivation techniques were broken down into the most primitive law runes, which, like countless stars, slowly rotated around him. He was like the creator god of this world, stretching out his finger to pick up a rune representing power from this sea of stars, then a rune representing solidity, and then a rune representing devouring. Then, using his understanding of the Tao, he recombined the 3 runes in a completely new and more perfect structure. Buzz. A brand new, more complex, and more powerful composite rune, radiating an aura of chaos, was born at his fingertips.
It's a success. A faint smile appeared on Feng Shuhan's lips. He found the key to resolving the power conflict. That is, to create a higher dimensional law container that transcends these 3 sets of techniques. Once we have this idea, the rest is just a matter of time. He began to work day and night, repeating this process. 1, 2, 3. Thousands upon thousands of brand new composite runes were constantly being created in his mind. Then, under his will, these composite runes began to slowly combine into a completely new, vast, and profound scripture. Every word in this scripture seems to contain the ultimate truth of the universe. It possesses the domineering nature of the 9 revolutions overlord body technique. It also possesses the sacred power of the 9 transformations of the true dragon. There's also the eeriness of the blood code. But it surpasses all 3, perfectly integrating all their advantages while discarding all their flaws. This is the supreme body refining technique that Feng Shuhan tailored for himself. The moment the last rune was successfully created and embedded in the scripture. Boom! Feng Shuhan's mind was suddenly jolted. That brand new scripture radiated boundless light, then transformed into a stream of light, deeply imprinting itself on the very essence of his soul. A name naturally came to mind. The furnace of 10,000 paths. It means to forge an immortal body by melting down all the myriad paths. The moment the technique is completed, Feng Shuhan's body also underwent a dramatic transformation. The vital energy, dragon essence, and dark energy within his body no longer clashed with each other, but instead began to circulate and merge in an unprecedentedly harmonious manner. Every bone in his body became harder than a diamond. Every drop of his blood contains a boundless life force that would move even a powerful Emperor realm expert. Every cell in his body was cheering and leaping for joy, as if it had broken free from some kind of shackles and begun a frenzied evolution toward a higher level of life. An aura so terrifying it defied description surged from his body into the sky. Boom! The entire myth headquarters shook violently, as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had occurred.
13 underground, the laboratory door, made of a special alloy and 10 meters thick, creaked under the impact of this aura, revealing countless fine cracks on its surface.
Warning! Warning! Unidentified ultra-high-intensity energy reaction detected.
Energy source, a dedicated laboratory on the 13th underground level.
Energy index has exceeded the limit. Cannot be calculated.
In the command center of the myth headquarters, all the instruments malfunctioned in an instant. On the screen, only a glaring red remained. Yi Qingtian was in his office, processing documents related to the True Dragon project, when this sudden change startled him so much that he jumped up from his chair.
He teleported to the command center in an instant.
He was completely stunned by the apocalyptic scene before him.
It's that kid again?
He knew without even thinking that the only person who could cause such a commotion was Feng Shuhan, that troublemaker.
What is he researching in the lab this time? Yi Qingtian's voice was trembling.
He felt that his mythical headquarters would be torn down by that kid sooner or later.